Space and Rebirth, The Favored Genius Doctor and Businesswoman Chapter 973 to Chapter 1134. Jing Yunzhao's teasing made by Yuan and Xianxia wished they could find a hole to crawl into. At the same time, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were both experienced people, yet they were being mocked by a little girl until their faces and ears turned red. Jing Yunzhao smiled brightly. Xianxia wasn't a woman who couldn't let go. After a while, she started to joke with Jing Yunzhao. The house was full of laughter. As for the Tan family who left, they sat in a taxi with gloomy faces. The atmosphere in the car was gloomy and the family of three didn't look good. Say, you don't even know how to tidy up properly before going out. If I were Bai Yuan, I would also take a fancy to that Xianxia and not you. Father Tan said in a strange tone. Tanshi felt wronged. She had specially dressed up today and spent money to buy a new set of makeup, clothes, and perfume. She was afraid that she would meet that little girl and say that her clothes were of inferior quality. However, she wasn't young anymore. No matter how she dressed up, she couldn't look like a 20-year-old girl. What could she do? What sin have you committed? Pak Yuan is such a good man. Why didn't you grab hold of him back then? If you could hold on at that time, wouldn't you be a rich man's wife now? You can buy anything you want then. Now, Xianxia is one step ahead of you. Look at that woman. She's not much younger and prettier than you, but she took advantage of you. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Mother Tan said angrily. Although their family was from the capital, they weren't rich. Their house was old and not very close to the city, so their daughter usually lived outside. However, Pak Yuan was just a boy from another city. As a local, they naturally despised him. After all, with Tanshi's beauty and virtue, it was possible for her to marry into a rich family. At this time, Tanshi was angry. She was angry at herself for not being strong enough. She was angry at Xianxia for stealing her love, but she was also angry at her parents. Can you stop talking about it? Every time I went back to my parents' home, you would say that Pak Yuan was not good at all. You didn't want me to continue living with him. Weren't you in favor of the divorce? He couldn't wait for me to draw a clear line between Pak Yuan and me. How could he not hate me? Tanshi retorted. She lowered her head and looked at her new outfit. Her heart ached. She had to reduce her expenses this month. You blame us? Aren't we doing this for your sake? At that time, who knew that Pak Yuan would be like this? Moreover, if you were really a chaste woman, you wouldn't do anything even if we put a knife to your neck. Besides, you were pregnant with Fan Liqing's child at that time. Even if we didn't drag you away, Pak Yuan would definitely not want you. Who knew that you would be so useless? It's fine if you don't have Pak Yuan, but you can't even hold on to Fan Liqing. Mother Tan was angry and did not choose her words carefully. Tanshi gave birth to 2 sons for Fan Liqing. Logically speaking, she should have taken all the benefits. As long as she could seize the opportunity, Fan Liqing would divorce his wife and remarry for the sake of the children. However, Tanshi was not that shrewd. When Fan Liqing casually said that he would bring the children back to the Fan family to meet the family, she agreed without hesitation. In the end, that Fan never gave the children away. She couldn't sue him even if she wanted to. After all, even if she spent money to go to court, the result would be the same. The Fan family was more capable of raising the children, and Tanshi's character was not good. Whether it was material or mental, she was not as good as the Fan family. At this moment, Tanshi's parents were in a bad mood. Tanshi was already agitated, and now that her parents said this, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. The taxi driver also heard the gist of it, and he more or less knew what kind of people this family was. He felt some disdain in his heart, especially when he saw how unreasonable and materialistic her parents were. He felt that it was no wonder their daughter was like this. In the end, he couldn't listen to it anymore and abandoned them halfway. He didn't even have the mood to pick them up. When the Tan family came out, Fan Liqing had already received the news, and he sneered. He wanted Tanshi to cause trouble and make Pak Yuan unhappy, but he didn't expect her to be so daring. She actually brought a gift and dressed up so beautifully. Cause trouble? In his opinion, it was more like she wanted to talk about old things and start over. sure enough, a woman like Tan she couldn't be trusted even if she had been unfaithful once. However, he had already thought of this and even intended for her to do so. After all, he had Tan Shi's son in his hands, and he knew the Tan family's greed very well. If he could make Tan Shi betray Pak Yuan once, she could do it a second time. However, he didn't expect Pak Yuan to be so calm and unmoved after seeing the woman he once loved. After a while, Fan Liqing called Tan Shi. When she saw the name displayed on the screen, Tan Shi's entire body trembled. She hesitated for a long time before picking up. "Hello. Boss Fan." The woman's voice was hoarse and slightly nasal. It was obvious that she had just cried. Fan Liqing laughed mockingly. As the saying goes, ******* is heartless. How much could her tears be worth? It's been hard on you today. I'll take you to the hotel for a meal. The usual place. Come over immediately. Fan Liqing spoke casually like a god, but he controlled Tan Shi's state of mind. Tan Shi followed her parents' instructions and turned on the speaker, so the other two heard everything clearly. They hurriedly poked her body and motioned for her to quickly agree. Although Tan Shi didn't understand what was going on, she still agreed after thinking about it. Look, this man's possessiveness will increase after he has a competitor. He's just asking for it. Mother Tan sneered. But Mom, what can he do with me? They just took my house back. I don't even have a place to live now. Tan Shi frowned and said. Are you stupid? Wasn't it better to have nowhere to stay? Act coquettishly with him, and maybe he'll take you home. At that time, you can also see my two precious grandsons. Tan Shi's mother poked Tan Shi's temple hard. Tan Shi pursed her lips and nodded in response, feeling wronged. She had no backbone at all. Fortunately, Tan Shi wore a beautiful outfit today, so she didn't need to change her clothes. She took a taxi and rushed to the rendezvous location. She knew the usual place that Fan Liqing spoke of. She would never forget it. It was a high-class hotel, the place where Fan Liqing often took her. The place was decorated with gold and jade, making people feel as if they were living in a dream. Because of this, it made it easier for her to lose her mind. Soon, they arrived. Fan Liqing was already waiting inside. Exquisite dishes and red wine were ordered on the table. The decorative candlelight flickered, and the melodious sound of the cello was deep and mellow. It made people's hearts float. Brother Fan. Tan Shi carefully called out. Fan Liqing smiled slightly. All right, don't say anything. Sit down and drink with me. Tan Shi nodded and carefully picked up the wine glass. The swaying red liquid exuded an intoxicating fragrance. She took a light sip and tried to maintain the best posture as a woman. Tan Shi didn't know how much she drank. On the other side of the red candlelight was the dream that she had once betrayed the man she loved the most. She wanted to live a stress-free life. She wanted to wake up in a room with a sea view every morning and enjoy life while looking at the scenery outside. She didn't want to hear the voices of her parents complaining that her husband wasn't good enough. It seemed that after a few drinks, she felt dizzy. The man who symbolized her dream was magnified in front of her eyes. He supported her and staggered into the elevator. When they got into the room, she was afraid that he would be unhappy, so she smiled and called his name. She tried her best to please him and make him happy as much as possible. The world was dark. She felt dizzy and her memory was hazy. When she opened her eyes again, it was an unfamiliar room. It was so white that it was dazzling. After thinking carefully, she should still be in the hotel. She took a deep breath and turned around. However, this movement gave her a shock. She only felt waves of tearing pain coming from her body, as if her body was about to break. After trying her best to get up, she suddenly saw the shocking mess in the room. Thinking carefully, she couldn't remember what happened. The room was filled with a messy smell. The smell wasn't pleasant. Her clothes were in a mess on the bed. They were even stained with some dirt. There was no one else in the room except for her. It should be with Boss Fan. Tan Shi thought for a moment and heaved a sigh of relief. She had already given birth to Boss Fan's son, so she wasn't surprised. She picked up her phone. The screen was black. Only then did she know that it was turned off. However, the moment she turned it on, a call came in. Stupid girl. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you go to see Boss Van? How could someone take such an ugly photo? Father Tan roared angrily over the phone. She was a little confused. Dad, what are you talking about? I went to see Boss Van. Boss Van, Boss Van. Search for Pak Yuen yourself. The headline is that Pak Yuen's ex-wife has a messy private life and has cheated on him countless times. Father Tan said angrily. She hurriedly hung up the phone. She looked around and was so angry that she almost fainted. A day had already passed, and it was now noon of the second day. The news was released in the morning, and there were mosaic photos of her. The photos were shocking, and many people had already seen them. There were reports and comments everywhere. Some people were scolding her, while others were mocking Pak Yuen. Boss Van, she trembled. He must have done it. He hurriedly dialed the number, but it took a long time for the other party to answer. Boss Van, how could this be? How could there be a strange man? And not just one? In the photo, she seemed to be very happy. She seemed to be in a proactive state. That was why she was scolded so badly. But she couldn't remember what happened last night. Even if she was drunk, it wouldn't be like this. Oh, it's you. Did you see the photo? Fan Liqin said lazily. Shi, have some self-awareness. Don't you know how old you are? Are you still a young girl? It's not your first time, so why are you so nervous? Besides, didn't you want to get back together with Pak Yuen? I'm helping you now. Who knows, maybe Pak Yuen will see how good you are in bed and come to you for some more. With a simple sentence, he didn't want to listen to Shi's nagging anymore. Following the news of Pak Yuen's ex-wife's debauchery, he arranged for other things to happen. Now, there was a piece of news that was working hard to rise. This piece of news wrote some bad things about Yuling Wines. For example, Yuling Wine's brand of wine was a little evil. It was unknown if that wine had the ability to make men lose their minds, but many of the men who were in love with Yuling Wine's 7-star wine had their wives cheating on them. He even went as far as to promote it, changing the name of this legendary wine to Green Hat Wine. Men were all prideful, especially in this aspect. They would definitely avoid it. As long as he went as far as he could, and then joined forces with a few big wine companies in the capital to suppress them, Jade Spirit Wine Company would never be able to set foot in the capital. Shi was stunned. She called Pak Yuen again, but she was blocked by Pak Yuen and couldn't be contacted at all. At this time, Pak Yuen and Jing Yunjiao had also received the news and were contacting the media, hoping to control the momentum. The Jade Spirit Wine Company was too glorious now, and its name was almost known by everyone. If this news was allowed to spread without explanation, it would have a great impact on them. Especially this sudden rumor of a green hat wine, it was even more serious. Brother Bai, contact the reporters for an interview and immediately explain the matter clearly to ensure that the media knows that you are divorced. In addition, I suggest that you and Xianxia appear together. This way, you can draw a clear line between you and Shi. As for the other news, I will find someone to deal with it. Jing Yunjiao frowned and arranged. Pak Yuen didn't need to worry about dealing with business. Shi had already found another man during her marriage, but after all, it had been so long. Pak Yuen could say that they had agreed to divorce a long time ago. In short, Shi's reputation was now ruined. Helping her clarify the affair would only be beneficial to Pak Yuen. But how will you deal with it? If it was in Ning City, no one would dare to expose this news, but this is Jingdu. Pak Yuen asked. This was what he was most worried about. After all, they didn't have many connections in Jingdu. Many media outlets were very powerful and couldn't be offended. They could only block their mouths with money. Even the interview he was going to do later had to be done in advance to get the other party to write a favorable article for them. In fact, this news wouldn't cause too much of a blow to Yuling Wines, but now they were entering Jingdu. Everything that could affect them had to be removed. You don't have to worry about connections. Jing Yunjiao sneered. The media might not give face to Yuling Wines, but they would give face to the Su family. By the way, during the interview, don't forget to repeat 7-star Wine's current glory. This is the national wine that has been recognized. It's not something that can be insulted casually. As for the media that spoke rudely, go back and check the information for me. It needs to be more comprehensive. Jing Yunjiao instructed over the phone again. After saying this, Jing Yunjiao was not in a hurry to wait at home for his uncle to get off work. She looked as if she had something on her mind all day, which made Su Wenqing very curious. However, he wanted to wait for Jing Yunjiao to take the initiative to speak, so he didn't ask. Who knew that she would still remain silent until her eldest brother came home? Only then did she heave a sigh of relief, which made him feel a little jealous. What's wrong, Zhao? Did someone bully you? First uncle glanced at Su Wenqing and asked. I'm not the one who bullied Xiao Zhao. Su Wenqing leaned on the sofa and scoffed at his elder brother. Jing Yunjiao also smiled. Second uncle is very good to me. I have something that I need your help with. Oh? Su Yuantek took off his coat and sat on the sofa. He was also a little curious. Tell me, what is it? Ever since Jing Yunjiao went on vacation, the first place Su Yuanze and Su Yuanqing would go to after coming back from a trip wasn't their own building, but Jing Yunjiao's main building. The two brothers didn't have many chances to meet each other in the past. Now that they did, they would compete with each other. My company has a little trouble. Several media outlets in Jingdu came forward to report some false news. Although this news can be solved with money, there is someone behind it, so it should cost a lot of money. I can't bear to spend so much money. After thinking about it, it's better to let first uncle suppress it with your identity. Jing Yunjiao held a cup of tea and acted like a spoiled child. Jing Yunjiao had lived with the Su family for so long. Adding on the fact that they were blood-related, their relationship would naturally get better and better. Compared to the distant attitude she had when she first entered the family, she had already changed a lot. Now that she said that the company was in trouble, Su Yuantek was puzzled. Isn't her company controlled by the military? Who would dare to touch it? Even if it was him, he couldn't easily deal with Cloud Spirit Medicine. It's not a medical company, it's Jade Spirit Wines. Jing Yunjiao hurriedly explained, Yuling Wines is one of my businesses in Ning City, and it's developing quite well. Recently, I've been preparing to set up a branch in the capital and shift my focus, but someone just had to bribe the media to expose some unpleasant things. After thinking about it, Yuling Wines doesn't have much of a relationship with the capital. Even if I paid the money, the media might not let my company go. That's why, eldest uncle, I still have to rely on you. After Jing Yunjiao finished speaking, Su Yuantek's hand that was holding the cup trembled violently. Fortunately, the tea in his mouth had already entered his stomach, otherwise, he would definitely choke. You said Jade Spirit Wines? Isn't the boss of that company someone called Pak Yuan? Su Yuantek asked with widened eyes. Brother Bai is working for me. Jing Yunjiao said embarrassedly. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth twitched again. The Jade Spirit Wine Company had brought in a lot of taxes to Serene City. More importantly, her winery had supported a lot of people. In addition, she had recently obtained the title of national wine, which made him a little envious. After all, if the Jade Spirit Wine Company was under his jurisdiction, it would definitely be a big political achievement. But he didn't expect that the winery was also his niece's. Zhao, if I remember correctly, this Jade Spirit Wines was founded 2 or 3 years ago, right? How old were you at that time? And where did you get the funds to start up? Su Yuantek thought carefully, but he still didn't believe it. Su Wenqing, who was sitting opposite him, also pricked up his ears. His expression was one of surprise and one of joy. At this moment, his feelings were indescribable. Even the way he looked at Jing Yunjiao was filled with an incomprehensible mystery. Back then, I bought a big jar by chance. It was an antique. After I put it on display online, Elder Tang of Ning City took a liking to it and received a sum of money. The Jade Spirit Wine Company was started with that sum of money. Furthermore, when I was in the Yang province, I often treated patients, so my connections in Ning City and the county are quite extensive. Also, I met a mysterious old master who taught me a lot of things and gave me some treasures. One of them was a ginseng. I sold it to my grandfather and earned a few million yuan, Jing Yunjiao explained in detail. Back then, she had mentioned this to the people she worked with, such as Du Lin of Xianxia. She said that the fruits and vegetables in her possession were all provided by her mysterious master. Although Du Lin was suspicious, he couldn't find anything even if he investigated. No one would have thought that there really was an independent space in this world. Moreover, she had chosen Du Lin not only because Yu Tianxian's business would be good in the future, but also because she understood what Yu Tianxian needed. Du Lin was a culinary fanatic. He wanted ingredients that could display his ancestors' culinary skills. As long as the price of the ingredients wasn't ridiculously high, he would accept and not ask any questions. However, at this moment, Jing Yunjiao's words greatly shocked Su Yuantek and his brother. What is the background of your previous master? If it were anyone else, they might not believe in the existence of a hidden master in the world. However, as a member of the Su family, they believed in it. For example, the old man had the title of a master. If it weren't for the fact that the Su family's descendants were famous, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a hidden master. Speaking of her master, Jing Yunjiao smiled and replied, "Master has a celestial demeanor and a relatively easygoing personality. He taught me a lot of things. If it weren't for him, I might still be suffering in the Qiao family. However, Master never allowed me to speak too much about him to others. When I first became his disciple, I also made a heavy oath, so I can't say too much about the details. Uncle, please don't make things difficult for me. Since you promised him, it's only right to keep it a secret." Su Yuantek was very understanding. The Su family had 1,000 years of inheritance. Almost all of their pharmaceutical recipes were secrets. When learning how to make medicine, one must first learn about character. At the very least, one must keep one's word. It seems that Xiaoxiao has met a lot of people in the past. Su Wenqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Your luck, no one in the Su family can compare to you." Yuling Wines, he knew about the company. Ever since he returned to China, whether it was at home or outside, he could see the 7-star wine produced by Yuling Wines almost everywhere. Even a few days ago, someone had sent him gifts. Among them were 2 bottles of 7-star wine. It was said that drinking it in moderation could strengthen the body. The ingredients used in the 7-star wine were also very practical. The price was ridiculously high and the amount produced each year was also very small. At that time, he didn't think much of it and casually gave it to the old man. Who knew that when the old man saw it, he rolled his eyes and said that he was wasting good wine and angrily took it away. At that time, he found out that the old man had an exclusive wine flask. Every time, the flask would always be filled to the brim with fragrant wine. Other wines, however, were never touched. Now that he thought about it, the old man's wine was probably provided by Jing Yunjiao. No wonder he treasured it so much. In the past, he only liked famous foreign red wine, but now his niece was selling wine. No matter what, he had to support her. It seemed that he would have to change his taste in the future. At this time, Jing Yunjiao had already said that she was the boss of Yuling Wines. Even though Su Yuantek's heart was still shocked, she had already asked, so of course he had to help. She immediately called her secretary and asked about the scandal that had plagued Yuling Wines. Jing Yunjiao was angry, but he was even angrier. Someone didn't want Yuling Wine to develop in the capital, which meant that they didn't want his precious niece to focus on him. Of course, he wasn't happy about that. He just gave an order, and his subordinates would nervously solve the problem for him. "Zhao, don't worry. Before tomorrow morning, I guarantee that all the negative news will disappear." Su Yuantek comforted. Even the wealthy merchants had to consider Su Yuantek's influence. "Thank you, uncle. I can rest assured now." Jing Yunjiao pursed his lips and smiled, his eyes sparkling. The 2 uncles felt complicated and happy at the same time. They looked at Jing Yunjiao with a strange expression. Acknowledging Jing Yunjiao back wasn't a matter of sending charcoal in snowy weather. The more she achieved, the more it would seem like the Su family was taking advantage of her. In the future, the more her reputation would resound, the more benefits he would receive as her uncle. Even though it was a good thing, he still felt a little sour in his heart. They would rather protect her under their knees than see her mature and intelligent early. With Su Yuantek's help, the participating media immediately trembled and quickly retracted the news. Fan Liqin had been watching from behind. When all the news suddenly disappeared without a trace, he was puzzled. He quickly contacted the one he was most familiar with and asked, but this time, he was even more confused. The CEO of the media company that helped Fan Liqin publicize the cuckold wine had a direct relationship with him. Fan Liqin was one of the shareholders. Although he didn't own a lot of shares, it was good to have a big tree to back him up. Therefore, the media company did whatever Fan Liqin told them to. I don't know about the other companies, but I received a call from the government this morning. They forbade any news that would damage Yuling Wine's reputation. This order seems to have been personally passed down by Mayor Su. Boss Fan, I don't dare to make a move now. If I offend Mayor Su, my small media company won't be able to hold on for long, the company's CEO hurriedly said on the other end of the phone. Mayor Su? How is that possible? Did someone from Yuling Wines find someone to impersonate him? Fan Liqin didn't believe it at all. Yuling Wines was indeed famous, but it didn't have much influence in Jingdu. In addition, he had privately found a few other wine companies to put pressure on the media. Even if Mayor Su knew, he would still give face to those companies' CEOs. It can't be an impersonator. The person who called to inform them was someone close to Mayor Su, the CEO added. Fan Liqin became more and more irritated. Does Mayor Su have nothing better to do? What else did the government say? They said to put an end to this kind of vicious competition. If such a situation is discovered again, they will increase the intensity of the investigation. They should also have informed those wine companies. Not long ago, the people in charge of those companies called to withdraw their previous intentions. Fan Liqin rubbed his forehead. He couldn't understand why Mayor Su would interfere in such a small matter. Could it be because Yuling Wine's 7-star wine had won the gold medal in the evaluation and the reputation of being the national wine? No matter what, he didn't think so. Try again. Reduce the intensity of the publicity and test it out. Fan Liqin thought about it and still found it strange, so he suggested. This media company had a close relationship with Fan Liqin. Although they were a little nervous, if Fan Liqin got angry, it wouldn't be good for the company. Therefore, they listened obediently and continued to leave a spot for Pak Yuan on the online news page. Pak Yuan had already stepped forward to explain the situation. And the impact of this matter on them was negligible. However, even though this fly couldn't kill people, it was still quite annoying to have it hover around them. Therefore, according to Jing Yunjiao's request, Pak Yuan quickly investigated this online media company. This wasn't a very big company, but it had always been very influential in the news industry. The news it caught had always been more eye-catching. Therefore, whether it was the print newspaper or the electronic news on the internet, the number of people reading it was very high. However, in order to attract readers, the news released by these media companies was more or less exaggerated or inaccurate. The more things they released, the more problems there would be. It was very easy to find out what the problem was. Jing Yunjiao sent all the influential news released by this company to the few exclusive detectives she had recruited. With their skills, it was easy to find out the real situation of the main character in the news. However, this investigation wasn't something that could be done overnight. It was enough to have people to do it. Jing Yunjiao began to focus on receiving guests these days. There were only a few days left before the birthday banquet. Old Man Gan, Su Chu, Gan Jinchen, and even Tang Zihua all rushed over from Yang Province. Although Jing Yunjiao had told them over the phone that she had acknowledged her family, she didn't mention what her family did. Now that they had brought her to the capital city, they naturally had to arrange for her to stay with the Su family. The third floor of the Su family's residence was very large. It could easily accommodate dozens of people, let alone a few. However, since they were guests, they naturally had to be separated from the host's residence. Therefore, Su Wenqing had been temporarily staying in the main building for the past few days, and the side building was specially used to entertain guests. Cousin, your family is so grand. I'm so envious that you can have such a big house in the capital city. Su Chu exclaimed as soon as they got out of the car. The house had beautiful scenery on all four sides. The house was grand, and there was a courtyard at the back as well as other small courtyards. Many camellias were planted nearby. Although they had withered during the winter, after a snowfall, it looked like a paradise. since you're studying in the capital city, you can come here often in the future. I'm the only child in the house now, so it'll be more lively with more people around." Jing Yunjiao smiled faintly. Her gaze was gentle, and she had a gentle and noble aura about her. Grandpa Gon looked at this god-granddaughter of his and secretly clicked his tongue. It hadn't been long, but Jing Yunjiao was becoming more and more beautiful by the day. Her entire person was light and ethereal, and she looked like the winter snow. However, when she treated them, there was a hint of gentleness in her attitude. "Yunjiao, girl, don't let this child fool around and make a fool of yourself in front of your family." Grandpa Gon was a little happy, but he still had a sense of propriety. Right now, he still didn't know how Jing Yunjiao's family treated her. Judging from the family's circumstances, their standards were probably not low. Jing Yunjiao had been outside for so long, who knew if she could get along with her family in such a short time. Therefore, at this time, it was best not to cause trouble. Moreover, he heard that they had found her grandfather and uncle. This uncle was probably already married and had a career, so he might not be able to treat his niece well. In short, it was best to avoid causing trouble for her as much as possible. "Grandpa, don't worry. Uncle can't wait for more people to accompany me." Jing Yunjiao was extremely grateful to Grandpa Gon. Back then, after she left the Qiao family, Grandpa Gon made her feel the warmth of a family member. Towards him, Jing Yunjiao was naturally extremely respectful. "Therefore," she said, "now that I have a grandfather and a grandfather, it can be considered complete. However, because it's almost the new year, my two uncles are relatively busy. I'm afraid they will only come at night. At that time I will personally prepare a meal to welcome grandfather." Okay. I haven't tasted your craftsmanship in a long time, I'm craving it." Grandpa Gon suddenly laughed. Among the younger generation, Jing Yunjiao was definitely the most filial. Usually, she would call to ask about him and would often have people send him wine. A few months ago, someone caused trouble at his clinic. In the end, in less than an hour, someone came to help and scared the scoundrel away. At that time, he saw that the person who came was fierce and seemed to be the leader of a gang. He felt a little strange. After asking carefully, he found out that it was someone that Jing Yunjiao had helped before. It was only because Jing Yunjiao had told them to take care of his clinic before she left that they came to help. At that moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. It had to be said that although he used to treat this child as his granddaughter, they were not blood-related after all. It wasn't good for him to care too much about everything. He treated her a little differently from how he treated Feng Qiu and Jin Chen. She was a smart person and should be aware of his misgivings, but she only remembered his kindness. He had lived a lifetime, and until now, the most regretful thing was that Jing Yunjiao was not his biological granddaughter. Jing Yunjiao supported Grandpa Gon while Suchu, Gon Jinchen, and Tang Zihua followed on either side. They entered the guest room, where the servants helped with the luggage. Since it was her coming-of-age birthday, both families had brought gifts. The Tang family was wealthy, and she had saved Tang Zihua before, so Grandpa Tang would not be stingy. He gave her his favorite pair of antique plum vases. The design of the vases was elegant, and although they were antiques, they were clean and spotless. It was obvious that they had been well maintained. Jing Yunjiao thanked him profusely. She thought to herself that the next time it was Grandpa Tang's birthday, she would definitely give him something he liked. In this relationship, reciprocation was the only way to last. First of all, she and Tang Zihua were friends and classmates. Even without Tang Zihua, Grandpa Tang had helped Yu Ling wine a lot. In the future, they would have to work together, so of course they had to be careful. Now I'm really curious about who your grandfather is. I think this house can be considered an old mansion, right? If it didn't have any family background, it wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Yunjiao, this Su family should be a famous family, right? Tang Zihua was even more curious after entering the house. Tang Zihua had been studying in X City for the past 6 months. It was said that the school not only taught some business knowledge, but also etiquette. The people who went to study there came from many places, and the students who could enter the school were mostly from good families. The school was also very useful. Tang Zihua no longer had the sickly weakness he had in the past. Instead, he was more humble and courteous. His actions and expressions were very appropriate, and he was simply like a noble young master. Actually, Grandpa has also met my grandfather. Jing Yunjiao revealed a mysterious expression. Really? Gan Jinchen was surprised, and quickly asked Grandpa Tang, Grandpa, why didn't you tell us if you knew? That's not right, Grandpa hasn't been to the capital for many years. Gan Jinchen's current evolution was the complete opposite of Tang Zihua's. His skin was the color of wheat, his eyes were bright, and there were even some rough calluses on his hands. The capital's top military medical school had been honed quite a bit. Yunjiao girl, I don't remember seeing him before, could it be? Grandpa Gan suddenly thought of something, especially when he saw her mysterious expression. He suddenly asked, could it be your master, Su Jingji? Back then, Su Jingji was extremely famous in Huaning County. All the major hospitals gave him face. Although he didn't know where he came from, that person was arrogant and had a sage-like demeanor. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Jing Yunjiao immediately nodded her head, Su Jingji is my grandfather. This sentence was full of pride. Grandpa Gan was stunned, and immediately slapped his thigh, so it's like this. I was wondering how many people wanted to meet Grandmaster Su back then but couldn't do it. Yet, he only cared about and cherished you. So it turns out that it's because of this bloodline fate. Yunjiao girl, you've finally come to the end of your suffering. This Grandmaster Su has quite the standard when it comes to medicine. If you learn from him well, you won't lack anything and won't have to worry about anything in the future. Grandpa Gan was happy and envious. When Su Jingji had just arrived in Huaning County, the medical world didn't know where the rumors about him came from. It caused many people to disregard their age and dignity to bring their children or themselves to be apprenticed to him. Whether it was medicine or medical skills, he was willing to teach them a thing or two. They benefited immensely. But this Master Su's temper was strange. Those who found him were all kicked out by him. Slowly, everyone gave up. Even he was tempted back then, but he didn't expect that the thing that outsiders wanted would fall into Jing Yunjiao's hands. It was really fate. Grandpa Gan's face lit up with joy. He changed the topic and asked, where's your grandfather? Since I'm here, I should greet him. Grandfather is a medicine fanatic. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. The appointment with him was in the afternoon, so Grandpa, you should rest well and meet him in the afternoon, Jing Yunjiao said apologetically. Grandpa Gan and the others had come all the way here, but she was the only one who came out to greet them. However, the strange thing was that woman, Xianxia. Recently, she had been more attentive, even a little overboard. She always treated her as if she was her own daughter. Logically speaking, when she found out that there were guests, she should have immediately shown up to express her affection for her aunt. Where's Aunt Shen? Jing Yunjiao was curious, so she turned to ask the servant. Young master returned to the capital, but his body wasn't well, so he went directly to the hospital. Madam went to visit him, the servant hurriedly said. They knew very well who had a higher status in this family. 2 days ago, a servant had said a few words about Miss Gu in private. When the young master found out, he immediately fired her. Working for the Su family paid well, and there weren't many people in the Su family. It was easy to take care of them, so this job was very important to them. Jing Yunjiao nodded her head in understanding. So it was Su Yu who came back. No wonder. Since it was related to her son's health, Xianxia couldn't continue with the act. Old Man Gan and the others didn't understand why Jing Yunjiao would address her as Auntie Shen, but when they saw her cold eyes when she mentioned the 2 words Auntie Shen, they knew that the person must have made her feel disgusted. Thus, they tactfully didn't ask any more questions and allowed the servants to lead them to their respective rooms. Xianxia didn't appear for an entire day. Jing Yunjiao was happy and relaxed. She didn't need to play Tai Chi with that woman. A few hours later, the old man came out of the pharmacy. Knowing that her friend and god-grandfather had come, he specially changed into a brand new tang suit and looked particularly energetic. He even took out the good wine that Jing Yunjiao had given him. It was obvious that he valued it very much. The 2 elders were about the same age, so they had many things to talk about. In the past, Grandpa Gan was arrogant and didn't care about outsiders. But now that he had Jing Yunjiao as a bridge, he naturally treated Grandpa Gon with more respect and courtesy. This child is my granddaughter, Chu Chu, and this is my grandson, Jingchen. These two children are in the same grade as Yunjiao. They had a good relationship when they were in school, but unfortunately, they are not as sensible as Yunjiao. They originally wanted to learn medicine and inherit the family business, but who knew that neither of them dared to be interested. After Grandpa Gon and Grandpa Gon exchanged a few pleasantries, they slowly became familiar with each other. Old Man Su looked at the three juniors and was very satisfied. They're all good kids. It doesn't matter if they study medicine or not, as long as they have good natures. Grandpa Gon was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Because when he saw other people's grandchildren, he thought of his own family's idiot. Their Su family had saved many people with medicine for many generations and had accumulated countless merits. Unfortunately, the Su family's descendant was so crooked that he didn't know if he was reincarnated into the wrong family. That's true. Fortunately, military doctors are also doctors. I can feel comforted in my heart. Grandpa Gon smiled. When he smelled the aroma of the wine on the table, he said enviously, I can tell that this wine was brewed by Yunjiao the moment I smell it. It's so tempting that the gluttonous bug is about to come out. Brother Gon, do you know how to play chess? Let's drink while we play a few moves. Okay. There's nothing to talk about with this group of children. The two of us can chat and drink, and the children can do whatever they want. As they spoke, the two of them looked at each other more and more pleasing to the eye. One of them didn't have the arrogant and contemptuous attitude he used to have towards others, and the other was less suspicious and careful. They directly started a game on the side. Jing Yunjiao breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, his grandfather had always been rude to others, so he was a little worried. Now that he saw the two getting along so well, he felt relieved. Not long after, his two uncles arrived one after the other. Their expressions were more amiable than usual, as if they were ordinary elders. They hurriedly stood up and greeted their uncles. Tang Zihua glanced at Su Yuantek and felt that he looked familiar. After a while, he suddenly asked, Uncle Su, you look so familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Are you? Tang Zihua's head hurt from thinking about it. My uncle is the mayor of the capital. Grandpa Tang has some business in the capital, so he should know. Did you see me at his place? Jing Yunjiao pursed his lips and smiled. When he said this, the children were shocked. Grandpa Gon, on the other hand, could accept it. After all, this family was not simple, especially Su Jingji's son. He was sure to have a bright future, so he was not particularly surprised. That's right, that's right. I remember my grandfather telling me. Tang Zihua suddenly realized something, and then became nervous. Mayor Su, I didn't know your identity, so my grandfather didn't tell you. I hope you can forgive me. I'll send my greetings to you on my grandfather's behalf. He was serious. He was only 19 years old, but when he spoke, he was very serious and polite. Su Yuantek couldn't help but laugh and waved his hand. Since you're here as a guest, you don't have an official position. Just call me uncle. I don't have a nephew, so it sounds more intimate. As he said this, he stared at Su Wencheng. If it weren't for his brother not getting married and having children at his age, their family wouldn't be so weak. Okay, thank you, Uncle Su. Tang Zihua didn't hesitate. After the proper etiquette, he would naturally put friendship first. He also knew that if he was too full, he would overflow. He was here to celebrate Jing Yunjiao's birthday, not to curry favor with the mayor, Su Yuantek. Su Wencheng, on the other hand, looked at Tang Zihua a few more times. His picky eyes scanned him from head to toe. Age, 1 year older, a good match for his niece. Handsome, fair, and clean. He was still young now, but in a few years, he would be more mature. When that time came, he would definitely be a high-quality talent. In addition, his family background was not bad. The Tang family was second to none in the Yang province's Ning city, and had many assets. The two of them could be considered childhood sweethearts, and there was no age gap between them. They were definitely better than Li Xiaoyun, right? As Su Wencheng thought about it, he took a sip of water to hide his thoughts. At the same time, he glanced at Gon Jingchen. He found that this child was not bad. He looked more masculine than Tang Zihua. In the future, he would definitely be more manly. Although his family background was average, the Gong family was good to Xiao. If they succeeded, there would be no family conflicts, not to mention that the Su family had the ability to control them. Also, this boy studied military medicine, half military and half medical. In the future, if he did well, he would be able to get a military rank of first lieutenant or above. He might even become a major general or lieutenant general. His future was very bright. Cousin, why does your second uncle keep staring at my cousin and Zihua? Su Chu accidentally saw Su Wanqing's eyes and felt goosebumps all over her body. She carefully tugged at Jing Yunzhao's clothes and asked in a low voice. Jing Yunzhao was stunned and raised her head to look over. Sure enough, this second uncle's eyes were flashing with a strange light, as if he was up to no good. He didn't know what he was thinking. Second uncle, what are you thinking about? Jing Yunzhao raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Su Wanqing coughed dryly. He looked a little embarrassed, but then he smiled and said directly, I just think that you get along well with your friends. Oh right, do you have a girlfriend? As he said this, he looked in the direction of Gong Jinchen and Tang Zihua. Both of them were stunned, and then they shook their heads almost at the same time. That's good. You guys are still young. You need to spend more time on your studies, Su Wanqing said seriously, not showing any joy on his face. After being reminded by Su Yuanqing, Su Yuanzi also remembered that these two little boys had known his Zhao for a long time, so they knew each other very well. It would be a good thing for either of them to be with Zhao. Although there was no shortage of outstanding young people of the same age in Jingdu, with Zhao's temperament, she might not take a fancy to those unfamiliar with her. Besides, these two children were indeed outstanding and ambitious enough, so they did not need to care too much about their family background. The Su family had money, and the Su family also had power. The other party only asked that Zhao take a liking to them. Zhao, if your future boyfriend can be like these two, uncle will be satisfied. Su Yuantek hinted and said with a smile. Jing Yunzhao's mouth twitched. Tang Zihua and Gong Jinchen were even more shocked. The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. If they had heard this 2 or 3 years ago, they would have been very excited. After all, at that time, they didn't know Jing Yunzhao well. They only knew that she was more special than others, and they couldn't help but like her. But after knowing her for a long time, that feeling slowly turned into admiration. The gap between them grew bigger and bigger, and they became more self-aware. In the past, the two of them were not satisfied with Li Xiaoyun and were even a little jealous of him. But now that they thought about it carefully, that man was more worthy of Jing Yunzhao than they were. What's more, Su Chu told them on the phone a few days ago that Jing Yunzhao was already with Li Xiaoyun. At that time, they thought they would be a little sad, but in fact, besides being surprised, they were also relieved. They had known Li Xiaoyun for a long time. Even if they did not know who he was, they had known him for so long and he had always taken care of Jing Yunzhao. That kind of attitude could not be deceived. They would definitely feel more at ease if Jing Yunzhao was with him than if she were in the hands of a stranger. Cousin, don't they know yet? Su Chu didn't want to talk too much, so she asked softly. Jing Yunzhao was also a little surprised. Why didn't the old man tell his uncle? Also, didn't second uncle see Li Xiaoyun before? Not satisfied, thinking about it again, it made sense. That day, second uncle and Li Xiaoyun were like Mars colliding with Earth. Jing Yunzhao wanted to speak up for Li Xiaoyun, but second uncle was deliberately pretending to be stupid. She was afraid that even if she said it, it would be useless. Moreover, now that there were guests at home, it was really not a good time to talk about this. Her somewhat helpless expression made Su Chu and the other two speechless. They silently mourned for Li Xiaoyun in their hearts. In the evening, Jing Yunzhao personally cooked a table of sumptuous dishes. This was the first time she had cooked since she returned home. Su Yuantek and Su Wanqing did not have much hope, but after eating, their appetite suddenly increased. Why hasn't Xianxia come back yet? Is you seriously injured? At the dinner table, the old man suddenly remembered and asked Su Yuantek. It's not serious. He's just a little tanned. In addition, there are many kinds of germs in Heizhou. She was worried and insisted on checking a few more times. I'm afraid he will have to stay in the hospital tonight. Su Yuantek was also a little dissatisfied. If his son could come back, it meant that his body must have passed all kinds of examinations. However, Xianxia still felt that he had harmed his son. If she hadn't been so clingy, Su probably wouldn't have been so insensible. Back then, he was indeed angry and sent him to Heizhou for training. However, he was the only child of the Su family after all, and he was also his child. No matter how much he disliked or was dissatisfied, he couldn't really send him to his death. Therefore, he had people take good care of him in Heizhou. Su would suffer, but he wouldn't lose his life. All aspects of protection were complete, and he wouldn't be allowed to come back with a messy disease. He only hoped that this son of his could be a little more sensible. He didn't expect him to be like himself or Yuanqing when they were young. He only wanted him to know right from wrong and have some principles when he did things. However, that kid was stubborn, and his bad habits were deeply ingrained. He had suffered a lot, and he didn't know if he could change a little this time. Let Yuer tell him before he comes back, lest he doesn't know what's good for him and bullies the girl. There will be more guests at home in a few days, and I don't want him to do anything shameful again, the old man said with a cold snort. Father, I will definitely give him a heads up first, Su Yuantek said helplessly. To be honest, he wasn't sure if Su would cause trouble or not. He had even sent him to Heizhou. Next time, he really didn't know what to use to punish him. He didn't know if this child was reincarnated to collect debts, and it gave him a headache. Brother, you were talking about your golden grandson, right? Old man Gon asked with some confusion. The grandson of the Su family shouldn't be too bad no matter what. He looks like a piece of gold on the outside, but he's rotten on the inside. I'm afraid you'll see tomorrow. Brother, don't laugh at me then. That child has been insensible since he was young, and he's always done whatever he wants. Our family can't control him no matter what, the old man said honestly, and he was indeed a little disappointed in his heart. When his grandson was born, his daughter was still alive. He liked the child very much. After all, he was the only child in the family. He liked to bring him along when he was making medicine. However, ever since he could talk and walk, he was not liked at all. His son was also a troublemaker when he was young, but he was reasonable and could be taught. However, Su was not like that. No matter how much he said to him, he would not listen and would even cry nonstop. It was even more so when he was a little older. He would casually throw things at whoever he did not like. If the other party did not comply with his wishes, he would ask his parents to chase them out. At that time, it was just a minor misdeed. Later on, it became a major misdeed. Grandpa Gon was a little curious. He couldn't believe it, but Su Jingji was never a person who would lie. Besides, if his grandson was really good, then most people wouldn't show such a disappointed look in front of others. How old is your grandson this year? Even if he's really immature, it's probably because he's still young. After a few more years, he'll definitely become more mature. Grandpa Gon comforted him. Let's hope so. I'm already old. I'm already satisfied with having a girl now. As for other things, I don't have any extravagant hopes. Su Jingji smiled disappointedly. His voice was a little lonely. The Su family's ability to make medicine must be passed down. His two sons couldn't do it, and his grandson couldn't do it. He could only hope for his granddaughter. However, this granddaughter was the only descendant of the Jing family. In the future, she would definitely inherit the Jing family's medical skills. He couldn't fight for it. Thinking of this, Grandpa Gon glanced at his two sons and frowned. He said, Yuanqing, how was the result of your blind date last time? That woman was already 25 or 26 years old. She dressed like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. We only chatted for a while and she started to feel wronged. From the back, others would think that I did something bad to the little girl. Compared to a woman like that, I might as well find a man. Su Wenqing had already prepared an excuse and casually said it. Su Wenqing felt a headache when he recalled the scene of the blind date after he lost the bet that day. The blind date was chosen by Su Yuantek. Her father was also from an official family, but his power was not as great as Su Yuantek's. The woman was quite good-looking. She had seen Su Wencheng once and liked him for many years. Therefore, she had never married. Since it was a blind date, Su Yuantek also hoped that there would be someone who would treat his younger brother well. Therefore, he chose that woman. However, he never expected that the woman would be so childish. When she saw Su Wencheng, she had a love-struck look on her face. Su Wencheng was picky to begin with. When he saw her appearance and taste, he instantly lost interest. Su Wencheng was a serious man outside. Once he lost his good mood, the woman began to feel wronged again. With snot and tears, she told him how much she liked him in the past few years. She even said that she had collected many of his photos. She took them out of her bag one by one and showed them to him. If he had not promised Su Yuantek at that time, Su Wencheng would have thrown the woman directly from upstairs. Was that a blind date? It did not look like it. It was more like seeing a stalker or a pervert. However, the old man did not know that. Therefore, when he heard Su Wencheng say that it was better to find a man, he suddenly became angry. If a man can give birth, I don't mind if you find one. Jing Yunjiao, Su Chu, and the other children were speechless. They wanted to laugh but could not. Their faces turned red. Of course, this woman has to have a temper, a bottom line, and a backbone. She can't be like my sister-in-law, who only knows how to be a rich lady once she gets married. She can only smile and can't even cry. She has to be able to lose her temper with me and listen to reason. In short, since she is my wife, she must be to my liking. Otherwise, how can I live my life? Su Yuanqing slowly wiped his mouth, extremely elegant, and spoke unhurriedly. The old man was also angry, but he was also proud and arrogant. No matter how unpleasant his son was, he was still his son. He could not just casually find a wife. Just like this Xianxia. If she was not pregnant, he would not have agreed. He did not care about the family background. He only cared about the affinity and the other person's personality. Xianxia seemed to be filial and put the family first. However, he always felt a little uncomfortable. She had been married to her eldest son for more than 20 years. So far, not to mention him, even the servants who had worked in the family for 20 years had not seen the couple quarrel. They had not even seen her lose her temper with Yuanzhe. He was not an old-fashioned man. He did not think that women should be obedient. On the contrary, he valued women with backbone and temper more. His eldest son was busy with work. Although he was talented, he was not considerate. Normal women would have some temper when they saw such a husband, but she did not. Humph, if there was such a woman, would she wait for you to marry her? She would have been snatched away by others. You are still young. Can you afford to wait? Su Yuantek said with disdain. Big bro, only men in their early 30s are popular these days. Young boys aren't necessarily considerate. Don't you guys think so? Su Yuanqing didn't give in at all. He glanced sideways and asked Jing Yunjiao, Su Chu, and the others. Almost. There are many girls in our class who are obsessed with uncles. Su Chu nodded. Tang Zihua and the others also echoed. Su Wencheng was 31 years old. He was not old. In fact, he was at the age when he was emitting the charm of a man. Besides, big brother, tell me. Are you satisfied with your life for more than 20 years? Are you satisfied with sister-in-law? Su Wencheng raised his eyebrows and revealed a subtle smile, deliberately provoking Su Yuantek. Your sister-in-law is a good person. She has not mistreated you over the years, Su Yuantek said. Regardless of the marriage, Su Yuantek was a man. In front of outsiders, he had to protect his wife's reputation. Moreover, although he had no love for Xianxia, she was still Mrs. Su. He could not humiliate her at will. Huh. Su Wencheng smiled. Yes, she is a good person. It's just that you have no feelings for her. In fact, it was more than no feelings. When Xianxia married into the family, he was still young, about 10 years old. The children of the Su family had always matured early. Even if they were 10 years old, they would understand some principles. They would not fool around, nor would they get too close to that woman. At that time, his elder sister liked Xianxia. The two of them often chatted together. His elder brother was often not at home, so he did not see much. However, he knew that the relationship between the two of them was similar to that of biological sisters. However, after his elder sister disappeared, he did not see Xianxia sad. Perhaps it was just an act on the surface. In private, there was nothing special about her. A few months later, she even met the wife of another family. It was the same as before. Moreover, his elder brother did not ask for anything from her. The two of them were not so much respectful to each other. It was better to say that they were estranged from each other like strangers. Although this woman's smile was sweet and gentle, it could not enter other people's hearts. He did not know why his elder brother could bear it for so many years. At this time, a figure passed by the door in the blink of an eye. Xianxia tilted his head and smiled slightly, pretending not to see it. Second uncle's words should have been heard by Xianxia. Was that why he was too ashamed to show up now? However, even if she heard it, she probably would not have any reaction. But he didn't expect her to come back from the hospital so suddenly. Xianxia, if you don't want to get married, you don't have to drag me and your sister-in-law into it. If you weren't satisfied with the person last time, I'll arrange another one for you next time. There are so many daughters from prestigious families in the capital. I don't believe that none of them can catch your eye. Xianxia didn't mean to blame him. Naturally, he wouldn't reprimand his younger brother for Xianxia. Xianxia felt that Xianxia was a little sad. She thought that she was in the best condition to be Mrs. Su, but in fact, for so many years, except for fame and wealth, it seemed that she didn't even get the slightest bit of concern from his uncle. It was no wonder. After all, Xianxia and first uncle didn't get married because they liked each other. Xianxia only listened to half of what his elder brother, Xianxia, said. He didn't take it to heart at all. There weren't many cars waiting for the meal, so he sat with them and talked about everything. Compared to Xianxia, who was the mayor, Xianxia's identity was a little more relaxed. Tang Zihua was more curious about him and asked him for advice on business. Although Xianxia usually looked like he didn't do his job at home, in fact, he was really capable. If he wasn't smart enough, even with the protection of the Su family, he wouldn't have been able to create his own family business. The main building was full of laughter, while the side building next to it was much quieter. On the sofa, after Xianxia and Xianxia had a simple meal, they sat obediently and waited for Xianxia's arrival. However, Xianxia naturally had to stay in the main building to accompany the guests, so he didn't appear for a long time. Xianxia still maintained the smile on her face, but it was a little stiff. Xianxia was even more impatient. Mom, can't I go and see that cousin? If Dad doesn't come for one night, do I have to wait here for the whole night? My body hasn't recovered yet. I can't waste time with him. Xianxia's appearance had changed. His face was pitch black, as if it had been pixelated. His lips and skin had even become the same color. If he didn't open his mouth, one wouldn't be able to see his white teeth. One might even think that he was a dead object. Xianxia called out in dissatisfaction. She raised her head and asked the servant to do something else. Then she continued, didn't I tell you before? You have to endure at home and be polite. Do you want to be sent away? I can't endure it. Xianxia was a little annoyed. Dad can't kill me anyway. I'm his only son. If I die, there will be no one in the Su family. Humph, you know what kind of person your dad is. If he really gets angry, it's hard to say. Xianxia sneered. You haven't seen how your dad treats your cousin. He can't wait to raise her to the sky. Mom has no status in the family. Now it's all up to you. If you don't behave and reassure your dad, we won't have a good life. So serious? So you didn't believe it? Wasn't she just a wild phoenix? A girl living in a small place like that probably didn't know any rules and etiquette. He didn't believe that she could really surpass him. Although he was afraid of his grandfather, father, and even his uncle, he knew that they would at most punish him. After all, the blood of the Su family flowed in his body. No matter what, nothing would happen. They loved Xianxia. As long as you treat her well, your grandfather and father will treat you well. Although you offended her before, you didn't know her identity at that time. It's reasonable for you to reconcile now. Besides, you're in the same school as her. You can take care of each other. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Her eyes seemed to burst out with sparks. Every word she said was heartfelt. Suyu showed a rare look of respect and nodded. Now you have to pretend in front of your dad and promise to protect Jing Yunjiao. As for the future, there's still a long way to go. It's not certain who will have the last laugh. Xianxia touched the agate bead bracelet on her wrist and said with a smile. Suyu was used to his mother's reaction. Since he was told to wait, he would wait obediently. After all, he had slept quite a lot during the day in the hospital. However, when she saw the gaze of the servant not far away, she felt a little resentful. He would never have thought that Jing Yunjiao was his cousin. No wonder his father would throw him to Heizhou for her. He province was really desolate. At one point, it made him want to die. The lack of water and food made him on the verge of collapse every time. Fortunately, he persevered. He swore that as long as he returned, he would definitely teach that woman a lesson. The mother and son sat quietly in the living room. Xianxia looked like a good woman. When the servant saw this, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Ever since Jing Yunjiao, this Miss Biao, appeared in the family, Madame's position in the family became lower and lower. She would usually serve that Miss Biao with good food and drinks, but that Miss Biao still didn't give her any face. She always had a cold and indifferent expression, calling her Auntie Shen without leaving any face. In the past, Madame would invite some friends to the house. However, recently, in order to prevent the cousin from being unhappy, she had been holding back. She usually stayed at home for a day, which made them feel bored. Not only that, but now, when the cousin entertained guests, the young master had to accompany her. He actually put his wife and children aside. However, the Su family's family affairs were not something outsiders like them could interfere with. Su Yuantek didn't stay too late in the main building. After all, the two elders had a good time chatting together, and the children couldn't talk to him. Su Wenqing's younger brother was even more reckless, and he didn't have the energy to stay alone. After getting a general understanding of Jing Yunjiao's friends, he also got up and went back to rest. But when he entered the living room of the auxiliary building, he was shocked. Aren't you in the hospital? Su Yuantek's old face couldn't help but twitch as he asked. It wasn't that he was making a fuss, but after not seeing him for so long, he almost didn't recognize him. Su Yu's skin had become dark, and if he was thrown outside, he probably wouldn't be able to see him. This son of his used to be good-looking, but now, his appearance couldn't be seen, and his skin was so dark that he couldn't even be distinguished. Su Yuantek coughed dryly, restraining the somewhat uncontrollable laughter in his heart, and quickly restored the posture of an elder. Xianxia hurriedly came up and said with a smile, I didn't find any problems, so I let him come back. I wanted him to meet Yunjiao, but look at your skin color, I'm afraid Yunjiao won't dare to recognize him. That's true, I'm afraid this will scare his friends. Stay in the auxiliary building for the next few days and don't go out. Read more of the ancient scriptures left by the ancestors. There are great principles written in them. Su Yuantek nodded and took advantage of the situation to say. He wasn't willing to belittle Su Yu everywhere, mainly because he couldn't praise him. For Su Yu, he had consulted an expert in the education field before, and the expert said that he couldn't blindly praise and reprimand him. Therefore, he treated Su Yu very well for some days, guiding him everywhere and reasoning with him every time, hoping that he could make progress. But the result was that Su Yu thought himself infallible and felt that he had become the overlord of the family, and those days were even more outrageous. Previously, he had sent him to Heizhou because he had made a mistake, and this mistake wasn't so easy to make up for. Moreover, how could he not know what kind of character his son was? If he was freed, Zhao's friends would not be able to live in peace. In order to prevent that kind of accident from happening, it was better to give him a warning first. When Xianxia heard Su Yuantek's words, the smile on her face became even wider. Yuer has improved. This time, I guarantee that he will listen to whatever you say. After saying that, he glanced at Su Yu. Su Yu glanced at him and immediately nodded. All right, Dad, I'll go read. Reading? What's so interesting about those old antiques? There was a musty smell. Fortunately, he had hidden some interesting things in the house. Otherwise, wouldn't he be bored to death? Su Yuantek was surprised that Su Yu agreed so readily. To be honest, it was better to believe that the sun would rise from the west tomorrow than to believe that he had really changed. However, since he was so obedient this time, as a father, he wouldn't think that he was always thinking about good things. In the future, your grandfather will live at home. Don't make him angry. I remember that you offended Zhao before. When I find a chance, I'll let you two meet. You prepare a gift and apologize to her properly. Do you understand? Su Yuantek said again. Su Yu frowned slightly, but in front of Su Yuantek, he didn't have the courage to attack and just nodded. His skin color had become a protective layer, so that people couldn't see his disgusted expression. After saying this, Su Yuantek returned to his bedroom. His bedroom and Xianxi's bedroom were on the second floor, but they weren't in the same room. One was even on the left side of the spiral staircase, and the other was on the right side. Mom, how many friends did cousin have? Su Yu couldn't help but ask before returning to the room. 1 old and 3 young ones. There will be 1 more coming tomorrow. They are all friends that she met in Huaning County. These few are going to live in our house temporarily. There will be others on the birthday. Of course, your dad and your second uncle also invited people that they have a good relationship with. It will be a big scene. Are all the people her age female? Are they beautiful? Su Yu didn't care at all and directly changed the topic. At the mention of women, Su Yu's eyes lit up. Xianxia frowned. Don't mess around. No matter how beautiful her friends are, you can't touch them. At least, you can't touch them openly. Xianxia lowered her voice and said softly. She had known that her son liked women for a long time. She had tried to control him in the past, mainly because she was afraid that he would lose his body at such a young age. However, after a long time, she found that her son had self-control. He just liked beautiful women, not indulged in debauchery. Su Yu nodded. He reached out and put his arm around Xianxi's shoulder like an obedient son. He smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. I'll be careful. But we'll have to trouble you. Our family has never invited so many guests in all these years. Even when I was an adult, I didn't receive such treatment. That Jing Yunjiao got lucky. It's a pity. It's rare to meet such a beautiful girl, and she turned out to be my cousin. If it was in ancient times, we could keep the goodies within the family. But now, it's impossible. Su Yu said with a look of pity. Xianxia shook her head and sighed. Yunjiao, that child. I really don't like her. The wife you marry in the future can't be as arrogant as her. Her family background can't be too high, and she has to be gentle and obedient. Otherwise, Mom won't be happy. Xianxia reminded him faintly. Her birth was her biggest regret. Although she had lived in the Su family for more than 20 years, even now, the wives of rich families would still talk about her behind her back. She was clear about this in her heart. However, even though they had the same background, her younger sister, Shintong, received a different evaluation. Back then, people said that Shintong was born with the talent to act. She was smart and kind because of her simple background. They also said that gold would always shine. However, when it came to her, it was different. Everyone said that she was a wild phoenix that flew out of a chicken coop. Everyone thought that she was not worthy of Su Yuantek. They thought that she was vulgar, despicable, and unworthy. Therefore, she lived her life very carefully every day. Mom, don't you think I don't know what kind of woman you like? In the future, when I pick a wife, as long as she's good-looking, you can choose her character and family background. Su Yu hurriedly comforted. Anyway, even if he got married, he couldn't stay with one woman forever. Instead of getting tired of other women, he might as well find someone that his mother liked. Xianxia smiled in satisfaction. She was very satisfied. So what if it was just a lifetime deal with her husband? It was enough for her to have her son by her side. As long as she could maintain her position and reputation as Mrs. Su and see her son every day, she would be satisfied. The mother and son were very close to each other. Su Yu quickly said some nice words, which made Xianxia smile even more gently. Jing Yunjiao stayed with Su Chu in the annex building tonight. The next night, Xiao Haiqing also rushed over. She had been filming during this period, and the school was on vacation. Originally, Jing Yunjiao wanted her to move into the Su family to live with him. However, Xiao Haiqing had already rented a house that was very close to the set, so she rejected her proposal. If Su Chu and the others hadn't come, Xiao Haiqing probably wouldn't have specially come to live with them. Isn't your crew on vacation? It's so cold, and the new year is coming soon. Su Chu saw that Xiao Haiqing's makeup hadn't been washed off, and suddenly felt distressed. Now is the time when the crew is rushing to work. I have to leave before dawn tomorrow, and I can't come over every day. However, on Yunjiao's birthday, I will tell the director and ask for leave. Xiao Haiqing said as she wolfed down the food. Jing Yunjiao looked at Xiao Haiqing's appearance and exchanged glances with Su Chu. She felt like Xiao Haiqing hadn't eaten for a long time. Is it really that good? Jing Yunjiao frowned and didn't understand. Yunjiao, you don't know. Although Xian Han is a very scheming and ruthless person, he often suffers in front of the big boss. It's normal for me to starve for a few days. Plus, I've been busy from yesterday morning until today. I've almost finished filming the few scenes that were punished. In order to create the effect, the crew didn't give me any boxed lunches. Xiao Haiqing swallowed another mouthful and continued. Jing Yunjiao was a little angry. Your director didn't do anything? He shouldn't have asked for all the scenes to be realistic. In the beginning, I was a little lacking. The director suggested that I experience the feeling of hunger and despair. Actually, I would be fine if I skipped 2 meals. In the end, Yuan told someone else and didn't prepare any food for me for the past 2 days. She even praised me in front of the crew. I thought that it would be good for filming anyway, so I didn't refute. Xiao Haiqing smiled. Jing Yunjiao clenched his fists and didn't say anything. Don't worry, I'm not someone who only knows how to suffer losses. Yuan is the female lead now. It won't be good for me to have a conflict with her. It will only slow down the progress of the crew and affect me greatly. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. Speaking of which, I have to thank her. Because of what happened before, people outside said that I didn't get along with her. In the end, many anti-fans came to support me and became my loyal fans. After the fans argued, my popularity increased. Xiao Haiqing put down the cutlery in her hand and smiled mysteriously. In this industry, you need exposure if you want to make a name for yourself. I won't take the initiative to scheme, but if others scheme against me, I'll find a way to get the corresponding price from them. Jing Yunjiao glanced at her. He still felt that her stubborn temper hadn't changed at all. Harming himself and injuring the enemy by 1,000, he simply did not know how to cherish his own body. Yunjiao, you only went hungry for a few meals, but you gained a lot. The director of my scenes was very satisfied. When a reporter came to interview me, he even specially mentioned that I was professional and talented in front of the reporter. Do you know how big of an impact his words had? Also, do you think I'm stupid? The whole crew knows that Yuan is trying to set me up on purpose, but they don't want to expose her. It's not good for her reputation, Xiao Haiqing continued to explain when she saw that Jing Yunjiao's expression was still not good. Forget it, you're always right. Jing Yunjiao shook his head helplessly. I'll get someone to drive you there tomorrow morning. You can rest in the car for a while. It's the same now. Go to bed early after eating. Okay. Xiao Haiqing nodded repeatedly. Xiao Haiqing didn't have much of her arrogance. She was still very straightforward in front of her, but she always gave people a sense of calmness and restraint. Gan Jinchen and Tang Zihua stared at each other in disbelief. They couldn't believe that Xiao Haiqing had changed so much. She was much more tolerant now that she was beautiful. She was no longer as fierce as she used to be when she was just a little unhappy. But they had to admit that she looked more attractive now. Xiao Haiqing went to bed early and didn't have time to catch up with the others. However, on the second day, before dawn had even arrived, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out in the room, startling Jing Yunjiao, who was still in her sleep. The sound came from the side room. Jing Yunjiao heard the sound and jumped out of bed. She called Su Chu and immediately ran towards the source of the sound. Xiao Haiqing stayed downstairs, mainly because she had to rush to the set the next day. She didn't want to wake up the people in the house. After she came out, she looked down at the railing in the corridor, and her heart skipped a beat. Xiao Haiqing was wearing simple pajamas. Her clothes were slightly pulled, revealing one of her shoulders. When she saw someone coming over, she immediately tidied herself up. The living room was dimly lit. It was not very bright, but one could still see a person lying on the floor. It was a man. The sound just now should have come from this man. What's wrong? Jing Yunjiao rushed down and asked with concern. Yunjiao, there's a hooligan in your house, and he's a foreigner. Xiao Haiqing pointed at the man on the floor and said to Jing Yunjiao innocently. She had to go to the set in the morning, so she woke up very early. It was only 2 or 3 in the morning, and even the servants were asleep. She prepared a simple breakfast to fill her stomach. Because her head was still very heavy, and her eyes were still not clear, she didn't turn on the strong light. Instead, she used the dimmest orange light. When she was about to go to the kitchen after washing up, she saw a black thing approaching. At that time, she thought she saw a ghost. But after all, she was in someone else's house, and she couldn't make a prompt decision to wake him up. If he was a guest in this house, it wouldn't be good for her reputation. Who knew that after the black guy came in, he was going to cover her mouth with a towel and pull her into the bedroom next door? She had experienced this kind of thing before, so how could she be so stupid as to let him do it? Although she didn't know why this black guy appeared in the Su family, she knew that eldest Uncle Su and second Uncle Su were good people. Old Man Su was also noble and righteous. Their guests would never do such a thing. So, she kicked the black guy's genitals. After the black guy shouted, she gave him a good beating. But she didn't expect his body to be so weak that he fainted within a minute. Xiao Haiqing and Jing Yunjiao had learned martial arts before, so they were good at it. She wanted to prevent the same thing from happening to James in the future. At this moment, Jing Yunjiao glanced at the ground, but no one could tell who this person was. He lifted his foot and pressed the alarm on the wall. His face was dark and ugly. He was too lazy to even touch the person on the ground. There were several floors above and below, and the area was large. The distance between the rooms was needless to say. If it wasn't for her good hearing, she wouldn't have been able to hear the movements in the living room after she closed the door and fell asleep. As soon as the alarm was pressed, the voices of security guards and servants could be heard from outside. The elders of the other 2 buildings were also alarmed and immediately rushed over. Su Yuantek's face was solemn. When he rushed in with the others, his eyes instantly glanced at the man lying on the ground with his neck exposed. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. Everyone else is dismissed, Su Yuantek said to the servant through gritted teeth. The servant was puzzled, but since Su Yuantek had spoken, of course she had to listen. She hurriedly left. Jing Yunjiao saw Su Yuantek's expression and found it strange. She lowered her head and looked at the person on the ground, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find any trace of familiarity. It was no wonder she couldn't recognize Su Yu. After his trip to Heizhou, Su Yu's figure had become dry and thin. His height, which was accentuated by his hairstyle in the past, had shrunk. With his long hair, dark skin, and an unfamiliar aura from staying in Heizhou for so long, not to mention Jing Yunjiao, even the people who lived with him day and night might not be able to recognize him. After the servant left, Su Wanqing and old Master Shen entered the house. Su Yuantek looked at Xianxia, whose face was stiff, and closed the door. Uncle? You know this person? Jing Yunjiao was a little suspicious. She knew clearly who had come to the house recently. It couldn't be Su Yu's cousin. Just as she thought of this, the corner of Jing Yunjiao's mouth twitched. She quickly took a closer look. The other party was lying on his stomach, and she could only vaguely see the outline. Indeed, there was some resemblance. But if it was Su Yu, then he had changed too much in just 2 months. Su Wanqing didn't know that the person on the ground was his nephew. He walked up to him, raised his eyebrows, and kicked him directly. Then, he glanced at Jing Yunjiao and the others. Are you all okay? Are you hurt? No. Jing Yunjiao shook her head. That's good. After Su Wanqing said that, he looked at Su Yuantek. Big brother, this little thief came out of nowhere. How do you think we should deal with him? Big brother? Seeing Su Yuantek's angry look, Su Wanqing couldn't react. Yuanza. There must be some misunderstanding. I think you were wanted to see his cousin, so he came here without permission. When he wakes up, listen to his explanation, okay? Xianxia said quickly. She was angry and disappointed, but more than that, she felt sorry for her son. Her son promised her that he would know his place, but she didn't expect him to be unable to hold back. But even so, he shouldn't have been beaten until he fainted, right? Also, although the servant didn't come in just now, she saw you were lying on the ground from afar. Wouldn't the news spread like wildfire? What was even more infuriating was Su Wenqing's kick. He kicked her son in front of her. That was too much of a bully. You were? You said this is Su Yu. When Su Wenqing heard this, he immediately took a step to the side and pointed at the person on the ground in disbelief. Xianxia was the same. His cold eyes were filled with astonishment. Even his two closest relatives were like this, not to mention Xiao Haiqing and Su Chu. Although the commotion was loud, Gan Jinchen, Tang Zihua, and Grandpa Gan were still upstairs and had not been awakened. Otherwise, there would be more people who would not be able to accept it. That's right, it's you er. Su Yuantek's eyes were dark and gloomy. Su Jingji coldly snorted and sat down on the sofa with the help of his walking stick. He glanced at Jin's son on the ground and wished he could smash his head with a stick. The old man didn't say anything, but his expression didn't look good. Su Yuantek and Su Wenqing understood that he was furious. Zhao, tell us what happened. Although Su Yuantek didn't know the details, he had a rough idea. But he still asked first. Jing Yinzhao glanced at Xiao Haiqing. Xiao Haiqing was a little confused. She didn't expect that the person she hit was Jing Yinzhao's cousin. So, she felt very complicated. She felt that she was reckless, and this cousin was too much of a scammer. Actually, it's not a big deal. Seeing that the family's faces weren't looking too good, Xiao Haiqing still chose to be gentle. She played it down and said, young Master Su's sudden appearance scared me. I hit him on impulse. I hope Uncle Su can forgive me. After all, they were in the Su family, and he was Jing Yunzhao's cousin. She didn't know the Su family's situation, so it was not good for her to say more. Everyone knew this. If it were Su Chu, she would say the same thing. But Jing Yunzhao couldn't stand others bullying her friends. So, she said directly, if cousin wants to see me, he can just say it. No matter what, I will go see him personally. I will even ask someone to invite him over. During the reception. Even second uncle doesn't come in casually. I can't understand why cousin would appear in the middle of the night. With Jing Yinzhao's words, it could be considered as bringing this matter to the surface to discuss. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife as she glared at Xianxia with hatred. She even looked at Su Yuantek with anger. Xiao Haiqing and the others were here. Since they were in the Su family, she had the responsibility to protect them. Moreover, even if Haiqing didn't say anything, she knew what had happened just now. Otherwise, Xiao Haiqing wouldn't have looked like she wanted to kill someone when she looked into the living room. Ever since the incident with James, Xiao Haiqing hated being touched by others. It was just like how she felt when she killed Qiao Weiman to protect her innocence in her previous life. Su Yu was just provoking Xiao Haiqing and challenging her bottom line. His guts were too big, and this was still in the Su family. This was in a house with so many people, and he dared to touch her friends. Xiao Haiqing didn't know how Su Yu and Jing Yunzhao's relationship was normally, so when she saw Jing Yunzhao helping her, she was more or less touched. Moreover, since Jing Yunzhao was on her side, it proved that she was speaking the truth. Thus, she opened her mouth and said, young Master Su wanted to pull me into the room just now and even brought a towel over to block my mouth. There was a weird smell on the towel. I suspect that it was smeared with medicine. This was a serious matter. She didn't want to say anything, but she felt wrong to be bullied by others. Now that Jing Yunzhao was there, she could speak up. When Su Yuantek heard this, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. He lifted Su Yu up from the ground and looked again. There was a white towel under his body. He picked it up and smelled it. He was so angry that he threw it to the ground. The Su family didn't lack drugs. Of course, they didn't have aphrodisiacs, but they did have drugs with anesthetic effects. Good, look at your son. Su Jingji wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed and glanced coldly at Su Yuantek and Xianxia. Su Yuantek immediately knelt next to the old man and bent down. I didn't teach him well. When you were young, you only knelt 3 times when you made a mistake. Whatever you taught, you would never do it again. However, do you remember how many times you knelt because of him? Su Jingji laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with disappointment. The Su family's rules were strict. It was the father's fault for not teaching his son well. When Su Yuantek and Su Wenqing were young, they indeed knelt no more than 3 times. One of the times was when they were discovered helping Su Xianlan escape. They knelt to apologize to the old man. However, Su Yuantek knelt more than once for Su Yuantek. Although Su Yuantek made mistakes when he was young, he was still young and ignorant. It was fine to teach him. Naturally, he wouldn't blame Su Yuantek directly. However, if Su Yuantek didn't change, he would punish Su Yuantek. Su Yuantek had to reflect on himself. He didn't kneel to the old man many times, but he went to the family cemetery several times to kneel to the ancestors. This was especially true when he made a big mistake. Dad, Yuer is still young. He doesn't know anything. Don't be angry. You don't want to hurt your body. Since Su Yuantek knelt down, Xianxia naturally couldn't be spared. She hurriedly said carefully. At this time, Xianxia's face was pale. However, she didn't dare to panic too much. She looked at the old man carefully, afraid that the old man would throw him to some small island or some other place that she couldn't see in a fit of anger. She felt even more aggrieved. Jing Yinzhao and even her friends were really unlucky. Her son had just come back and was already being tortured like this. Do as you see fit, the old man said directly. Angry? If he got angry every time because of this grandson of his, he would have died a long time ago. Su Yuantek frowned. He was also in a difficult position and didn't know how to deal with it. Just as Su Yuantek was hesitating, Su Yu moved on the floor. When Xianxia saw this, she quickly rushed over and shook him awake. Before Su Yu could speak, Xianxia said, Yuer, are you okay? Did you come here to have a chat with your cousin? You brought this medicine here just to test her, right? Dad, Yuanza, it's my fault for teaching him wrong. Please let him go this time. I promise he won't do anything stupid in the future. He'll be obedient. Xianxia said quickly. She knew Su Yuantek too well. When this man was vicious, he didn't care about friendship at all. In the past, when his trusted friend suddenly betrayed him, he would act decisively. Now, he would do the same to his own son. She had calculated so much, but she didn't expect her son to make a mistake now. I promise every time and I'll be merciful every time. This kind of scourge hurts others and himself. What's the use of keeping him? Su Yuantek said angrily. His voice was cold and threatening. He suddenly made a decision. After saying that, he turned around and stared at Su Yu. Su Yu woke up from his coma and vaguely heard his mother say something. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jing Yunzhao fighting side by side with the woman he was holding just now. He immediately frowned and said, Mom, this woman hit me. I must kill her. Su Yuantek shook his head and suddenly dragged him to the kitchen. Once he reached the kitchen, he locked the door with a bang. Xianxia tried to stop him, but she was already pushed to the side and fell to the ground. Ah, it hurts. Mom, come and save me. Dad is crazy. Dad is crazy. Suddenly, there was a howl from the kitchen that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. It made people stand up with goosebumps. When Xianxia heard that, she lost her usual calmness. She rushed to the door and hit it hard. Yuanza. Let go of him. Let go of my son. The old man didn't move. Su Wenqing didn't move either. Jing Yinzhao glanced at him, but she was just as indifferent. She still remembered what old Master Li had said when she met Li Xiaoyan's grandfather. With his status, if his descendants were to mess around and harm more than one person, he would have to do his duty. This duty also included family upbringing. Eldest uncle had a lot of power, and Su Yu had used his name to do a lot of immoral things over the years. The Su family probably only knew about the things that had the least impact, and the more serious things might have been hidden. Yunzhao? Xiao Haiqing frowned and felt a little uneasy. After all, it was because of her. If something happened to Suyu, she would feel a little strange. After all, the Su family was very polite to her as a guest. She had only stayed for one night, and such a thing happened. No matter what, she felt a little guilty, even if she wasn't the one in the wrong. It has nothing to do with you. Even without you, it would have happened sooner or later, Jing Yunjiao said. She was telling the truth. She and Suyu would have to face each other sooner or later. She had seen Suyu once. He was frivolous, impulsive, and had no bottom line. She had slapped him so many times in front of so many people in school. He would definitely bear a grudge. Even if he tolerated it for a while, it wouldn't be long before he did something unforgivable. Xiao Haiqing understood immediately. She secretly clicked her tongue and looked at Jing Yunjiao sympathetically. It was really bad luck to have such a cousin. She really didn't understand. Everyone in the Su family seemed to be principled and upright people. How did such an anomaly suddenly appear? But, looking at his skin color. Xiao Haiqing hesitated for a moment, but she couldn't help feeling curious and a little angry. Finally, she got close to Jing Yunjiao's ear and whispered, "Yunjiao, that cousin of yours. Is he the son of your aunt and someone else?" Jing Yunjiao glanced at her with his eyes wide open. He was a little puzzled. Xiao Haiqing was a little embarrassed. She sneakily said, "His skin. Isn't his skin a little too dark? It should be imported from abroad, right?" The corner of Jing Yunjiao's mouth twitched fiercely. Next to them, Su Wanchun glanced at Xiao Haiqing. After a while, he turned his head away. It was unknown whether he heard it or not. "I think it should be because he was sent to Heizhou by my uncle. When I saw him before, he was not like this. His skin was very white and he looked good." Jing Yunjiao whispered back. Xiao Haiqing nodded and said in her heart, "No wonder." When she first saw Suyu, she was really scared, especially when he suddenly appeared in the middle of the night. At first glance, she thought he was a small gorilla. However, as the young master of the Su family, she didn't know why he went to Heizhou. His aesthetic standards were a little too heavy. That was fine, but he knew that she looked scary, yet he still dared to touch her. At this time, there were a lot of mournful sounds coming from the kitchen. Outside, Xianxia was shouting until her throat was broken. Tears flowed down her face. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Next to Jing Yunjiao, Suchu was shocked. She stood behind and frowned. She pulled Jing Yunjiao's arm, but she didn't interrupt. Not long after, the kitchen door opened and Su Yuanzi walked in. When everyone saw him, they could only see that his clothes were stained with blood. It was a ghastly sight. Even Jing Yunjiao was a little shocked. You how are you? Hang in there. Mom will find a doctor." Tears streamed down Xianxi's face as she rushed to the landline. "Don't look for a doctor," Su Yuantek said coldly. "If he can't control his feet, I'll help him." "Yuanzi. You cut his hamstring. Xianxi's body twitched. "I beg you, save him. Do you want him to be a cripple for the rest of his life? His hamstring had been cut, and he might even have to sit in a wheelchair in the future." However, it was not too late now. As long as the surgery was done quickly to reconnect the hamstring, there was still a possibility of recovery. Although there would be sequelae, it was better than being a cripple. "Xianxi, don't challenge my bottom line." Today, he couldn't control his lower body and dared to lay his hands on his sister's guest. What else can he do in the future? In the past, when he harmed others outside, as his father, how many times did I have to clean up his mess for him? How many people had compensated? Our Su family has accumulated thousands of years of good karma. We can't let him ruin it all. In the past, I only wanted to teach him a lesson. From today onwards, if he does something he shouldn't do, I will take his life bit by bit and send him back to reincarnate. Su Yuantek's roar was very loud. It was estimated that Grandpa Gon, who was upstairs, would wake up soon. Xianxi's whole body trembled. She reached out to grab Su Yuantek's hand and slowly retracted it. "Yunjiao, Aunt, no, Aunt Xian is begging you. Send Yuer to get his legs treated, okay?" Her voice was low and her eyes were flickering. Her whole body was like a willow in the wind, swaying weakly. Jing Yunjiao looked up, but his eyes were cold and resolute. Since you did it, you should admit it. The punishment should not be light. Moreover, in my opinion, the Su family should not be left alive. Jing Yunjiao said quietly. She carried the family heirloom of the Jing family with her. Ancestor Jing He, who appeared in the space that year, also said that only his descendants could open the space. Therefore, after thinking about it, Jing He should be the common ancestor of the Su and Jing families. Since she bore the inheritance of the ancestor, she had the responsibility to clean up the family for him. In the past, she thought that since Suyu was her uncle's son, she should let Suyu go even if she had to deal with Xianxia. However, in terms of the small family, it was indeed appropriate, but in terms of the 1,000-year-old inheritance, it was impossible. The eldest son and eldest grandson represented a different meaning in a family like the Su family. At this moment, she even understood why her grandfather was so indifferent to this grandson. On the one hand, it was indeed because he was disappointing and didn't like him, but the most important thing was that he could only judge clearly from afar. Knowing that Suyu's character was not right and yet still spoiled him, he would not be able to treat the inheritance of the Su family with a fair attitude in the future. In the future, if Suyu was allowed to inherit the family business, it would only tarnish the Su family's reputation. Now, her grandfather didn't say anything and just looked on coldly. Everything was reasonable. Yunjiao. Please. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and she suddenly grabbed Jing Yunjiao's arms with force. As long as she spoke, Su Yuantek would definitely listen, and so would the others. Aunt Shen, have you ever thought about what would happen if my friend didn't have the ability to protect himself? Jing Yunjiao sneered and reached out to pull Xianxia's hand away. She said, he brought the medicine. Based on this, he deserved to die. He's not dead yet. If it weren't for the fact that he was my uncle's son, I would have strangled him myself. After that, Xianxia fell to the ground, her clenched fists trembling. She couldn't believe that her son was going to be crippled like this. It was her fault. She should have sent someone to watch over her son. She knew that he had been in Heizhou for a long time and was very eager. She knew that he was impulsive. She had tolerated Jing Yunjiao for a long time. Every time, she didn't want to have a direct confrontation with her, but the result was. It was one thing for her to force her son to go to Heizhou, but now that he had finally returned, she had caused his hamstring to be severed. I know, Yuer deserves it. The room was quiet. The sound of Grandpa Gon's footsteps gradually grew louder. Xianxia suddenly opened her mouth and said, Miss Xiao, I'm sorry. Xiao Haiqing furrowed her brows. Su Wenqing and the others also had strange expressions on their faces. This was the reason why he didn't like his sister-in-law. Although she appeared very magnanimous at the moment, it was really not in line with human nature. Xiao Haiqing glanced at Jing Yunjiao and did not respond to Xianxia's words. Xianxia got up from the ground and walked to the kitchen. She supported Suyu, who had fainted from the pain, with her whole body and left the house step by step. Su Yuantek turned his head to the side, but his expression was still firm and disappointed. Everyone had different expressions. After all, they were members of the Su family. None of them felt good about using such a heavy hand, but they knew that they deserved it. Miss Xiao, I'm really sorry. It looks like you're going out, right? I'll ask Yuanqing to send you there. Su Yuantek's voice was tired, but his gaze when looking at Xiao Haiqing did not blame or implicate her. This was because he knew clearly that if Xiao Haiqing was not in the living room just now, his son could also find her room and even Suchu and Jing Yunjiao's rooms. This was the Su family. Suyu was very clear about the structure of the family. As long as he asked the servants, he could accurately know which room each of them lived in. He was angry not only because he dared to bully Jing Yunjiao's guests, but also because his son might have placed his thoughts on Jing Yunjiao. Su Yuanzi seemed to have lost all his energy. It was rare for Su Yuanqing to not go against his big brother's wishes. He nodded obediently and agreed to be the driver. When Grandpa Gon came downstairs, he saw that there were traces of blood in the living room. He was surprised, but he had lived for a long time, so he restrained his curiosity and didn't ask. They went back to their own homes. Xiao Haiqing had a simple breakfast and was escorted out by Su Wenqing. Su Chu still had some lingering fear. She quickly hugged Jing Yunjiao's arm and went upstairs. I was scared to death just now. I thought your uncle was going to kill Suyu. Suchu said softly after they entered the house. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. How could it kill someone? Jing Yunjiao comforted her and said, I invited you to be my guests. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I'm sorry. It's okay. Who doesn't have a troublesome situation? Besides, the Su family has a big business, but other than Suyu, everyone else is very nice. Uncle Su and second Uncle Su are also very polite to us. I'm quite touched. Suchu said sincerely. Suchu was one of Jing Yunjiao's few friends. She was the most open-minded. She didn't have high expectations, lived a simple life, and had a likable personality. She was kind but not too naive. She didn't care about anything too much, so she had an easy life. She and Xiao Haiqing belonged to the other category. Oh right, you rejected Auntie Shen so harshly just now. She should hate you, right? Suchu asked again. Then from your point of view, was her reaction just now hateful or not? Jing Yunjiao poured her a cup of water to help her calm her nerves and continued to ask. Suchu thought for a while, and her expression was strange. At first, I thought she would hate you. Let's put it this way. If I did something wrong and got my legs broken, even if my parents thought I was wrong, they would still be mad and angry. They would treat the person who hurt me as their enemy. However, Auntie Shen didn't. She didn't explode. It was as if she swallowed her anger. It's too strange. If you can see that it's strange, then there must be a problem. Jing Yunjiao lay on the bed and leaned against the back of the chair. He continued, Xianxia is a person who cares about her position as Mrs. Su. She wouldn't allow herself to make any mistakes that would affect her position. Even if she was angry, she wouldn't explode in front of the Su family, especially in front of Uncle. Even if her son's legs were broken. But that's all she did. She was the one who cared most for her son. But that's all. Herself. Xianxia cared too much about her image. It was as if she was afraid that others would think she was a shrew when she cried. So, no matter when and where, she had to maintain a gentle appearance. It was quite ironic. But when he said that, Jing Yunjiao suddenly remembered that Xianxi's habit might be related to her family background. Xianxia and Aunt Tong were sisters. However, Xianxia didn't really love Shen Tong. She even secretly played tricks on Shen Tong. It wasn't as simple as sisters being at odds. It was more like there was a grudge between them. They had the same family background, but Shen Tong was already a household name when she was in her teens. Her appearance on the screen was still unforgettable. Xianxia was older, but she was only Shen Tong's assistant. Comparing them, she probably felt uncomfortable. Later, she suddenly married Uncle, who was extremely outstanding more than 20 years ago. She came into contact with a completely different level. So, was that why she was so extreme? Jing Yunjiao suddenly smiled. His eyes were cold. The light shining from them was even brighter than the stars outside. All this time, she had no idea what Xianxia cared about. But now, she completely understood. It wasn't eldest uncle or Suyu. It wasn't even the position of Mrs. Su. To be precise, it was her reputation. What she wanted was attention, the admiration of others, and the envious attitude of others. If she could receive everyone's support, care, and praise for leaving the Su family, Xianxia might not refuse. At this moment, Suchu pursed her lips. She wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Ever since she came to the Su family, she felt that Jing Yunjiao seemed to have ill intentions towards Xianxia. Every time she saw Xianxia, her expression would become extremely cold, just like when she saw Qiao Hongya and the others. She also wanted to open her mouth and ask, but after thinking about it, she rejected that idea. Even if she asked, she wouldn't be able to help. She would even feel anxious. At this moment, it was enough to know that she was on guard against Xianxia. There was no need to know too much. Otherwise, if she accidentally revealed it in front of Xianxia, it might even invite trouble. As she thought about it, Suchu entered the dreamland again. However, at this moment, Xianxia couldn't fall asleep. She hugged her unconscious son and bit her lip, her eyes filled with hatred. The bleeding on his legs had already been stopped. It was a pity that no one in the entire Su family came to help her. No one even dared to. When Jing Yunjiao didn't appear, although would be punished, it wouldn't be so serious. She also wouldn't be so embarrassed every 2 to 3 days, for the sake of staying in the Su family, for the sake of her son, and for the sake of the future. She was restrained. Remove his bandages and apply new medicine. As she was thinking, Su Yuantek appeared behind her and threw a jade bottle. Xianxia was shocked, but hope immediately rose in her heart. Yuanzi, this, 7 Extremes ointment. Su Yuantek was expressionless. Extreme skin, extreme flesh, extreme bone, extreme tendon, extreme meridian, extreme qi, extreme life and death. This item was left behind by the old ancestor and was extremely rare. If it was used on the tendons, then the tendons would never be connected again. Even the damaged flesh around it would recover at an extremely slow rate. It was extremely torturous. In fact, no matter where this ointment was applied, it would have an absolute destructive effect. Of course, as long as it did not stop the person from breathing or dying, it would have certain benefits for other things. For example, although the growth of meat was slow, it would not fester or inflame. It could, to a certain extent, prevent some infectious diseases from spreading throughout the body. Therefore, this ointment was used to treat illnesses. Xianxi's expression changed. She had never heard of this ointment, but the name seemed to be, why don't we send her to the hospital now? Xianxia asked tentatively. Hospital or death, you choose. Su Yuantek said coldly, Xianxia, you know very well in your heart that this bastard is not only interested in Zhao's friends. He has the guts to do such a thing at home. He obviously took Zhao into consideration. Jing Yunjiao was not only the daughter of his sister, Su Xianlan, but also had an even more important identity. If it involved the inheritance of the Jing and Su family, nothing must happen. Not to mention crippling his own son, even if he had to kill him, as long as he could exchange the inheritance of the Jing and Su family's medical skills and pharmaceutical skills, he would not hesitate to do so. This inheritance could be exchanged for many lives. Xianxia held the bottle tightly and did not speak. However, under Su Yuantek's gaze, she still loosened the bandage wrapped around Su Yu's wound with trembling hands and applied the ointment. She knew that once she applied the ointment, there would be no hope for her son's leg. A few days later, the Su family was in a joyous mood. The servants were busy, and everything was luxurious and stylish. The sweet shop and the smell of alcohol permeated the air, making people deeply intoxicated. Xianxia had a broad smile on her face as she entertained the guests one by one. She had the elegance of a mistress of a family. Jing Yunjiao was wearing a white gown. The gown was mainly slim-fit, and the inner layer was an inch away from her knees. The material was soft, like the softness of flower petals. There was a phoenix pattern embroidered on it, making the light material look more dignified and dignified. The outer layer was covered with a layer of mist-like gauze, and the top of the gauze was embroidered with patterns, which fitted the inner layer and gave the gown a three-dimensional feel. The makeup artist was fiddling with her hair, and Jing Yunjiao was wearing headphones. She held her phone in her hand and listened to the person on the other end of the phone. After a few days of investigation, almost all the media companies that Fan Liqin had invested in had been sorted out. Most of the news released by that media company were suspected of exaggeration, and there was one incident that was more serious. Previously, it had caused a big reaction in front of the public. Chief Jing, it's like this. Half a year ago, the mother of a female student suddenly collapsed in front of a store under Boss Fan's company. The exact reason was that the mother had bought something from this store that had a quality problem. After many failed negotiations, she went to cause trouble. In the end, she was pushed and scolded by the store's staff, which caused her illness to act up. The staff thought she was faking it and didn't save her in time, which ultimately led to her death. After the mother's death, compensation was supposed to be paid, but the female student's father demanded an exorbitant price. In the end, Fan Liqin decided to bite back. Fan Liqin used the media company that he had invested in to fabricate a story, saying that the female student was competitive and forced her mother to buy expensive electronic products at the store's entrance. When her mother refused, she yelled and scolded her, which ultimately angered her mother to death. At the time, public opinion was in an uproar, and there was a lot of scolding online. The girl was ostracized by everyone because of this, and her father had no choice but to compromise and take a small sum of money. He even promoted Family Chain's company's products, saying that the money was not compensation but a gift. The girl had been wronged, and in the end, she couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide by cutting her wrists. However, the fact that she had passed away was not revealed, and most of the people who scolded her had no idea that she was dead. There's also his father. After his daughter died, he regretted it and wanted to return the money. He also asked Family Chain's company to give him an explanation. However, he couldn't complain because he had already borrowed the money from before. No one believed him at all. They even thought that he was greedy. Over the phone, Songwon briefly told Jing Yunjiao the truth that they had found. Apart from this matter, there were actually other things that made people extremely angry. However, some of them were from a long time ago, and some of them were just exaggerated. Unlike this one, it was truly related to Family Chain, and it even involved a life. It could be said that the mother and daughter had died because of Family Chain. After Jing Yunjiao heard this, he felt a little emotional. Suicide? It was too silly. If she was still alive, she would have the next few decades to find out the truth and let the public prove her innocence. But if she was dead, people might say that she deserved to die. Besides, there were still enemies around. Even if they had to waste time, they had to waste time until the day their enemies died. Otherwise, how could they rest in peace? Find a media company with a conscience in the industry and send over the concrete evidence that you have collected. I'll arrange the rest. This time, I'll have to trouble you guys, Jing Yunjiao said simply. It's no trouble at all. It's just that there are more and more things that we need to investigate, but we're running out of manpower. Chief Jing, I want to recruit people. And there are some trustworthy candidates. Do you want to consider them? Songwon said again. Initially, he had only agreed to do this because he lacked money. But later, he found that hacking into various websites to steal information was quite interesting. Moreover, Jing Yunjiao paid him quite a lot. The few of them who were responsible for investigating each other's information had their own duties, but their relationship was getting better and better. If nothing unexpected happened, he also hoped to continue working for Jing Yunjiao in the future. These few people who were proficient in computers, tracking, and all kinds of equipment were also very important to Jing Yunjiao. They could be used in other areas in the future. Therefore, when Songwon mentioned it, Jing Yunjiao agreed. You'll be in charge. Send me the candidates later, Jing Yunjiao said again. The person on the other end of the phone was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. After hanging up Songwon's call, Jing Yunjiao began to contact Pak Yuan again and explained the situation. Pak Yuan was a smart person and knew how to make use of this situation. Relying on the media alone was obviously not enough. According to her, she wanted to add fuel to the fire. The water army was a part of it. In addition, she wanted to expose Fan Liqin's other problems with the company. Fan Liqin had been in the industry for so long, it was impossible for the products he produced not to have any problems. Even if it was a small mistake, she wanted to magnify it. Then, she would fiercely publicize his usual behavior to make him suffer. Of course, that was not all. Because of today's birthday banquet, she had specially asked her uncle to invite Boss Fan to come. The makeup artists behind Jing Yunjiao looked at each other. They were very curious about Miss Jing, who had suddenly appeared. From waking up early in the morning until now, Miss Jing had not hung up the phone. It was as if she was instructing someone to do something. It sounded very mysterious. This Miss Jing is really beautiful. Could she be Mayor Su's illegitimate daughter? Outside the door, someone whispered softly. Jing Yunjiao had just taken off her earpiece when she heard it clearly. Don't talk nonsense. This is Mayor Su's niece. I heard that Mayor Su's younger sister passed away. This niece has been wandering outside and was just found not long ago. His niece is so ostentatious. She's so lucky to have met an uncle like Mayor Su. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Wasn't I styling her friend just now? That girl really hasn't seen the world. She can't take her eyes off beautiful things. How funny. Jing Yunjiao closed his eyes and let the stylist do whatever she wanted. But at this time, when he heard that the people outside were still talking about Suchu, his face suddenly turned cold. He raised his eyes. The stylist behind him was shocked when she saw his cold face in the mirror. Miss Jing, did I hurt your hair? The stylist asked carefully. The people outside are so noisy. Throw them out, Jing Yunjiao said directly. The servant, who had been helping out at the side, was stunned when she heard this. Is there anyone outside the door? Miss Biao, we didn't hear anything. Go out and have a look. Put an end to such gossipy. People coming to the Su family in the future. Jing Yunjiao's voice was cold, but he still insisted. Since the words were said so clearly, the servant immediately walked over and opened the door to take a look. Sure enough, she saw the other two stylists outside looking curiously into the room. After being discovered, their expressions were strange and very nervous. This time, the Su family invited 2 or 3 styling teams. Jing Yunjiao, Su Chu, and Xiao Haiqing all specially dressed up. Were you guys talking just now? Although the servant didn't hear it, she still asked according to Jing Yunjiao's intention. The other party was shocked when she heard this, and her face turned pale immediately. Their voices were clearly very soft. Could it be that they heard it? The two of them stared at each other without saying a word. This maid was someone who had been following Jing Yunjiao around to take care of her recently. She was very smart. Seeing their reactions, she knew that it was true. Her face instantly turned cold. Please leave, you don't need to do the rest of the work. The 2 makeup artists outside the door immediately blushed when they heard that. After thinking about it again, they felt that their words shouldn't have been heard, so they couldn't help but feel a little angry. Why did you let us go? We were just standing here for a while, one of them said guiltily. One of them said with a guilty conscience. As he spoke, he looked around the room and only saw the side of Jing Yunjiao's face. Suddenly, he felt that she looked familiar. After a while, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly shouted, You're Jing Yunjiao, right? I'm your cousin? Jing Yunjiao heard and turned around. The makeup artist outside the door became even more excited. It's really you. She raised her hand to stop the person beside her and walked towards the door. When she looked at this woman, she felt that she was a little unfamiliar. Who are you? Jing Yunjiao's expression was cold. She had a noble aura around her and her tone was a little imposing. The 2 or 3 waves of makeup artists that came today were not together, so other than the few people in the room, Jing Yunjiao hadn't seen anyone else. I'm your cousin. Have you forgotten? I even went to your house when you were young. At that time, I was drooling when I saw me eating snacks. However, I'm a few years older than you and have lived in the capital for a few years. There was only one time when I went to your school to look for Xianxia and saw you from afar. At that time, I thought that you looked alright, so I remembered you, the other party continued excitedly. Jing Yunjiao's eyes narrowed. So it was a relative of the Qiao family. And after hearing what she said, she really did have some recollection of her. She could still remember her childhood quite clearly. This woman should be Qiao Weiman's cousin's daughter, and they could be considered distant relatives. However, because they lived in the same small town, they met more often when they were young. Xiao Hongya liked to follow behind this cousins but pester her. At that time, whenever the 2 of them ate, she would watch from the side. At that time, she was only 4 or 5 years old. Naturally, she was very greedy. However, she was stubborn since she was young, so she probably didn't drool. However, a few years later, this cousin went to the capital to attend university. At that time, the Qiao family's relatives all praised her and said that she was promising. At that time, Yiqin often nagged in front of her and Xiao Hongya. After that, she never saw this person again. So she couldn't recognize her. Thinking about it, he recalled that her surname was Song, but he had no recollection of her name. At this time, many people in the room were looking at Jing Yunjiao. Some were even curious and gossipy. After all, a young lady living outside met a relative in distress. Something should happen. Please leave, Jing Yunjiao turned around and said mercilessly. Yunjiao. I'm your cousin, I'm really your cousin. You used to live in Ningxiang town. When you were young, you looked sallow and emaciated. If it wasn't for my aunt who picked you up, you would have died. By the way, although I haven't been back for a long time, I heard that your father's leg is crippled and your sister is missing. Your father is the only one at home. He can't even eat. Life is so hard. Now that you've made a name for yourself, you've become the daughter of the Su family's cousin. Quickly go back and bring your father here to enjoy his life. The servant pushed and shoved her away. The woman was also a little angry in her heart, so she blurted out everything. When the people beside her heard this, their expressions were very interesting. They started to size up Jing Yunjiao, the daughter of a rich family. If they didn't hear about her past, everyone would probably think that she was born into a prestigious family. Throw him out. Don't make me say it again. Jing Yunjiao said coldly. Immediately, that person was dragged out. With a bang, the door was tightly shut. Jing Yunjiao was not affected much. After all, she was just an insignificant outsider. However, when the others saw that she was so merciless to her former relatives, they felt a little nervous and hurriedly and carefully helped her deal with the makeup on her face. The room suddenly became extremely quiet. Previously, they would praise her from time to time, but now, no one dared to touch her. Jing Yunjiao's appearance was outstanding. To her, these clothes and makeup were just embellishments. Thus, her makeup wasn't very heavy, but she was still extremely dazzling. With this temperament, no one would be able to steal away her radiance. After a while, Su Chu and Xiao Haiqing were ready and appeared in front of her. Su Chu was wearing a light pink dress, which was not exaggerated. Xiao Haiqing's peach blossom eyes were already a little charming. If she wore red, she would look more mature. After all, she was still young, so she deliberately restrained herself and chose a light blue dress. Her hair was tied up. It was not very seductive, but it was not too pure either. It was very suitable for her current temperament. It's your birthday party. Is it inappropriate for the two of us to dress so beautifully? Xiao Haiqing tugged at her clothes and frowned. What's inappropriate about it? The other women who came today should be dressed more delicately than the two of you. Jing Yunjiao smiled and spoke the truth. First uncle rarely held private parties. Every time he attended such events, it was almost for work. This time it was her birthday party, so there would definitely be a lot of young people coming. On the one hand, there would be people who wanted to make friends with her. On the other hand, second uncle was also back. He was a golden bachelor, so he would attract more bees and butterflies. Su Chu and Xiao Haiqing were just not used to this kind of dress, but they would soon know that the two of them were already very low-key. They were even the same as the main character of her party. It was not extravagant at all. Just as Jing Yunjiao said, at this time, there were many people coming in. The Su family was decorated like a fairyland. It was extremely beautiful. The place where the banquet was held was even more luxurious, and the fragrance of the banquet was overwhelming. The iron gate a few hundred meters away was wide open. Before entering, he could already feel the grandeur of this old house. Fan Liqin walked in with a girl. His face was full of smiles, and his pair of triangular eyes looked around. When he saw someone he knew, he immediately greeted them. Everyone knew that Su Yuantek was somewhat aloof and favored Confucian merchants, and the guests he was familiar with were also of high status. Although Fan Liqin had a lot of assets, he rarely did charity work. He was also more of a profiteer, and there was still a gap between him and a real wealthy family. With Su Yuantek's eyesight, it was almost impossible to invite him over. Wei, if you see Mayor Su's niece later, you must be smart. You two are about the same age, so it's best to make friends with her, okay? Fan Liqin said to his daughter as he walked. Fan Weiwei was 20 years old this year. She was quite sweet and looked like a high school student. Got it, Dad. Fan Weiwei hurriedly replied with a somewhat stiff smile on her face. She didn't know how many times she had to participate in this kind of occasion every year. She wasn't a boy, and her mother didn't give birth to a younger brother. At home, she often had to look at her father's face. When she thought of her mother, Fan Weiwei's heart felt a bit sour. In this day and age, there was probably no one who could be as timid as her mother. Not only did she have to listen to her father's words, she even had to raise his two illegitimate children for him. In addition to her two younger brothers, who knew how many other illegitimate sisters she had. Fan Liqin brought his daughter along as if he was promoting a product. He kept introducing his daughter to everyone with a smile. Fortunately, most of the guests who came in person today were their sons, nephews, and nieces. They were all quite young, so it wasn't particularly awkward. Logically speaking, Su Yuantek would introduce Jing Yunjiao to everyone after the banquet, but it was still early. She didn't even know if Hua Tianxian and Ren Xingyue had arrived yet, so she went outside with Xiao Haiqing and Suchu after her makeup was done. There are so many people. Suchu exclaimed. She picked up a glass of fruit wine and smelled it. Suddenly, she smacked her lips in an exaggerated manner. I know this smell. It's from Brother Bai's company. Dog knows. Xiao Haiqing deliberately laughed. That's because only the wine from Brother Bai's company smells so good. The wine recipe was even provided by my cousin. Suchu smiled proudly, her eyes shining like stars. Jing Yunjiao couldn't help but be happy. He said, I'll bring you to meet my two roommates. Aren't there three? Xiao Haiqing didn't understand. One of them is in another province. Her parents and older brother are watching her closely, so she can't come, Jing Yunjiao explained. Xiao Haiqing nodded. She had met one of Jing Yunjiao's three friends before. She knew that the girl was from a rich family with just one look. She was also straightforward. Even though she had a bit of arrogance around her, she treated people well. Suchu was very curious about everything around Jing Yunjiao. Now that she heard that she had a new friend, she was overjoyed and followed along. She didn't plan to go anywhere else by herself. As for Gan Jingchen and Tang Zihua, the two boys had already mixed in with the crowd. Even after seeing the three of them from afar, they didn't follow them. After searching for a while in the crowd, Jing Yunjiao finally found Hua Tianxian and Ren Xingyue. The outside of the main building wasn't an outdoor setting, so it was very warm. However, Jing Yunjiao and Xiao Haiqing still had a fluffy shawl draped over their shoulders. It was beautiful and warm. Hua Tianxian, on the other hand, looked very cool. It almost touched the ground. She wore 10-centimeter high heels and was dressed in the same color as Jing Yunjiao. She looked very elegant and arrogant. Suchu saw this and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This person was too arrogant. As for Ren Xingyue beside him, she was from the Dark Major. She was wearing very simple clothes without any exaggeration. She was so low-key that no one would be able to discover her. Apart from that, there were also two male elders beside her. They should be Hua Tianxian's father and Ren Xingyue's uncle. Jing Yunjiao immediately went up to greet them. Fan Liqin, who was behind him, caught a glimpse of Jing Yunjiao. His eyes darkened. He pulled an employee over and asked, "Who are those girls?" "Them? They're our Mrs. former friends." The employee roughly replied. "Friends? Former friends? Didn't your miss lead a wandering life in the past?" Fan Liqin asked again. "Yes, we got to know each other back then." The employee immediately nodded. Fan Liqin loosened his grip and grinned. He had thought that the little girl had some ability. It turned out that she was just a country bumpkin from a small place. Previously, she had relied on Pak Yuan to embarrass him. This time, since this miss from the Su family had suddenly jumped onto a branch, she probably didn't remember the bitter days of the past. Moreover, when they were so busy, they wouldn't care about them at all. Even if they embarrassed her later, no one would stand up for her. After all, who would waste their breath on a wild girl? As Fan Liqin thought of this, a gloating expression appeared on his face, and his mood became much better. When his daughter saw her father acting like this, her heart sank. She casually guessed that her father must be thinking of some crooked ideas at this time. Looking at the way he looked at those girls just now, it was as if he wanted to eat them alive. This was the Su family, and he wasn't afraid of causing trouble. However, even if he did cause trouble, as his daughter, she would not sympathize with him. She would even be happy to see such a scene. She and her mother lived too hard. Her father was the man they hated the most. They could not wait for him to go bankrupt and lose his financial power. Then, her mother would be able to divorce easily. Even if she did not have money, it would be better for her to live like this. At this moment, Jing Yunjiao and Hua Tianxian met. Hua Tianxian glanced at her and revealed a somewhat angry attitude. How is it? I should be able to win against you with my outfit today, right? This stinky woman. She did not say that she was the daughter of the Su family. When she first found out that her father wanted to bring her to the Su family, she wanted to refuse. After all, she already had an appointment with Jing Yunjiao. Who knew that Jing Yunjiao would suddenly call and tell the Su family that this banquet was for her? Of course you win. Jing Yunjiao could not help but laugh as she said this. She did not tell Hua Tianxian at first because she thought that Hua Tianxian would find out sooner or later. Moreover, if she told Hua Tianxian in advance, she was afraid that her parents would instruct her for a few days. Her real intention was just to let them come. Besides, she also wanted to tease them a little. Usually, it was Hua Tianxian who recklessly arranged all kinds of things, so today she returned the favor. Alright, don't coax me. Hua Tianxian rolled her eyes and huffed angrily. Jing Yunjiao had an air of nobility about her. This was something he could feel from the first day he saw her. The clothes she was wearing today were even more exquisite. Even though they weren't gorgeous, they perfectly complemented her skin and temperament, making her look perfect without a single flaw. As for herself, of course, she was also very beautiful. There was no problem for her to crush 90% of the women present. However, she lost in terms of appearance. Are you angry? Jing Yunjiao asked with a smile. You are the birthday boy today, how would I dare to be angry with you? Hua Tianxian glanced at her and laughed. In the next moment, she scanned her from head to toe. But you really had a hard time keeping it from us. Mayor Su's niece. Who doesn't know that Mayor Su doesn't have a daughter? He must treat you like his own daughter, right? Also, second young master of the Su family, do you know how many women outside want to catch his eye? I believe that as long as your identity is revealed today, men and women will want to get close to you. The men will want to win your favor, and the women will want to become second young master Su's woman through you. Hua Tianxian secretly clicked her tongue. When she was young, her family was very well off. Her family was more knowledgeable about the affairs of the upper class. Sometimes, her parents would nag in her ears, so she knew a little more. They said that the Su family was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Mayor Su's official position was gradually promoted, and it was not overnight. However, a long time ago, the Su family had a place in Jingdu, but it was more mysterious. Therefore, when she heard that half of Jing Yunjiao's blood was from the Su family, she was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Her friend came from a good family, and she was sincerely happy for her. However, she was also a little selfish. Her parents were both businessmen, and she could not avoid it in the future. Of course, she was not a snob. It was just that her friend happened to come from a good family. If Jing Yunjiao's family was very ordinary, her attitude would not have changed much. Hua Tianxian's father and Ren Xingyue's uncle were chatting with other people, so they did not hear them. After a while, they walked over and were surprised to see a few unfamiliar girls. These are. Hua Tianxian's dad was careful and polite. Jing Yunjiao, in particular, looked a little familiar. Now that he thought about it, she seemed to have been standing with President Bai during the charity fundraiser. Many people were curious about her identity at that time. They are Mai and Xingyue's classmates, Hua Tianxian said bluntly. Hua Tianxian was clear in her heart that the moment she exposed Jing Yunjiao's identity and attracted the attention of others, they wouldn't have the time to themselves anymore. She herself had experienced this kind of situation countless times, so she was very clear on the pressure of being under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. Mayor Su would introduce her to other people. Later anyway. There were only a few girls here, so it was better to keep a low profile for now. Hua Tianxian did not ask any more questions when he heard this, but his attitude was still very friendly. Compared to Ren Xingyue's uncle, Uncle Zhou, he was more shrewd and careful. When the girls met, Hua Tianxian's dad and President Zhou did not force them to stay by their side, especially Ren Xingyue's uncle, Zhou Minghai. He never thought that he would have the opportunity to attend the Su family's banquet. When he received the invitation card, he even thought that someone had sent it by mistake. He had been a little nervous. Now that he was here, not many people wanted to chat with him, so he could only brace himself. It was not easy for his niece to be friends with the Hua family's daughter. He could also use this opportunity to build a relationship with President Hua and not be embarrassed by himself. After the two adults left, Jing Yunjiao introduced herself to each other and they got to know each other better. After all, they were all young people of the same age. They were easy to get along with, so they quickly got along well with each other. Ren Xingyue remembered that Jing Yunjiao had said that she would treat her uncle's illness, so she asked, Yunjiao, you saw my uncle just now. Can you tell his physical condition from his appearance? Jing Yunjiao thought for a moment and said, the symptoms I can see from his appearance are superficial, but I can be sure that there is something wrong with his body. His face is pale and he looks weak. His footsteps are a little lighter than a normal person's. However, I still need to check his pulse to know his exact condition. After the banquet ends, you can stay a little longer. I will write a prescription for your uncle. Hua Tianxian and Ren Xingyue had never seen Jing Yunjiao treat patients, so even now, they still had their doubts. But since she had said that, they could not immediately refute her. But since she had said so, they did not question S words as words. They stood in front of a row of desserts, chatting and laughing. After a while, Fan Liqin walked over with his daughter. Fan Liqin had good eyesight. He recognized Hua Tianxian. Although he was not familiar with the little girl that Zhou Minghai had brought, she was not a threat. The Zhou family was not presentable at all. He did not know what kind of luck they had to have come here. Therefore, the only thing that could make him a little wary was the Hua Corporation. However, Hua's jewelry and the company that he ran were two completely different industries. President Hua was usually so shrewd that he was a little snobbish. Presumably, his daughter was the same. Miss Hua. Fan Liqin called out from behind. Hua Tianxian turned her head when she heard the voice. When she saw the man in front of her, she thought for a moment and said, Boss Fan? When Fan Liqin heard Hua Tianxian call out his surname, his face bloomed with joy. His expression was as gentle as if he was looking at a junior. After looking at her a few more times, he opened his mouth and said, I haven't seen Miss Hua in a while. Girls really change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. The more you change, the prettier you become. Today, you look like a fairy. You're really beautiful. The sudden compliment made Hua Tianxian smile politely. She didn't have any other skills, but her ability to read people was something few people could compare to. Logically speaking, she wasn't familiar with Boss Fan. Even her parents didn't have any interest in him. When they met, they should have just nodded and greeted each other. Now that he had taken the initiative to say such nice words, he definitely didn't have any good intentions. However, even if she knew what Boss Fan was planning, she wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, she would be more polite. Boss Fan is too kind. Just now, I thought I was stealing the limelight. As Hua Tianxian spoke, she winked at Jing Yunjiao. The two of them were friends. Their glances were meant to tease each other. However, Fan Liqin didn't see it that way. When it came to stealing the limelight, Jing Yunjiao was even worse. Her clothes were exquisitely made. With one look, one could tell that it wasn't cheap. On top of that, the style matched her body, making her look very noble and eye-catching. Perhaps Miss Hua's words just now were meant to mock her. With this thought, Fan Liqin's heart relaxed a little. It seemed that although they were standing together, their relationship wasn't good. Miss Hua is born with a noble aura. No matter what she wears, it's the same. However, there are some people who aren't like that. Miss Jing, I heard that you were friends with the young miss that the Su family brought back. You're really lucky to have a friend like that. But I think that no matter how much Mayor Su indulges his niece, he wouldn't let that child get along with someone like you who relies on her looks to make a living. Don't you think so? Fan Liqin warned before he turned to Hua Tianxian and said, Miss Hua, I've met President Hua a few times before, so as an elder, I'm here to remind you that the woman beside you isn't exactly clean. You should keep your distance. As soon as he said this, Hua Tianxian glanced at Jing Yunjiao. She finally knew why Fan Liqin wanted to talk to her. However, wasn't this Fan guy a little too stupid? Everyone knew that Mayor Su's niece was an 18-year-old girl, so most people would restrain themselves a little, so as not to offend her when they met the main character. Boss Fan, did Mayor Su personally invite you here? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Even though she didn't understand this director Fan in front of her, she could tell that this person was arrogant. Even though he was talking bad about Jing Yunjiao, the way he looked at her was filled with lust. It was obvious that he was a good thing. If she could see through this, then Mayor Su would definitely know as well. Furthermore, Mayor Su was a very noble and virtuous person. How could he possibly invite such a person to Jing Yunjiao's birthday party? Of course. Fan Liqi nodded without hesitation. It's a pity that I wasn't able to help Mayor Su like your father when I donated money to charity. However, I am fortunate enough to be here this time. I want to see how magnanimous that young lady is. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Magnanimous? He couldn't even recognize her when she was standing right in front of him. Boss Fan, since you were invited by Mayor Su, you should respect the guests here. It's not right to insult them like this. After Xianxia said this, she snorted softly and turned her head away. She clearly didn't want to talk to Fan Liqi anymore. Fan Liqi glanced at her and immediately frowned. Could he have made a mistake? Was the daughter of the Hua family really friends with this little girl? However, as soon as this thought came to mind, he immediately shook his head in denial. What kind of status did the Hua family have? Who was this girl? Miss Hua, as an elder, of course I wouldn't casually insult someone, but I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't believe me, you can ask her if she knows someone called Pak Yuan. Fan Liqi was determined to expose this little girl's fake face and did his best to prove her vulgarity to Xianxia. Yes, she does. So what? Jing Yunjiao smiled as if she was looking at a clown. She had invited Fan Liqi over to humiliate and attack her, but she didn't expect him to take the initiative to come looking for trouble. This saved her the trouble of thinking of a way to start a conflict. You admitted it yourself? Fan Liqi sneered, that Pak Yuan is a man in his 30s. His ex-wife was a loose woman, and he himself isn't a good person either. I even heard that he had another girlfriend, and you appeared with him at Hua's jewelry to buy some luxury goods. Isn't that right? Miss Hua, she hid a violet bracelet from Hua's jewelry. If you don't believe me, you can check it out and see if it was bought by someone called Pak Yuan. How could Pak Yuan buy an item worth 10 to 20 million and give it to someone who has no relationship with him? Even if it was given to his sister, it wouldn't be appropriate. Therefore, she is Pak Yuan's little lover outside. Halfway through her words, Fan Liqi's lecherous eyes suddenly became filled with disgust. She fiercely said to Jing Yunjiao, calling you a little lover is already praising you. I think you can't even be compared to a prostitute. At least those women aren't as greedy and insatiable as you. Look at the way you're dressed. Once you open your mouth, you're clearly someone who doesn't know what's important. Other than Bai Yuan, do you have other financial backers outside? You're so young yet so casual. What did your parents teach you? Fan Liqi's continuous words were enough to make a little girl feel ashamed. However, Jing Yunjiao's actions were upright, so naturally, he wasn't included. Xianxia finally remembered that Jing Yunjiao had suddenly called her a few days ago to ask her to help deal with a bidding incident at Hua's jewelry. At the time, she had agreed without hesitation and reported it to her parents. She heard that the bidder had backed out of the deal, but because of Jing Yunjiao's advance warning, the bidder hadn't returned the money. From the looks of it, that person was none other than President Fan. However, at the mention of the violet bracelet, Celestial Immortal Hua recalled it and had a deep impression of it. Hua's jewelry did indeed have a set of royal purple treasures at the main shopping center in the capital city. The price was exorbitant. Some time ago, Mayor Su had called her father and personally ordered the bracelet. He didn't even ask her father to send someone to deliver it. Instead, he took it very seriously and personally went to pick it up. In recent months, the Hua Corporation had only had one set of royal purple treasures. Xianxia couldn't help but look at Jing Yunjiao a few more times. Her eyes were filled with emotion. She hadn't expected that Mayor Su would dote on her so much. It seemed like her life as the daughter of the Su family was pretty good. However, when Fan Liqi looked at Xianxia, he misunderstood again. He thought that Xianxia already had suspicions about Jing Yunjiao. Miss Hua, with your status, it's better if you don't interact with her too much. Otherwise, she'll ruin your reputation. Am I right? After Fan Liqin said this, he pushed his daughter forward. This is my daughter, Wei Wei. You two should get along well. Why don't Miss Hua and my daughter go shopping somewhere else first? Fan Weiwei's expression was one of embarrassment. Her father seemed to have once again treated her as a commodity that could be used, casually arranging her life. However, she didn't dare to refuse. Privately, she gave Jing Yunjiao and Hua Tianxian an apologetic look. She was completely at a loss for what to do. She was a 20-year-old girl, yet she looked as confused and flustered as a child. She looked rather pitiful. Jing Yunjiao knew that this Fan Liqin was a great son. Originally, he thought that Fan Liqin's wife and daughter would have some tricks up their sleeves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to bring the twins back to the Fan Liqin family to attack Tan Shi. However, now that he saw Fan Weiwei's appearance, he immediately understood that Fan Liqin's wife might not have any tricks up her sleeves, but she was completely powerless. This Fan Liqin in front of him could be said to be the epitome of a scumbag. He occupied his wife at home and raised his illegitimate children outside. He even took pride in it and never got tired of it. Have you said enough? Jing Yunjiao finally spoke. Hua Tianxian stood to the side. He couldn't tell what her attitude was, which made Fan Liqin a little confused. Flying into a rage out of humiliation? There's no Pak Yuan here. No one can help you. Moreover, do you think that the cousin of the Su family will care about you? I invited you here only for the sake of face. You, a wild girl, dare to be impudent here? What a joke. Fan Liqin didn't back down in the slightest. In fact, she was full of confidence. Jing Yunjiao didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and glanced behind Fan Liqin. What a coincidence. Fan Liqin thought that Pak Yuan wouldn't appear at all. At this moment, their eyes met and he walked in her direction. Because the banquet had already begun, most of the people had already arrived, including Yunling Medical's Qin Shui. He was also nearby, looking around without a trace. What are you looking at? Seeing Jing Yunjiao remain silent, Fan Liqin said in disgust. Then, he subconsciously turned his head in the direction of Jing Yunjiao's gaze, and his expression immediately changed. Why is Pak Yuan here? There was also a woman beside him. Although the woman looked to be in her 30s, she had a mature and steady charm. Pak Yuan was even calmer when he saw Fan Liqin. After approaching him, he directly asked, "What nonsense is Boss Fan spouting now?" So it's Xiao Bai. You're really like a lingering spirit. To be able to come to a place like this, it seems like you're quite capable, Fan Liqin said sarcastically. Thank you for your praise, Boss Fan. However, I'm still no match for Boss Fan. You're so resourceful. Not only did you come to the Su family, you even dared to bully a guest of the Su family in front of so many people. It seems like you don't care about Mayor Su. Could it be that you found a big backer? Pak Yuan sneered. Fan Liqin's expression turned ugly. Xiao Bai, 2 days ago, your wife, Tan Shi, caused a huge commotion. Don't tell me you didn't see it? I don't know what you think of such a wonderful scene. Fan Liqin deliberately dragged Tan Shi into the conversation. That Tan Shi had been silent ever since she was raped. She hid at home all day, not daring to go out. After all, the photo was too clear. Although the key parts were censored, everyone could see her face clearly. Therefore, the moment she went out, others could recognize her. Although Pak Yuan had already come forward to explain that he and Tan Shi were no longer a couple tomorrow morning, Tan Shi had messed around with several men. Her relatives and friends all felt ashamed. The current Pak Yuan had not seen Tan Shi. If he saw her, he would probably be even more shocked. In just a few short days, she had already lost her previous glory. She stayed at her parents' house all day long. She was as dumb as a wooden chicken. She even needed her parents to serve her food and drink. Tan Shi's entire life had been ruined by Fan Liqin. If that man had not appeared, she would have obediently followed Pak Yuan for the rest of her life. She would have given birth to 2 children for him, and from then on, she would have taken care of her husband and children. Perhaps her life would have become unreasonable and she would nag non-stop every day, but Pak Yuen would never abandon her no matter what. Even if she did not have a rich life, it would definitely be a stable and ordinary life. But now, everything was ruined. Her reputation was gone, her son was gone, and her husband was gone. Although her parents loved her, they sometimes despised her for causing such an embarrassing situation and embarrassing them. She even wanted to die, but she did not have the courage to do so. Therefore, she could only drag it out and go crazy in despair every day. She did not know if she was torturing herself or the people around her. However, even if Pak Yuen saw Xianxia's current miserable state, he probably would not have any pity for her. That woman had already squandered all of his feelings, leaving nothing behind. She was no different from a stranger. Moreover, she had chosen the path herself. Even if she fell to her death or became disabled, she had to continue walking it. She could not let him, who had already set foot on another bright path, go back on his words and help her fall to her death in a deep ditch. Therefore, even if Fan Liqin mentioned her now, Pak Yuen still did not even frown. "Boss Fan, you're only a few years older than me, and you've already lost your mind? Xianxia is not my wife. She's your woman. You sent your woman to another man's bed. It seems like you have a soft spot for cuckoldry. Also, speaking of the recent news. Boss Fan, it seems that other than the small media company you invested in, no one else dares to say a word, right?" Pak Yuen mocked. "That's because others were frightened by the fake goods you found. I don't know how you got in, but that's good. In a while, I'll personally ask Mayor Su if he gave that order." Fan Liqin became angrier the more he thought about it. At this time, he even had another guess. Maybe this Pak Yuen had bribed Mayor Su's people and used Mayor Su's name to give orders. Let's take a look then. Pak Yuen looked straight ahead. Fan Liqin felt stifled in his heart. "Miss Hua, you've seen it for yourself. This little girl is a slut that anyone can f*ck. Pak Yuen is one of her lovers. You have to stay away from her." Hua Tianxian could not help but be speechless. Boss Fan's real intention was not to make her stay away from Jing Yunjiao, but to humiliate her. The place where they were standing was very lively. Now that he was pointing at Jing Yunjiao's nose and scolding him, how could they ignore it? Suddenly, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Jing Yunjiao's face was very beautiful, but she was a stranger. Although only a few ladies remembered that she was the little girl who had donated money to charity, they did not think too much of it. How could they remember the events of that day so clearly? Moreover, Jing Yunjiao had put on makeup today and specially dressed up, so there were some differences between her and the Su Xianlan of 20 years ago. Su Xianlan rarely appeared in public other than when she was treating illnesses and administering medicine. Moreover, her appearance was more gentle. At that time, there was no modern makeup technology. Therefore, after all this fuss, Jing Yunjiao and Su Xianlan's resemblance was reduced by 30 to 40%. The remaining resemblance could not be linked at all because of the long time that had passed. Fan Liqin, say that again if you have the guts. Jing Yunjiao stared at him as if she was throwing cold knives at him. Say it again? So what if I say it 10 times? What kind of storm can a few little girls from the countryside stir up? I'm going to talk to Mayor Su later to prevent an indecent person like you from leading the Su family's daughter astray. Fan Liqin wasn't afraid of a little girl, and curses came out of her mouth. That person's triangular eyes sparkled. While he spoke, he sized up Jing Yunjiao from head to toe. He casually dusted off his clothes, causing his body to sway a few times. His eyes were filled with disdain as he continued, "You can even afford to wear a bracelet that's worth tens of millions? Who knows how many times you'll have to be slept with before you can get it back? I've seen many women like you who can only show off on men. You want to be in the limelight in this kind of place? Anyone can tell that you're not serious with your coquettish attitude. You're the only one who's stupid." He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and felt a wave of comfort in his heart. The past few days had really angered him quite a bit. There were many times when he wanted to curse, but he didn't have the chance. Now that this little girl had delivered herself to him, she couldn't blame him for being impolite. Fan Liqin's words were extremely unpleasant to hear. Many people present frowned as they felt that it was unbearable to hear. They were all honored guests invited by Mayor Su. When had they ever heard such words? They looked at the little girl who was being scolded and pitiful, but they didn't know the situation and couldn't help her. Otherwise, if they really helped a woman who wasn't serious, it wouldn't sound good if word got out. Suchu and Xiao Haiqing, who were beside Jing Yunjiao, were so angry that their faces turned red. They couldn't believe that someone dared to scold Jing Yunjiao in front of them. Thinking back to when Jing Yunjiao was besieged by a group of reporters, the unpleasant words were just SOSO. This Fan Liqin was even more powerful than those shrews in the marketplace. Of course, his guts were even more arrogant. On the other side, Hua Tianxian and Ren Xingyue were also angry. Boss Fan, please conduct yourself with dignity. Hua Tianxian said angrily with a cold expression. Yunjiao? Xiao Haiqing wasn't in a hurry. She tilted her head and called out, as if she was ready to teach him a lesson for her at any time. Jing Yunjiao's face turned green and red, but he wasn't angry. He had heard a lot of unpleasant words in his previous life. What was this? In fact, the more this Fan Liqin spoke, the more miserable his death would be. With so many people watching, he dared to scold her? Ha, Jing Yunjiao suddenly smiled coldly. Fan Liqin thought that the little girl in front of her had gone mad from anger. Before she could say anything, she saw Hu Yao reach out and place her handbag in Miss Hua's hand. Her eyes were cold and filled with a murderous intent. Fan Liqin could not help but feel her heart clench when she raised the corners of her eyes. Xiao Haiqing took a look and licked her lips. She also handed over the things in her hand. Please take them. It was the same for Suchu. In the next moment, Jing Yunjiao took 2 steps closer to Fan Liqin. Xiao Haiqing gave Suchu a look, and the two of them moved a few steps to the side and surrounded Fan Liqin. Their expressions were a little dangerous, but it was hard to tell what was going on. If it were any other occasion, they would think that these 3 little girls were trying to get physical. But here? And they were wearing such beautiful and elegant clothes. Just as everyone was thinking, Jing Yunjiao suddenly picked up the tray next to her and viciously slapped the person. Fan Liqin was a little stunned. He immediately turned a few times to face Xiao Haiqing. Xiao Haiqing didn't care about her image. She lifted her skirt slightly and in the next moment, raised her leg and kicked the person towards Suchu. Fan Liqin didn't expect that the 3 of them would dare to make a move. After spinning a few times dizzily, he came to his senses. He quickly steadied himself and reached out to strangle Suchu. His ferocious look was especially frightening. Suchu closed her eyes and raised her hand to slash fiercely, dodging the attack. Jing Yunjiao snorted coldly. From behind, she grabbed Fan Liqin's collar, lifted him up, and threw him fiercely to the side. Jing Yunjiao wouldn't ruin her birthday party, so she aimed at the fountain. Fan Liqin's entire body fell in, creating a splash of water. In an instant, his body was soaked clean. You shrews! You little slut, how dare you hit me? Where's the security? Where's Mayor Su? I want to see Mayor Su. In just a short while, Fan Liqin's face had turned green and red. Because he had hit the fountain's pillar when he fell, his nose was bleeding. It looked a little scary. Jing Yunjiao smiled coldly. See Mayor Su? Okay, I'll get Mayor Su to come out and see you. Get someone to invite him, Jing Yunjiao said simply as she turned her head and stared at the employee beside her. Originally, she only wanted Fan Liqin to do something to anger the public. Now was the perfect time. Although she had hit him, it was only a few hits. He could only blame himself for being stupid. Besides, she had recorded everything he had said with her phone. Otherwise, how could he have let her nag for so long without saying anything? Fan Liqin crawled out of the pool like a water ghost. His body was in pain. Xiao Haiqing snorted coldly when she saw this. She kicked him back into the pool. Fan Liqin was so angry that his legs turned to jelly. He was very angry inside. He didn't know what was going on at Mayor Su's house. It had been so long, but no one came forward to help him. With a belly full of anger, he stood in the pool and didn't come out. He was just waiting for Mayor Su's people to come and take a good look. When the time came, for the sake of Mayor Su and for the sake of his niece's upbringing, he would absolutely not allow such a woman to stay by his niece's side. Pak Yuan was the same. If he stood on the side of this wild girl, then he was doomed to lose Mayor Su's favor. Also, he had to get to the bottom of those calls to the media. Fan Liqin cut a sorry figure, while Jing Yunjiao stood to the side with a calm expression, not saying a word. Instead, he gave off the impression that he was lonely yet strong. He always felt that this girl had a strong temper and was unyielding. She didn't seem like the kind of woman who would do what Fan Liqin said. Not long after, Su Yuantek and Su Wenqing arrived. Originally, Su Yuantek was going to send someone to look for Jing Yunjiao. After all, it was almost time to introduce her. However, when the two brothers arrived and saw this scene, they were somewhat astonished. First uncle, second uncle. Jing Yunjiao walked over and greeted them. Her crisp voice immediately reached everyone's ears. In an instant, countless people's faces lit up. Their pupils dilated as they were shocked beyond words. The Su family only had one junior, Su Yuantek. The only person who could call Su Yuantek and Su Wenqing uncle was the young lady who had just been found outside. That was, the young lady with the surname Jing. Fan Liqin's ears were filled with the sound of the gushing water from the fountain. In addition, he was dizzy from the fall. His mind was filled with ringing sounds, so he didn't notice the way she addressed him. Therefore, he ignored everyone's complicated gazes and treated Su Yuantek as a life-saving straw. He complained, "Mayor Su. You have to stand up for me. These three wild girls actually dared to be rough with me. Look at my clothes." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. They didn't want to see Fan Liqin's stupid look anymore. The girl had already called him uncle, but he actually didn't hear it. If he had said that it was a misunderstanding before Su Yuantek spoke and took the initiative to apologize, perhaps the matter would have been lighter. Now, the moment he opened his mouth, he said that Mayor Su's niece was a wild girl. He was really courting death. Fan Liqin's face was filled with anticipation and resentment. He was waiting for Su Yuantek to issue an angry command to chase the three wild girls out. "Say that again?" Su Yuantek asked with a cold face. "Mayor Su. I'm also a guest you invited. Even if you don't give the monk face, you have to give the Buddha face. This girl doesn't give me any face at all. I only said a few words to her and she actually hit me." Fan Liqin said again. "What did you say to her?" Su Wenqing's gaze was faint and filled with a sense of judgment. Fan Liqin felt that the reaction of the Mayor Su brothers was a little strange. Shouldn't they have asked someone to pull him up first? Why did they ask him what he said without knowing the gravity of the situation? However, even though he was very suspicious, since he had asked, he still had to find an excuse to gloss over it. However, just as he was about to speak, Jing Yunjiao took out his phone from the small bag in Xianxia's hands. After pressing a button, a very clear voice suddenly sounded in the air. "Fan Liqin, if you have the guts, say that again?" "Say it again? Even if I say it 10 times, so what? What kind of storm can a few little girls from the countryside stir up? I'm going to talk to Mayor Su later to prevent an indecent person like you from leading the Su family's daughter astray. You can even afford a bracelet worth over 10 million? Who knows how many times you have to be slept with before you can get it back? I've seen a lot of women like you who can only show off on men. You want to be in the limelight in this kind of place? With your coquettish attitude, anyone can tell that you're not serious. It's just that you're stupid." Even though Fan Liqin's voice didn't have any special characteristics, it could still be distinguished and there was no need to refute it. When Su Yuantek heard this, he was so angry that his face turned green. "I just found out that my, Su Yuantek's, niece is actually indecent in your eyes? Boss Fan, you sure talk big," Su Yuantek said sarcastically. Su Wenqing's face was so cold that it could even form ice. His eyes were bursting with anger, and he was already planning in his heart. He had never seen this boss Fan before, but if he wanted to, he could kill him at any time. "Niece? Who? Her?" Fan Liqin was stunned and pointed at Jing Yunjiao. "That's right, it's her. The wild girl that you scolded to be worthless." Su Yuantek's tone made one's hair stand on end. He suddenly said, "I don't remember inviting Boss Fan over. How did you get in?" Fan Liqin's mouth twitched. "How could that be? This wild girl is Mayor Su's niece? That's why she's here, and that's why she's so arrogant." Fan Liqin was completely dumbfounded. His mind was in a mess. The people around him all had complicated expressions. He didn't know if they were gloating or mourning for him. No. Mayor Su, let me explain. I really didn't know she was your. I saw her once at the jewelry store. She was wearing a bracelet that someone else bought, so I misunderstood. Mayor Su. After a while, Fan Liqin said in a panic. Everyone present was a famous and promising person. Su Yuantek may only be a mayor now, but in reality, if he wanted to, he could be an even higher official. His power was deeply intertwined, not to mention the business world. There were even people who said that they had received favors from him. Although he didn't know why, he heard that there were people who respected the Su family very much decades ago. It seemed to be because of old Master Su. In short, there were 3 words: don't mess with them. He had offended Mayor Su's niece in front of so many people. Bracelet? Are you talking about the violet jade bracelet? I personally went to President Hua to buy that item. Do you need me to bring the receipt for you to verify it? Su Yuantek snorted coldly in a low voice. Inside the warm glass building, he suddenly felt an icy chill. What? Then the violet jade bracelet was also. Fan Liqin suddenly felt that his brain wasn't enough to process this. After thinking about it carefully, it did seem to be the case. Jing Yunjiao and Pak Yuan hadn't bought anything in front of him at all. It was completely his subconscious. I'll ask again. How did you get in? Su Yuantek asked again faintly. Fan Liqin shivered. Mayor Su, I received an invitation. Where's the invitation? Bring it out for me to see, Su Yuantek said coldly. Fan Liqin's body stiffened. When his daughter heard this, she hurriedly took out the golden invitation from her bag. Su Yuantek took it and looked at it. He immediately said, Boss Fan, you really have the nerve to say that. You can even fake an invitation. You really surprised me. What kind of place do you think the Su family is? You think you can come as you please? What do you think the precious niece of Su Yuantek is? You think you can scold her as you please? Fake? That's impossible. Fan Liqin immediately retorted. Whether it's real or fake, you can compare it with someone else's and you'll know. I, Su Yuantek, won't bother to wrongly accuse you. Su Yuantek said coldly. This was the first time in 20 years that the Su family had invited so many guests. Naturally, they had to be attentive. Every invitation was personally signed by him. There was absolutely no possibility of fraud. However, although Fan Liqin's name on the invitation was very similar to his handwriting, the minute differences were still very big. This kind of thing could be easily distinguished by comparing or finding someone to do a comparison. Boss Fan, your invitation is indeed different from ours, Hua Tianxian's father added fuel to the fire and said with a smile while shaking his head. When Fan Liqin heard this, he felt as though someone had viciously smacked him with a hammer. His entire being was so depressed that he was about to explode. His hands trembled as he felt the naked disdainful gazes around him. Anger, resentment. You did this, right? Fan Liqin stared at Jing Yunjiao and said, Mayor Su, as long as you go and investigate, you'll know that I didn't fake this. Absolutely not. Impersonating Mayor Su's signature. Just this point alone was enough for Mayor Su to keep an eye on him. I did this? Boss Fan, did I specially invite you over to scold me? You were the one who took the initiative to appear in front of me to cause trouble. Don't throw dirty water at me like this. Jing Yunjiao said directly. That one sentence made Fan Liqin's heart feel stifled. He only felt that after the external injury, his heart was starting to ache faintly. Yes, from the very beginning, he was the one who took the initiative to look for this girl. Many people had seen it. Today, he was completely screwed. Just based on Su Yuantek's connections, there would be people who would take the initiative to toy with him until he died. More importantly, there was also Su Wencheng. This was a complete loss of reputation. It was guaranteed that after today, there would be countless people who would take the initiative to grab hold of his weakness and trample him into the dust. His cold lips trembled. At this moment, the phone on his body rang. His phone was wet, but because it was separated by his clothes, it was only a little wet and didn't break. Looking at the caller ID, he gritted his teeth and picked it up. After all, he had already offended Mayor Su, Boss Van. Something happened. Just now, someone exposed the matter of the female student from half a year ago. A panicked voice suddenly sounded from the other end of the phone. Naturally, it was released very quickly on the internet, not to mention the speed of dissemination. What? What female student? Boss Van didn't understand. Fan Liqin wasn't pretending to be dumb. He really didn't remember who that female student was. After all, half a year ago, he had given an order to scheme against an extremely ordinary family. To him, it was simply a small matter. After the limelight had passed, it was naturally cast to the back of his mind. It's the one who you asked me to publish the news about a female student who angered her mother to death because she wanted to buy expensive electronic products. Boss Van, what should we do now? The news is inaccurate and 2 people have died. If we allow other media outlets to continue spreading it, a small media company like ours won't be able to handle it. You're also a shareholder. Quickly help us think of a way to deal with it, the other party hurriedly said. Jing Yunjiao, who was standing at the side, heard everything clearly. She didn't expect the matter to be settled so quickly. She immediately gave Pak Yuan a look of approval. After being reminded by the person on the other end of the phone, Fan Liqin remembered. There was indeed such an incident, however, it was handled very well at the time. The female student had died, and the father had taken the money. Even if there was a reason, it was unreasonable. Why would there suddenly be media outlets? Her eyes suddenly widened and she looked at Pak Yuan. She stared fixedly at him. Was it him or that girl? Boss Van, you don't look too good. Did you do something immoral? Let me give you a piece of advice. Karma doesn't go well. Even if a person is dead, they might suddenly come back to life and talk to you about the past. Jing Yunjiao said eerily. Fan Liqin shivered. When she said that, he suddenly remembered the face of the female student that he had completely forgotten. There was grievance, hatred, and anger. It's you. The 2 words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. This little girl who looked so young actually came up with such a plan. Thinking about it carefully, she probably had it all planned out long ago, right? To be able to find someone to investigate his background in such detail, it must have started from the moment Tan Xi's post was released. She did it so quietly, as if she had forgotten about him. She didn't give him a single threat. She was obviously Mayor Su's niece, but she didn't show it in front of him at all. She even had someone send him an invitation. She knew that he would definitely choose to come when he saw the invitation letter. As long as she arranged for the staff to inform them in advance, no one would carefully check whether the signature on the letter was real or fake. It would make him think that he was holding a real one, and then, attract his attention so that he would take the initiative to cause trouble, in such an occasion, with such a big lineup, not to mention scolding this little girl. Even if he only caused a little trouble for her, Su Yuantek would severely reprimand him or even drive him out for the sake of his niece's face, right? And he even chose today to expose this matter. At this time, Fan Liqin only felt a chill on her body, a feeling of fear and regret. It was as if all fame and fortune had stopped at this moment. What are you in a daze for? Why haven't you asked Boss Van to leave yet? After a while, Fan Liqin heard Su Yuantek's cold voice. Following that, someone pulled at his body. His entire body was almost dragged out of the pool, leaving a long watermark on the ground. Little slut, after being a fallen phoenix for so many years, I don't believe that you haven't done that kind of thing. I don't believe that there's nothing going on between you and Pak Yuan. What rich young miss, you're not worthy. He was furious, and when he was pulled away, he suddenly exploded with rage. In any case, he had already thoroughly offended the Su family. Even if he cursed a few more times, it wouldn't make any difference. Fan Liqin's roar made everyone's scalps go numb. They all cautiously glanced at Jing Yunjiao, but found that her expression didn't change in the slightest. She didn't give off the slightest feeling of blasphemy. I'm sorry. Fan Liqin's daughter hurriedly bowed and said, then turned around and ran out. Su Yuantek's expression eased a little. Zhao, uncle will seek justice for you. Su Yuantek patted Jing Yunjiao's shoulder and said. Usually, at home, these 2 uncles would touch Jing Yunjiao's head and kill her at the slightest provocation. However, today, Jing Yunjiao's hairstyle was designed, so Su Yuantek restrained himself and settled for the next best thing. Many people already understood the meaning of this simple sentence. There was no need to talk about Su Yuantek's influence. A portion of the people here had received favors from Old Master Su. The Su family's medical connections spanned all over the world. They could get their hands on almost any kind of medicine. Who hadn't fallen sick before? Minor illnesses were fine, but the problem was that there were members of the family who had suffered from terminal illnesses. Of course, that was before the Jing family fell. The Jing family treated illnesses, and the Su family sold medicine. No matter how rare something was, they would find it. The two families were like branches of the same tree. Although the Jing family no longer had an heir, this friendship was still counted on the Su family's head. This influence wasn't small. Moreover, many people here knew in their hearts that the Li family, who had helped the Jing family set up big hospitals, hadn't learned the essence of the Jing family's medical skills. They could treat ordinary illnesses, but if they encountered a serious illness, they would have to find Old Master Su. Although his medical skills couldn't compare to the Jing families of the past, he was definitely an outstanding doctor. Therefore, at this moment, there was no need for Su Yuantek to say anything. Family Qin would naturally be taken care of by someone else. Everyone. After Jing Yunjiao relaxed, Su Yuantek put his arm around her shoulder and said to the crowd, "Zhao grew up outside, but she's good at everything. As her uncle, I'm very pleased. Today, I've invited everyone here because Zhao is an adult today, and also to bear witness that she's no longer alone. The Su family doesn't have many descendants to begin with. Although her surname isn't Su, the blood of the Su family flows in her body. In the future, she'll have a share of everything in the Su family. I hope everyone will take good care of her in the future." After Su Yuantek calmed himself down, he spoke slowly. His voice had the ability to draw people's attention. "Congratulations to the three of you. Miss Jing is so smart and sensible. She has a bright future ahead of her." Huadad took the opportunity to speak first. Although he had crossed the line a little, Hu asked his daughter to be friends with Jing Yunjiao. It was natural for him to speak first. "Miss Jing, I wish you all the best." "I wish you all the best in the future," Zhou Minghai added. After that, the others hurriedly offered a few nice words. They were nothing more than praises or auspicious words. The gifts had already been presented, and someone was in charge of receiving and recording them at the entrance. Although the words weren't necessarily sincere, on a day like this, it was good to hear a little more. Jing Yunjiao thanked everyone politely. She was very elegant and courteous, as if she wasn't the one who had hit Family Qin. Not only that, but even Su Chu and Xiao Haiqing were the same. The two of them were dressed in ladylike clothes and naturally restrained themselves. It was as if they were two different people. "Cousin, happy birthday." Among the well-wishes, a very abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was stunned when they heard it, and they all looked over. "This?" Huadad glanced at the woman. After some thought, he decided to call her Miss. Then he asked, "Miss, what did you just say?" There were only a few people in the Su family. This woman who had suddenly appeared claimed to be Jing Yunjiao's cousin. Didn't that mean that she was Su Yuantek's daughter? But judging from the woman's age, she didn't seem to be Su Yuantek's daughter. She looked like she was in her 30s. Judging from the way she dressed and talked, she didn't seem to be related to the Su family at all. "Hello, boss. I'm Yunjiao's cousin. My name is Xianxia. I used to live in the same town as Yunjiao. Her father is my uncle. Our families are quite close." Song Xiaoyu's face was flushed red. She looked embarrassed as she clutched her clothes with both hands. She looked uneasy. Jing Yunjiao was dressed beautifully, but this cousin of hers was wearing a simple turtleneck sweater. She was so hot that she was sweating under the heater. She looked out of place and made people ponder. Jing Yunjiao's eyes flashed, and a dangerous glint flashed across her eyes. She was the one who had personally ordered this person to leave. Her words carried weight in the family. Her two uncles had never interfered in her private affairs, so it was even more impossible for them to ask her to stay. Even if she wanted to stay, she wouldn't appear in front of her in such a manner. The only possibility was Xianxia. If that was the case, she didn't know if Xianxia had specially arranged for this person to enter the Su family or if it was just a coincidence. Hui's dad looked at Su Yuantek awkwardly and didn't ask any more questions. Su Yuantek frowned and said, "Who asked you to come?" "No one asked me to come. I'm a stylist, and I just happened to meet her. But I don't know why she's ignoring me." But after thinking about it, I realized that it wasn't easy for me to meet her, so I had to finish what I wanted to say. Otherwise, I would be letting my uncle down. Xianxia continued. Now that she had appeared, it would be even harder to explain if they asked her to shut up and leave. Although Jing Yunzhao didn't care about other people's opinions, she was now a member of the Su family. She couldn't let others talk nonsense about her. The Su family already had a lecherous and hedonistic Suyu, so they definitely couldn't have another person with a bad reputation. Thinking of this, Jing Yunzhao suddenly smiled like a spring breeze. I wonder if Big Sister Song has something to say. Jing Yunzhao looked very friendly, which was a little unexpected. Song Xiaoyu relaxed. She was right. As long as everyone was present, Jing Yunzhao could only admit to it. Cousin, I'm happy that you're celebrating your birthday, but why didn't you bring your uncle over? Uncle was really living a miserable life. Our family used to be good, but after you broke off your relationship with him, we didn't have a penny. His aunt is gone, and his little cousin is gone. If you don't care about him, he might starve to death one day. Song Xiaoyu hurriedly said. Don't you still have a cousin? Jing Yunzhao was still smiling, but her smile was as cold as ice. Cousin is a boy. How could he know how to take care of people? Besides, he's still young. Now that you've found your family, it's time for him to enjoy his life. It wasn't easy for him to raise you all these years, Song Xiaoyu hurriedly said. After that, Xianxia hurriedly walked out and tugged at Song Xiaoyu. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Mrs. Su, you're really nice. Thank you for your kindness, but no matter what, I have to make things clear with my cousin. Otherwise, many relatives in town will say that she's unfilial. Song Xiaoyu struggled. Jing Yunzhao narrowed her eyes. Sure enough, she jumped out on her own. If Xianxia didn't jump out in the name of kindness in front of everyone, then after the guests left, she would have to face Su Yuantek's anger. Therefore, it wasn't worth it. So now she had to prove her innocence in front of everyone and gain their respect to prove her kindness. What's the matter? Su Yuantek stared at Xianxia and asked. Under everyone's gaze, it wasn't good to be too cold. Xianxia was a little flustered and apologetic. Feeling the inquisitive eyes of the crowd, she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Zhao. I just saw someone dragging her out, so I asked out of curiosity. Knowing that she is your cousin, I thought about it and asked her to stay. We had a meal in an inconspicuous place, which could be considered as a polite way to repay the kindness of your adoptive parents. But I didn't expect that she would suddenly come here. I'll take her back now. She made it sound as if Jing Yunzhao treated his guests badly. There's no need. Jing Yunzhao smiled. Thanks to you, the dog came out and bit me. If I don't explain it clearly, I'm afraid that everyone will think that I, Jing Yunzhao, am a heartless villain. Who will dare to get along with me in the future? Under the eyes of everyone, he still had to do what he needed to do to save face. Zhao, did your aunt do something wrong? Xianxia hurriedly said. She was a little flustered. Her gentle and kind appearance made people couldn't help but worry about her. Aunt, you are an elder. I don't blame you if you did something wrong. But, my uncle knows my past very well. Why don't you know about it? Jing Yunzhao paused and said, after I was recognized, my uncles also investigated it themselves. A lot of things happened to me in the past. For example, I was abused by my adoptive father when I was young. I was neglected by my adoptive mother as a tool to ward off evil spirits for her children. Aunt, did you ignore these? Xianxia then hurriedly said, I don't know these things very well. And after all, you know this person. It's not good to drive her out like this. What's wrong with that? Jing Yunzhao directly denied, and then said, Aunt, you don't know what kind of suffering I suffered when I was young? Do you not know or do you not want to know? You've been hovering in front of me every day, asking me all sorts of questions. You can't wait to know everything about me. I've already said that even if Uncle didn't tell you what he found out, you should still remember what I've said. Could it be that you've forgotten? Xianxi's face changed. She knew that Jing Yunjiao was lying now. Recently, the two of them had been meeting almost every day, but every time, it was always her who sent Jing Yunjiao some food. Jing Yunjiao also didn't speak much, and most of the time, it was just probing words that didn't reach the point. You are the birthday girl. Whatever you say. I will ask someone to take her away. Xianxia moved forward instead of retreating. Cousin. Xianxia called again. She was still struggling. It seemed that she didn't give face to Xianxia. Jing Yunjiao's expression suddenly turned bleak. Don't you feel guilty calling me Biamei? Which one of the Qiao family's relatives didn't mock me? Are you trying to ruin my reputation by suddenly coming to acknowledge me as your relative? You asked me to take care of my adoptive father. How ironic. 2 or 3 years ago, there were people who pretended to be my biological parents. Not only did my adoptive father not help me, he even beat them up and sold out everything about my childhood. It almost made me believe that those people were real. Not only that, they even found countless reporters to say that I was ungrateful, and everyone knew about it. However, there were already people who judged what happened back then for me. Whether or not I was heartless will be known after an investigation. You know very well in your heart whether or not you have any good intentions by criticizing me here. I don't want to talk about the past. That's why I asked you to leave. If I really pursue the matter, don't talk about taking care of my adoptive father. I can even directly sue him and send him to jail. Xia Weiman was the man she was most afraid of and hated in her previous life, so she didn't choose to let him go to jail. Now, he had become a useless person. His daughter was missing, and his son despised him. His life was a problem, and he didn't even have any hope for the rest of his life. This kind of suffering was more torturous than going to jail. Zhao? Su Yuantek looked at her with distress. Auntie, take a look for yourself. You'll know if I'm repaying kindness with evil by chasing her away. Jing Yunjiao took out a wet tissue from her bag and raised her arm to wipe it. Suddenly, a few shocking scars appeared on her flawless arm. It was obvious that they were caused by cigarette butts. Xianxi's pupils shrank. Why hadn't she seen them before? Did your foster father do this? Su Wenqing suddenly rushed over, grabbed her arm, and asked while gritting his teeth. Jing Yunjiao's skin was very good. It was delicate and tender, so it made people feel that she hadn't suffered much. However, this was caused by eating fruits nourished by the space all year round. There were only 2 places that she hadn't specially improved. One was her hands, and the other was the scars on her arm. She had done all kinds of work since she was young. Her hands were rough with frostbite, scalds, and calluses. Although the scars had faded a lot because of the space products, there were still some left. However, because she knew martial arts and medicine, people subconsciously thought that the scars were caused by hard work. Therefore, people rarely asked about them. As for the cigarette scars on her arm, if she wasn't wearing long sleeves, she would mostly cover them with ointment. She wouldn't show them to others. She could heal the scars, but she didn't want to. Every time she saw these scars, she would be very satisfied with her current life. She didn't even dare to be tired. This scar made everyone suck in a breath of cold air, and the way they looked at her immediately turned into sympathy. With these scars, it couldn't be said that she had falsely accused others in order to escape from her previous poverty, right? Xianxia had never thought that Jing Yunjiao had such a hidden card. She had always been calm about the past, so she didn't feel that she had been wronged. Zhao, I didn't expect you. Why don't you let us take a look? Xianxia immediately looked distressed and quickly made up for it. If Jing Yunjiao did not show the scar, no matter how much she said, others would think that she was looking for an excuse for herself, or even that she had wronged her adoptive parents. But now, it was different. Her body, hair, and skin belonged to her parents. Even if they were her adoptive parents, they should not have been so heavy-handed. Beating a child was nothing, but causing such devastating scars was abuse. If he really treated her like his own daughter, why would he leave these behind? Aunt Shen, my uncle still knows to check. And ask. Even if he doesn't know about the scars on my body, he will know that I used to live a bad life. He shouldn't expose my scars at this time. Jing Yunjiao changed his words at this time. It was reasonable. Others would only think that she was disappointed, but they wouldn't think that she was rude. It's my fault. I was deceived. I thought that it would be good for you to meet your old friends. Auntie Shen, your words are getting more and more ridiculous. My god-grandfather, friends, and the others have already stayed at my house for a few days. They've been friends with me since a few years ago. Your words make it sound like I don't care about the people I used to know. What exactly do you mean? Jing Yunjiao mercilessly retorted. Using the relatives of the Qiao family to annoy her? Qiao Weiman had been crippled by her. Why would she be afraid of Xianxia? Jing Yunjiao pressed on step by step, and her eyes seemed to be full of disappointment towards Xianxia. However, Xianxia had left a good impression on others for so many years. Although they felt that she had done something wrong, they only felt that it should be a momentary mistake. Therefore, although they looked at Jing Yunjiao with some sympathy, they also felt that she shouldn't be so aggressive. Jing Yunjiao knew that Xianxia had left a bad impression on everyone over the years, so it was impossible for her to ask Xianxia to give her an explanation in front of so many people. Therefore, after her outburst, she changed the topic and said, "Uncle, I was also angry for a moment. I was a little rude just now. I hope you don't mind." These words were said by Jing Yunjiao to Su Yuantek. Many people praised her in their hearts that she was willing to let go after suffering such a big grievance. She was young, but not stupid. Every word completely guaranteed her own interests and let the people who bullied her suffer some hidden losses. Her mind was really not like a child who grew up in a small place. It's uncle's fault. On your birthday, you see one bad person after another. Su Yuantek looked at her guiltily. When his eyes swept to her arm, he seemed to be extremely distressed. This child was good at everything. She used him to scheme against anyone and didn't hide anything. He knew clearly about family Qin, but he didn't expect that she didn't tell everything about herself. From such a serious scar, he could imagine how scared and helpless she would be at the moment of injury. It has nothing to do with uncle. Jing Yunjiao said a few words and stared at Song Xiaoyu, who was confused, and said casually, "The stylist this time was invited by Aunt Shen. Her requirements are very high. It seems that you are living a good life now. Who have you styled before?" When Song Xiaoyu heard this, she nervously looked at Xianxia. I just asked. They said that I was the assistant of the famous stylist Tao. I can be considered to have a bright future. Xianxia quickly said. Jing Yunjiao chuckled. Assistant, is it? A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The assistant of a famous designer must have some standard, so you should know how to dress up, right? Song Xiaoyu didn't know what Jing Yunjiao was going to do. She just felt that her change was too strange. You don't have to be nervous. Just now, Auntie Shen said that I should repay my adoptive parents. Even though I don't agree, after thinking about it, you're still just a distant relative of theirs. We've also met a few times a few years ago. Now that we're able to meet here, it's fate. If you're really capable, I can introduce you to a better job, Jing Yunjiao suddenly said in a friendly tone. However, although these words seemed normal, it made people think more. They were cousins who had not seen each other for many years. Moreover, they were not related by blood. Was there a need to be polite? Most of these people had some property, especially those who had experienced wealth after poverty. They had all experienced the past of relatives begging for money. They were somewhat disgusted by this kind of shameless person. Moreover, as Jing Yunjiao said, they hadn't seen each other for a few years. They couldn't even be regarded as acquaintances. It would be strange if he didn't have ulterior motives for suddenly being so enthusiastic in this occasion. This Xianxia was too careless and simple. She actually believed the words of this kind of person. After being Mrs. Su for so many years, it seemed that it was too low level to make this kind of mistake. After Jing Yunjiao finished speaking, he didn't wait for Song Xiaoyu to reply. He directly said something to the staff. Song Xiaoyu waited in a trance. After a while, someone directly pushed a row of clothes over. An employee directly sat on the stool and put the makeup box directly in front of Song Xiaoyu. What do you mean by this? Song Xiaoyu frowned. She had a bad premonition. Jing Yunjiao curled the corner of his mouth. Whether it's a mule or a horse, I'll show it. If you have the ability, in the future, rely on your hands to make money rolling in. But it's not enough to just rely on me to praise you. You have to show everyone your ability. Anyway, I have nothing to do today. Jing Yunjiao's eyes were full of sarcasm. She glanced at Xianxia. Seeing her slightly stiff gaze, she directly looked back at her provocatively. The illusion of harmony on the surface would not last long. Xianxia dared to come forward to find trouble with her on this occasion, which proved that she could not tolerate it and was not prepared to tolerate it. This was just right. A senior stylist had to know everything from makeup, hairstyle design, clothing and jewelry matching, and her requirements were very reasonable. After all, as the assistant of a great stylist at her age, if she couldn't be compared to some ordinary makeup artists, it would be too unreasonable. Moreover, she was gambling. Although she did not have much of an impression of this Xianxia, she was someone who had seen her before. If she thought about it carefully, there would still be some clues. Xianxia had indeed been admitted to a university in the capital, but in her memory, it was not a very famous institution. If she had been successful later on, Yi Qin would have kept mentioning her. But the truth was, after she was 12 years old, she did not seem to have heard of this cousin. Her memory of this cousin was when Xianxia had just been admitted to a university. After all, to be able to go to a luxurious metropolis like the capital was an amazing thing for people in a small town like her. At this time, Xiao's face was a little conflicted. But after thinking about it, she still opened the makeup box. In fact, she did not have a good life in the capital. When she was admitted to a university in the capital, in the eyes of her relatives and friends, she brought honor to her ancestors. In fact, when she went to university, she realized that she was a pheasant that had crawled out of a grass nest. Her pride was not worth mentioning at all in front of others. She did not have a good family background and was not very outstanding in her profession. She studied design, but after graduating, she could not find a job at all. After going around in circles for a few years to make a living, she went home less and less to avoid embarrassment. Now she was 30 years old and only had one boyfriend. Her boyfriend's family disliked her for not having a decent dowry, so their marriage was going to be ruined. It just so happened that she had found a new job recently. She was doing odd jobs in a bridal shop owned by a famous stylist. She had accidentally seen the information of the customer that the boss wanted to serve. Then, she had said a few words and said that the girl looked like her cousin. Later, she didn't know why, but the assistant that was supposed to follow her was changed to her. No matter what, this was a good thing. Of course, she wouldn't refuse. Besides, she was curious whether that person was Jing Yunjiao, so she came to take a look. She didn't expect to be seen by Jing Yunjiao when she dragged another assistant to Jing Yunjiao's door to ask around. After opening the door, she realized that it was really her. That destitute wild girl had really become a phoenix. Xiao's hand, which was holding the powder brush, trembled a little. She thought about it carefully. Although she had never seen the boss prepare for the customers, she had at least seen the makeup artists in the shop do it. It was just a face, so she could at least copy it. No matter what, she had studied design before, so she was the best at drawing pictures. With this thought in mind, he became much calmer. Then, he began to busy himself in front of the woman in front of him. On the portable makeup table in front of him, there were all kinds of bottles and jars. There were also many foreign languages. The powders were easy to guess, but the rest were difficult. She couldn't apply them all on her face. If she really did that, she would probably have to apply a thick layer, right? Although it was a beautiful idea, the reality was very harsh. In less than 10 minutes, her true colors were revealed, and the corners of the ladies' mouths twitched. Women like them might not be proficient in other things, but when it came to cosmetics, they definitely understood it very well. Although there were various brands of skincare products that they used on a daily basis, they could mix up other things, but they would never mix up those precious bottles that exuded fragrance. However, the fact was that the woman in front of them, who claimed to be the assistant of a great stylist, was applying those products that had the same function but different brands on the employee's face. The fragrance was mixed up and became a little thick and pungent. Not only that, this woman couldn't even distinguish the type of cosmetics, let alone recognize the brand. It was completely like graffiti. She didn't know how to draw at all, and she couldn't even apply it evenly. Now, the employee's face was smeared with small granules. It was really scary. If their makeup artist was at this level, they might as well do it themselves. It seems that Big Sister Song isn't very proficient in makeup. How about choosing clothes and jewelry? As an assistant, you should have a good point, right? Xianxia said again. At this time, someone had already brought the 3 groups of stylists over. When one of them saw Song Xiaoyu, a layer of panic suddenly appeared on her face. Song Xiaoyu was at a loss. She felt that Xianxia's words were like timely rain. She quickly nodded again. Makeup was difficult, but choosing clothes was easy. Besides, this was the Su family. Those clothes were definitely the most beautiful and the most popular. There wouldn't be any mistakes if she randomly picked one. Soon, after pretending to gesture for a while, she directly took out one of the clothes. As for jewelry, it was a complete set of gold, jade, and gemstones. The gemstones were sparkling and noble, so there was no mistake. After a while, the things she picked out were placed in front of everyone. "I'm done," Song Xiaoyu said carefully. "What do you think?" Xianxia smiled and said amiably to the young ladies around him. Those girls' interest had already been piqued. It was just that they didn't know how to say it earlier. Now that Xianxia had spoken first, they immediately began to comment. "This dress is indeed beautiful, but it's a counterfeit. And the imitation is quite vulgar. What the hell are those 2 small wings on the shoulders? It seems to have been cut off by someone," one of them said. "That's not all. There are so many clothes and bags here. Some are real and some are fake. There are styles from a few years ago and there are also styles from this year. She can't even choose a real one. She even used a gem to match the fake ones. If I were to go out in such clothes, I would rather die." Another person immediately shook his head. "If you ask me, the scariest thing is this makeup. She can't even differentiate between water and breast. She can't even tidy up her own face. Which stupid stylist would dare to use such an assistant? Besides, were assistants so brave these days? I was just casually giving her a chance, but she was so self-righteous that she actually went forward to try it." "Miss Jing, is this woman here to trick you?" They were all young people, so their words were a little direct, but they were very clear. Even a blind person could see that Song Xiaoyu was not qualified to appear here, no matter what identity she had. And now, after seeing Song Xiaoyu's ability, everyone couldn't help but think deeply. The Su family only had Xianxia, who was the mistress of the family. The details of this banquet couldn't be handled by a child like Xianxia. So, everything had to be approved by Xianxia. A stylist was extremely important. But suddenly, a distant relative of Xianxia suddenly appeared and said a lot of nonsense. She was even so bad. Who would believe that she didn't do it on purpose? Everyone had been through this before. Some families even had complicated personnel. Usually, there were too many things like scheming against each other and fighting for the family property. They all had some understanding of this kind of means. The reason why they thought it was a misunderstanding before was that Xianxia usually treated people kindly. The second reason was that they thought it might be a coincidence. But now, the second reason seemed a bit too far-fetched. No one would be stupid enough to think that Xianxia was really as kind and tolerant as she looked. Usually, Xianxia could handle a lot of things in an orderly way without any flaws. Now, such a big mistake had happened right under their eyes. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed to be intentional. Maybe that kindness was just on the surface. After all, Mayor Su loved this niece very much, and young Master Su was a famous playboy. For this niece, Mayor Su might do something to harm his son's interests. As a mother, how could Xianxia accept it? So she secretly thought of ways to ruin her reputation. Everyone had a scale in their hearts and thought a lot. They just didn't say it on the surface. The housekeeper brought a few stylists over. Su Yuantek also began to interrogate, "Who brought the Song Xiaoyu here?" "I." Suddenly, a man stood up. The man was thin and a little effeminate. He looked like he lacked masculinity. At this time, his forehead was sweating. "Is this how you serve?" Su Yuantek didn't seem to be angry, but his gloomy tone made people feel cold all over. "I'm sorry, Mayor Su. The assistant who was supposed to come with me was sick, so I found a temporary replacement," the man said quickly. "You didn't tell me in advance when you changed the person?" Su Yuantak asked again. He asked, but no matter what the result was, the seed of suspicion had been planted. "No, Mrs. Su is very busy. I don't think she would notice such a small thing, so," the man said carefully. After finishing, he said, "Mayor Su, Miss Jing, I'm really sorry. I really didn't expect her to do such a thing. This time I will return the money." Su Yuantek simply nodded. It was just a deal, and the other party had already admitted his mistake. In front of others, he couldn't use violence to suppress him. But anyway, he didn't have a future as a stylist. "Take them and get out of the Su family." Su Yuantek snorted coldly. How vexing. First, there was Fan Liqin. Now, there was this Song Xiaoyu. She was purposely trying to make Zhao feel even more frustrated. Jing Yunzhao didn't continue to ask. From the beginning, Xianxia had always done things flawlessly. He couldn't find any evidence, and it was the same this time. Even if he continued to ask, he was afraid that the stylist wouldn't say anything. It was better to just ask her to leave now. In short, she already had a plan in her heart, so the truth was not important. Once the trouble was gone, the scene became much more harmonious. There were also many men and women of the same age who took the initiative to approach her and chat with her. As the host, Jing Yunzhao treated the guests courteously and left a good impression on them. But the banquet had been going on for so long, Jing Yunzhao felt that someone was missing. After thinking carefully, her mind was fixed on Shintong. She and Shintong were business partners. Previously, she had helped Xiao Haiqing audition, so their relationship was getting closer. So, naturally, she unconditionally invited Shintong to her birthday party. With Shintong's personality, it was reasonable to say that she should have arrived a long time ago. But so much time had passed, and Shintong was nowhere to be seen. "Who are you looking for? Your boyfriend?" Hua Tianxian raised her eyebrows and laughed, deliberately provoking her. "Why is there no man on your birthday party?" As soon as Hua Tianxian spoke, Xiao Haiqing and the rest also remembered. No wonder they felt that this birthday party wasn't perfect. It turned out that an important person was missing. "Yun Zhao, where's Li Xiao?" Xiao Haiqing was both concerned and gossipy. Jing Yunzhao couldn't help but sweat. "How would I know? But the person I'm looking for isn't him." She didn't care about birthday gifts. Li Xiaoyun usually treated her well and cared about her in all aspects. That was enough. Besides, everyone was already paying attention to him today. If he were to appear at this time, it would probably shock everyone present. Although others might not know that Li Xiao Yun was old General Li's grandson. With his appearance, no matter where he appeared, he would be an eye-catching monster. Who else would I be waiting for if not him? "Don't tell me you've changed your mind after such a long time?" Xiao Haiqing deliberately joked. There were only a few men in this world who could subdue Yun Zhao. The way she looked at men was as if her eyes had grown to the top of her head, so those accidents were basically impossible. That Li Xiaoyun was the same. To be able to so willingly go along with Jing Yunzhao's whims for so long, other people definitely wouldn't be able to hit him. "Haiqing, I'm looking for Aunt Tong." "Don't tell me you've forgotten about her?" Jing Yunzhao was speechless. Xiao Haiqing frowned and looked around. "I looked around when I came out just now. I didn't see her." "Are you sure you invited her today? Did she agree to come?" "I invited her. I called her again last night to confirm so that she wouldn't forget." Jing Yunzhao sighed. "But her phone is turned off now. I'm a little worried." Hua Tianxian also became serious when Shintong was mentioned. "Jing do you think something happened to Aunt Tong? She's never like this. Every time my mother meets her, she arrives a long time ago. No, I'd better contact my mother and ask her to find someone to take a look. Now, many wretched uncles have designs on my Aunt Tong. It's been so many times. If it happens again this time, it'll be terrible." Hua Tianxian finished speaking and quickly made a call. Once the previous incident was mentioned, Jing Yunzhao had a thought flashed through his mind. He turned to look at Xianxia, who was taking the initiative to chat with the ladies. This time, she wouldn't do it again, right? Why are you looking at her? Yun Zhao, you seem to have a problem with Xianxia from the beginning. You doubted her about Xianxia just now. Are you doubting her now about Aunt Tong? Xiao Haiqing felt it. Do you still remember the poisoned wine in Aunt Tong's house? She did it, but there's no evidence. She doesn't treat her sister as she seems. Jing Yinzhao said softly. Are you serious, Jing Er? My Aunt Tong has a very high opinion of Xianxia. When I chatted with her before, she often said that she wasn't as lucky as Xianxia. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what she did, Xianxia was more serious than her. Unlike her, she didn't last long in everything, whether it was studying or acting. Hua Tianxian didn't agree. After hanging up the phone, she continued to recall, Aunt Tong also said that when she was abroad, she didn't have a good life and didn't want to ask for friends. Xianxia helped her a lot. She said that Xianxia was gentle and generous. She was able to marry Mayor Su because of her personal charm. Personal charm? Jing Yunzhao suddenly sneered. There were still people who knew the truth back then, but there were only a few of them. At that time, his eldest uncle got married very suddenly. Everyone felt strange. Did Aunt Tong say anything else? Or was there anything special between her and Xianxia? Jing Yinzhao asked again. He didn't dare to let go of any information. Hua Tianxian thought for a long time before she said, actually, my mother and I only got to know Aunt Tong better after she came back to China. Aunt Tong looks weak, but she's actually very strong and has a lot of self-esteem. That's why she never talks to her friends about money. She only talks about her son and the interesting things that happened abroad. As for the things that are related to Xianxia, there are some. I remember that when she first came back to China, I went to her shop to play. She said several times that she wanted to visit Xianxia, but she couldn't because of various things. Later, Aunt Tong said that she felt that Xianxia's life in the Su family wasn't very good. She didn't want her sister to know about it, so she was very worried. She even tried to find out more about Mayor Su. Also, there was one time when Suyu brought a concubine to the beauty salon, but they didn't recognize each other. Of course, I wasn't there at that time. It was my mother who told me. After all, Aunt Tong is Suyu's aunt. It's strange that they haven't met before. Hua Tianxian thought about it carefully and found that there were more and more strange things. Jing Er, does your uncle have any eccentricities? Does he abuse Xianxia at home? Hua Tianxian asked again. Jing Yunzhao's mouth twitched. My uncle is a gentleman. He's very principled. Then why doesn't Xianxia dare to let him see her sister? I dare say that Mayor Su still doesn't know what his sister-in-law looks like. Hua Tianxian shook her head and sighed. Could it be that Aunt Tong is beautiful, so Xianxia is afraid? Su Chu chimed in weakly. Hua Tianxian heard this and silently gave her a thumbs up. Girl, your idea has a bright future. What kind of person was Mayor Su? He often had to go out to socialize, and the number of beautiful women he had seen could probably be piled up to form a city. Unless Xianxia was a pervert, she would only allow her husband to go out to meet others and not her sister. I'm just guessing. Aunt Tong is so beautiful and has acted in so many dramas. Most men of Uncle Su's age have improper thoughts about her. Cousin, am I right? Su Chu expressed her thoughts with an innocent face. Xianxia should know that first uncle isn't the kind of person who values beauty. Jing Yunzhao shook his head. First uncle was even able to cripple his own son, so his wisdom was obvious. He was definitely more careful than anyone else, so how could he be charmed by a woman? Moreover, there were many beautiful women in the world. Although Shintong was indeed beautiful, she wasn't the only beauty. Now that Shintong was a little older, the youthful beauties outside were much more charming than her. Although they were joking around, the worry in their hearts did not lessen at all. However, there was no news at all. They could only wait patiently. Jing Yunzhao also hoped that Shintong's disappearance was just a coincidence. The birthday party lasted for a long time. The Su family was everywhere, and the sound of music was melodious. In the end, all parties left. When most of the guests left, Hua Tianxian received a call from Su family's mother. Her expression immediately became serious. Jing Er, something really happened to Aunt Tong. Hua Tianxian took a deep breath and said with an ugly expression, she went out this morning. I heard that she went to the market in the northern suburbs to buy something, but she was recognized by a lunatic who chased her all the way. Aunt Tong was driving her own car and didn't know where she was going. In the end, she got into a car accident and was sent to a small hospital in the northern suburbs. She was saved, but the accident was very serious. Now, she has been transferred to the hospital in the city. Her brain was damaged and we don't know when she will wake up. Hua Tianxian's expression was unusually ugly. She was definitely not joking. Everyone immediately quieted down. Let's go and take a look. Jing Yunjiao was about to get up. However, Hua Tianxian pulled him back. There's no need to go. She's out of danger now and hasn't woken up yet. My mother still has a few friends over there to help her. It's useless for us to go. At least she survived. Don't worry too much. We'll go after her condition stabilizes. Jing Yunjiao and the others thought about it and nodded in the end. Hua Tianxian's words made sense. Once she was in trouble, her friends would probably have gone to visit her. Patients needed to be quiet. Besides a few familiar faces, no one else would be able to see her. What about the person who chased after her? Did you catch him? Jing Yunjiao immediately asked. No. My mother said that she had someone check the surveillance cameras on the road. The car was stolen. The driver wore a mask, a hat, and gloves. He was fully armed. The roads in the northern suburbs are not as congested as in the city. Moreover, she left early, so there was almost no one there. The person escaped and couldn't be found. Hua Tianxian shook her head. This was the most infuriating part. Xiao Haiqing and Su Chu also knew Shen Tong. Putting aside the previous incident with the poisoned wine, both of their teams had a good impression of Shen Tong. Now that they heard that something like this had happened to her, their hearts were in a mess. That damn pervert. If I catch him, I'll beat him up first. Su Chu waved her fist angrily. To be honest, although she's unconscious, I'm actually relieved, Jing Yunjiao said seriously. She had been worried that something had happened to Xinxi. It would be terrible if it was a life-threatening incident. After all, Xinxi was indeed a ruthless person. For her own benefit, she might not care about her sister's life. Therefore, it was good that Aunt Tong was found. From now on, she would definitely be able to stay alive. Jing Yunjiao's suspicion towards Xinxi made Hua Tianxian ponder deeply. After all, she didn't know Xinxi very well, unlike Jing Yunjiao, who lived under the same roof with her every day. However, if Xinxi was really like what Jing Yunjiao said, then this person was really too sinister and terrible. Before today, everyone's impression of Xinxi was fixed on the 4 words gentle and virtuous. Many people even said that the reason why Mayor Su was so successful was because of this woman behind him. But today's incident was proof that Xinxi was not as gentle and magnanimous as she appeared to be. The more Hua Tianxian thought about it, the more she felt uncomfortable. She used to have a good impression of Xinxi, mainly because Aunt Tong often mentioned this person in front of her. But now, she had more doubts in her heart. Seeing with one's own eyes was better than hearing with one's ears. Didn't she see the big show that Xinxi had prepared today? If it weren't for the traces of abuse on Jing Yunjiao's body, she was afraid that no matter how she explained, she would have a reputation of biting the hand that fed her. At this time, the few of them were chatting when suddenly, a tut-tut sound came from the sky outside. There were only a few guests left in this house, except for a few familiar ones. The sky outside was already dark. It was originally very quiet, so even the slightest movement at this time would be very abrupt. Don't tell me that your young masterly is here? Hua Tianxian teased with a smile. Jing Yunjiao's mouth twitched. He got up and walked outside. Jing Er, you're obviously very happy. Don't hold it in. Hua Tianxian said again. No. Jing Yunjiao refused to admit it. No? I don't know who's the one who keeps looking outside today. On a birthday like this, you don't want your boyfriend to show up at all? Anyway, I don't believe it. Hua Tianxian raised her head and looked proud. Jing Yunjiao was in a daze for a moment. She was nervous and expectant. Xianxia was right. She thought that she didn't care and hoped that she wouldn't care. But the truth was, as the sun shone brightly in the sky and night fell, she became more and more anxious and complained a little. Li Xiaoyun hadn't appeared for a long time. If he forgot about today, she would be angry and disappointed. Tianxian, Xiao Haiqing, and the others hugged Jing Yunzhao as they left the front hall and went out to take a look. Coincidentally, she bumped into Gan Jingchen and Tang Zihua, who had just barged in from the outside. Their faces seemed to be a little excited, and when they saw Jing Yunzhao, they said, "Yunzhao, outside, it's very beautiful." Jing Yunzhao's face was full of suspicion. When she walked out to take a look, she was instantly stunned. There were more than a dozen helicopters hovering in the sky. They were making loud noises, but following the airflow created by the wings, pieces of red fluorescent things slowly fell. They were like fairies, covering the entire front yard of the Su family. The falling flowers even emitted a fragrant smell. Jing Yunzhao walked out in a daze. She couldn't help but reach out to catch a piece. When she took a closer look, she realized that they were real petals. They were very fresh and there were tens of thousands of them. The petals themselves seemed to have some fluorescent substance, so they emitted a light that contrasted with the red petals in the night. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as if there were countless red butterflies dancing. Unknowingly, there was a layer of red petals under her feet. It was like a red sea. It was very dreamy. Everyone was stunned. They probably wouldn't be able to see such a scene again in their lifetime. Suchu and Xiao Haiqing quickly took out their phones to take pictures. But the pictures taken with their phones could never compare to the beauty of what they saw with their eyes. Jing Yunzhao had never seen this kind of flower before. In the memory of the spirit jade, there were only medicinal plants and herbs from China and some nearby countries. The fragrance of these flowers was very unique. If it was from her country, she would definitely know. In other words, Li Xiaoyun had gone to other places to prepare these flowers. Jing Yunzhao suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He looked up at the sky and saw a long rope drop down from one of the helicopters. Li Xiaoyun was slowly lowered down. Amidst the blossoming red light, he slowly approached. Their eyes met. Behind Jing Yunzhao, Su Yuantak had a look of surprise on his face. Obviously, he was not clear about the situation. Su Wenqing snorted coldly with a drooping face, but his eyes were still filled with amazement at the scene. This brat was thoughtful enough to prepare such a big gift. Compared to these glowing flowers, the fireworks and firecrackers prepared tonight were all vulgar. Ah Zhao, happy birthday. Li Xiaoyun landed on the ground and walked over. At the same time, he took out an exquisite little box and said, "Coming-of-age gift." Jing Yunzhao's heart thumped nervously. She took the box and opened it under Li Xiaoyun's watchful gaze. Jing Yunzhao had been worried that Li Xiaoyun would suddenly give her something that she could neither accept nor refuse at this time, such as a ring. But when she opened the box, she heaved a sigh of relief. There was a very small red bead in the box. The bead was engraved with patterns, and its fragrance was similar to the flower petals outside. In fact, it shone as brightly as the flower petals outside. It was extremely beautiful. This flower is called the Night Emperor. Its petals contain a phosphorescent substance. The duration of the petals' glow is limited. But this bead is something that I've specially extracted from the petals to study and solidify. As long as you and I live, its fragrance and light will last for a long time. Li Xiaoyun's gaze was gentle, as if he was waiting for her praise. Jing Yunzhao's eyes were a little wet. "Thank you, but..." Jing Yunzhao's eyes twinkled as she smiled and shook her head. "From now on this day every year, it'll be fine as long as it stays by my side." Hearing this, Li Xiaoyun leaned over and gently touched her forehead. His lips were cold, making Jing Yunzhao's face a little hot. Not far away, Su Yuantek and Su Wenqing saw this scene. One frowned and the other looked angry, as if they wanted to kill someone. Li Xiaoyun chuckled as if he couldn't feel their hostility. Originally, he also wanted to prepare a ring for this coming-of-age ceremony. According to his grandfather's wishes, he could propose and get engaged so that the Li family could have a successor sooner. However, in his opinion, it was not time yet. Ah Zhao was only halfway through acknowledging her ancestors. His matter was not urgent. Of course, seeing how touched she was in front of him, he knew that his days of abstinence would not last long. By the way, you can keep this too. Li Xiaoyun raised his hand and a balloon fell from the sky. There was a cloth bag hanging under it. After receiving it, he directly stuffed it into Jing Yunzhao's hand. Jing Yunzhao opened it and took a look. Flower species? Yes, this Night Emperor is very rare. I almost plucked that flower to extinction this time. So? Li Xiaoyun smiled evilly. Jing Yunzhao opened her mouth, her face full of shock. Will the local residents be willing? Jing Yunzhao looked at this dreamy scene and did not know what to say. This is the reward for us brothers. Although this flower is beautiful, the breeding conditions are harsh, so it is not suitable for sale. The local situation is relatively poor, and the people are controlled by an organization that worships evil spirits. The previous task was to clean up the organization. After the task was done, they insisted on worshipping us as gods. After I refused, we simply asked for the Night Emperor as a reward to make them feel at ease. I see. No wonder you can get so many rare species at once. Jing Yunzhao glanced at him and said deliberately, but if you become a god in their eyes, won't you get more benefits? That place is very poor. The local people still use leaves to cover their bodies. When they see things flying in the sky, they are so scared that they crawl on the ground. I originally wanted them to agree to let the young people of the clan go to other places to see the world and find a way to survive, but they refused. A group of foolish people. Li Xiaoyun said disdainfully. He snorted softly and was very proud. Jing Yunzhao was speechless. So you brought this flower back just because it's more valuable? The moment I saw this flower, I wanted to give it to you. If I couldn't take it openly, I would have used force to suppress it and sweep it clean. Unlike now, I still left a few for them as souvenirs, Li Xiaoyun said without restraint. Jing Yunzhao blushed with shame. How many did he keep? He really had the cheek to say that. However, this flower was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, giving her the illusion that she was living in a dream. As the two of them chatted, 6 more people fell from the sky along the rope. They were the 6 brothers who had gone through fire and water with Li Xiaoyun. After a long time, the last petal fell from the sky. However, the entire Su family looked bright red. Xiao Haiqing and the others were stepping on the red petals as if they were having a snowball fight. They were extremely excited. Sister-in-law. Happy birthday. Qi Zhong and the others said politely. Their voices were loud and clear. The corner of Jing Yunzhao's mouth twitched. She turned to look at her 2 uncles. First uncle rubbed the space between his eyebrows as if he had a headache. Second uncle stared at Li Xiaoyun with a dark face. If she wasn't present, he would probably beat him up. Thank you. Jing Yunzhao licked her lips and thanked them a little embarrassedly. Although she had met them before, she didn't observe them closely. This time, Jing Yunzhao took the opportunity to look at them a little more. They were all about the same age. Li Xiaoyun was the oldest, but perhaps because of his skin color, the second oldest, Qi Zhong, looked a little older. Old third was a man with a mustache, but he didn't look old at all. Moreover, from his appearance, old third had a very low-key temperament. However, Li Xiaoyun had said before that old third was the most cunning among them. He had all kinds of ideas, was shrewd, and would never suffer losses. In addition to these, there was another point, and that was that he was somewhat vicious. Of course, that was only to his enemies. In contrast, the 4th oldest was different. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes, but there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. His face was as white as paper and as warm as jade. Li Xiaoyun's previous evaluation of him was that he had an indifferent personality, just like those ancient Buddhist masters. However, although he was such a calm man, when he did things, he was very terrifying. He was proficient in all kinds of chemicals, and making all kinds of lethal bombs, poisons, and other things was a piece of cake for him. As for the 5th oldest, he had good eyesight, good hands and feet, good at hiding and stealing, and excellent at escaping. He was more cunning, and the least courageous. The 6th oldest. Jing Yunzhao's eyes jumped over. This guy had a pair of lecherous eyes. As long as he looked at a woman, his eyes would definitely light up. Usually, he would be the groom and the bride every night. He had the appearance of a handsome young man and was good at seducing women. His martial arts were good, but his ability to bewitch people was even better. It was said that many times, he had made the enemy's women change sides at the last minute. When he spoke sweet words, it was simply too sweet. Just as the sixth oldest was staring at him, Li Xiaoyun threw a cold knife at him. Suddenly, the sixth oldest smiled mischievously and lowered his head shyly with an aggrieved face. Jing Yunzhao thought that maybe one day, the sixth oldest would come to her for some medicine to cure some of his problems. Finally, there was the seventh oldest. It was said that he was very sensitive to mechanical things. Almost nothing with technological functions could hide in front of him, and he could dismantle it in minutes. When Li Xiaoyun was young, he cultivated in a very secretive place and learned all kinds of skills. These people were the descendants of the other families in the army. They followed Li Xiaoyun and were trained one after another. Each of them had their own specialties. However, in the beginning, there were more than just the 7 of them in this team. In fact, there were many of them. However, they were slowly eliminated or reduced to subordinates. Only the 7 of them stood out. They usually led the team on all kinds of missions. After so many years, they rarely lost. But thinking about it carefully, Li Xiaoyun's strength seemed to be his ability to command. And he should have dabbled in other aspects as well. The perfect man. Jing Yunzhao pursed her lips and chuckled. She held Li Xiaoyun's arm and led him to her 2 uncles. First uncle, second uncle, let me formally introduce him to you. He's Li Xiaoyun, my boyfriend, Jing Yunzhao said with a smile. There was a hint of pride and happiness in her voice, and her body naturally nestled next to him. They looked like a perfect match. Su Yuantek was a little worried at first, but when he saw Jing Yunzhao so happy, he immediately calmed down. He believed in Zhao's judgment. He knew the name Li Xiaoyun. His family background, ability were all outstanding. He was a good match. Looking at how attentive she was today, he was even more speechless. You little girl, why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Yuantek smiled helplessly. He could understand in his heart. They had not known each other for long, and she was a girl. It was indeed not easy to talk about such private matters. Jing Yunzhao pursed her lips and smiled, then glanced at Su Wencheng. She reached out and tugged at the corner of his clothes, calling softly, "Second uncle?" Usually, Jing Yunzhao almost never acted coquettishly, doing things with propriety and politeness like an adult. Many times, Su Wencheng felt that his niece was the same age as him, but now that he heard Jing Yunzhao's soft voice, he instantly softened. His whole body seemed to be floating, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Xiao Zhao, do you really like him? Su Wencheng coughed dryly, trying hard to restrain his excitement, and asked seriously. Jing Yunzhao nodded. What's so good about him? Su Wencheng still didn't give up and looked at Li Xiaoyun provocatively. He has no selfish motives towards me, she said truthfully. It was impossible for her to fall in love with someone without a reason. She was naturally suspicious, cold, and a little arrogant. Although she had male friends, it was still different. If Gan Jinchen or Tang Zihua stood in her position as her boyfriend, they wouldn't be able to do what Li Xiaoyun did. She only wanted to find someone who treated her well. Although it was a little selfish, this was something that couldn't be changed. Xiao Zhao, men are different before and after marriage. You are beautiful, so of course he will spend all his effort to pursue you. But when he really gets you, then it's hard to say. Su Wencheng said earnestly and deliberately. Letting his precious niece be taken away by Li Xiaoyun, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Second Uncle Su, don't compare me with ordinary men. Li Xiaoyun raised his eyebrows and directly retorted. Humph, you can say that you don't like my Xiao Zhao's appearance. That's right, and her company. Xiao Zhao is young, beautiful, and rich. What kind of man can't she find? Su Wencheng directly glared back. Second uncle, don't worry. I won't touch a single cent of her assets. Moreover, I can get someone to notarize the assets tomorrow and change all the assets under my name to her name. As for what I like about her. Second Uncle Su, when I met Ah Zhao, she was still a Cinderella. I saw her walk step by step to where she is today. That's enough to prove it. Li Xiaoyun's eyes shone with confidence. A moment ago, in front of Jing Yunzhao, this man was unbelievably gentle, but now he was full of thorns. Su Wenqing choked and spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and thought for a long time before saying, "There is one thing that I'm afraid you won't agree to, right? Xiao Zhao's identity is a little special. In the future, she must have a child with her surname to inherit her medical skills. Who knows, she might even have to give birth to another child with the surname Su to inherit her pharmaceutical skills." Su Wenqing snorted coldly. He did not believe that Li Xiaoyun could accept this. Any man would be unhappy to hear that their child had taken on another person's surname, right? "Second Uncle Su, I think you're thinking too much." Li Xiaoyun suddenly laughed and was very arrogant. "If Ah Zhao is willing, it doesn't matter if the child's surname is Jing. After all, it's my child. Of course, there's no need for the surname Su. Second Uncle Su, you're also a man. You should be able to give birth yourself, right? When the time comes, I'll come back with Ah Zhao to visit the elders often. If she wants to teach her future cousins how to make medicine, I'll be happy to cooperate." Li Xiaoyun emphasized the words "together," as if he was afraid that Su Wenqing would ignore it. "You agree? What if you only have one child and the surname is Jing?" Su Wenqing was a little doubtful. "Why not? The child is my Ah Zhao's. What's the difference if it's her or mine?" Li Xiaoyun chuckled, but his expression was very serious. Li Xiaoyun had some understanding of the Jing family's situation. A family with a 1,000-year-old legacy naturally couldn't be destroyed. As for the Li family, the old man was very magnanimous. Although he wanted to have a great-grandson and pass down the bloodline, it had nothing to do with the family name. Moreover, ever since Jing Yunzhao acknowledged his family, he had already thought of this and mentioned it to the old man in advance. The old man then said that it was a blessing for the Li family to be able to provide half of the bloodline inheritance of the Jing family's 1,000-year-old miracle doctor. He also said that during the war, the doctors from the Jing family and the Su family's huge amount of medicine had helped countless soldiers, so they were indebted to them. Li Xiaoyun's words completely stunned Su Wenqing. He frowned and stared at Li Xiaoyun as if he wanted to bore a hole through him. "What are you trying to do?" After a while, he squeezed out a sentence. "Trying to do? Does marrying a wife and having a child count?" Li Xiaoyun replied faintly. Jing Yunzhao's face turned red. Xiao Haiqing and the rest couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, Yuanqing, we've asked enough. Why are we blindly interfering with the younger generation's matters? The old man doesn't even care. Moreover, don't think that I don't know what you're feeling in your heart." Su Yuantek couldn't help but laugh. Just based on the fact that Li Xiaoyun dared to guarantee in front of him that he could have a child to inherit the Jing family business, he had nothing to say. As for what Su Wenqing cared about, as the eldest brother, he was very clear about it. Li Xiaoyun was only 4 or 5 years younger than Yuanqing. This lad from the Li family had always been a legendary figure before he was in his teens, causing the boys from various families to be envious, jealous, and hateful. Almost everyone had been stimulated by his excellence, including his younger brother. At this moment, Su Wenqing awkwardly turned his face away and snorted coldly. If he had known that this kid would become his nephew's son-in-law one day, he would have gone to the Li family to ask him out and teach him a lesson. Since Xiao Zhao likes it, then, reluctantly let it be. But remember, he's just a boyfriend. If he's not qualified, we can still change. Su Wenqing said harshly. But these words sounded weak and powerless. "Second Uncle Su, instead of worrying about me and Xiao Zhao, why don't you find us a second aunt first? Otherwise, my cousin will be younger than my son." After Li Xiaoyun finished speaking, he smiled and hugged Jing Yunzhao. "Ah Zhao, I haven't seen Grandpa for a long time. I still want to talk to him." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuantek, Jing Yunzhao, and the others walked back into the house, along with their brothers. When the brothers walked past Su Wenqing, they all grinned and said, "Hello, eldest sister-in-law's second uncle. Eldest sister-in-law's second uncle has worked hard." When Su Wenqing heard this, his face turned green. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Almost everyone had left, leaving only two little girls rolling around in the flower petals. How childish. Xiao Haiqing and Suchu were scared by Su Wenqing's stare. They raised their heads and looked at him. Second Uncle Su, is there anything else? In the sky, the helicopter had already dispersed. Suddenly, the fireworks exploded, resonating with the red lights on the ground. It was a beautiful scene. Su Wenqing was stunned. Are you an actress? After a few seconds, Su Wenqing walked over and asked. Xiao Haiqing nodded. What roles have you acted in? Su Wenqing asked again. Just some small roles. It's not worth mentioning. Xiao Haiqing was stunned. Did second Uncle Su go crazy because of young Master Li? Look, his eyeballs are not moving. What do you think is good about Li Xiaoyun? Su Wenqing asked again. Suchu looked at him and suddenly felt that second Uncle Su was very strange. She thought for a while and ran away. Xiao Haiqing heard Su Wenqing's words. It seemed like he was hinting that she was interested in Li Xiaoyun. Her face instantly darkened. Second Uncle Su, young Master Li treats Yunjiao very well. Xiao Haiqing frowned. She could joke about other things, but she couldn't joke about men. Otherwise, even a strong friendship wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ever since she met Jin Yunjiao, there had never been any misunderstandings. Now, she would never allow anyone to doubt her feelings for Jin Yunjiao, not even second Uncle Su in front of her. Su Wenqing frowned. He didn't feel that his question was inappropriate. But there are still many people who treat her well. She is still young. Xiao Haiqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that he was provoked by Jin Yunjiao, so he ran over to her to seek comfort? Was it because she had asked him to send her off previously? Was that why he thought he was closer to her? Second Uncle Su, I am on Yunjiao's side unconditionally. Yunjiao restrained herself because you are her uncle. But since you are so persistent, I have no choice but to be impolite. Xiao Haiqing was still holding a few flower petals in her hand. She pinched them and smiled. Although Yunjiao and I were classmates in our first year of high school, we didn't interact much in the first half of the year. At that time, her reputation wasn't good, and she was very quiet. She didn't care about anyone who provoked her, so I looked down on her. Then, one day, she seemed to have an epiphany. She became sharp and ruthless to anyone who bullied her. She surprised me, and that's why we became good friends. I don't know why she treats me differently from others, but I'm clear that it's hard for anyone else to enter her heart. Even becoming friends is hard to come by. For Li Xiao to be able to become her boyfriend means that he's already inseparable from her life. Without him, Yunjiao might still be able to live her life as usual, but I can guarantee that there will always be a piece missing in her heart that no one can replace. Although you are her uncle, you are late. You left her outside for so many years, and now you suddenly appear and want to interfere with her love life. I think that is too much. Xiao Haiqing smiled from the beginning to the end. She was polite. As an elder, it was natural for him to interfere with Jin Yunjiao. But the truth was, it also depended on whether the other party's personality was suitable. Jin Yunjiao had always been a suspicious person. Towards her family and friends, she was always worried about her gains and losses. As her family, they had to support her. Only then could she relax and be happy. And to put it bluntly, although Su Wenqing and Jin Yunjiao were related by blood, compared to Li Xiaoyun, he was more important. Su Wenqing pursed his lips as he listened. His eyes were deep in thought. He naturally knew that Li Xiaoyun must be outstanding to be able to gain Xiao Zhao's approval, but he was reluctant. She was only 18 years old, and Li Xiaoyun was already 27 years old. Such an old man must be anxious to get married, but he still wanted Xiao Zhao to stay at home for a few more years. Looking at Su Wenqing's uncertain face, Xiao Haiqing's heart was pounding. What was this person thinking? If it wasn't for the fact that he was Yunjiao's uncle, he really wanted to knock him out and forget about it. His dilly-dallying really made people anxious. Wasn't it just his niece having a boyfriend? He was a man, and he would find a wife in the future. Wasn't it the same? If that guy doesn't treat Yunjiao well, you have to tell me, Su Wenqing said after a while. Xiao Haiqing rolled her eyes and nodded with a smile. However, she couldn't help but grumble in her heart. Compared to Li Xiaoyun treating Jing Yunjiao badly, she believed that Su Wenqing would find an aunt who couldn't accept Jing Yunjiao in the future. There were some things that couldn't be said in front of Su Wenqing, so after Xiao Haiqing responded, she quickly returned to the living room. Thinking of Su Chu, she couldn't help but scold her for being disloyal and snorted softly. Su Wenqing looked at Xiao Haiqing's back and frowned. He glanced at the place where she had just been and shook his head. It was a mess. She was already so old, yet she still liked flowers so much. Wasn't it just a few pieces of glowing stuff? What was there to see? However, her figure was not bad and her looks were passable. It was just that her temper wasn't very good. She was too straightforward. With this kind of temper, she would be at a disadvantage outside, right? Su Wenqing stayed outside alone for a long time, muttering to himself while looking at the beautiful scenery. His face was full of disdain, but there was some contradiction in his heart. He felt that Li Xiaoyun was indeed attentive and not bad. Su Yuantek and the others ignored his schizophrenia and didn't try to persuade him at all. As Su Wenqing's elder brother, Su Yuantek was very clear in his heart that his younger brother definitely knew that Li Xiaoyun was very good, but he just wanted to go against him. Just like any father-in-law in the world, he didn't like his son-in-law no matter how he looked at him. Even if an angel came, he still felt that he wasn't worthy of his daughter. The lively day ended with the beautiful and splendid fireworks. In the night, Jing Yunjiao slept deeply. In her dream, she was surrounded by a sea of red, and the man who made her heart flutter fell from the sky. The next day, the house was still filled with the smell of yesterday's alcohol and the air was very soft. However, before Jing Yunjiao went downstairs, the living room was a serious scene. "Brother, do you believe that yesterday's incident was a coincidence? Does that song Xiaoyu have anything to do with sister-in-law?" Su Wenqing's face was cold as he started to settle old scores. Su Yuantek sighed and leaned back. A trace of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. He had long felt that something was wrong. Zhao was very polite to everyone in the Su family except for Su Yu and Xianxia, even if they were the housekeeper or the servants. Moreover, she and Xianxia seemed to be at loggerheads from the first day they met. This situation was somewhat abnormal. It was not possible that Zhao did not like Xianxia to be her aunt, because Xianxia was a person who was kind to everyone. Even if she did not like them in her heart, she would not hit a smiling person. Unless something happened between the two of them that they didn't know about. "Yesterday, I heard that sister-in-law's younger sister was hospitalized. Xiao Zhao seemed to be very concerned about her. Brother, could it be related to that woman?" Su Wenqing opened his mouth again and continued, "The two sisters can't possibly like the younger sister and not the older sister, right? Could it be that younger sister said something in front of Xiao Zhao? Xianxi's younger sister is called Shentong?" Su Yuantek thought for a moment and asked. "Brother, you haven't seen her before?" Seeing Su Yuantek's reaction, Su Wenqing also felt a little strange. "I haven't seen any of your sister-in-law's relatives." Su Yuantek shook his head. "When I first got married, I also mentioned that I wanted to see her, but at that time, your sister-in-law's parents had passed away and her younger sister had gone abroad, so it was delayed until now. A long time ago, someone suddenly told me that my younger sister-in-law had returned from abroad. At that time, I told Xianxia again and asked if she wanted to invite the other party to the house, but Xianxia refused. At that time, Xianxia said that he was busy with work, and that Shentong usually found it difficult to find time, so there was no need to make special arrangements. He thought that anyway, this marriage was similar to a contract. Since Xianxia cared about it, he did not pay attention to it anymore." Su Wenqing was shocked. His brother and sister-in-law had been married for more than 20 years, but his brother had never even met his sister-in-law. This was too unbelievable. Even if the relationship between the husband and wife was not good, their families would still have some interactions, right? "Then you don't know what sister-in-law's sister is doing now? And who she married? Xiao Zhao seems to be very close to her. I think it's necessary to investigate, right?" Su Wenqing said as he took the tea from the servant. "I know a bit about it. I remember that your sister-in-law once mentioned that her sister was an actress. She was quite famous in the past, but she was bullied by people in the industry and got pregnant. At that time, your sister-in-law felt very guilty and said that she shouldn't have let her enter the entertainment industry. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become like that. So, I think she must be a woman who doesn't know how to behave properly. Xianxia thought that she was a bad influence and didn't want me to meet her. It's normal. Su Yuantek dug through his memories and recalled what Xianxia had said. Another actress? Su Yuanqing's brows were furrowed into a knot. He couldn't help but feel unhappy when he thought of Xiaoxiao's friend. Brother, Xiaoxiao should be going to the hospital to visit your sister-in-law in the next 2 days. Why don't you go with her and see if she's round, square, or flat? If her character is bad, it's best to think of a way to stop Xiaoxiao from interacting with her. Of course, if she's not bad, then sister-in-law, there must be something wrong with her. Su Wenqing reminded him. Su Yuantek nodded. There were many things that needed to be done. Yesterday, in front of so many people, he couldn't interrogate the stylist. But now, he didn't have to worry so much. After Jing Yunjiao went downstairs, the two uncles suddenly had a tacit understanding and changed from serious to caring. The birthday party was over, so Jing Yunjiao didn't want to keep Grandpa Gon and the others at the Su family for too long. After all, it was the new year, and the Gon family had to have a reunion dinner. After breakfast, the Tang family's car arrived and picked up Tang Zihua. Su Wenqing continued to be the driver and was responsible for sending Grandpa Gon and the others home. The Su family immediately became cold and cheerless. Xiao Haiqing's one-day holiday was over. She had gone to the set. In order to facilitate the filming, she probably would not come back at night. Jing Yunjiao suddenly felt empty around him. However, there was something outside that could divert Jing Yunjiao's attention. In a single night, the incident of the female student being forced to death by Fan Liqin had once again fermented, and it was getting out of hand. In the past, countless people had cursed the female student for being unfilial and angering her mother to death. Now, there were even more people who were repenting for their lost lives. Fan Liqin's deceit of the people and his attitude of disregarding life made countless people furious. This time, Fan Liqin was like a rat crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up. Fan Liqin's electronics brand instantly became the target of public criticism. The resistance was great, and many of the franchised stores were collectively condemned. The entrance was a mess, and under the pressure of the public, they couldn't even open their doors. Before this, Jing Yunjiao had asked Pak Yuan to investigate the flaws in Fan Liqin's products. He took this opportunity to announce it. However, in terms of Fan Liqin's current situation, this news was just a drop in the ocean. This was because other media outlets also took advantage of this and ruthlessly set fire to it. Fan Liqin would let people exaggerate the facts of the news and cause the death of the female student. Naturally, other people would do the same. Thus, this day, Fan Liqin's evil deeds were everywhere. It was no secret that Fan Liqin was a pervert. Therefore, there were people who specifically targeted this point and fiercely reported it, saying that he had forced female students and had kept many women as his mistress. In addition, there were also people who revealed the dangers and side effects of his company's products. The truth and the lies were mixed together, and it was already deeply ingrained in the eyes of the public. Even if someone tried to forcefully clear his name, it would be impossible. Such a large company with so many products had suddenly been removed from the shelves of various shopping malls. His own exclusive stores couldn't even open. The loss was not small. Fan Liqin only felt that he was in a terrible fix. However, the public had always been short-tempered. As long as he could endure this period of time, it was still possible for him to rise again in the future. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. However, the problem was that everyone now knew that he had offended the Su family. Without even waiting for Su Yuantek to open his mouth, there were already people who had taken the initiative to investigate the company's accounts. With internal and external troubles, it was simply unbearable. Jing Yunjiao knew in her heart that she didn't even need to personally do anything. Fan Liqin could walk step by step towards his own death. What did the public hate the most? It was deception, especially when it was a shocking lie that involved a human life. If Fan Liqin hadn't wronged that female student over the compensation, she wouldn't have been so stupid as to commit suicide. She had died because of public opinion. It could be said that everyone who had attacked her online and in real life were her murderers, And the mastermind who had forced everyone to become her murderers was the high and mighty boss Fan. In the Fan family's mansion, the servants had almost all left. In the past, being a nanny for a large family like the Fan family not only paid a high salary, but also gave them a lot of face. However, now that people heard the 3 words Fan Liqin, they immediately became very sensitive. No one wanted to be implicated by a boss who didn't have many feelings for them. One by one, they took their pay from Mrs. Fan and hurriedly left. They're all a bunch of snobs. If they want to leave, then leave. Why are you still paying them? Wastrel woman. Fan Liqin sat on the sofa and was so angry that he directly smashed his cup. Her twin sons shrank back in fear and hid behind Mrs. Fan. Mrs. Fan was dressed plainly. She wasn't young and looked a little submissive. Although she hated the man in front of her, she didn't want to continue being a woman of the Fan family. She wasn't jealous or dissatisfied with the pair of sons who didn't belong to her. You scared them. Mrs. Fan's voice was hoarse and weak. After her daughter took the 2 younger ones away, she continued, send Xingning and Xinghao to their mother. What do you mean? This is my son. Why did he give it to that little b*tch? What the hell are you thinking about all day at home? Can you not add to the mess at this time? Fan Liqin scolded. Mrs. Fan's body subconsciously stiffened, but she quickly adjusted. She gritted her teeth and said, Fan Liqin, stop daydreaming. While there's still time, send the 2 younger ones out. I've had enough. All these years, I've had to endure your woman, your illegitimate daughter, and even help you take care of your illegitimate son. I'm not even as good as a nanny in this family. Just right, let's agree to a divorce now. From now on, you go your way and I'll go mine. We'll never see each other again. Now that my daughter has grown up, I don't have any scruples. Pa. As soon as Mrs. Fan finished speaking, Fan Liqin directly rushed up and fiercely slapped her. I think you're tired of living. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? I haven't even despised you yet, and you dare to divorce me. Scram. I'll beat you to death if you keep talking. If it had been before, Mrs. Fan wouldn't have dared to say another word. But now, she had the courage. In the past, Fan Liqin was the boss Fan that everyone respected. At that time, her daughter was still young. She didn't have the power or the money to take back custody of her daughter, so she had to endure. She had to endure the disgust and loathing she felt for her husband. But now, it was different. Her daughter had grown up, and Fan Liqin would soon fall from power. Her daughter had already told her everything that had happened in the Su family. She knew in her heart that this time, the Fan Liqin had offended the rich and powerful. Even if Fan Liqin had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to turn things around. She also didn't have to worry about her daughter and herself being threatened by Fan Liqin after the divorce. Everything was starting to develop in a good direction. She didn't even dare imagine that her wish would suddenly come true one day. She had even thought that the only way she could escape the Fan family in this lifetime was to exhaust this man to death. Fan Liqin, even if you beat me to death, I will divorce you. When I said this to you, I was already prepared. My lawyer is already on the way. In addition, I have to thank you for this slap and your illegitimate children. It gave me the right to get back what my daughter deserves. Mrs. Fan covered her face and felt a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Even though she knew that it wouldn't be long before all of the family's finances were seized and used up, her and her daughter's reputation was more important than anything else. With this evidence, she and her daughter were victims and wouldn't be affected too much. Her daughter had performed well in school and received a scholarship. In the future, she might even be sent abroad. Her future was limitless. When Fan Liqin heard this, he immediately understood what she meant. He was angry, furious, and somewhat in disbelief. His father had married this woman on his behalf. He had said that she was virtuous and thrifty. Although he did not like her very much, she was still a woman. Her temperament made her very suitable to be Mrs. Fan, and she could not control him. He had not expected that one day she would suddenly say something like this, even when he was at his most troubled time. He immediately reached out and grabbed his wife, wanting to give her a good beating. Fan Weiwei, who was not far away, saw this and quickly rushed over to help. Damned girl, you dare to make a move on your old man. See how I'll teach you a lesson today. Fan Liqin was even angrier. He might as well beat the two of them together. Although there weren't many people in the Fan family, there were still a few high-priced security guards left. When the security guards heard the commotion and came over to take a look, they were shocked. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. After a while, one of them couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly went forward to help, pulling the security guards away. The security guard was tall and strong, so Fan Liqin was naturally no match for him. Another wave of insults immediately followed. There were quite a number of reporters surrounding the Fan Liqin residence. The security guards had left their posts without permission, so they did not stop them. As a result, Fan Liqin's fierce side was captured on camera. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Their bruised and swollen faces were truly frightening. Looking at the two illegitimate children, they were so frightened that they curled up in bed, looking pitiful and miserable. These reporters were already worried that they wouldn't be able to dig up any new information about Fan Liqin. Now that they had a chance, it would be a waste not to use it. Soon, the public outside learned of another crime of him abusing his wife and daughter. Mrs. Van directly filed for divorce in court. Although it would still take some time, the future was still somewhat bright. At the same time, the Tan parents also saw the news. When they saw the picture of their grandson curled up in a corner and crying, they were extremely distressed. Thinking about it again, if they took the children back now, they might be able to ask Fan Liqin to pay a large sum of money to support them. Naturally, they couldn't help but get involved. It was a pity that these parents didn't have a thorough understanding of certain matters. Fan Liqin was indeed rich, but it was only temporary. Compared to Tanxi's parents, Tanxi's attitude towards her son was a bit better. She had been crazy these past few days, but when she saw her son's frightened appearance, she immediately cried until she no longer resembled a human. She was vain and loved money, but there had been times when she longed for love and family. The mistakes she had made these past few years had caused her to lose all standing and reputation. She even disliked this unbearably dirty body of hers. After all, she had carried her son for 10 months. Although the child was still young, he knew how to be considerate of his mother. He wasn't like her parents, who had always instigated and controlled him, using him as a tool to make money. Fan Liqin's matter had been circulating outside for quite a few days, and there were signs of it slowly dying out. But at this time, Fan Liqin had already changed into a different person. And the suppression of other companies had already begun. This noisy new year didn't make him feel the slightest bit of joy. There was only endless despair and pain. The small Fan Liqin family naturally couldn't fight against so many big families. It didn't take long for them to completely decline. The person in charge of the media company that Fan Liqin had invested in was arrested for spreading rumors, damaging other people's reputations and causing death. Fan Liqin's company also completely stopped operating. The stock price plummeted, debts came to an end, and the couple divorced. Even his most beloved son had now been snatched away by a woman he had previously looked down on. He had fallen from heaven to hell in a single day. If you asked who Fan Liqin hated the most, it would probably only be Jing Yunjiao and Pak Yuan. The moment Fan Liqin's family property had been confiscated and he had been forced to live on the streets, Pak Yuan had appeared in front of him with an arrogant attitude that he had previously been unable to accept. Pak Yuan was a gentleman. He was never a man who would hit someone when they were down, but Jing Yunjiao was. She didn't care if others didn't treat her well. It didn't matter if others misunderstood or disliked her, but she couldn't tolerate anyone insulting or bullying her. Fan Liqin should have been prepared to be tortured to death by her after what she said. She held a grudge like that, but what could she do? A fallen phoenix was inferior to a chicken. Without power and money, Fan Liqin couldn't live an easy life. Just those women that he had looked down on before were enough to make him wish he was dead. A person like Fan Liqin should always be allowed to see the person he hated standing above him, with no possibility of surpassing him in this lifetime. As for the Tan family, there was an additional pair of children. After being happy for a few days, the parents thought of a practical problem. The two of them were old, and their pension was pitifully small. Now, it was really difficult for them to raise 2 more grandchildren. You're still young. Hurry up and find someone to marry. I really don't know why I gave birth to you in the first place. Mother Tan complained. She still doted on her daughter, but she felt annoyed after looking at her for a long time. Especially now that Pak Yuan was doing so well, her daughter couldn't even see her relatives and friends because of the rumors. She had lost her whole family. She felt terrible in her heart and kept thinking that it would be good if she could start over again. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she felt. When Tanshi heard this, she looked at her parents expressionlessly and walked over. Mom, I want money. What do you want money for again? When Mother Tan heard this, she was instantly angry. Are you going to give it or not? If you don't give it, I won't change the child's surname. Tanshi had already grasped her parents' Achilles' heel. How much do you want this time? Mother Tan was a little unhappy. However, she knew that her husband was most dissatisfied that she didn't give birth to a son in this lifetime. Fortunately, now that her grandson could also become a grandson, the Tan family would have a successor in the future, so the surname had to be changed. 30,000. Tanshi was straightforward. 30,000 yuan wasn't a small sum for the Tan family. Moreover, Tanshi had been asking for money for various reasons over the past few days. At first, she said that she wanted to sue family Qing to get the child back. Therefore, Mr. and Mrs. Tan were very straightforward and gave her 100,000 yuan. Later, she said that the child was taking the child for a full body checkup. They felt that it was reasonable, so they gave her another 10,000 yuan. Almost every day, there were various reasons that forced them to agree. In total, they had already given their daughter 200,000 yuan. Now that they heard that Tanshi was asking for money, Mr. and Mrs. Tan felt that something was wrong. You're out of money, Xier. You've been asking for a lot of money recently. Did you spend it all on lawyers? I don't believe you. Give me a bill. Mr. Tan suddenly said. When Tanshi heard that, she snorted coldly. No. Mr. Tan was about to hit her. When Tanshi saw that, she dragged her two sons out of the door. I'm going to take our sons out shopping. If you want to hit me, we'll talk about it later. Mr. Tan's anger was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't spit it out. After Tanshi left, there was no news of her. The grandson in their hands was gone, and the parents were so anxious that they were going crazy. Most importantly, if the two of them fell sick and died, who would clean up after them? However, no matter how angry they were, they couldn't find her. It was as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. Before she left, Tanshi sent a text message to Pak Yuan. It was a simple "I'm sorry." However, whether it was a text message or a phone call, Pak Yuan had completely blocked Tanshi's name. Therefore, he didn't receive any messages. He was destined to have no more interactions with this person. After the new year, everything slowly quieted down. Jing Yunjiao read books, studied medicine, and fell in love every day. His days were very fulfilling. When school was about to start, they found a day when Xiao Haiqing wasn't busy. The two of them went to the hospital to visit Shintong, and eldest uncle personally drove her to the hospital. Some time ago, the number of friends who had almost filled up the ward had finally decreased. After all, everyone was more busy after the new year. Shintong's staff had hired a professional nurse to take care of her. In addition, her son had returned from abroad, so she could rest assured. Shintong was still unconscious. When Jing Yunjiao arrived, she was lying on the bed. Her face was pale, and she looked extremely pitiful. She was being kept alive by an 4 drip, but there was a fair-skinned boy sitting beside her. He looked worried and tired. This boy should be Aunt Tong's son, Shenhong. Jing Yunjiao had often heard Hua Tianxian mention this person before. He had heard that he was doing very well abroad. He was only 21 or 22 years old and was studying at a famous university overseas. He was about to graduate soon and had participated in various competitions. Since he was in his teens, he had won many awards. He was the man that Shintong was most proud of. However, this was the first time Jing Yunjiao had seen him. The moment Shenhong saw someone coming over, he immediately got up to welcome. After all, Su Yuantek was an elder. Although he was unfamiliar with the person on the bed and the person in front of him, he was still this boy's uncle. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask, How How is your mother? The doctor said that her condition is stable, but we don't know when she will wake up. It could be 10 days or half a month, or it could be a year and a half, or it could even be that she will never wake up. Shenhong smiled bitterly. Although he had lived abroad since he was young, he spoke fluent Mandarin. But it's okay. Mommy has always been lucky. I believe that she will wake up. By the way, I still don't know who you are. Shenhong restrained his sadness and asked politely. Su Yuantak felt a little awkward. They were close relatives, but now they didn't even know each other. It was really embarrassing. I'm your uncle. I didn't expect to meet you in this way. Su Yuantak patted Shenhong's shoulder. You're so young, but you're already shouldering such a big responsibility. You're really amazing. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll help as much as I can. Shenhong was stunned when he heard this. Uncle, this kind of creature? No, it was this kind of name. Although it wasn't the first time he heard it, it was really quite unfamiliar. He knew that he had an aunt, but he had never met her. He had only seen the photo his mother sent him. She was quite beautiful and looked very gentle and kind. He also heard that his mother was very well taken care of by her in the capital. Unfortunately, when his mother was in the accident, his aunt had already come over. He had only been back for 2 or 3 days, so he didn't meet her. Thank you, uncle. Shenhong quickly expressed his gratitude. Then, he looked at the 2 girls. A trace of surprise and affection flashed in his eyes. This is my niece. She's almost like a daughter. She's also your cousin. Her name is Jing Yunjiao. Next to her is her classmate, Xiao Haiqing. The 2 of them are very close to your mother. This time, they specially came to see her. Su Yuantek introduced. He couldn't help but have a good impression of Shenhong. This child looked very talented and was very handsome. He could see that he was somewhat similar to Shentong on the hospital bed, but he was more masculine. The pair of starry eyes under the sword-like eyebrows were especially beautiful. He was also very tall, about 1.85 meters. His body was neither fat nor thin, and he looked very strong. His every move made him look very cultured. Even he couldn't help but feel a bit of affection. Originally, he thought that Shentong was probably not a good person. But now that he saw that her son was so sensible, he had some doubts in his heart. Parents had a great influence on their children. Shentong raised her son alone. It was rare for her to be able to raise a child like this. At this time, Shenhong greeted Jing Yunjiao and Xiao Haiqing, respectively. He brought 3 clean cups and poured water into them. Jing Yunjiao sat beside Shentong's bed. Xiao Haiqing stared at him. Yunjiao, take a look at Auntie Tong. When will she wake up? Jing Yunjiao nodded, but he caught a glimpse of the nurse who came in. Let's wait. After all, this was a hospital. Even if she could treat it, without Shenhong's permission, it would not be easy to do it. Besides, if the hospital knew about it, they would not be satisfied. Xiao Haiqing understood and did not ask. However, Shenhong clearly didn't know much about the hospital's rules. He asked suspiciously, little cousin knows how to treat patients? She has some skills. Let her take a look at your mother. Maybe she can wake up earlier. Su Yuantek didn't care about his niece stealing the limelight. They couldn't bear with it for the sake of the hospital's reputation. When Shenhong heard that, he became more energetic. Little cousin, are you a national healer? Although I'm overseas, I'm very interested in national martial arts. It's a pity that those who are proficient in national martial arts overseas are more or less deceiving the public. Not many of them are capable. If you can, I don't mind you taking a look at my mother. Most people would have scruples about Jing Yunjiao's medical skills because of her age. But in Shenhong's heart, ability had nothing to do with age. Since Auntie Tong's son said so, Jing Yunjiao did not refuse. She reached out to take Auntie Tong's pulse and checked her tongue and pupils. After a while, Jing Yunjiao thought about it and said, it can be treated, but it requires acupuncture. Once a day for 3 days. But during these 3 days, you have to stop giving her medicine. Of course, the nutrient solution is an exception. When Xiao Haiqing heard that it could be treated, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, when she heard that he had to stop the medication, she became worried. This Xianxia wouldn't dare to take the risk, right? Moreover, if the hospital knew that he had unilaterally stopped the medication, they wouldn't be happy. Are you confident? Su Yuantek asked seriously. Although he hadn't seen Jing Yunjiao treat patients, he had heard a little about it from the old man. Even Uncle Gon was full of praise for her. It was obvious that she had real skills. Jing Yunjiao nodded. As long as you do as I say, there won't be a problem. After Su Yuantek heard this, he looked at Xianxia and saw that he was frowning in thought. He looked a little serious. After thinking for a long time, he asked, "Little cousin, have you treated patients before? How many cases have there been, and what's the success rate?" "There are about a few hundred people who have been treated by me. There are also some who have been treated by other doctors. As for the success rate, it's currently about 90%. Jing Yunjiao replied. When she was in Huaning County, her grandfather had pushed many patients to her, and the patients would introduce more patients to her. However, the number wasn't a lot. However, she would also visit with Grandpa Gon. When her grandfather didn't have any patients, she would go to Grandpa Gon's clinic to help. After coming to the capital, she went to Immortal Crane Hall. Although she only went there a few times, the number of patients she saw every day was not small. She was a doctor, not a god. She couldn't treat all illnesses, so she only said that it was currently 90%. This percentage could go down or up in the future, but it wasn't the most important thing. However, the nurse who was quite tall when Jing Yunjiao said big words curled her lips and said, "The medication can't be stopped. Otherwise, it won't be good if there are problems with the body's organs." "Little cousin, if I treat her, will it be dangerous?" Xianxia thought for a moment and asked again. It would be a lie to say that it's not dangerous. Everyone has an Achilles heel, and if there's a deviation in the acupuncture points during acupuncture, it will cause great harm to the body. However, if I don't treat her with acupuncture, the longer the delay, the lower the possibility of her waking up. Of course, it's not that she can't wake up, but it will depend on a miracle. However, how many miracles do you think there are in this world? Moreover, if she wakes up too late, her body's functions will definitely worsen, and it will affect her life in the future. Jing Yunjiao spoke the truth. In her current condition, if she didn't wake up, then she would wake up. Lying in bed for a long time, even her muscles would atrophy. Even if Xianxia took good care of her and gave her frequent massages to promote her blood circulation, it still couldn't be compared to her day's exercise. Hearing this, his face was. "Xianxia, don't worry. Yunjiao's medical skills are really good. We have a close relationship with Aunt Tong, so we won't harm her," Xiao Haiqing said. "There's no need to be too anxious. Just give me a call when you think about it, but it's best not to be too late. Otherwise, the difficulty of the acupuncture will increase by a lot." It was normal for Xianxia to be worried, so Jing Yunjiao comforted him. "If there's a chance, I want to see you treat her with my own eyes before I can decide whether to ask for your help," Xianxia said apologetically. Jing Yunjiao thought for a moment and agreed. "No problem, I can do it tomorrow." After the new year, she still hadn't gone to the red-crowned crane hall. She reckoned that the group of old doctors would privately say that she was lazy. She wasn't really lazy. Ever since she treated so many patients for the first time, the group of old doctors became more and more interested in her. Every time she went, she would be so busy that she didn't even have time to drink water. Thus, she might as well split the time so that the group of old doctors wouldn't become more and more out of tune. Xianxia saw that Jing Yunjiao agreed so readily, and he trusted him a little. The nurse next to him was getting more and more disdainful. She felt that handsome Shen had met a swindler. This hospital was extremely famous in Jingdu. It had the best equipment and treatment methods in all aspects. Because it was Shentong who was hospitalized this time, the nurses in the hospital paid more attention to him. Shentong's son, Xianxia, had become the most popular patient's family member in the hospital in a short time. Almost all the young nurses would take the opportunity to chat with Xianxia. She didn't expect that she would see handsome Shen being deceived today. After these three people left, she had to properly advise Xianxia. After the nurse cast a concerned look at Xianxia, she reluctantly left the ward. The few of them chatted a little more. Su Yuantek also wanted to inquire about Shen Tong's past, so he kept asking questions. However, the more he asked, the more he felt that Shen Tong was admirable. Pregnant at a young age and living alone abroad, it was incredible to raise a child like this. Moreover, although this Shen Hong is young, he knows a lot of truth. He knows a lot about the knowledge of various countries. He speaks clearly and logically. Moreover, at a young age, he has published many papers on psychology and won many awards. In addition, he has also studied criminal psychology and case detection abroad, which surprised him a little. Not to mention Su Yuantek was shocked, even Jing Yunjiao didn't expect that Shen Hong, who looked so gentle, would study such a stimulating profession. Do you want to be a policeman in the future? I'm afraid you have to be good at martial arts. Su Yuantek was in a good mood and said with a smile. Uncle, don't worry. I learned fighting, judo, taekwondo, and other martial arts abroad. I also have some understanding of guns and knives. Those things can't stop me. As long as I don't meet a martial arts master, I can protect myself. Shen Hong also felt that chatting with Su Yuantek had broadened his horizons, so his answer was very straightforward. When he said this, Jing Yunjiao and Xiao Haiqing couldn't help but exclaim. They didn't see it. When they first saw Shen Hong, both of them felt that he was a young scholar. Su Yuantek nodded approvingly. Amazing. Other than that, what are your hobbies? It's nothing special. When I'm free, I climb mountains, run, swim, or watch the stars to release my stress. But seeing mommy like this, I feel a little regretful. If I had been a doctor back then, I might have been able to use my own judgment to understand her situation. And it's a pity that the mentors I know are all forensic specialists. Shen Hong shook his head with some regret. You don't have to blame yourself. I didn't expect things to turn out this way at that time. However, I heard that you know a forensic instructor. It seems that you have done some research in forensic science? Su Yuantek was deeply interested. I roughly know some basic knowledge. I learned it to solve cases. Although Shen Hong said modestly, he did not hide the confidence in his eyes. In the past, he did want to be a doctor, but later, he participated in a lot of detective games abroad and read a lot of detective novels. Gradually, he became interested in solving cases and solving mysteries. In his mother's words, no matter what he wanted to do, he should do it if he liked. There was no harm in learning more. Therefore, he was very free to develop his career abroad. In addition to professional things, he also learned a little about most of the things that interested him. Su Yuantek praised Shen Hong even more. Have you ever thought about returning to China after graduation? Uncle can help you in this regard. As long as your ability is up to par, I can definitely transfer you to the department you want to go to. Su Yuantek asked directly. There's no need to trouble Uncle. Actually, I've already sent my resume here before I return to China. As long as I graduate, I can immediately go to work. Shen Hong refused. Although he and his mother lived abroad for many years, they had no choice at the time. If they were in China, the mother and son would not be able to live a peaceful life. However, so much time had passed, and many things had become dull. Naturally, they had to return to their roots. Jing Yunjiao listened to the two chatting happily and could not help but feel a little emotional. His uncle might not even be so happy chatting with his own son at home. Suyu's temper and personality could not even compare to a finger of Shen Hong's. Oh right, your cousin. Su Yuantek wanted to mention Suyu, but after thinking carefully, he did not know who was older between the two cousins. Hence, he asked, you're 21 years old, right? What month were you born in? He had won so many awards at such a young age and even graduated early. He was simply a genius. September, Shen Hong said directly. September? Su Yuantek was a little surprised. He did not expect the two cousins to be in the same month. He immediately shouted in his heart, what day is September? I'm a day younger than my cousin. I was born in the early morning of the 16th. Actually, it should only be a few hours difference. Shen Hong also knew of Suyu's existence. When Su Yuantek heard this, he was even more shocked. Suyu was born around 8 o'clock in the evening on the 15th. After all, he was a father, so he remembered very clearly. However, he did not expect Shenhong and Suyu to be born in such a short period of time. Furthermore, looking at the extent of his maturity, the one in front of him was more like an older brother. However, in just a few hours, the difference in temperament was too great. Yuer's grades were poor since he was young. He even lost his face to get into this university. It was not an exaggeration to say that Shenhong knew everything from the sky to the earth. The former was well versed in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. As for the latter, thinking of this, he really wanted to send his son back to the furnace to be remade. You guys haven't met yet, right? When your mother recovers, she should visit the Su family more often. Your cousin is ignorant and incompetent. With your temperament, you can also guide him, Su Yuantek said. Okay, I also want to visit uncle and aunt more often in the future and thank you on behalf of my mother, Shenhong quickly said. What are you thanking me for? Su Yuantek smiled casually. Ever since I was young, my mommy always said that it's all thanks to auntie's help. Uncle and auntie have always been kind to us. I remember it all. Shenhong was very serious. Su Yuantek's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He turned his head to look at the woman on the bed. He didn't know if it was because Shenhong looked familiar, but when he looked at her again, there was a sense of familiarity. It was strange. However, perhaps it was because the two sisters, Shenhong and Xianxia, were somewhat similar. While they were chatting, the door to the ward opened and a woman walked in with some fruits in her hands. Several people turned their heads to look and met Xianxia's seemingly surprised gaze. Su Yuantek frowned subconsciously. He felt a little uncomfortable. It seemed that Xianxia was a little strange when she came. Jing Yinzhao felt that Xianxia's smile was a little different from usual. Usually, even if she didn't like her, she would still act like she was looking at her daughter. However, at this time, her smile was a little stiff, as if she had undergone plastic surgery. Xianxia walked in with her things. Although Shenhong hadn't seen his aunt since he came back to China, he had seen her photo. Therefore, he hurried to greet her, feeling a little strange. Why didn't his uncle and aunt come together if they were husband and wife? Moreover, it seemed that his aunt didn't expect his uncle to come at all. Aunt, you're here too? I was chatting with my uncle. Shenhong smiled. Oh, really? What did you talk about? Xianxia smiled, and a trace of judgment flashed in her eyes. Her hands were clenched tightly in secret, and her heart was filled with hatred. Xianxia's life was really too big. In the past, even though she wanted to deal with this younger sister of hers, they were still related by blood. She had never thought of letting her die, as long as she lived her life peacefully and didn't steal the glory and everything that belonged to her, then everything would be fine. However, she just didn't listen and insisted on coming back from abroad. She insisted on showing her face in public and opening a beauty salon. Of all the people she could work with, she just had to choose Jing Yunzhao. Not only that, she even wanted to go to the Su family, she had hinted to her a long time ago. She hadn't let her step into the Su family for 3 whole years. Didn't she know it in her heart? Therefore, this time, she wanted her to die. However, she didn't expect that after such a big car accident, she would only fall into a coma and attract Shenhong. We didn't talk much. My uncle asked me how my life was abroad. He also said that when my mother recovered, he would let me and my son accompany her often. Shenhong's tone was somewhat affectionate. He and his mother didn't have any other relatives. In addition, his mother had been talking about his aunt in front of him all these years. Therefore, he really respected this aunt in his heart. Xianxia gritted her teeth and smiled. Okay, we'll wait until your mother recovers. Shenhong smiled. Su Yuantek didn't have much to say when Xianxia came. The same went for Jing Yunzhao and Xiao Haiqing. The room was inevitably a little awkward. Therefore, after a while, the 3 of them were ready to leave. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the room, so they didn't have to worry that Xianxia would do something bad to Shentong in front of others. Zhao, why do you like Shentong? Su Yuantek asked on the way back. Auntie Tong treats people very well and is more sincere. When she looks at someone, it makes you feel like she's listening to you seriously. She's very considerate of other people's faces, but at the same time, she also has her own thoughts. She's a woman who looks weak on the surface, but is actually very strong. Jing Yunjiao thought about it and gave a serious evaluation. What about Xianxia? Why don't you like her? Su Yuantak asked again. Jing Yunjiao pursed his lips and hesitated. After a while, he said, there are some things that I didn't want to tell you. After all, you are husband and wife, but I think it's necessary to remind you. In the past, she was afraid that her uncle and Xianxia were deeply in love. She could deal with the small conflicts between her and Xianxia, but if it was a life-threatening conflict, it would make her uncle sad. Moreover, she didn't have any evidence, so she didn't dare to tell him directly. Moreover, she had always been used to dealing with trouble by herself. Even if she had to borrow someone else's hand, she wouldn't directly entrust the matter to others. Therefore, she subconsciously kept it a secret. Not long after I came to the capital, I already knew about Xianxia. When I went to Aunt Tong's beauty salon, I happened to see a crazy fan attacking Aunt Tong. Aunt Tong also said that this wasn't the first time. Later, in the car, I met a person who injected poison into the driver. It almost killed everyone in the car, but there was no evidence to prove that she did it. At that time, I didn't think too much about it. The reason I knew about Xianxia was from Aunt Tong. At that time, Grandpa and I bumped into the sisters at the mall. Aunt Tong felt that Xianxia's reaction was strange, so she asked me if I knew her sister. At that time, I felt strange. As a daughter-in-law, she should meet her father-in-law even if he didn't like her. But this matter was denied by Xianxia. She insisted that she wasn't feeling well, but after that incident, Hai Qing and I almost drank poisoned wine at Aunt Tong's place. At this point, Jing Yunjiao chuckled, his eyes cold. Then shouldn't you be suspicious of Shintong? Su Yuantek frowned. Eldest uncle, Shintong and I are business partners. My death wouldn't benefit Shintong. Moreover, although Shintong and I had only met a few times at that time, we got along very well. Another point is, unless Shintong is very stupid, she wouldn't use such a method because if Xiao Haiqing and I died, she would be the first unlucky person to bear the brunt. She was also a public figure before, so she would definitely lose her reputation and even the fact that she had a child out of wedlock would be exposed. Also, this wine was a gift from Xianxia. When she passed it to Shintong, she specifically said that it was to thank me for taking care of Grandpa. The fruit wine was specially brewed with aconite. Fortunately, I could smell it. Not only that, after the incident, when Xianxia found out that I didn't drink the wine, she immediately took it back personally. After Jing Yunjiao finished speaking, Xiao Haiqing nodded her head as if it was true. Su Yuantak took a deep breath. His eyes were deep, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Xianxia actually did something to Zhao before? But at that time, Xianxia shouldn't have known her at all. Why would she think of targeting a little girl who had just arrived in the capital with no background, but if he said that she was innocent, it would be awkward. The Su family could find all kinds of medicinal herbs and had a lot of pharmacology books. Xianxia liked to read books and had done a lot of research on medicinal cuisine. She was indeed capable of poisoning people, Uncle knows. He will investigate her background carefully. Su Yuantek nodded, feeling a little irritated. Although he didn't share a bed with this woman, no matter what, this person was still his wife and someone by his side. After being together for so many years, he had even thought that one day, the two of them would silently die of old age together. However, he didn't expect that this seemingly gentle and kind woman was most likely a wolf, tiger, or leopard lurking by his side. I had someone investigate her before, but they only found out that she had called a few people many times, and those people were the fans who attacked Aunt Tong. Those fans are either dead, in prison, or in a mental hospital. Uncle, you can start from there. Although it can't prove that she did something bad to me, at least we can be sure that she was cruel to her sister. Jing Yunjiao said. Su Yuantek was surprised and nodded. According to what you said, this accident is also very likely to be done by her? Su Yuantek was a little shocked. It's not likely, it's certain. Jing Yunjiao didn't intend to hide it and continued, in 3 years, Aunt Tong had more than 5 accidents. How unlucky a person must be to encounter so many coincidences. And it's very strange that the situation this time is more serious. It seems that she deliberately wanted to kill her. In my opinion, in the past, Xianxia seemed to want to drive her away and oppress her. Now, she wants to make her disappear, and the reason for her to disappear. Uncle, on the day of the accident, Aunt Tong wanted to go shopping first and then celebrate my birthday. Su Yuantek's face became more and more dignified, and there was a cloud of confusion in his heart that he couldn't explain. Even if Xianxia hated Jing Yunjiao, it was impossible for her to vent her anger on Shintong because of this. Therefore, according to the situation in the past few years, if the accident was really caused by her, her purpose was not to attack Jing Yunjiao, but to prevent Shintong from going to the Su family. But why? Along the way, Su Yuantek was particularly depressed. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. After returning, according to the phone clues provided by Jing Yunjiao, he immediately sent someone to investigate. In the end, it was just as Jing Yunjiao had predicted. The people on the list were all locked up because they had attacked Shintong in the past. They were all so-called crazy fans. In this day and age, even young idols wouldn't encounter so many strange people and incidents. How could Shintong, who had retreated from the industry for more than 20 years, encounter such strange people? Immediately, he increased his strength to deal with those people. However, he found that although these people looked like hoodlums, their teeth were very tight. No matter how he threatened or tempted them, they did not respond. What kind of ability did Xianxia have to be able to do this? Originally, Su Yuantek just wanted to prove Jing Yunjiao's words, but now, he couldn't help but want to investigate deeper. Immediately, he turned his target to those people's families. Strangely, he found that the men who attacked Shintong had one thing in common. That was, the father and the daughter depended on each other and had a very good relationship. After the father was locked up or sent to the mental hospital, the son or daughter had disappeared. These people's families were very poor, and they had almost no relatives or friends. After they disappeared, no outsider called the police. It was as if they had never appeared. Su Yuantek's heart couldn't help but sink. This matter was really getting more and more complicated. These things were investigated by Su Yuantek, and Jing Yunjiao could also save a lot of effort. Early the next morning, he went to the Red-Crowned Crane Hall from the hospital with Shen Hong. As soon as Jing Yunjiao arrived at the Red-Crowned Crane Hall, the old doctors immediately became spirited. After dealing with their patients, they hurriedly came over to greet him. Dr. Jing, I met a patient a few days ago. She has been suffering from asthma for many years. Every day, she coughs until morning and can't sleep. That woman has been sick for 10 years. Do you want to take a look at her? Little Dr. Jing, please take a look at mine first. It's cold and damp paralysis in my meridians, causing my meridians to contract and be unable to turn around. I've used aconite. Can you check if it's accurate? Jing Yunjiao's mouth twitched, and Shen Hong jumped in fright. When the patients saw the reaction of the old doctors, they looked around curiously. They had long heard that a very young doctor had come to the Immortal Crane Hall. Her medical skills were especially good. It seemed that it was this person. She was really beautiful. Old doctors, you're not allowed to cause any more trouble. Otherwise, I'll leave right now. Jing Yunjiao's face turned cold as he threw out a sentence. As soon as he said this, the old doctors around him instantly fell silent and didn't say a word. Little Dr. Jing, you're too lazy. You've been on holiday for quite some time. You've only come now. Everyone misses you very much. One of them said with a dry laugh. Jing Yunjiao exhaled. She was absolutely amiable to the old doctors. The main reason was that this group of old doctors was too indecent. If she didn't get angry, they would keep asking questions. Their own standards were not low. Many of the questions they asked actually had answers in their hearts, but they just liked to test her. It was as if they wanted to prove whether she was omnipotent or not. Every time, they would make her spend extra time to solve some problems that didn't require any effort at all. It was simply unbearable. Jing Yunjiao walked towards her seat, and the few old people followed her obediently, not feeling the slightest bit of embarrassment. In their eyes, it was enough that Jing Yunjiao had medical skills. They were friends who knew each other through medicine. Age and whatnot were just floating clouds. It's just that if Jing Yunjiao knew what they were thinking, she would have to remind them, thinking back to the first day she came here, their attitudes weren't like this. Shenhong followed behind and was directly ignored by a few old doctors. As soon as Jing Yunjiao sat down, the old doctors immediately sorted out the recent difficult and miscellaneous diseases and asked her for advice. They talked about some things about yin and yang. Shenhong was confused. He felt as if he had walked into a very strange brainwashing organization. And in this organization, Jing Yunjiao was obviously the boss. A few people gathered around her and listened to her talk about medicinal herbs that they didn't understand. After a while, they all nodded their heads in understanding, looking as if they had learned a lot from her. If it were not for the fact that there were some patients here at this time, he might really think that these people were all hired by Jing Yunjiao. While Jing Yunjiao was explaining, there were a few apprentices who took a look at the patients first. After they were done, the old doctors went up and diagnosed a few patients and wrote prescriptions. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people in the clinic, they continued their discussion. Shenhong sat next to her and watched quietly. The more he watched, the more he felt that Jing Yunjiao had a very special light. When they were talking about other things yesterday, Jing Yunjiao was very calm and very low-key. But at this moment, she was very flamboyant and spoke with assurance. He could feel a love and obsession for medical skills in her eyes. At this moment, Shenhong had already believed most of it. Jing Yunjiao spent the whole morning communicating with others. After a simple meal in the afternoon, she began to treat the patients. At this time, in front of her was a man with a swollen head and face. The man's eyes were narrowed into thin slits. It should be difficult for him to even see things. After Jing Yunjiao quickly examined the man, she immediately asked someone to boil the medicine. After a while, something like mud was smeared on the man's face. It looked very funny. Many patients saw it and could not help laughing. This treatment method was like a woman applying a mask. It was very funny. Obviously, the man was not in a good mood, but he should have endured it with the intention of trying. But not long after the medicine was applied, Shenhong found that the man's face seemed to be steaming. There was sweat dripping down the ointment. When the young medicine boy saw it, he quickly changed the medicine again, and the cycle repeated. After 7 or 8 times in a row, 2 hours had passed. At this time, the face that was so swollen that he couldn't see anything had actually become very handsome. His complexion was ruddy as usual, and his eyes were bright and spirited. It was as if he had become a different person. Suddenly, Shenhong was speechless. From the diagnosis to the medicine boiling, he saw it all. It was absolutely impossible to fake. Jing Yunjiao indeed had the ability of a divine doctor. No wonder these old doctors were so polite to her. They even bowed their heads to ask her for advice. Other than this patient, Jing Yunjiao also treated a few others at the same time. Some of them immediately saw results, but there were also some who still needed more treatment. Even so, the words she said made the patients nod their heads in agreement. Each and every one of them was very sincere and polite. Recently, there were many patients in the red-crowned crane hall. One of them was because of Jing Yunjiao. The news of her curing several stubborn diseases had spread. Because it was next to a big hospital, many people chose to come and take a look. Shenhong was completely convinced. Before he left, he was even affected. He stared at Jing Yunjiao in amazement and admiration. His mood could not calm down for a long time. Jing Yunjiao, on the other hand, was acting as usual. Her attitude was nothing out of the ordinary. Even after leaving the red-crowned crane hall, her temperament was obviously restrained. Other than her outstanding appearance, her low-key appearance made her seem like an ordinary little girl. "Little cousin, I'll have to trouble you with my mother," Shenhong said quickly. "Then stop taking the medicine when you go back. I'll go over tomorrow morning to officially start the treatment, but I'm afraid the hospital won't give in so easily," Jing Yunjiao said. Shenhong nodded. The next morning, Jing Yunjiao arrived at the hospital early. However, when she arrived, she saw a young nurse running in another direction at lightning speed. She had only been in the ward for 2 or 3 minutes when a large wave of doctors and nurses barged in. Shentong, who was lying on the hospital bed, still did not look good. Shenhong was already prepared, but when he saw so many doctors coming again, he was a little dissatisfied. Just after Jing Yunjiao said that she could cure his mother, many nurses had already tried to persuade him again and again. He knew that these nurses had good intentions, so he did not show much resistance. Last night, when he suggested to the doctors to stop taking the medicine, several doctors and nurses were very angry and even scolded Jing Yunjiao. However, due to his own insistence, these people could not do anything. They did not expect that they would cause trouble when Jing Yunjiao appeared. "You're the little girl who claims to be a doctor?" A middle-aged man stared at Jing Yunjiao and asked in dissatisfaction. "What do you want?" Jing Yunjiao frowned slightly. This group of people did not have the ability to wake Shintong up at all. Since that was the case, it was reasonable to let someone with the ability try. Although as a doctor, it was true that they hated this kind of behavior, most of the hospitals now followed the wishes of the patient's family. Besides, although the medicine that the hospital prescribed for Shintong was to nourish her internal organs, it was actually 30% poisonous. The daily infusion had a great impact. If she did not wake up in a short period of time, the medicine would have to be stopped in the future. What they cared about now was the medicine and the money, not Shintong's body. "Little girl, how can you harm people at such a young age? Do you know what you're doing? This brother Shen has just returned from overseas and doesn't know much about the domestic affairs. How dare you use this to deceive him? If something happens to Shintong, who's going to take responsibility?" "You?" the leading doctor said angrily. "How can you be sure that I'm lying to him? According to what you said, can I also say that your hospital is a bully by giving patients things that they don't need?" Jing Yunjiao chuckled and replied casually. If he didn't use acupuncture, he would definitely use medicine, but he definitely wouldn't use so much, and the amount wouldn't be so large. This group of people more or less wanted to squeeze more money out of others. Most of the time, they felt that eating a little more medicine wouldn't have any effect, so they didn't take it to heart. But in reality, those drugs would slowly accumulate in the body, especially since Shintong's body's resistance was relatively weak now. So many drugs would only increase the burden on her body, making it difficult for Tsingao to wake up. "Bastard! Are you implying that we should let the patient take the medicine randomly? Where are your parents? Do you believe that we can sue you for slander?" the doctor said angrily. Shintong used to be a very famous artist. Recently, many people had heard that Shintong was staying in their hospital, so they trusted the hospital more and more. Many people even came to see the doctor. The hospital was also very attentive to Yu Shintong. After all, if she really woke up in the hospital could use this opportunity to publicize it. Especially since they had already hinted to the reporters that it would be difficult for her to wake up. Regardless of whether she woke up or not, the hospital wouldn't suffer any losses. Jing Yunjiao's appearance was a blow to the hospital's ability. If Shintong was really saved by Jing Yunjiao, it would be a slap to the hospital's face. If she didn't wake up, people would definitely say that the hospital wasn't strict enough and allowed the patient to mess around. Jing Yunjiao looked at the aggressive doctor and knew that it was different for him to make a move in someone else's territory. Hence, he said, "Cousin Shen, go and settle the discharge procedures and transfer her to the Red-Crowned Crane Hall." The moment he said that, all the doctors were stunned. They knew about the Red-Crowned Crane Hall. There were many clinics, and the Red-Crowned Crane Hall bore the brunt of it. In the past, the Red-Crowned Crane Hall had a resounding reputation, but it had gradually fallen silent in the past few decades. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to their hospital. In the eyes of many people, relying on manpower to diagnose a pulse wasn't as direct as using medical equipment. Furthermore, the pace of the hospital was getting faster and faster. There weren't many people who could accept a primitive place like the Red-Crowned Crane Hall. Red-Crowned Crane Hall? That kind of place can treat illnesses? I can guarantee that if you send the patient there, the patient will die without a doubt. The doctor directly threatened them with disdain. Did they think that they could steal their jobs with just a few words? Based on what? Hearing that someone insulted the Red-Crowned Crane Hall, Jing Yunjiao's face instantly turned cold. "You're saying that the Red-Crowned Crane Hall is a scammer?" Jing Yunjiao glanced at the badge on his chest and continued, "Dr. Feng, right? Please remember this sentence. If Shintong doesn't die and wakes up after being transferred away, please take back what you said." Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Also, I think that if there wasn't a mortal crane hall, there wouldn't be a person like you in this world. When your ancestors were still alive, there weren't any foreign things in this world. It was all thanks to the deceiving people that you're talking about to cure and save people. Jing Yunjiao was also impressed by the medical skills of foreign countries. He had also studied it himself. Although he wasn't proficient in it, he couldn't help but admire those exquisite surgical methods. They were fast and thorough. However, he never felt that it was better than Chinese medicine. The charm of national healers was far more mysterious and magical than what people in this world knew. It was just that many of them had lost their inheritance. Dr. Feng's face turned ugly. He didn't expect a little girl to be so stubborn. Little brother Shen, you have to think carefully. If you transfer to a mortal crane hall and something happens to the patient, we won't be responsible. The doctor said with a serious face. Shen Hong nodded his head. I've already made my decision. Since your hospital doesn't allow others to interfere, then I'll transfer my mommy to another hospital. Director Feng, I'll go through the procedures now. Dr. Feng held his breath when he heard that. His original intention was to let this little girl back off. But now, the one who backed off was actually them. Do as you wish. Humph. Dr. Feng gritted his teeth in anger. He snorted and turned to leave. Some of the other doctors saw this and felt uncomfortable. They looked at Jing Yunjiao as if they wanted to eat her up. Jing Yunjiao didn't mind. Some people did have good intentions, so there was no need to kill the whole boat full of people with one pole. Shen Hong's procedures were done very quickly. After only 2 hours, the patient was transferred from the hospital. Shen Hong's appearance was outstanding, and he treated people humbly. During his time in the hospital, he had won the hearts of the nurses and some female doctors. Now that he had listened to Jing Yunjiao and taken his mother away, many people were disappointed. Moreover, since Shentong came to the hospital, some reporters had heard about the situation and stayed near the ward, hoping to get some information. At this time, these doctors were angry, and some of them lost some of their morals and directly scolded in front of the reporters. Shentong is so pitiful. She was in a coma in an accident, and it's already very difficult to save her life. But she didn't expect her son to be cheated by his little girlfriend. I heard that the medical fees were too high, and it's cheaper to buy Chinese medicine, so he transferred her to those quack clinics that only know how to cheat people. As soon as this was said, the reporters immediately exclaimed that they had found a treasure. Although Shentong had not been in the entertainment circle for a long time, she was still a person who had acted in classics. She still had appeal and influence. If this news was released, there would be no need to worry about clicks. Jing Yunjiao did not expect that his doctor would become an insensible and stingy girlfriend. At this time, after sending the patient to the Red-Crowned Crane Hall, the first round of acupuncture began. The Red-Crowned Crane Hall was very large, and there were independent rooms for the patients. Every day, there was a small medical assistant who cleaned and disinfected the room. In terms of environment, it was better than those big hospitals. Shen Hong was originally worried that there would be no one to help him take care of his mother, but the truth was that most of the time, there was no need for him to intervene at all. Those medical assistants were very sensible and mature. They knew how to treat patients better than he did. Every time Jing Yunjiao performed acupuncture, a few old doctors would fight to be the first to observe her technique. Even though Jing Yunjiao was young, her technique was as if she had decades of experience in acupuncture and moxibustion. Naturally, it was the same this time. These old doctors praised Jing Yunjiao, which made Shen Hong feel more at ease. The acupuncture treatment didn't take too long. When it was over, Jing Yunjiao wrote another prescription. At this time, Shentong had already regained a bit of consciousness. Chewing and drinking some medicine shouldn't be a problem, but if she wanted to wake up completely, she would have to wait until the third round of acupuncture. That day, Shen Hong also stayed at the Red-Crowned Crane Hall. Jing Yunjiao rarely came to the Red-Crowned Crane Hall for 3 consecutive days, and this group of old guys was very happy. But on the third day, the atmosphere in Immortal Crane Hall was clearly different. Little Dr. Jing, you're finally here. Look, this morning, there are already a lot of people who are pretending to be sick and wasting time. The real patients are still lining up behind. A few of the old doctors were extremely angry. They did not know where these bastards came from. They came in the middle of the night and occupied the front line. They tried to communicate with the doctors. The colleagues who spoke immediately took out their equipment to film. They were so angry that they wanted to beat them up. Xianxia coldly glanced at the crowd and found that most of them were holding cameras or small recording equipment. He immediately showed a somewhat disgusted expression. Are you Shenhong's girlfriend? You seem to be very familiar with these old doctors? Is that why Shentong was transferred here? However, these reporters didn't have any opinions about Xianxia's attitude. One of them even went up to him and said. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Are you here to see a doctor or to make trouble? Of course I'm here to see a doctor, but it shouldn't affect anything if I ask you a few questions, right? The other party said. Xianxia chuckled. You said it won't affect anything? Then I'll have to trouble you to take a good look at the patients behind you. They came early enough, but you blocked them from seeing the patients. How can you say that it won't affect them? It seems that your bottom line is a little low. Being questioned by a little girl like Xianxia, the other party was a little embarrassed, but after thinking about it, she still said, we are also doing this for work, I hope you can understand. Moreover, Shentong was once a public figure after all. Being taken away from the hospital when she was unconscious is very dangerous, isn't it? Everyone just wants to know the truth. Truth? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh mockingly. There were always people who stood on the moral high ground, and in order to seek the so-called truth, they would hurt a person they didn't even know or understand. Want to know the truth? Okay, no problem, but it's impossible now, because we still have to treat patients. Just now, you said it was for work, but so are we. Not only for work, but also for the health of others. After I treat all the patients here, when I have time, you can ask anything you want. Xianxia was a little angry at first, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't worth it. You are a doctor? The female reporter didn't believe him at all. Whether I am or not, you'll know in a while. Now, please take 2 steps back and stand at the side. Don't block the seat, okay? Xianxia glanced at her indifferently and sat down in her seat. Because of these reporters, there were a lot of patients today, so she had to help first. Immortal Crane Hall operated 24 hours a day, but every night, the apprentice doctors were on duty. If there was an emergency, they would go to the backyard to inform the senior doctors. And the apprentices of Immortal Crane Hall were definitely stronger than ordinary doctors in other places. Because of the great pressure, they learned a lot. More importantly, almost all of them had touched all kinds of medicinal herbs since they were young and had grown up watching their masters treat illnesses. Just like yesterday, a few senior doctors asked her if she wanted to take in a few registered disciples to teach them. The children here lived simple lives. They were either the children of the Jing family's side branch, the juniors of the senior doctors' families or relatives, and some of them were poor but talented orphans. In the backyard, there were some senior doctors and senior doctors who couldn't continue to practice medicine. They usually taught these children to read and write, memorizing all kinds of medical books from childhood. If they didn't have enough patience or a bad character, they wouldn't stay, because for the future patients, the doctor's character was very important. After Xianxia sat down, the reporter pursed his lips, feeling a sense of guilt that he didn't dare to blaspheme. After thinking for a bit, he waved his work pass in front of Xianxia and said, I'm Mimi, remember my name. When we return, you must answer my questions. After saying that, she chose to retreat to the back and wait. However, even though the reporter named Mimi chose to retreat, there were still some people with no professional ethics who insisted on going forward to ask for clarification. They pretended to be patients and asked all sorts of questions. You are a doctor? How many years have you read medical books? Pulse diagnosis? And as far as I know, to practice medicine you need a certificate, do you have one? A man in front of her stretched out his hand and kept asking. Xianxia pressed his hand on the man's wrist without a trace, curling his lips. He wasn't in a hurry. After a while, he slowly wrote down a prescription and said, bad breath prescription, go get the medicine yourself. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across the man's face. And the one called Mimi just now couldn't help but smile. People of the same trade were enemies, she didn't ask, naturally she didn't want others to succeed. The male reporter in front of Jing Yunjiao saw that Jing Yunjiao ignored him, he was really angry. Looking at the many cubicles, he didn't think and prepared to rush in. Jing Yunjiao only glanced at him from the corner of her eyes before she casually picked up a pen from the table and threw it over. This method of hers could definitely be compared to that of a godly hidden weapon. With a casual throw, the pen directly hit the man's lower back. He instantly felt a sharp pain and fell to the ground with a bang, scaring everyone. The other party struggled on the ground twice and turned to glare at Jing Yunjiao. UF** King Hand. It's just a pen. You can write a news article and see who will believe it. Jing Yunjiao smiled and did not take it to heart at all. She said, also, it's not good for you to barge into those rooms rashly. Don't think that other people have a temper like mud. Okay, next. Jing Yunjiao unhurriedly knocked on the ornament-like bell on the table, and the medicine boy immediately led the next person forward. The male reporter just now was not reconciled and wanted to go forward again. Suddenly, he felt that his whole body was very stiff. His waist was as if it was going to break. He could not move at all. My waist. He quickly shouted. His companion next to him saw that he was pretending to tease people. He was so anxious that he sweated profusely. Call an ambulance. It's really painful. Call an ambulance in the clinic? This was a strange way of saying it. Jing Yunjiao did not care about him at all. At this time, another reporter appeared in front of him. He opened his mouth and was about to speak. Jing Yunjiao suddenly sneered. Do you really have the time to care about other people's affairs? Brother, your illness is not light. You usually smoke a lot, right? What a pity. This sentence made the reporter stunned. You. What do you mean? Recently, he always felt a little uncomfortable. Sometimes, he felt a little difficult to breathe and his throat was a little uncomfortable. Because of work, he often had to stay up late. It was normal for him to stay up all night to follow up on the news of artists. At night, he smoked when he had nothing to do. Therefore, some time ago, he specially went for a lung checkup. The results were very reassuring. Other than some dark shadows, there were no other pathological changes. In addition, his smoking frequency had also improved recently, so there shouldn't be any more problems. But for some reason, she still felt flustered recently. To put it simply, your current condition is very serious. I believe that you should be able to feel it yourself. The larynx governs breathing and belongs to the meridian circulation of the lungs, liver, and kidneys. However, you have internal injuries to the lungs and spleen, causing the spleen to lose its healthy circulation, causing the lungs to lose its clarity and solemnity, causing the dampness and turbidity to congeal in the larynx, causing the disease. Because of the foreign body in your larynx, there are some problems with your voice, which even affects your breathing. If you still don't understand, then I don't mind using another term to tell you, and that is throat cancer. Jing Yunjiao's attitude was serious. Since he was indeed a patient, he was naturally more polite. When the other party heard this, he opened his mouth, but his mind suddenly went blank. Recently, my throat has been feeling uncomfortable. Was he going to die? Can it be cured? Subconsciously, his survival instincts asked. It can be cured, but are you sure you want to be treated here? Jing Yunjiao chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. This disease was not terminal. The situation of the person in front of her was not very serious. If it was Western medicine, surgery could be done. When the time came, some parts of the larynx would be removed. She did not know the details, but she knew that if the surgery was really done, the ability to speak would not be preserved. Although the survival rate was high, there was a possibility of recurrence and metastasis. The person in front of him had a special occupation. Once the surgery was done, he would probably have to change his profession. It would be impossible for him to continue holding a microphone and doing interviews everywhere. Jing Yunjiao smiled. The person's heart shook violently, feeling a little guilty. He was here for an interview today, and it didn't look good. Now, this little girl was even treating him. Even though he didn't know if it was real or fake, he just felt that it wasn't a lie. He was well aware of his own body's condition. "I'll go check it out first," the person said in a daze. He did not want to stay for the interview and left the clinic with his things. Jing Yunjiao raised his eyebrows and did not stop him. The other interviewers could not help but feel nervous. Wasn't this girl a little too strange? Two people went up to cause trouble. One shouted that her back hurt as if she was possessed, and the other was so depressed that he did not even want to work. For a moment, everyone learned from the reporter named Mimi. It was better to wait and see. They all stepped back and let the patients come forward. Jing Yunjiao was very patient. He looked, listened, asked, and felt the pulse. What he said made sense, and the people could not help but nod. This situation made it easier for them to be immersed in it. It was as if they were brainwashed. Unknowingly, they did not feel annoyed and waited obediently for 2 to 3 hours. After Jing Yunjiao finished seeing the patient, he went to give Shen Tong the last acupuncture treatment. After the acupuncture treatment, the person slowly woke up. Shen Hong, who was guarding the room, was overjoyed when he saw this. His gratitude and admiration for Jing Yunjiao increased. Shen Tong had been conscious since the first acupuncture treatment, but it was shallow. Now that he was awake, he was not surprised by where he was. Yunjiao. Thank you. Shen Tong's voice was hoarse and heavy. Jing Yunjiao smiled and shook his head. It's good that you're okay. Little cousin, does mommy have any sequelae? The accident was too serious. I'm still worried. Shen Hong asked politely. It's fine. Aunt Tong is quite lucky. She just needs to recuperate. You can let Aunt Tong stay here for the time being. It'll be more convenient for her to get the medicine, Jing Yunjiao replied. When Shen Tong heard her son calling Jing Yunjiao little cousin, she was stunned for a moment. However, Jing Yunjiao had already told her that she had acknowledged her biological grandfather and that Elder Su was her biological grandfather, so she immediately understood. I just heard a noise outside. Did something happen? Shen Hong breathed a sigh of relief and asked curiously. Jing Yunjiao glanced at him, then turned to look at Aunt Tong, and said, the news of your transfer has been spread to the reporters, and now they've come to Crane Hall. Even if you didn't ask, I still wanted to ask for your help. No matter how eloquent she was, no matter how much she said, it was of no use to the group of people outside. The only way was for Shen Tong to step in. As long as the people outside saw that she was awake, they would naturally shut their mouths. When Shen Tong and Shen Hong heard that people came to cause trouble because of the transfer, they immediately felt guilty. Honger, open the door and let the reporters in. I'll explain it to them. Shen Tong ordered. Mommy, your body. Is it okay? Shen Hong frowned. It's fine. I know that you've been feeding me, massaging me, and injecting me for the past few days. I just can't respond. Now that I finally have some strength, I should do something. Shen Tong nodded and patted Shen Hong's hand twice to comfort him. Since Shen Tong had spoken, Shen Hong didn't try to stop her. Furthermore, if it weren't for Jing Yunjiao and the Crane Hall, his mother wouldn't have been able to wake up so quickly and still be so energetic. Shen Hong and Jing Yunjiao walked out together. When the reporters saw them, they immediately swarmed over and asked Shen Hong, you're Shen Hong, right? Why did you transfer Shen Tong here? How's her condition now? Shen Hong was startled by the crazed appearance of the reporters. He couldn't help but glance at Jing Yunjiao. Jing Yunjiao scanned the crowd and pointed at the reporter named Mimi who was stuck at the back. He said, I said that you can ask a few questions. You can do it. As for the others, don't answer them. When the crowd heard this, they were a little unhappy. However, since they were all present, as long as they could hear it, it was the same. Thus, they didn't stop her. Mimi didn't expect Jing Yunjiao to actually let her interview him. She felt a little guilty. In order to dig up the latest news about Shen Tong's current situation, she had come in the middle of the night. There were other reporters and staff members with her. She had indeed delayed Shen Tong's treatment. Originally, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, she had been like this for the past few years. The competition for jobs was fierce, and if she wanted to survive, she had to use all means. However, in those 2 to 3 hours, she saw this little girl treat patients and immediately felt a sense of inferiority. Thinking back to when she had just graduated, she also wanted to be a righteous reporter in the future. She wanted to expose the truth about those pitiful people or various matters. However, as time passed, her original intention slowly changed. She eventually became an entertainment reporter. Inside the clinic, the doctors, apprentices, and medical apprentices all had their own duties. Before they came, it was peaceful and quiet, giving people a sense of holiness. But now, the atmosphere had changed. Standing here alone, they felt like they had polluted the air. "Thank you." Mimi's heart was filled with emotions as she walked to the front. After thinking for a moment, she asked Xianxia, "Excuse me, you are indeed Xianxia, right?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded. "Is this your girlfriend?" Mimi asked again. Xianxia looked at Xianxia in shock and smiled. "I'm sorry, but that's not the case. She and my mother are friends, and she's also my cousin. At the same time, she's also a doctor, which is why I believe her." "Then may I know about Miss Xianxia's current situation?" "I heard that she has been in a coma," Mimi added. After saying that, everyone looked at Xianxia expectantly. "Of course, but my mother just woke up and can't answer too many of your questions, so I hope you can cooperate a little, okay?" Xianxia's voice was polite and gentle, giving people a good impression of him. In their line of work, they often received some insincere treatment. Although those artists also smiled at them, it was completely different from Xianxia's smile. Sincerity. That kind of politeness and upbringing seemed to come from the bones, making people restrain themselves even more. After a few seconds, these people suddenly felt that something was wrong. Didn't they say that Xianxia was in a coma? Moreover, the people from the hospital said that her current situation was still quite dangerous. If she stopped taking her medicine and transferred to another hospital, it would greatly affect Xianxia's body. It was very likely that she would never wake up again. But now, Xianxia said that she just woke up? Xianxia woke up? Is that true? You mean we can go interview Xianxia? Mimi asked in surprise. Not only Mimi, but the others also felt that it was too surreal. They almost couldn't resist the urge to rush in. "I have to thank my cousin for waking my mother up. She treated my mother with acupuncture every day." Xianxia thanked them and nodded, seeing is believing. "You can go in, but don't make too much noise." Mimi and the others didn't expect that Xianxia would allow them to see the patient. They immediately nodded and Xianxia gestured for them to enter the small room where Xianxia was temporarily staying. However, within this group of people, there was a companion of the man who didn't listen to Xianxia's advice and wanted to barge in. Xianxia didn't say anything and immediately stopped them. She ordered a few of the medical apprentices to chase them out. If it was before, all the reporters would have been dissatisfied, but it was different now. Xianxia was only targeting the reporter who wasted the patient's time. Everyone felt that it was only right and proper, and some even rejoiced in others' misfortune. Xianxia was leaning against the headboard of the bed. She frowned and drank the medicine brought by the medical assistant. When she saw that someone had come in, she temporarily put the medicine bowl aside. The room wasn't big. It was just a small consultation room with a single bed and a table. However, it was ventilated and sunlight shone in. The room didn't have the musty smell of the patient. On the contrary, there was a type of fragrant grass in the room that made the air particularly fresh and comfortable. When Mimi and the others saw Xianxia, they were even more shocked. Xianxia wasn't lying. "Miss Xianxia, can I interview you?" Mimi asked carefully. She knew that Xianxia had left the entertainment industry for a long time. After returning to China, many reporters wanted to interview her, but no one succeeded. The only video she appeared in front of the public was recorded by herself to dispel rumors about Xiao Haiqing and Xiao Xiao. Ever since she became a reporter, this was the first time she had seen Xianxia up close. She had seen this famous teenager up close. She suddenly understood why the public and many people in the entertainment industry couldn't forget her. It was because she had a unique aura. She was like a piece of beautiful jade that could withstand time. The more time passed, the more charming she became. Moreover, although her son was already so old, Shintong's skin was still very good. Unlike many people in the entertainment industry who were injected with drugs, she was very natural. Even her appearance did not change much. Go ahead and ask. I'll try my best to answer. Shintong nodded politely. When Mimi heard this, her face turned red. Even though the goddess was already in her 40s, her temperament was still mesmerizing. Okay. Mimi took a deep breath and said, "When did you wake up?" "After Miss Jing performed acupuncture on me," Shintong said. "Then, did you know that you were originally living in a regular hospital ward? It's like this. Now, there are rumors outside that your son insisted on bringing you here to please his girlfriend and to save money on the medicine," Mimi said carefully. When Shintong heard this, she was a little surprised. My son is a very filial person. Moreover, Miss Jing is not my future daughter-in-law. She just acknowledged her family, so she can be considered a relative of mine and my son. As for this place, although I just woke up and don't know where this place is, from the first day Miss Jing performed acupuncture on me, I felt it. Therefore, I'm very satisfied with this place. If I get sick in the future, I'll definitely look for the doctors here. They take good care of me. Hearing Shintong's words, Mimi and the others couldn't help but nod. They had waited here for a long time and indeed felt that the patients here were different from those in big hospitals. This red-crowned crane hall was very large, but it was still very polite to the patients. As soon as the patients entered, the medicine boy would take the initiative to ask them if they wanted to get medicine or see a doctor. Then, he would lead them to some apprentices to determine if it was an emergency and ask about their condition. Simple cold and fever could be treated by the apprentices, while more serious conditions were handed over to the senior doctors. The medicine hall was very quiet and very clean. While the patients were waiting, the medicine boy would ask them about their condition. From the moment they entered to the moment they left, there was almost no confusion on their faces. Instead, they were very relieved. As for those big hospitals, Mimi thought for a moment. She remembered that she had once taken her elderly grandmother there. After entering the hospital, they went upstairs and downstairs several times. She went to various rooms and used various instruments to check her body. She only felt that money flowed like water, but she only spoke a few words with the doctor. Even though the other party's attitude was very good, and she knew that the doctors were very busy, she still felt very disappointed. It was as if she went to the hospital just to spend money and didn't understand her body very well. At this time, everyone present had the same thought. Now that Shintong had come out to refute the rumors, the outside world definitely had nothing to say. However, everyone wanted to take this opportunity to understand a few more words. Thus, under everyone's eager gaze, Mimi opened her mouth and said, "Miss Shintong, have you ever thought of returning to the entertainment industry? I heard that many big directors want to invite you to play some roles." "I've never thought about that. There are so many good actors now, I think there should be many more suitable people than me," Shintong said modestly. Mimi secretly exclaimed in admiration. "Do you still remember that you recorded a video for little Xiao? Are you related to her?" Mimi asked again. Hearing the two words little Xiao, Shintong froze for a moment before realizing that the other party was talking about Xiao Haiqing. She immediately smiled and said, "When I helped her get the audition, I only saw her once. She's a very malleable girl. If she has enough opportunities, she will definitely develop very well. I hope you can take care of her." Shintong knew that Jing Yunjiao and Xiao Haiqing had a good relationship, so she was not stingy with her praise. Moreover, in her opinion, Xiao Haiqing was indeed charming. Mimi nodded and was about to ask a few more questions when Shintong stopped her. "Sorry, she should be resting now." They were a little disappointed, but after thinking about it, Shintong was lucky to be able to wake up after such a big accident. He really needed to rest now. Only then did they hurriedly leave. Before leaving, Mimi suddenly asked Jing Yunjiao, "That's right, Miss Jing, you're so young, why are your medical skills so good?" "Because my master taught me well. But if you ask me who my master is, I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to answer." Jing Yunjiao chuckled. Although it was cold and indifferent, it made people feel very comfortable. Because she had seen Jing Yunjiao treat patients with her own eyes, Mimi felt that her body was emitting a unique aura. She couldn't help but worship her. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry. We did some bad things before. Although it was for work, I'll be more careful in the future. Mimi said. Jing Yunjiao was a little surprised. In fact, she didn't have a good impression of reporters. It was mainly because of the shadow of being besieged by reporters in the past. But now, she felt that they weren't scourges. Her temper had always been that if people respected her, she would respect them tenfold. Since Mimi's attitude was like this, her appearance was much more amiable. Miss Jing, your appearance is really suitable to be an artist. You're very beautiful. Mimi complimented. Jing Yunjiao pursed her lips and smiled. I'm afraid my personality isn't suitable. Mimi couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, her temperament was too cold. If she became an artist, she would probably have more haters. But she was so beautiful, and it was obvious that she was born with it. It was really a pity. One must know that many of those artificial beauties were very popular. Although there were many people in the entertainment circle, there were only a few who didn't rely on their looks to make a living. If there's a chance, I hope you guys can take care of my idol, Xianxia. In the future, if you feel any discomfort in your body, you can give me a call. I can make a house call, and the consultation fee will definitely be much cheaper than those big hospitals. Jing Yunjiao wrote a string of numbers on the piece of paper on the table and passed it to Mimi. Mimi blankly took it and was a little surprised. She felt that she had profited. This Miss Jing's medical skills were definitely very powerful. She could even save the unconscious Shintong. Moreover, the other old doctors often asked her for advice. She was definitely a godly doctor. Although she was a little young and had a strange temper, the experts on TV were basically like this. N. Okay. Mimi hurriedly replied. An idol of an idol. She was definitely not bad. Jing Yunjiao responded with a smile. At this time, she was in a good mood and did everything casually. But she probably never thought that in the future, Xianxia would have a loyal little reporter by her side. Every day, she would ask all sorts of questions and help her fight for space in the company. Not long after, Mimi and the others all left. On the same day, the news of Shintong waking up was confirmed. The negative news about Shenhong naturally disappeared without a trace. However, the most sullen was probably Dr. Feng and the others who stopped Shenhong from stopping the medicine. These people didn't believe that Shintong could wake up so quickly. They didn't even believe that the media said that she was cured by a doctor with the surname Jing. But the truth was that although they didn't believe it, the outsiders believed it. So many media outlets admitted it together, and Shintong personally acknowledged it. Others didn't think it was fake. Moreover, when the media interviewed Immortal Crane Hall, there were patients. If the media was fake, someone would have come out to clarify the truth. Immediately, the Immortal Crane Hall became popular. Crane Immortals name Immortal Crane Immortal, Immortal, Crane, and Immortal Crane. Crane Immortal Crane Hall's name probably existed longer than some of the cultural relics in the museum. It had always been hidden in the bustling city and didn't fight for it. During the war, it led the volunteer medical treatment. Later, when the national healer fell, Crane Immortal Crane Hall's reputation dimmed. However, the medical skills of the doctors there were unquestionable, and there were branches in other provinces. When this news came out, the number of patients in Crane Immortal Crane Hall increased by several times the next day. Celestial Crane Hall used to have a lot of doctors in the past, it was just that the number had been reduced. Jing Yunjiao might as well suggest to Grandma Yufu to find some of the Jing family's former disciples, so that they wouldn't be too busy in the future. Not only that, she would think of a way to get back the things that were snatched away by the Li family. But she wouldn't allow anything that belonged to the Jing clan to fall into the hands of an outsider. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to face her ancestors. However, the number of patients in Immortal Crane Hall was a matter of time. Right now, Jing Yunjiao was more concerned about Shintong's condition. Although she would recover after a period of rest, it was hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. It was inevitable that someone would strike again. Shintong could avoid it this time, but it was hard to say what would happen next time. Shintong couldn't stay in Immortal Crane Hall forever, so after thinking about it, Aunt Tong, when you're more or less recovered, why don't you stay with Xianxia at the Su family? It just so happens that last time eldest uncle also said to let Xianxia interact more with my cousin Suyu. Who knows, maybe it'll help him improve a bit. I think eldest uncle will definitely welcome it, Jing Yunjiao suddenly suggested. Hearing this, Shentong hesitated. She already knew in her heart that her sister, who seemed to take care of her completely on the surface, actually had other intentions. The day before Jing Yunjiao's birthday banquet, she felt uneasy about going to the Su family. Because after returning to the country for so many years, Xianxia had never invited her. She even used various reasons to reject her visit. Even if she wanted to meet Jing Yunjiao, she felt that it wasn't good to go rashly, so she gave Xianxia a call in advance. At that time, she also wanted to test her. But what surprised her was that Xianxia agreed at that time and said that after she went over, she would introduce her brother-in-law and Suyu to her. She even said that it was a little unreasonable that they hadn't met for so many years. At that moment, her heart wavered. Even though she knew that Xianxia, this big sister, wanted to kill Jing Yunjiao and Xiao Haiqing and frame her, she still had a little hope. After all, they were sisters. Even if they didn't have the same mother, they still had the same blood. So she told Xianxia that she would go to the market in the northern suburbs in the morning. There was actually a black market there. She knew someone who left her something. It was said to be a very spiritual warm jade that could be used as a protective talisman, so she wanted to buy it for Suyu. Other than one or two staff members around her, no one knew where she would go in the morning, and even if they knew, it was impossible to confirm the time. Only Xianxia. When she was about to go out in the morning, Xianxia called her and asked her to pay attention to her safety. She said that it was lucky that there were few people in the northern suburbs in the morning, so it was impossible for there to be a traffic jam. Unfortunately, he met those so-called crazy fans. She had already retired from acting, so how could she have so many fans? It was even the kind that wanted to kill her. Shentong's expression was complicated. She was somewhat resentful and wanted to rush to Xianxia and ask her why. Especially now that she thought about it carefully, what had her sister done to her all these years? She used to think that her sister did it for her own good, but now she felt different. When she first got pregnant, she was so flustered that she didn't even know who the father of her child was. Back then, she only remembered that she was invited to a cocktail party and ended up drinking in a daze. When she woke up, she found herself locked in a cupboard. Her clothes were in a mess, and she knew that something had happened. She waited there for a long time, but no one came to save her until Xianxia appeared. Xianxia said that she had turned the entire hotel upside down and finally found her. Then, she hugged her and cried. At that time, she was sad, but when she saw Xianxia crying so sadly for her, she couldn't bear it and pretended to be strong. Although she lost her virginity at that time, she didn't know who the other party was. It was impossible for her to find someone to reason with or sue the other party. Moreover, Xianxia repeatedly said that if she called the police, everyone in the world would know what she had experienced and her reputation would be ruined. Therefore, she listened. But not long after, she was pregnant with Xianxia. She thought that since she was pregnant, she should know what kind of person the child's father was. Otherwise, how could she describe this so-called father to the child in the future? Therefore, she began to look up the list of all the people who had attended the party that day. However, at this time, Xianxia married Su Yuantek in a high-profile manner. It turned out that the two fell in love at the party at first sight. Because they drank too much, they had sex. Su Yuantek had a promising future at that time, and the Su family was also a famous family. Xianxia told her that if she looked up the child's father, the Su family would definitely know that the two sisters had lost their virginity before marriage. The family was unfortunate and would think that they were indecent. She also said that Mr. Su might not agree to the marriage because of this, causing the child in her sister's belly to lose its father. Therefore, she took a step back for the second time. She made a prompt decision to leave the country. She was young when she debuted, but she was also young when she retired from acting. She had only stayed in the entertainment industry for a few years. Although she had made many classic movies, only those that could withstand the erosion of time were classics. At that time, she was only popular and famous. She had enough money to spend, but she was not considered a rich person. In addition, Xianxia married into such a prestigious family like the Su family. She was afraid that Xianxia would not have enough confidence, so she gave a large sum of money to Xianxia. She had never been abroad before, and there was a language barrier. Outsiders somewhat despised and insulted Chinese people. Therefore, not long after she went abroad, she was cheated by a landlord. All the money she had brought was gone. She was pregnant to earn living expenses. She did not dare to contact her friends. Fortunately, she met a woman of the same nationality who helped her and gave her a place to live. Now that she thought about it carefully, it was Xianxia who had contacted the landlord for her. Xianxia said. That is Mrs. Su, she still had connections, so she could help her solve this problem. She just needed to live in peace. Otherwise, she would not be so stupid as to confide in the landlord. When she was in trouble, she didn't tell Xianxia, but Xianxia took the initiative to ask about her situation. At that time, the two of them were about to give birth. She was afraid that it would affect Xianxia's delivery, so she didn't say anything. For so many years, Xianxia's help to her had always been spiritual, comforting, and encouraging. She had enjoyed it endlessly, which was far more important than money, so she had never doubted her. 3.5 years ago, when she was about to return to China, Xianxia persuaded her to stay abroad, saying that she could stay by Shenhong's side. In short, it was not allowed or advised. It was just that she really wanted to come back. The moon was bright in her hometown. So what if she did well abroad? After all, she was still a foreigner. Moreover, for so many years, she had not swept the tombs or paid respects to her ancestors. In her dreams, she often dreamed that her parents blamed her for being unfilial. Moreover, so many years had passed, and the world was becoming more and more open-minded. Her past was no longer important, so she insisted on returning to China. Thinking of this, Shentong's heart turned cold. She treated Xianxia as her family, so she thought that everything that she had said and done was for her own good, right? Shentong's unworthy and even perfunctory care became an unforgettable comfort and care after this layer of family affection. She had always thought that the two of them depended on each other, but in fact, Shentong wanted her life. Mommy, what's wrong with you? Shenhong saw that Shentong's face had changed, and he was suddenly a little flustered. I'm fine. I just thought of the past. Shentong waved her hand, looked up at Jing Yunzhao, and said, Yunzhao, I'll do as you said. When I'm better, I'll go to the Su family for a while. Shentong knew in her heart that if she stayed outside, there might be a day when a car or a lunatic rushed out on the road again. Even if she had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, if she was alone, it would be fine, but now Hong Er had returned to the country. However, it would be different if she stayed with the Su family. Although the Su family was Xianxia's territory, with Jing Yunzhao and Su Lao around, Xianxia wouldn't easily make a move. Moreover, she wouldn't be the one who would be aggrieved at that time, since Xianxia didn't care about friendship. Why should she be the only one who foolishly thought that this big sister was good? Moreover, she didn't think too much about it before, but now that she knew that Xianxia didn't have good intentions towards her, she couldn't help but think more about it. Why was she stuffed into a dark closet back then? She remembered that room. It was very spacious and very grand. It was definitely one of the few good rooms in the hotel. As long as she investigated carefully, she would definitely be able to find out who was staying there at that time. Not only that, she didn't believe that Xianxia had nothing to do with that matter. She was the first to appear, and it took less than a day to search the entire hotel to find her. She didn't believe it now. The seeds of suspicion sprouted little by little. Shentong only felt that those inexplicable things that had happened in the past seemed to be done by Xianxia, which made her shudder even more. Shenhong wasn't stupid. He could tell that his mother had something on her mind. However, since she didn't say anything, it meant that she didn't really want him to know. He could only observe for himself. Shentong's body recovered very quickly. Because she hadn't been in a coma for long, her bodily functions were still normal, and her legs were very nimble. Therefore, she quickly moved out of the red-crowned crane hall. Jing Yunzhao had already told eldest uncle and the others in advance, and they had also agreed. Of course, there was an exception. Jing Yunzhao specially asked eldest uncle to keep it a secret. He didn't tell Xianxia that Shentong and Shenhong were moving in. Not only that, during the few days that Shintong was in the red-crowned crane hall, she refused to let anyone, including Xianxia, visit. Therefore, until now, Xianxia only knew about the news of Shintong's awakening, but she knew nothing about Shintong's physical condition. Immortal Crane Hall's people's character could be guaranteed the most, it was impossible to bribe them. Even the medicine apprentices knew etiquette, righteousness, benevolence, wisdom, and trust since young, not to mention the others. On the day that Shintong moved into the Su family, Jing Yunjiao had already entered the school, so he asked his second uncle to pick him up. As the leader of a company, second uncle was very idle now. His ability to leave things to others was comparable to hers. Su Wenqing originally thought that it was just an ordinary pickup mission, so he didn't take it to heart at all. However, when he saw that the person he was going to pick up was Shintong, he was immediately surprised. He knew that his sister-in-law had no idea that there would be guests at home today. In other words, his sister-in-law's younger sister had entered the house without telling her? What the hell was Xiaoxiao doing? Although he and his brother were investigating his sister-in-law, this woman's surname was Shin. He was prepared to investigate her together, but now, Su Wenqing's expression was strange, and he felt awkward the whole way. After Shintong moved into the Su family, she lived in the main building. Because Xianxia came to the main building every day to show her virtue, Jing Yunjiao specially arranged for Shintong to be an eyesore. The moment Shintong entered the Su family, she saw Xianxia pushing Suyu, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and basking in the sun. It looked very peaceful. However, the moment their eyes met, Shintong could clearly feel the anger and resentment that flashed through Xianxia's eyes. She was really stupid in the past. Why did she only realize that Xianxia had such a strong opinion of her today? As they approached, Xianxia's signature smile was especially fake. Suyu turned around and saw that there were guests. His face was as annoyed as ever. Ever since his legs were crippled, he had been throwing tantrums at home for a long time, but no one in the Su family cared about him. "Ah Tong, why are you here?" Xianxia asked with a smile, but there was a hint of questioning in her voice. Shintong had already discussed with Jing Yunjiao in advance, so Shintong was neither slow nor slow. She even said with a hint of surprise, "Big sister, you don't know? Yunjiao invited me to stay with the Su family for a few days. I was in a car accident some time ago, and I always felt that everywhere was unsafe. After thinking about it, brother-in-law's house should be the best. Unless someone deliberately brought in crazy fans, otherwise, it would be impossible to encounter the same thing again." Shintong secretly gritted her teeth. She was disappointed and angry. In this world, there was nothing more despairing than being betrayed by the person you trusted and loved the most. She had spent so much time trying to forget about the poisoned wine, but this sister still refused to let her go. What kind of hatred could make her do this for so many years? In the past, it was fine because she didn't want her life, but now, "Ah Tong, it seems like your body has recovered?" Xianxia secretly clenched her fists. "Yes, big sister, I'm lucky. I can walk and jump now," Shintong said casually. However, the words walk and jump were heard by Suyu. He immediately exploded, "Damn, who is this?" Su Wenqing frowned again. "So you didn't recognize his own aunt and cousin? Have you forgotten? You met her once at the beauty salon. When you came back, you asked me. She's your aunt, and the one next to her is your cousin," Xianxia explained. "Tell them to get lost. I don't want to see them." So you directly threw the phone in his hand. When Xinhong saw that the phone was about to hit him, he immediately reached out to block it. Then, he walked forward and placed the phone on his lap. "Cousin, if you don't welcome us, then we'll leave. It's not a good habit to throw things whenever you don't agree with us." Scram. Suyu glared at Xinhong and roared again. He hated the man in front of him who was about the same age as him. He was very good-looking, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. Moreover, he had never had any cousins visit him before. Now that his legs were crippled, they came. What was the meaning of this? Laughing at him? Xinhong was a little unhappy. He thought that his aunt, who was praised by his mother every day, would have a very sensible son. He had long been looking forward to meeting this cousin who was only a few hours older than him, but he didn't expect him to be like this. Shintong took a few steps forward and looked at Suyu. She was also unhappy. The first time she met this nephew of hers was at her beauty salon. At that time, he had brought a few women, and they called him Young Master Yu. She only knew that he was Xianxi's son after someone reminded her. At that time, she naturally went forward to greet him, but this Suyu didn't give her any face at all. He opened his mouth and said that she was trying to climb up the social ladder, making her, an elder, embarrassed. Not only that, but this nephew of hers even flirted with her in front of others. At that time, she was worried about Xianxi, so even though she was angry, she could only hold it in and was too embarrassed to tell others. I'm your aunt, and he's your cousin. Even if you don't like him, you should at least greet him, right? Moreover, we didn't do anything wrong to you, so we don't need to be bullied by you. Also, your cousin and I are guests invited by Yunjiao. It's not up to you to decide whether to scram or not. In the past, Shintong had always been respectful towards Xianxi. In front of her, she would never say such things. She wouldn't even raise her voice. However, at this moment, Shintong's attitude was very different from before. Xianxi immediately knew that Shintong had found out about her this time. This time, she did it with the intention of killing Shintong. That was why she asked Shintong about the route she was going to take the day before the accident happened. However, she didn't expect that she was still alive. If she had known, she wouldn't have been soft-hearted in the past. After keeping her for so many years, she still became a scourge. Shintong's words seriously provoked Suyu. His somewhat handsome face immediately turned ferocious as he stared at Shintong and her son like a ferocious beast. He couldn't wait to tear the two people in front of him into pieces. How dare you use her to suppress me? I'm the young master of the Su family. That B*TCH is just a piece of trash from the outside world. She's just a chicken that turned into a phoenix. She dares to ride on my head? Sooner or later, I'll kill her. I'll make her beg for death. Suyu roared angrily. His legs were already crippled, but his father had personally cut off his tendons and veins with a knife. He even made him apply the 7 Extremes ointment that cut off any hope of recovery. He was the heir of the Su family, the only son of the Su family, and a proper young master. What was that wild girl? He had been crazy outside for 18 years. What right did she have to snatch away everything that belonged to him the moment he came back? Now, even his mother's relatives were siding with that Jing Yunjiao and not putting her in their eyes. What right did they have? Suyu was a little crazy. At this moment, when Su Wencheng heard these words, he couldn't restrain his anger. He walked over and kicked Suyu fiercely. Suyu immediately fell to the ground with his chair. What kind of upbringing did Xiaoxiao have, and what kind of upbringing did you have? If you can't say anything nice, you might as well shut up forever. Su Wencheng snorted coldly. His voice was as cold as ice and pierced through one's heart. Xianxi's hands trembled. Yuanqing, no matter what, Yuer is still your nephew. He's already a cripple now. Why do you have to be so calculative with him? I know you don't like me, but since you think we're an eyesore, why don't you go beg your big brother and ask him to kick us out of the house? His tone was calm, but there was a hint of coercion. Xianxi hadn't been Mrs. Su all these years for nothing. Once Su Yuantek let her down, it was guaranteed that someone would secretly trip up Su Yuantek in a few days. A woman's power should not be underestimated. The husbands of Xianxi's friends were not simple people. What couldn't they do with a pillow talk? It was basically impossible to completely defeat Su Yuantek, but it was still possible to make him suffer some hidden losses. Su Wencheng snorted coldly. Did she think that he didn't want this hypocritical woman to get out of the Su family? He and his big brother had already found some things. Xianxi had secretly bribed a lot of people. Among those who had been assassins for her, many of them had clean backgrounds. She hid the things they cared about the most. He and his big brother worked together but still couldn't find out where she hid them. It was completely the opposite of what she appeared to be. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. Xianxi, could get out of the Su family, but she had to ruin her reputation. Otherwise, it would be a stain on his big brother's record, and it would hinder his political career in the future. Sister-in-law, you know very well why he became a cripple. What happened before has already been taught a lesson, so it's a new one this time. What's wrong with me teaching him a lesson? If you're not satisfied, you can talk to my big brother. If he thinks that I've taught him a lesson wrongly, I'll get out of this house immediately. Su Wenqing aggressively threw Xianxi's words back at her. Xianxi's eyes darkened. The two of us definitely can't drive second uncle away. You apologize to your second uncle. Xianxi helped Su up and said, but Yuanqing, I'm also a member of the Su family. Now that there are outsiders here, if word of what you've done gets out, it won't be good for the Su family's reputation. The servants of the Su family were also around. Xianxi's words were obviously a reminder. Su Wenqing only felt that this time, Xianxi seemed to be full of thorns. Unlike before, she would listen and smile no matter what was said, just like a fake person. But why was this sudden change? Was it because of Shintong and her son? Was it because of their sudden arrival that she was flustered? Why? Su Wenqing secretly pondered. However, Xianxi still didn't apologize in the end and pushed him back to the room. But when she turned around, Xianxi suddenly said to Shintong, Sister, since you're here, stay in the Su family. Yuanqing is also here. Ask him to take you out more often. It's not easy for you to be single for such a long time. Yuanqing is a little young, but you're beautiful. It shouldn't be a problem for you to be 10 years older than him. After saying these words, she directly walked away. Su Wenqing was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched. This Xianxi. Sooner or later, I'll peel off your beautiful skin. Su Wenqing softly snorted. Then, he took a deep breath and turned around to lead Shintong and her son to the main building. A trace of resolute ruthlessness flashed through Shintong's eyes. She was usually kind to others, but she wasn't stupid enough to give in to others. Second young Master Su, will Yunjiao be home tonight? Shintong asked after entering the main building. Xiaoxiao usually stays in the dormitory, but since you moved here today, I think she should be back tonight. Su Wenqing returned to his usual self. Shintong nodded. Actually, she wasn't used to coming to the Su family so abruptly. After all, other than Xianxi, she had no relations with anyone else here. However, what Jing Yunjiao said was right. She wouldn't be safe anywhere else. Also, after so many years, she had never understood Xianxi. The person she knew in the past was just a virtual character created by Xianxi. If she didn't get close to the Su family and observe carefully, she was afraid that she would never find out why Xianxi was targeting her. In the main building, other than Grandpa Su and Jing Yunjiao, there was only Su Xingyuan, who had recently moved in. However, this pair of master and disciple had always liked peace and quiet, and they were both obsessed with medicine. Therefore, most of the time, they would drink a few glasses of wine in the pharmacy in the backyard, so the house was temporarily very quiet. In the evening, Jing Yunjiao came back from school and had a brief chat with Shintong. When he heard her talk about Xianxi's reaction during the day, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Sure enough, Shintong was one of Xianxi's Achilles' heel. The closer she was to the Su family, the more anxious Xianxi became. At night, when Xinhong was resting, Shintong went to Jing Yunjiao's room and said, Yunjiao, logically speaking, I am already very embarrassed to stay here, but Aunt Tong, I still want to ask you for a favor. Aunt Tong, just say it. Jing Yunjiao was a little surprised. Shintong had always been a very clear person, so she wouldn't ask easily. It's like this. I want to investigate something that happened more than 20 years ago. Shintong took a deep breath and then continued, I won't hide it from you. What I want to investigate is the truth behind my pregnancy. Shintong paused for a moment, her eyes flickering. She still seemed to have a lingering fear when she thought about what had happened that day. That year, I went to a cocktail party and drank a glass of wine for no reason. I don't remember what happened in the middle of it, but when I woke up, I was locked in a cupboard. My body was very painful. There were only some messy clothes on. It was dark all around. I stayed there for several hours until Xianxi appeared at night and rescued me. I remember that room. I think it was one of the biggest rooms in the hotel back then. There were only 2 rooms on that floor. I can definitely find out who was in that room at that time. When the accident happened, I originally wanted to call the police, but on one hand, Xianxi was afraid that I would lose my reputation, and on the other hand, she was afraid that I would offend the rich and powerful, so she held back. But this matter has been weighing on me for more than 20 years. Even today, I still remember the feeling of being trapped in the dark, so I have to investigate, but it's not convenient for me to do it. Yun Zhao, I think Xianxia knows who that man is. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped me again and again. Although I know many people in Jingdu, most of them are in contact with Xianxia. Once I ask for their help, Xianxia will definitely intervene. Then, I will definitely not be able to find out the truth. She had thought about asking Jing Yunzhao for help for a long time. She didn't believe in anyone else, but Jing Yunzhao could. Although she was young, she didn't know why she felt that she could do it. Jing Yunzhao didn't expect that Shen Tong didn't know who the other party was. He was a little surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, "Aunt Tong, can you tell me in detail who was at the cocktail party? In that case, it will be easier for me to do it." Shen Tong nodded. "I wanted to find a quiet place to stay, but at that time, Xianxia was my assistant, so she also attended the party. When I was resting, I saw her talking and laughing with someone. I don't remember who that person was, but I thought that since she married your uncle, that person should be him too. She drank glass after glass with that person. I was afraid that she would get drunk, so I wanted to go forward and remind her, but I was stopped by several people on the way. There were men and women, and they were very polite. They said that they had watched my movie. I was concerned about Xianxia, so I didn't pay attention to them and drank a glass of wine. Then, I don't know why, but I drank a few more glasses. I remember that I was sent to a room with someone. I vaguely remembered this in my dreams. I don't know what actually happened." Jing Yunzhao listened and secretly clicked his tongue. He could tell that Shen Tong thought that she was very stupid at that time. She actually drank the wine handed to her by a stranger. But she didn't expect that her uncle was also at the party that Shen Tong mentioned. However, even if her uncle was young, he shouldn't be a person who would talk and laugh with women, right? "Are you sure that Xianxia chatted happily with that person?" Jing Yunzhao couldn't help but ask. "That's right. I remember this very clearly. At that time, that man even touched Xianxia's waist. I just felt that it wasn't appropriate, so I was in a hurry to find her." Xianxia nodded. That day was the turning point that changed the course of her life. How could she forget it? Shen Tong looked so sure that she didn't seem to be lying. Jing Yunzhao thought about it and felt that the man didn't match up with his first uncle. "Aunt Tong, as far as I know, my first uncle and Xianxia didn't get married for a romantic reason. On the contrary, there were some benefits involved." Jing Yunzhao thought about it and said, "Someone helped me investigate. The reason why Xianxia could marry into the Su family was that she was pregnant with my first uncle's child. It was a shotgun marriage. The reason for the shotgun marriage was at a hotel. At that time, my first uncle was framed and drugged. As a result, he had sex with Xianxia, who he didn't know at all." "Is that so?" Shen Tong couldn't believe it. She said, "No, how can I believe her words? Only I am so stupid to think that everything she said was true." Xianxia said that it was love at first sight. "So, it wasn't." "Then I think when I saw them, your first uncle's drug was taking effect," Xianxia said. Her son told her that Su Yuantek was a very charming man. The two of them got along very well. Since her son thought so highly of the man, he was probably not a loose man. It turned out that he had been drugged. However, at this time, Jing Yunzhao felt more and more strange in his heart. Because when he thought about it carefully, he found that something was really wrong. It seemed that Shen Tong and Xianxia lost their virginity at the same party. For so many years, Xianxia didn't let Shen Tong come to the Su family. She didn't even let Shen Tong meet his first uncle and Suyu. Shen Tong didn't know who had sex with her and was even locked in the closet at that time. Then, could it be possible that they were swapped? Once this accidental idea came out, it suddenly became uncontrollable. Jing Yunzhao suddenly felt that something in his mind was suddenly enlightened. Thinking carefully about Shen Hong's face, although some details were similar to Shen Tong's, the general outline was similar to his first uncle's. It was just that his first uncle had a small mustache on his face, so it wasn't obvious. Jing Yunzhao felt like his head was about to explode. Once he connected the dots and was affected by the psychological effect, he felt that something was wrong. However, Jing Yunjiao wasn't in a hurry to tell Shentong these words. What if she got scared and ran away? It would be terrible if Xianxia seized the opportunity to make a move. Jing Yunjiao pursed his lips and fell into deep thought. If the person who was chatting and flirting with Xianxia that year was another unknown man, then when Shentong was stopped by others, one of them must be her eldest uncle. Since her eldest uncle was promoted, it was reasonable for others to ask Shentong to accompany him to drink a glass of wine. However, if her eldest uncle had drunk the wine that was drugged and was in a daze, it was very likely that he had mistaken the two sisters for each other. Shentong and Xianxia were indeed somewhat similar. Their figures and heights were similar. Both of them were very beautiful, and their smiles were very gentle. If people who weren't familiar with them saw them at first glance, it was very likely that they would be confused. Her eldest uncle was a person who didn't care about entertainment news, so it was natural that he didn't know Shentong. "Aunt Tong, what color did you and Xianxia wear at the cocktail party that year?" Jing Yunjiao asked again. He wasn't sure if she still remembered. "Both of us wore white. It was designed by the same designer, but the styles were not the same. One of us wore one shoulder, while the other wore two. At that time, my things were used together with Xianxia. After all, we were sisters, so there was no distinction between us. The biggest difference at that time was that I only wore a simple piece of jewelry, while Xianxia wore a set of diamond jewelry of mine." Recalling the past, Xianxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. The reason why she remembered it so clearly was that the other assistant was dissatisfied at the time. She felt that it wasn't good for Xianxia to wear her diamond earrings, so she quarreled with Xianxia. It made Xianxia very sad. She cried miserably and said that she didn't want to go with her. At that time, she felt guilty, so she simply let her wear a set of diamond jewelry. Therefore, she didn't let the other assistant accompany her. Thinking about her life for so many years, it was really not wrong. Who asked her to be so stupid? She really deserved it. When Jing Yunjiao heard that the styles of the clothes were similar, she was more certain. Assuming that Shentong was the one that uncle brought back to the room, then the reason why she was locked in the cabinet was probably Xianxia's doing. After all, no matter how unromantic uncle was, he would never treat a woman that he had just eaten up. But in this case, whose child was Xianxia's? Was it the child of the man who talked and laughed with her? Or uncle's first uncle wouldn't be so lucky as to make these two sisters. Jing Yunjiao was embarrassed to think about it. She was quite uncomfortable in her heart. If he was schemed against like this, uncle's heart would probably be as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly for the rest of his life. The scene between the two of them was still considered romantic. If one left and another came, it was really, however, fortunately, there was also something to be happy about. That was, Shentong was very likely to be uncle's child, which was her cousin. Regardless of whether the room could be investigated clearly or not, now that these two people were here, wouldn't it be easy to do a DNA test? When she met Shentong later, she would find a way to take a strand of hair from his head. As for uncle, it was even easier. Thinking of this, Jing Yunjiao breathed a sigh of relief. If Shentong was her cousin, then the Su family was considered hopeful. Then Suyu was destined to be useless. Shentong was different. Although he didn't learn to make medicine, he was a decent man. Looking at his nature, he should be a responsible person in the future. Yunjiao? Seeing Jing Yunjiao's uncertain expression, Shentong called out in confusion. Jing Yunjiao froze for a moment, then smiled embarrassedly. Aunt Tong, don't worry. I'll check it out as soon as possible. I also know that hotel. There should be news soon. But, if we find Cousin Hong's biological father, what are you going to do? Jing Yunjiao immediately addressed him more cordially. Shentong's face paled, but he still said, to take advantage of someone's perilous state, I'm afraid he's not a righteous person, right? Although we had a relationship, it's impossible for me to do anything with her. As for Hong he's an independent individual. I won't care if he wants to acknowledge his relatives or not. I respect his decision. After all, he's already an adult. When she returned to China that year, it was because Shentong had become an adult. She did not want Shentong to become a mommy's boy who only knew how to be filial to his parents. What was the use? If he was too filial, he would be stupid. She hoped that her son could be a person who could distinguish right from wrong, and not an accessory that belonged to her. What if he's a decent person? What if he drank too much or was drugged like you and couldn't help himself? Jing Yunjiao asked again. Yunjiao, I'm already at this age. How could he not have a wife and children? I won't do bad things to his family. I want to find the truth just to give myself and Hong an explanation. It's not for a man, Shentong replied directly. Shentong's attitude was very clear, so Jing Yunjiao couldn't say anything. After all, everything hadn't been investigated yet, so it was too early to say anything. After Shentong told her some details, she quickly went back to her room to rest. However, Jing Yunjiao couldn't fall asleep, so she went to the dimension to read and study. The next morning, Jing Yunjiao sneaked into Shenhong's room while he was downstairs. The room was very clean. Jing Yunjiao found 2 short hairs on the bed and sealed them in a self-sealing bag. In the courtyard downstairs, Shenhong was learning Yang Quan from Su Yuantek. The two of them were talking and laughing. Jing Yunjiao brought 2 cups of tea over before the two of them stopped. Uncle, this set of Yang Quan is not bad, right? Jing Yunjiao said with a smile. She was the one who taught Yang Quan, and her grandfather also knew how to do it. The only person in the family who wasn't interested in Yang Quan was her second uncle, Su Wencheng. In his words, he was still young and should leave this kind of old man's fist for others to learn, not bad. After practicing for so many days, I feel that my body is much better, and I eat a lot more every day. Su Yuantek was very satisfied. Because of work, he spent a lot of time sitting. He wasn't a young man anymore, so it was better for him to practice more. Jing Yunjiao smiled. The reason why her uncle's body was getting better and better wasn't just because of Yang Quan. It was also the result of her secretly changing the ingredients during the holidays. There were also all kinds of medicinal teas that were formulated according to his physique, which were good for his body. Uncle, your hair is white. Do you want me to pull it out for you? Jing Yunjiao took the opportunity to glance at his hair and deliberately said. Although her uncle was already 48 years old, he looked like he was in his 40s. His hair was still very black, but at this time, when he heard Jing Yunjiao's words, he frowned and lowered his head. Jing Yunjiao pretended to pull out 2 hairs. But the light wasn't right. I saw it wrong and pulled out 2 black hairs. Jing Yunjiao snickered and held the hairs in his hand. You little girl. Su Yuantek couldn't help but poke her head. His hair was precious. Every day when he went to work, he would look at the Mediterranean Sea in the office building and feel that his hair was a little dangerous. However, the Su family was a family of pharmacists and also knew medical knowledge. In private, he found some medicine to apply on his hair as a precaution. Jing Yunjiao's nose was very sensitive. When first uncle came closer, he could smell the smell of several medicinal herbs, so he couldn't help but find it funny. On the surface, first uncle looked very strict and serious. Although he was middle-aged, his whole body exuded the stable elite feeling of a successful person. It was impossible to imagine that he would secretly care about small details like hair. Being laughed at by Jing Yunjiao, Su Yuantek's expression became slightly abnormal. Zhao, why aren't you going to eat? Don't you have to go to school later? I'll go now. Jing Yunjiao smiled and turned to leave. Before he left, he paused for a moment. First uncle, I have confidence in my medical skills. If there's anything wrong with your hair, you can ask me for help. It's better not to use medicine carelessly. After saying that, he slipped away like a wisp of smoke. Su Yuantek's mouth twitched. Shenhong looked at his hair with a puzzled expression, which made Su Yuantek feel even more embarrassed. He coughed dryly. Let's continue practicing. Don't worry about that girl, no, uncle, Yunjiao's medical skills are really good. At your age, if you lose your hair, it will be more serious. With her around, you can definitely prevent it. Shenhong said insensibly. Suddenly, Su Yuantek felt a little scared. What's wrong with my age? Am I very old? You're still young. In the future, you'll know that a man is most valuable when he's in his 40s. From afar, Jing Yunjiao could only see Su Yuantek and Shenhong bickering with each other in a serious manner. As they bickered, they continued to practice martial arts together. Their movements and expressions seemed to be synchronized. The moment Jing Yunjiao stepped into the house, she glanced at the annex building again. Her gaze landed on the window on the second floor. Xianxia was standing there, staring at her first uncle and Su Yuantek. She was too far away to see her expression, but she felt that it was somewhat sinister. Jing Yunjiao lowered her head and looked at her first uncle's hair in her hands. She carefully put it away. It was a pity that she didn't go to the annex building often, and Xianxia was there. Otherwise, she would definitely take Suyu's sample and check it together. Before going to school, Jing Yunjiao asked her second uncle to send her to the DNA testing center. "Second uncle, do you have anything important to do today?" Jing Yunjiao's face was serious. "What's wrong?" Su Wenqing felt that Jing Yunjiao's expression was a little mysterious. "If you don't have anything to do, can you help me wait here for the results? I asked them to speed it up. It should be done in a few hours. During this time, I don't want anyone other than the DNA testing personnel to touch the results. So, second uncle, can you help me? I'll specially cook a delicious meal tonight to reward you. Is that okay?" Jing Yunjiao asked with a hint of pleading. Su Wenqing frowned. Why did this girl suddenly want to do a paternity test? And who did this book belong to? "Okay, you go to class. I'll watch over here. Uncle promises that he won't let anyone else touch the results. When you come back, I'll personally hand it to you," Su Wenqing promised. Jing Yunjiao hurriedly nodded. Su Yuanqing originally wanted to personally send Jing Yunjiao to school, but she insisted that he wait for the results and not leave. He also didn't like using a chauffeur to drive, so Jing Yunjiao could only take a taxi to school herself. Just as the taxi arrived at school and Jing Yunjiao got out of the car, a person suddenly rushed out with a bottle in his hand. The liquid in the bottle splashed directly at Jing Yunjiao. The students next to her were shocked. They hurriedly fled in all directions and shouted. Jing Yunjiao dodged in time, and the liquid didn't even touch her body. When the liquid fell to the ground, it made a sound that made people's scalps tingle. A pungent smell assaulted their nostrils. It was easy to tell that it was definitely a corrosive substance. Seeing that one bottle was not enough, the person actually took another bottle from the bag beside him and rushed over again. The security guards at the door had already noticed that something was wrong and immediately went to help, but it was not easy for them to get close. After all, they were not qualified to carry guns. How could they fight with people with strong acid with their batons? "Who are you? Why did you do this to me? Did Xianxia arrange this?" Jing Yunjiao stared at the person and asked. She had brought Xianxia and her son into the Su family. She was afraid that she had touched Xianxia's bottom line. The person looked a little flustered, but it was obvious that he was a ruthless person. When he heard Xianxia's name, his eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. It was obvious that Xianxia was still behind the scenes and didn't leave any evidence. At this time, the person felt that the atmosphere around them was tense. Not only was he not angry, but he even became crazier. He said, "Jing Yunjiao, you bitch. Now that you played with me, you're turning your back on me. Today, I must destroy your face." Jing Yunjiao's eyes darkened. After saying that, the person pointed the gun in his hand at Jing Yunjiao and attacked again. Jing Yunjiao subconsciously dodged and didn't attack, but this time, she knew that this person couldn't be left alive. Looking at the person's attitude, she was afraid that he was going to destroy her face and reputation. If she was taken to the police station alive, in the end, it would really become a love affair in the eyes of others. With that thought, Jing Yunjiao's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Once again, she dodged the strong acid. In a flash, she appeared in front of the man and kicked him in the abdomen. Immediately, the bottles in the man's hands fell to the ground, attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, Jing Yunjiao struck at an extremely fast speed. She struck hard on the man's weak points, but on the surface, it looked like an ordinary counterattack. Not long after, Jing Yunjiao let go of his hand. The man only felt that something was wrong with his whole body. He staggered for 2 steps and suddenly stepped on a glass bottle on the floor. His whole body suddenly fell forward, directly landing on the strong acid that was spilling all over the floor. There was still a lot left in the broken glass bottle. Immediately, the glass pierced into his flesh, and the liquid splashed onto his face. This caused a frenzied scream. However, after a few screams, the man suddenly stopped moving. Everyone looked at each other. After some time, when the police arrived, someone went forward to check. They found that the man was completely dead. As for the cause of death, could it be that he was scared to death by the strong acid that she had prepared? Jing Yunjiao's expression did not change. It's Jing Yunjiao again. Last semester, she was already quite famous. Some students secretly clicked their tongues. Everyone had a tacit understanding. How long had it been since school started? There was already such a violent incident. Moreover, what did the murderer say just now? Turned hostile after having enough fun? Could it be that there was something between him and Jing Yunjiao? Jing Yunjiao silently looked at the person who spoke and did not say anything. Why did this person attack you? A police captain at the side looked up and down at Jing Yunjiao. There was a hint of surprise and frivolity in his eyes as he asked bluntly. This girl was beautiful and the students nearby were whispering some unpleasant words. It seemed that it was caused by wealth and beauty. I was the one who was attacked. Don't you think you're asking the wrong person? Also, this is the first time I've met him. Jing Yunjiao could naturally feel that the other party did not have good intentions and directly said coldly. But didn't he call out your name personally? A lot of people heard it. The captain's face was unhappy. He had just been promoted and everyone was polite to him. The little girl in front of him was really insensible. Jing Yunjiao took a deep breath. If I called out your name, does that mean we know each other? Names are not considered private. Is it strange to know? Moreover, my face and name are quite famous in school. You can ask some people. There are many people who can recognize me. The other party's attitude was not good, so she did not need to be polite. You student. Do you know who you're talking to? What's with the temper of a young boy like him? Now, he's dead. This is not a child's play. If he's dead, he's dead. Anyway, I've already told you everything I know. The rest of the investigation will be left to you guys. Also, I'm the one who was attacked, so I hope you guys can give me an explanation. Quickly find out who sent this person, Jing Yunjiao said coldly and walked away. Stop. But these words made some people unhappy. Come with us to the police station to assist in the investigation. This person's death is strange. We suspect that you've overdefended yourself. These words, of course, were just to scare the little girl in front of him, so that she would not be arrogant again. Jing Yunjiao's eyes suddenly became as cold as ice. Her ink-black eyes looked over. I'm the victim. You want to take me away? I'm afraid not. You want to make things difficult for us? Little girl, if we let you go to the police station, we'll eat you. The captain said again. Jing Yunjiao was not stupid. In front of so many people, the captain could still control his temper. But if she really went to the police station, it would be different. In her 2 lives, she had interacted with people in uniform the most. However, in her previous life, she was a prison guard. In this life, she met more police officers. However, most of them were good people. Even the prison guards were good people. In her previous life, although she had a bad reputation outside, she was still a prisoner. She was young and usually did not cause trouble, so they treated her quite well. It was the first time she met such an unreasonable police officer. Jing Yunjiao was not polite. She directly faced the captain's irritable face. You can try. Let's see if you can take me away today. Humph, you are just a little girl. I don't believe you can go against the heavens. After speaking to the captain, he asked a few people to step forward. He reached out to grab Jing Yunjiao. Jing Yunjiao also had a bad temper. She was the victim. If the other party had a good attitude, it was not impossible for her to cooperate. However, now that he had forcefully taken action and asked those kinds of questions in front of everyone, she would be a fool if she obediently accompanied. Jing Yunjiao gently dodged. That person grabbed empty air. She took out her phone and directly called her uncle. It was naturally more convenient for the authorities to take action. When the captain saw Jing Yunjiao making a phone call, he felt a little strange. Could it be that this girl has some background? After thinking about it, he was a little scared. However, Jing Yunjiao's original intention was to let her uncle tell his subordinates not to let the captain pester her. However, when Su Yuantek heard that she was attacked, he directly asked them to come to the school. Pretending? Humph, the captain laughed and said, "It's fine if you don't want to go to the police station. Tell me in detail. How did you know this person? What kind of transactions and conflicts did you have?" I said, "I don't know him." Jing Yunjiao restrained herself. Impossible. There are so many students. Why did he choose you? Also, my people have already asked the shop owner over there. That person waited here for an hour. When he saw you get out of the car, he rushed up. This proves that the target is definitely you. Oh right, are you a local? Why did you take a taxi to school? Why didn't you stay? Are you engaged in some shady business at night? The man asked a series of questions, each of which was pushing Jing Yunjiao closer to his downfall. Jing Yunjiao suddenly sneered, "Are you interrogating a prisoner? I just want to find out the truth." "Please cooperate," the captain said again. "The police officers I used to know didn't use this method to investigate things," Jing Yunjiao said coldly. "You mean you used to deal with the police a lot? Don't tell me you're a student during the day and a prostitute at night? Did you know this man when you were working?" The captain sneered and said deliberately. Looking at the temperament of the girl in front of him, she really didn't look like a prostitute. After all, that kind of woman had always been very coquettish. If she had such a bad temper, he was afraid that there wouldn't be any business. However, this little girl dared to speak to him so rudely just now. If he didn't teach her a lesson, how could he feel at ease? Jing Yunjiao did not expect this person to say such words, and immediately slapped him. The crisp sound startled the other police officers, and they felt sorry for her. This new captain's son came from nowhere and had relatives protecting him. That was why he was so arrogant. Recently, many citizens who had called the police were somewhat dissatisfied with him. However, after all, citizens did not fight with officials. Even if he was just a police captain, he was not an ordinary person who could be easily provoked. So, most people avoided him. But now, this little girl slapped the captain's face in front of so many people. He was afraid he would be miserable. Captain's son didn't expect a little girl to be so bold. He was very angry. He rubbed his cheeks, spat out a mouthful of saliva, and smiled evilly. "Hit me? Are you attacking a police officer? Now I can take you away." Captain's son sneered. Jing Yunjiao didn't fall for this trick. "I pay so much tax just to raise a trash like you? Good job. I don't know if you can still be so arrogant when Mayor Su brings people here." Based on the character and ability of the person in front of her, she didn't need proof to be sure that he was definitely a person with connections. She was very disgusted with this kind of person. In her previous life, when she was in prison, she met a woman who was wronged. The reason why she was in prison for more than 10 years was because the real culprit had a relationship with the police and tampered with some things. Although the woman was later rehabilitated, more than 10 years of youth were gone. The mental torture and damage to her reputation were not something that money could make up for. Not only the police station, but even some companies were the same. When she established Yuling Wines and Yunling Pharmaceuticals, there were rules that all employees had to be chosen based on their character, ability, and education. If someone used their connections to recruit an employee, that person would never be hired. "Mayor Su? You really know how to coax people. If Mayor Su can come, not only will my surname be Sun, I'll even be your grandson." Captain Sun suddenly laughed. He glanced at Jing Yunjiao and said, "I didn't expect you to be so arrogant at such a young age. Not only did you call yourself Mayor Su, but you also said that you pay taxes? You don't even have a job, and you still want to pay taxes? Bah." Jing Yunjiao's eyes flashed. Just now, he spoke without thinking. Naturally, he wouldn't say that he had such a big asset. However, Captain Sun obviously wasn't done. After laughing, he wanted to force Jing Yunjiao into the car. At this time, Captain Sun received a phone call. His face suddenly froze and he looked at Jing Yunjiao suspiciously. "Captain Sun, what's wrong?" After hanging up the phone, the police officer behind him asked puzzledly. It's fine. Boss said that we have to investigate this case carefully. Don't go back to the police station for the time being. Ask the nearby businesses and students carefully, Captain Sun said. After saying that, he felt that something was wrong. Just now, when his boss called, her tone seemed a little strange, which made him feel a little guilty. Could it be that the female student in front of him really knew Mayor Su? But that shouldn't be possible. That kind of high and mighty big shot usually only appeared on TV. How could it be so coincidental for him to bump into one? When he thought of this, his heart relaxed a lot. He shouldn't scare himself. Little girl, just stay here. If you don't come with me to the police station, don't even think about going to school. You guys, go to the side and ask about the situation. Right, it's best to ask if anyone knows this little girl. See if they know her background, Captain Sun ordered. He had just joined the police force, and there were still many people who were unhappy with him. However, if he could investigate this little girl's background and find out why the dead man on the ground was targeting her, then he would be able to hold his head up high. Of course, the most important thing was that if this woman was really a prostitute, then he could seize the opportunity to arrest her and make her confess to the pimp. Who knows, maybe he could even destroy an illegal prostitution, gambling, and drug den. The more Captain Sun thought about it, the happier he was. He didn't feel that Xianxia was very unpleasant to the eye. A group of people was loitering nearby. Because there was still some time before class started, a lot of students were waiting at the entrance. Xianxia, Yao Bao Bao, and the rest also heard the news and ran over. The moment they heard that Captain Sun insisted on taking Xianxia away, they were instantly filled with anger. Jing, you called your uncle here? That's great. Let's go back and kill this arrogant bastard. Xianxia looked imposing, but after she finished speaking, she restrained her tone. Actually, I've never been to the police station even though I'm so angry. Your life is much more interesting than mine. You go there every 2 to 3 days. You're even comparable to those repeat offenders. Xianxia was speechless. You call this interesting? If you want, you can beat up that policeman a few times. When my uncle comes later, he won't stop you. Then you can go. Xianxia said faintly. Forget it. My hands don't hit those stupid things. Xianxia rolled her eyes and looked at him with disdain. Xianxia and the others waited slowly. After about 20 minutes, a few cars indeed stopped in front of the school gate. Captain Sun took a look and panicked. He stared at the cars and saw that the person who came out of one of the cars was their superintendent. His face instantly turned pale. The other policemen were relieved. They were all waiting to see Captain Sun make a fool of himself. It would be strange if they had a good impression of this kind of person who came out of nowhere. Moreover, the reputation of their police branch was ruined by this Sun guy. As for Mayor Su, most of them didn't know him. After all, he was far away from the public life. Those who didn't pay attention to politics didn't even know his name. The superintendent's face was gloomy. He glanced at Captain Sun and said, "You don't even know how to investigate a case like this? Who told you that you have to interrogate in front of so many people? I heard that you asked Mayor Su's niece what she did last night, right? If she doesn't live on campus, of course she lives with the Su family. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? You don't even know how to respect the privacy of the victim. From today onwards, you can quit being a police officer. You're such a disgrace." Early in the morning, she was shocked by a call from Su Yuantek as soon as she went to work. His men were actually asking questions about the mayor's niece who had just been frightened. His guts were really big. Fortunately, this little girl had managed to escape this time and didn't let that damned criminal succeed. If this little girl's face was really disfigured, then he would have a lot of work to do. Captain Sun was stunned after being reprimanded. "As director, I only asked a few questions and the criminal attacked her." Captain Sun admitted defeat. "You also know that he's a criminal. Why did you attack her? Can't you go back and investigate? What's the meaning of this nonsense?" The bureau chief got even angrier when he heard that. He had never seen someone so stupid. "Don't say anything else. Apologize and get lost." There were so many people. If he ruined this little girl's reputation, wouldn't Mayor Su hate him to death? This subordinate had always let his superior take the blame. Even if Mayor Su didn't do anything to him, he would definitely feel uncomfortable in his heart. When Captain Sun heard that, the muscles on his face twitched. He pursed his lips and walked over to Jing Yunzhao. "Classmate, I'm sorry. You're a great person and don't hold a grudge against me." Jing Yunzhao looked at his attitude. It seemed that he still had some confidence. He was afraid that he would return to the police station and still act arrogantly. "Mayor Su," Jing Yunzhao suddenly called out, making Su Yuantek's eyelids twitch. "Why did this little girl suddenly? The taxes I pay shouldn't be for this kind of vermin, right?" Jing Yunzhao said again. When Su Yuantek heard this, he immediately understood. No matter how well Jing Yunzhao described his niece, it sounded like she was taking advantage of her position to bully others. However, she was never just the daughter of the Su family. To her, this identity only represented her family and never her ability. The superintendent felt that it was a little strange. Even Xianxia and the others were confused. Before my niece came back home, she single-handedly set up 2 companies. The taxes she paid to the country. I'm afraid she could set up a few more companies. That's why her tone is a little arrogant, but it still makes sense. Superintendent Zhao, how did this person become the captain of the police force? Don't tell me that the police force is filled with such vermin? Su Yuantek said coldly. It sent chills down everyone's spines. When the people around heard this, their eyes almost popped out. They didn't believe Su Yuantek's words at all. A little girl set up 2 companies. At this age, Tianxian and the others were even more confused. They stared with their eyebrows furrowed. They couldn't believe it either. Mayor Su. This? Xiao Sun was recommended by the deputy commissioner. I'm not very good. Superintendent Zhao whispered in front of Su Yuantek. It didn't matter whether Mayor Su was telling the truth or not. He couldn't ask and could only believe. The higher the rank, the more powerful the Mayor Su was. Therefore, although he had reprimanded Xiao Sun with a harsh tone, it was only for show. Otherwise, if Mayor Su got even angrier and really kicked Xiao Sun out, he would have a hard time. When Su Yuantek heard this, he sneered. Fine, the deputy commissioner recommended him? He dared to send such an idiot to the police station. How long has he been working there? If there's any wrongdoing in this case, each and every one of you. Su Yuantek's face was frighteningly cold. He didn't continue speaking. But when Superintendent Zhao heard this, he immediately knew that Mayor Su was angry. He hurriedly said, Not long, not long. It's only been a month. Su Yuantek didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Jing Yunzhao and said, Don't worry. This tax will naturally be used on the blade. You go to class first. I'll take care of the rest. It seemed that he hadn't thoroughly investigated the people under him for too long. It was a coincidence that they met him today. If they didn't meet him today, this little son would probably start to harm the people of this region, right? That deputy bureau chief was originally a smart person, but after a long period of not tormenting them, he became tired. Any kind of scum could be sent to those positions. He had also climbed from a small official position to where he was today. Of course, he knew what the so-called connections meant. The people of the country valued relationships, and as the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. If there was someone in the family who was successful, their relatives and friends would want to help them get benefits. He knew this in his heart, and he could not completely stop it. However, those who had the ability to get in through connections could still tolerate it. At the very least, they could do something practical. But now, even this kind of hooligan could mix in. It was hard to tell if he was an official or a bandit. It had to be cleaned up. Su Yuantek's face was ugly. Superintendent Zhao was a little uneasy. When he mentioned the deputy bureau chief, it was also a gamble, but looking at the current situation, it seemed that there would be a lot of people who would suffer. Jing Yunzhao listened to her uncle's words and returned to school with Tianxian and the others. Not far away, her classmates roughly knew her identity and were all shocked. They still remembered that in the past, someone had posted on the school forum that Jing Yunzhao was an orphan. She came from a poor family and had a bad character. She had hooked up with a rich man. It was completely misleading. The crowd automatically opened up a path for her as they stared at her with complicated gazes. Ever since Jingyan Zhao became Mo Xingyan's student, there wasn't a single student in the sinology department who wasn't envious of her. She had also become the idol of many of the younger students. An all-round goddess of studying, her body was naturally filled with positive energy. But now, that energy had already exploded to the point where it was unreachable. In the past, they thought that she came from a poor background. At least in this aspect, many people were better than her. But now, how could they compare? Their university had Su Yu and young Master Yu, so many people had heard of Mayor Su. But many people had heard of him for 3 or 4 years, but they had never seen the Mayor Su come to the school specifically for Su Yu. But with just a phone call from Jing Yunzhao, the Mayor Su actually came. It seemed like he doted on his niece very much. Everyone had different feelings, but most of them were envious. Jing your uncle just said that you run 2 companies. What's going on? On the way to class, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Just, literally. I have 2 companies under me. One is in the wine industry, and the other is in the pharmaceutical industry. Both of them are doing well, Jing Yunzhao said with a dry laugh. In the past 2 days, Pak Yuan and Qin Shui had told her that during the birthday party, the 2 of them wanted to announce her identity in front of everyone. But they didn't expect so many things to happen at that time, so the 2 of them decided not to say anything at the last minute. Anyway, the company wouldn't run away. Maybe one day, when the 2 of them were in a good mood, they would tell the truth to the media. Of course, this wouldn't take too long. Recently, Pak Yuan had begun to arrange some procedures for the transfer of the company. With such a big movement, it was hard for others not to know. The pharmaceutical industry was under the military's control from the beginning, so the company was hers. There was no need to change it. Xianxia was stunned. She suddenly tugged at Jing Yunzhao. Jing can you repeat that? Companies? I have 2 businesses under me. Jing Yunzhao was also a little confused because Xianxia's reaction was too big. At this moment, Xianxia's face, which had always been proud, was somewhat distorted. She had a complicated expression on her face. She grabbed her arm and looked her up and down. Can you tell me the name of your company? Could one of them be Yunling Medical Company? After the birthday party that day, she heard her father mention that Jing Yunzhao and the CEO of Yunling Medicine had come out together and donated 80 million yuan to charity. Therefore, at the mention of pharmaceutical companies, the one that came to her mind was the most promising one. Although it was a new company, the military had a stake in it. No one in the business world dared to have any ideas about that company. In private, it was said that most of the drugs that the military needed in the future would be provided by Yunling. This company would definitely be more powerful than the Hu Corporation in the future. However, when it came to the wine industry, Xianxia thought for a moment. She remembered that on the day of her birthday party, that idiot boss Fan had accused Jing Yunzhao of having an affair with Pak Yuan. That Pak Yuan seemed to be the boss of some wine industry. After a few seconds, Xianxia narrowed her eyes and asked tentatively, the other one, is Yuling Wine? Xianxia, Yao Baobao, and Ren Xingyue were all waiting for her to tell the truth. Each one was more nervous than the other. That's right. Jing Yunzhao nodded. As soon as Jing Yunzhao admitted it, Xianxia and the other 2's hearts skipped a beat. The corners of their mouths twitched. Jing Yunzhao, you're really hiding your strength. I'm convinced. This time, I'm really convinced. Your martial arts, your learning, your background, your ability, and even your looks and aura, I can't compare to you. Xianxia said sincerely after holding it in for a while. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of shock and admiration. She wanted to pry open Jing Yunzhao's head to see if there was any difference between his brain structure and hers. Xianxia had always been admired by others, but this time, she was truly shocked by Jing Yunzhao. She was the dignified daughter of the Hu family and the only successor of the Hu family. She had learned some management skills from her parents a long time ago. Managing a company was not difficult for her, but it depended on how far she wanted to expand the company. Her current qualifications were only enough to maintain the Hua family's current status, and she might even regress. Moreover, if her subordinates were to be dishonest, she might be thrown into a panic. The Hua Corporation, a business passed down from her ancestors, was already so difficult to control. Jing Yunjiao, on the other hand, actually had two businesses in his hands. When did you establish Yuling Wines? Hua Tianxian asked. When I was in high school. Almost 3 years ago, Jing Yunjiao answered honestly. Hua Tianxian immediately fell silent. She felt as if her intelligence had been severely insulted. You're a pervert, Hua Tianxian pursed her lips and said, then, other than these two companies, do you have any other businesses? Do I have to tell you everything? Jing Yunjiao frowned and asked. These 3 simple words made Hua Tianxian's mouth twitch violently. Based on her tone, it seemed as if she had a lot of businesses in her hands. But if that was the case, was she still a human? Even if a person had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was impossible for them to do this, right? However, her companies were all managed by someone else. Jing Yunjiao was really cool to just leave everything to someone else. There was probably no other woman in the world who was more open-minded than her. If you treat us as friends, then tell me all at once. Hua Tianxian said. Yao Baobao and Ren Xingyue quickly nodded. I also run a tea house, but I've registered the company now. The scale is still relatively small. In addition, I've contracted a lot of land to grow some fruits and vegetables without pesticides. I provide ingredients for a chain restaurant. The restaurant tastes very good, and it currently has a branch in the capital. However, because I haven't been here for very long, it's not very famous, but the taste is definitely not bad. The owner of the restaurant is the descendant of the imperial chef. There's more? Yao Baobao's eyes went blank. The last one is Aunt Tom's beauty salon. Jing Yunjiao comforted her with a smile. Hua Tianxian felt a little dizzy. She couldn't believe that Jing Yunjiao had done so much by himself. You're a doctor. Hua Tianxian murmured. She recalled how Jing Yunjiao had given Ren Xingyue's uncle a prescription after the birthday party. Yes. Jing Yunjiao nodded. The Dr. Jing that the media reported cured Aunt Tom's illness was also you. Hua Tianxian muttered again. At this moment, her aura of a rich missy had withered. She looked like a frosted eggplant, full of hidden bitterness. Jing Yunjiao was actually a little embarrassed. Everything she had was because of the space. Therefore, when she mentioned these things, she didn't have much confidence. Although the space was passed down from her ancestors, she had a much higher starting point than others. Because of this, she had a tight control over the income of the pharmaceutical company. The price of the drugs was not set particularly high. She had also discussed with Qin Shui that she would allocate funds to charity every year as a form of repayment for doing good deeds. Jing Yunjiao continued to nod. When Yao Baobao heard this, she suddenly rushed over and shouted, Jing Jing. You're my idol. I admire you so much. Yao Baobao's entire body pounced on him. Jing Yunjiao was indeed squeezed by the 2 lumps in front of her chest, and a faint blush appeared on his face. Although Yao Baobao was a cute little sister-type girl, her figure could definitely be described as fiery. It was just that she was slightly shorter, or else it would be even more shocking. Although my parents dote on me a lot, they already said that in the future, our family business will be inherited by my 3 brothers. I will just be responsible for getting married, and being as beautiful as a flower will be enough. When the time comes, they will definitely find me a good man who will love and dote on me for the rest of my life. I already wanted to be a qualified rice worm, but now that Jing Jing is so amazing, I'm so moved. Listen, my heart thumps, thumps. Yao Baobao's eyes were filled with red hearts. She worshipped women like Jing Yunjiao, who could build a career without relying on others. But she was destined to be unable to do so. Although she studied business management, in reality, her parents had let her dawdle. In the future, when she entered the company, she would casually stay in a position, then take a dowry and rely on her future husband for the rest of her life. This was the future she had always thought of, but now, she wanted to see some changes. Even if she couldn't build her own company like Jing Yunjiao, she should be able to work hard to gain her parents' approval in the future, right? To prove that she wasn't that obedient and incompetent little girl who only knew how to act spoiled and cute. At this time, Yao Baobao's heart was fantasizing, but she held on to Jing Yunjiao tightly and refused to let go. The four of them had already arrived downstairs, and the people around them couldn't help but want to laugh. Jing Yunjiao's face was so red that Xianxia felt a little better. She really didn't dare to believe that Jing Yunjiao, who would blush when being teased by a woman, could actually do such a thing. There were still many years to come, and it seemed that there would be more shocks in the future. Letting out a breath, Xianxia patted Jing Yunjiao's shoulder. "Jing I heard that your company's wine is very good. In the future, I will definitely order a few more boxes of it during the holidays." She had long heard that Yuling Wine Company's wine was the most popular this year, and the supply couldn't meet the demand. Jing Yunjiao nodded and smiled. Of course, he could handle such a small matter. However, after seeing Yao Baobao's reaction, Jing Yunjiao also decided to let Xiao Haiqing and the others know the ins and outs of the matter when they go back tonight. If this matter was dragged on for too long, it would be suspected of deliberately concealing the truth. Luckily, Xiao Haiqing and Chu Chu had known her for a long time, so they probably already had some guesses in their hearts. Even if she told them the truth, the two of them wouldn't be as shocked as Yao Baobao, they would only be slightly agitated. The four of them walked slowly. When they returned to the classroom, it was completely silent. Everyone turned their attention to Jing Yunjiao. Obviously, the news had already spread. "Jing Yunjiao, I heard that Mayor Su is your uncle. Is that true?" someone asked after a while. Jing Yunjiao nodded politely. "Then young Master Yu is your cousin? Then why did you hit him?" Another person asked. At that time, Su Yu seemed to have wanted to kiss Jing Yunjiao in front of everyone, but he was beaten up until he didn't even look like a human anymore. That was really tragic. Because I didn't know his identity at the time. Jing Yunjiao replied politely, but then he said, "Class is about to start. Let's go back to our seats. Students, please go back to your seats first. If you have any questions, ask them later," Han Nan said. Jing Yunjiao glanced to the side. Seeing Han Nan's fervent gaze, he frowned and avoided it. On the day of the holidays, Han Nan had seen Li Xiaoyun come to pick her up with his own eyes. Logically speaking, he should have restrained himself. But now, it seemed like he hadn't given up yet. Not only that, but his gaze was also much more direct than before. But Jing Yunjiao couldn't go up and cause trouble just because Han Nan looked at her a few more times. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, it would seem like she was imagining things. Now that Jing Yunjiao's identity was revealed, there were many more people who were polite to her. But unlike Su Yu, everyone felt that Jing Yunjiao was much easier to get along with. Although she usually seemed cold and unapproachable, she never used her position to bully others. She was even more restrained than the other rich young ladies in class. And the classmates who used to only hang around rich young ladies like Xianxia suddenly became a lot more friendly towards her and started looking for opportunities to interact with her. Unfortunately, Jing Yunjiao didn't like strangers being too close to her, so they all kept their distance. Fortunately, although these people wanted to be closer to her, they were also worried about accidentally offending her. So, they didn't do anything that would make her feel disgusted. As for the culprit outside the school, he had already been taken away by the police. Although Jing Yunjiao killed him, she did it so secretly that no one could tell. Not only that, but some people even felt that Jing Yunjiao was extremely lucky. She had dodged all those bottles of strong acid, one by one. Her luck was simply heaven-defying. Moreover, if an ordinary girl were to encounter such a situation, they would have been scared out of their wits. How could they be as calm as she was? So, when everyone returned to the classroom, many teachers began to use Jing Yunjiao as an example to remind the students that they must calmly analyze the situation when in danger, so as to reduce the chances of the bad guys succeeding. Originally, this incident wasn't considered big. After all, there weren't many people at the school gate in the morning. But these teachers helped spread the word about Jing Yunjiao, and for a time, the school was abuzz. Jing Yunjiao's day was extremely lively. It was as if she had become a national treasure, and people came from all over to pay their respects. Of course, there were also people who posted what Su Yuantek said in front of everyone. Everyone began to exchange opinions on the internet, debating whether it was true or not. What caught everyone's attention was naturally the fact that Jing Yunjiao was in charge of two companies. Even though these words came from Su Yuan's mouth, the students only thought that Mayor Su was trying to boost Jing Yunjiao's reputation. Or rather, even if she really did have a company, it was still a gift from the Su family. However, Jing Yunjiao didn't care about those comments. He was fully focused on the appraisal. After the afternoon class ended, Jing Yunjiao applied for leave from Mo Jingyan and went straight to the appraisal center. Judging from what happened today, she felt that Xianxia must have some relationship with her first uncle. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have ordered people to attack her even though she knew that she knew martial arts. The strong acid might not kill her, but it could ruin her reputation. Since she could not kill her for the time being, she could only use this method. She believed that if Shintong had not lived with the Su family, the victims would have been her and her son. When Jing Yunjiao arrived, the appraisal results had only been out for a few minutes. Su Yuanqing was originally a little curious, and with Jing Yunjiao's serious and careful expression, it made him even more suspicious. Thus, after thinking about it from left to right, he still opened the document folder to take a look. What he saw made him dumbfounded. The name written in the document was actually his eldest brother, Su Yuantek, and the owner of the other sample was actually Shen Hong. Jing Yunjiao actually suspected that these two people were related by blood? What kind of joke was this? Su Wenqing was stunned for a moment. Then, he felt that it was a little funny. After secretly shaking his head, he shifted his gaze to the final test results. Suddenly, the image froze, and he was completely speechless. They were actually related by blood, father and son? How could it be? Su Wenqing was completely dumbfounded. After thinking for a while, he called Su Yuantek and said, "Big brother, have you really never met your sister-in-law before? And why are you asking this?" Su Yuantek was also confused. He didn't know what was wrong with his younger brother. Su Wenqing's hand that was holding the document trembled. Then where did her son come from? Did you have something with her in private? That's why sister-in-law didn't let Shintong enter the house all these years. You too. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yuantek hung up the phone with a bang. It was a total mess. Su Yuantek rubbed his forehead. He only felt that his younger brother was becoming more and more reckless. Not to mention that he wasn't a lecherous man. Even if he really needed a woman, he wouldn't find someone with the surname Shen, let alone have a son with her. But speaking of which, it was a pity for Shen Hong. On the other end of the phone, Su Wenqing stared at the phone in a daze for a while. His brows were knitted together. He walked to a restaurant next to the appraisal center and waited for Jing Yunjiao to arrive. The more time passed, the bigger the doubts in his heart became. He couldn't wait for Jing Yunjiao to immediately fly in front of him and explain everything clearly to him. At this moment, when he thought of his own big brother and the Shen sisters' muddled account, he felt speechless. If this spread, it would be bad for his eldest brother's reputation, and it might even affect his future. No matter how good Shen Hong was, if he had the title of an illegitimate child, the Su family would not accept it. Neither he nor old Master Su would allow his eldest brother to raise other women and children outside. After all, it was too unruly. Even if Xianxia didn't like it, since they were married, they had to follow the bottom line. No matter what, a child born out of wedlock couldn't be exposed to the public. This kind of moral problem would definitely make old Master Su explode. At that time, his eldest brother's name might really be removed from the Su family's genealogy. Su Wenqing waited impatiently, drinking cup after cup of tea. By the time Jing Yunjiao arrived, he could see the small flame on top of his head that had not been extinguished. "Xiao, what's going on? Are these two samples really Big Brother and Shen Hong's?" Su Wenqing asked anxiously. Jing Yunjiao didn't even have time to sit down. "The results are out? What do you think?" Jing Yunjiao asked and took the things from his second uncle. When he opened it, it was clear at a glance. He wasn't surprised. Seeing Jing Yunjiao's reaction, Su Wenqing felt that something was wrong. He quickly asked, "Xiao, Big Brother is not this kind of person. Shintong is eldest sister-in-law's sister. No matter what, Big Brother can't have an affair with someone close to him, right? Moreover, Shen Hong is the same age as Su Yu. Shintong went abroad a long time ago. If this is true, then didn't Big Brother already have a relationship with Shintong before he married Xianxia?" Su Wenqing found it hard to accept. Although he was usually rude to his eldest brother, in fact, he was raised by him. To him, Su Yuantek was both a brother and a father. He would never believe that he would do such a thing. Su Wenqing looked a little nervous. He recalled the scene when he called his elder brother just now. When he said that his elder brother had an affair with Shen Tong, his elder brother was obviously very angry. He would never deliberately hide or lie in front of him. Second uncle, this DNA test was done using their hair samples, there's no way it's fake. Jing Yunjiao took a deep breath and carefully put away the document. That means my elder brother lied to us. He had an affair with Shen Tong. That's impossible. Su Wenqing's face was gloomy. Second uncle, of course it's not like that. Jing Yunjiao hurriedly said, I chatted with Shen Tong for a while last night. She asked me to help investigate the matter of her being raped and pregnant. In the end, I found out that eldest uncle was also at the party she attended. And it was also at that party that eldest uncle and Xianxia had an affair. I thought of the reason why Xianxia didn't let Shen Tong in all these years, so I boldly made a hypothesis. What hypothesis did you make? You suspect that my elder brother and the two of them were. Su Wenqing's face was a little colorful. Obviously, he didn't want to believe it. Not only that, I also suspect that Xianxia substituted one person for the other. Jing Yunjiao's expression was serious as she continued, at that time, Shen Tong was locked in a cupboard and couldn't see the light of day for a few hours. It was Xianxia who found her, so I felt that things were too strange. After all, eldest uncle was drugged and couldn't remember the process. Xianxia and Shen Tong were wearing almost the same dress. In this case, it was easy to create an illusion. Now that Shen Hong's identity is clear, there are probably only two possibilities. First, as you said, the two of them were with eldest uncle at the same time, and got pregnant. However, Xianxia woke up early, hid Shen Tong, and sent her abroad. Second, from the beginning, it was only Shen Tong who was with eldest uncle, and Xianxia found out about it without anyone knowing, so she took over. At that time, many people were celebrating first uncle's promotion at the banquet. It was impossible for Xianxia not to notice it, so it was normal for her to have evil thoughts. However, if we want to prove the truth, we can only use Su Yu's sample to do a DNA test. If he isn't eldest uncle's child, then Xianxia has deceived the Su family for more than 20 years. Jing Yunjiao's face was solemn. His words made Su Wenqing's heart sink. If what she said was true, then Xianxia was really terrifying. Over 20 years, he had actually been acting for so long, Su Wenqing felt as though there was a huge rock in his heart. At this moment, he really hoped that Su Yu was not his elder brother's child. After all, it wouldn't sound good if this matter was spread out. If people were to find out that Big Brother had sex with two women at the same time, and that they were sisters, and even gave birth to children at the same time, then Big Brother would be reviled for the rest of his life. The Su family had always been innocent. The most embarrassing thing they had done was to solve some problems for Su Yu and deal with the matter of him going through the back door when he was in school. As for Big Brother, he had always paid attention to himself. His attitude and name were always the same, and he was very principled. However, this time, he had really failed miserably. As long as people found out, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. However, whether this was true or not, it was just a matter of the degree of the impact. After all, he had been married to Xianxia for more than 20 years. It was already a foregone conclusion. Su Wenqing felt melancholy. He sighed several times before he recovered from the shock. Xiao, what do you think we should do? Su Wenqing thought for a moment before he added, if Su Yu is Big Brother's son, this matter, how should we deal with it? Jing Yunjiao's eyes flashed. Second uncle, do you really want to listen to me? Jing Yunjiao asked vaguely. Of course, Su Wenqing said immediately. Jing Yunjiao smiled, but there was a bit of ruthlessness in his smile. Xianxia can't be left alive. Whether Su Yu is Big Uncle's son or not, Xianxia must die. Su Yu is a brainless person. If his surname is Su, then it's easy to deal with. It's just a matter of 3 meals a day. Now that he's a cripple, there's no need to worry about him causing any trouble. We just need to find a place to raise him. As for Aunt Tong, she doesn't know that Shen Hong is Big Uncle's child. I asked her. With her temperament, she may not be interested in the position of Mrs. Su. It's up to her whether she and Big Uncle want to be together or not. Su Wencheng was shocked. He didn't think that Jing Yunjiao, who always seemed to be isolated from the world, would say such words. His eyes were full of killing intent. He was definitely not joking. Xiao Zhao, you killed someone? If not, he wouldn't say it so calmly. If a person's injury was stained with blood, then her temperament would have a bit of killing intent. It was absolutely different from those simple threats and intimidation. Just like Li Xiaoyun, who looked gentle and elegant, but gave people a dangerous feeling. He could be sure that the reason why he had such temperament was because he had killed too many people. He didn't care about others, but when he thought that his precious niece, a young girl who had just reached adulthood, had killed someone, he felt a little uncomfortable. The restaurant's business wasn't very good. There was no one around. Su Wencheng's words made people feel that the air was a bit heavy. Second uncle, I just took care of one today. Jing Yunjiao lowered his head and looked at the steam coming out of the cup in front of him. He said softly, if I don't kill others, others will kill me. I'm not as innocent and pure as you think, second uncle. I'm even more scheming than any girl my age. This is a fact. I've never denied it. Whether it's killing or scheming against others, I've always been worthy of myself. Su Wencheng's heart trembled. Of course, he didn't think that his niece was wrong, but he felt that she had experienced too many things that didn't belong to her age. What's going on today? Did someone attack you? Su Wencheng suppressed the heartache and asked. Jing Yunjiao nodded. This kind of method without any reason, it's definitely Xianxia. The culprit is already dead, and his identity has also been investigated. That person likes to gamble and owes a lot of money to loan sharks. I think Xianxia must have used this point to make him act against me. If he had hurt me back then he would only have to go to jail. There's food and drinks in jail, and he wouldn't have to worry about people coming after him. If someone had promised him a sum of money after he was released, then he would definitely have agreed. It's just that he probably didn't think that I wouldn't give him a chance to live, Jing Yunjiao sneered. Second uncle, I also suspect that there's someone behind Xianxia, and that person definitely has some power. It's very likely that he's an enemy of first uncle. And if Suyu isn't first uncle's son, then he's the son of another man at the banquet. And the people who can attend the banquet are either rich or noble. Jing Yunjiao analyzed again. Su Wencheng nodded after hearing Jing Yunjiao's words. Big brother already knew that there was someone behind her, but he wasn't sure who that person was. Su Wencheng replied, no matter what, we still need to know Suyu's identity first. You don't have to get involved in this matter. Your uncle is in the Su family. Isn't it easy to get something from Suyu? Also, about Shenhong. After Suyu's results are out, we'll tell Big Brother and your grandfather. Su Wencheng was very thoughtful. Instead of being hit several times in a row, it was better to take it all at once. After all, even an outsider like him was shocked, not to mention Big Brother, the person involved. Jing Yunjiao agreed with this. The two of them went home together. After being affected by this fact, the two of them found Shenhong more pleasing to the eye. As for Suyu, ever since his legs were not good for walking, he looked a lot gloomier. When the two of them came back, Suyu was holding an air gun and shooting continuously into the air. When Jing Yunjiao saw this, his face immediately darkened. He saw Heidi jumping around the trees in front of the door to dodge the air gun bullets. Although it was an air gun, it was still lethal. There were marks left on the trees, so it was needless to say what the result would be if the bullets hit Heidi. When Jing Yunjiao appeared, Heidi quickly flew to her shoulder and locked onto her neck with an aggrieved look. In the next moment, Suyu aimed the air gun again, but this time, the person he was going to shoot was Jing Yunjiao. With a pu sound, the bullet flew directly over. When the people around saw this, they were instantly shocked. Jing Yunjiao's face was cold. In the blink of an eye, he raised his hand and gathered his qi. He directly held the air gun bullet in his palm and threw it back at Suyu. Instantly, the bullet hit Suyu's wrist. In pain, the air gun fell to the ground. Jing Yunjiao walked over. Cousin, you're already so old. Why are you bullying Heidi? I'm the young master of the Su family. Can't I even play with a stupid crow? I'm a human and it's a beast. Why can't I kill it? Suyu roared as he clutched his wrist. You're an animal. You're a beast. Black Sovereign retorted. These words gave Suyu a fright. Even Su Wencheng was taken aback. Ever since Jing Yunjiao went on vacation, Heidi had been placed in the Su family's care. Usually, he lived with Jing Yunjiao. Sometimes, when he took a few glances at the raven, he felt that it was very imposing. The purple-gold flowing light that its feathers emitted was very domineering. However, this bird had a strange temper. Usually, it was only intimate with Jing Yunjiao. It didn't even taste the food that others fed it and rarely called out. Therefore, it was impossible not to be surprised when he suddenly spoke human language. You see, even a beast knows how to scold people. Jing Yunjiao, what do you take me for? Even if I'm a cripple, I'm still your cousin. Everything in the Su family will be mine in the future. Who do you think you are? Suyu had already shed all pretenses of cordiality with Jing Yunjiao. He knew that the Su family wouldn't do anything to him, so he simply went crazy. Jing Yunjiao stared at him coldly. Heidi seemed to feel Suyu's malice towards Jing Yunjiao. Suddenly, he flapped his wings and rushed over. He viciously grabbed Suyu's neck with his claws. As he soared into the air, a few shocking bloody scratches appeared on Suyu's neck. Red blood instantly flowed down. Heidi was often placed in Jing Yunjiao's space to be reared. He drank the space's blue spring water and ate the space's medicinal seeds and other living creatures. He would even go to the space's pond to catch fish to eat. Naturally, his attack power was not weak. Not only were there medicinal insects and plants in the space, but Jing Yunjiao had also placed some livestock, medicinal animals, and even snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the space. The space was so large that it was almost a new world. Every time Heidi entered the space, he would fly around and fight with poisonous snakes, medicinal snakes, and other dangerous creatures. Every time, he would come back victorious. Before Jing Yunjiao came, Heidi did not attack Suyu. He was probably just teasing Suyu. Otherwise, he would have pecked Suyu to death. At this time, Suyu was injured again. Feeling the blood flowing from his neck, his face changed. You dare to let your beast scratch me? Suyu was going crazy, and his eyes were full of anger. In this family, I can't even compare to a beast. Good. Good, second uncle, you just watched her use her beast to kill me. You won't be satisfied if I don't die, right? Su Wencheng frowned. You knew that Heidi was Xiaoxiao's pet, but you deliberately wanted to kill him with money. Why can't you recognize your mistake? The more he looked at Suyu, the more he didn't look like his eldest brother's son. In the past, he had his suspicions as to why Suyu seemed to have an innate lustful nature. Their Su family was very attentive to the education of their children, and for generations, there had never been such a person. How could they have raised such a person under the strong pressure of their father and elder brother? Now, he suddenly understood. Either he inherited Xianxi's bad habits, or he was not a descendant of the Su family. I'm not wrong. You're the ones who are wrong. You've always looked down on me and made me learn those messy things since I was young. What era is this? You still talk about propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. You always use the family rules and ancestral teachings to suppress me. You even make me read scriptures. Am I a monk? Why should I read scriptures? I just like women. I didn't kill anyone. You and my father beat and scolded me and sent me to a place like Heizhou. Do you know what kind of life I had there? Do you know that I could die at any time? Alright, I made it through and came back with all my limbs intact, but what about you guys? I watched as my father crippled my leg for the sake of a bitch. I won't be able to walk anymore. Are you happy now? Jing Yunjiao, you are a jinx. Before you came, everything was fine. It was you and your friends who caused me to be like this. You caused my mother to be bullied by my father. Why didn't a little bitch like you die outside? So you pointed his blood-stained finger at Jing Yunjiao and kept shouting. His blood-red eyes were so terrifying that the servants didn't dare to raise their heads. Xianxia didn't seem to be at home. Otherwise, she would have rushed up to protect her calf. Shentong and Shenhong were there, but they were stopped more than 10 meters away by the servants. It was obvious that Suyu had ordered them not to interfere with his bird hunting. After all, the two of them were guests, and Suyu was still the young master of the Su family. It was normal for the servants to listen to him. So it's nothing if no one dies? Wasn't it wrong to play with women? Cousin, you've really opened my eyes. Jing Yunjiao sneered. I'm also glad that I didn't die outside. But since I'm back, I won't allow you to behave atrociously. The reputation of the Su family and the inheritance of the Su family can't fall on someone like you. If it doesn't fall on me, then should you inherit it? Your surname is Jing. Humph, maybe even your surname is fake. You're the child of your mother and a wild man. You're just a bastard. How can you be worthy? Suyu's eyes were filled with hatred. He spoke without thinking. At this moment, he only hoped that the Jing Yunjiao in front of him would completely disappear. He even hated himself for being so weak. If he wasn't a cripple, if his father and second uncle were on his side, he could make Jing Yunjiao live a life worse than death. No. He wanted this wild girl who always acted high and mighty in front of him to crawl at his feet, beg for mercy, cry, and lick his feet. However, the reality was the exact opposite. As soon as he called her a bastard, Jing Yunjiao reached out and grabbed his neck. In an instant, she exerted force. It was as if the bones in his neck could be heard cracking, making people's hearts ache. It was the first time Su Wenqing saw this niece of his so ruthless. She exuded a dark aura, as if she was a soul reaper who had crawled out from hell. At that moment, that gaze seemed to want to pull Suyu's life out of his body. He watched as his face turned purple and his limbs twitched because of suffocation, but he couldn't stop it in time. However, Jing Yunjiao wasn't stupid enough to kill him in front of everyone. Seeing that he had fainted after struggling for a while, she let go. At the side, there was a young female servant who had fainted from fright. That bang sound finally stopped. Jing Yunjiao indifferently turned her head to take a look. She saw that everyone was looking at her with a trace of fear. Because Suyu didn't react, these people probably thought that she had really strangled her cousin to death. Xiao Zhao. Su Wenqing was also at a loss. He didn't expect her aura to be so terrifying. It's nothing. He just fainted. Jing Yunjiao said. When Su Wenqing heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of killing people, as long as they deserved to be killed. However, Suyu was Jing Yunjiao's cousin. No matter what he did, Jing Yunjiao couldn't kill him in front of so many people. Otherwise, there would be countless troubles in the future. Get someone to send him back to his room. Su Wenqing said. Send him to the empty storeroom in the backyard and lock the door. Jing Yunjiao said. Xianxia had made a move on her, so she would first get some interest back from her son. She wouldn't be soft on people like Suyu. These servants were all indifferent and a little nervous. Jing Yunjiao sneered, Second uncle, many of our servants have been employed for many years, right? I think it's time to change them. She had also suddenly remembered something. Since she had just returned to the Su family, she had occasionally felt some hostility towards her from some of the servants. However, she had suddenly reunited with her relatives, so it was understandable that they had some opinions in their hearts. However, it seemed that these people sometimes even looked at her first uncle with a bit of blame, as if they were speaking up for Xianxia's injustice. Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia had been in the Su family for more than 20 years. She had always been so kind and gentle, so many servants would definitely respect and be grateful to her. There were many people in this world who valued righteousness. Maybe someone would do something for Xianxia. Therefore, it was necessary to thoroughly clean up. When Jing Yunjiao said this, everyone's faces turned pale. They no longer looked at her as if they were looking at a young girl, but more like they were looking at a vicious monster. At this time, he was receiving a salary from the Su family, so he still had to do his job. Soon, Suyu was sent to the backyard. The whole Su family kept quiet out of fear. You are employees hired by the Su family, so you must have signed an agreement. If you secretly spread the news about the Su family, I think you know what the consequences will be. Don't think that the Su family won't find out what you have done. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. What you see with your eyes may not be true. The people you think are weak may be the wolves, tigers, and leopards. If you are used by others, then not only do you have no vision, but you are also stupid. Jing Yunjiao's voice was cold with a hint of alertness. It made people's hearts tremble, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. After saying that, Jing Yunjiao didn't care about the others and went back to the main building. At this time, he saw that Shintong and Shenhong's eyes had changed. Obviously, they didn't expect Jing Yunjiao to be so ruthless. Shenhong's gaze was a bit scrutinizing and probing, and even a bit curious. He never liked to use what he learned on the people around him, but when he saw Jing Yunjiao's expression just now, he felt a sense of danger. He was sure that if the environment wasn't suitable, Jing Yunjiao would definitely kill someone, and it would definitely be a murderer with a very good psychological quality. "Cousin, why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you want to take me back to the police station? I've already been invited once today, and I don't want to come a second time." Jing Yunjiao smiled, but behind the smile was indifferent and cold. At this time, after confirming Shenhong's identity, Jing Yunjiao wouldn't call him Shenhong or Cousin Hong. It would seem distant. "I smell the smell of crime on you." Shenhong rubbed his nose and said with a serious face. Jing Yunjiao smiled. "Do criminals still have a smell? Fragrant? Or stinky?" Shenhong couldn't help but shake his head. "Little cousin, you're too defensive. You're my mother's savior. How can I arrest you? Cousin, you're a police officer. In this way, you shouldn't be qualified, right?" Jing Yunjiao said. Shenhong had already reported to the police station today, but his official work should be tomorrow. What he had to do was to catch criminals and murderers. She couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't kill people in the future, so she was on the opposite side. "I just like to solve cases. If I'm dealing with vicious people, I'll definitely not be polite. But cousin, are you? You are very calm. Even if you are in a rage, you know what to do. I believe that you will not do anything that will force me to take action," Shenhong said calmly. Jing Yunjiao looked at him and suddenly found that this cousin's eyes had a somewhat soul-stirring flavor, as if he could see through people's hearts. However, he was very restrained and calm. To put it bluntly, he was a very sensible person. He knew what he should know, and when he didn't know, he would pretend to be stupid. He looked refined, but in fact, he was a fox. As expected of the son of first uncle, it was a pity that he didn't become an official. She knew in her heart that after killing someone today, her body had become a little more vicious. That was why she couldn't help but choke Suyu until he fainted. "I hope that my cousin will become a detective in the future, the kind that has human feelings beyond the law." Jing Yunjiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said softly. "What you mean is, don't ask me to be too righteous. You don't have to worry about this. I know that if I go too far, I will break." Shenhong's eyes were like cold stars. He was the best at being flexible. The only thing he wasn't good at was the local customs. However, his learning spirit was still very strong. In the future, he should be able to be like her uncle. Jing Yunjiao restrained her expression, smiled, and then went back upstairs. After entering the room, she immediately closed the door and went to the dimension to calm her heart. As expected, she wasn't tough enough. She had only killed someone who wanted to harm her, but after she did it, she felt disgusted with herself. It reminded her of her previous life, when she held a knife with both hands covered in blood. She recalled the feeling of panic, fear, and relief at that time. Her state of mind was not enough. The internal energy circulated throughout her body, and her mind was thinking about the martial arts of the spirit jade. Little by little, she became calmer and calmer. Next to the stone table in the dimension, peach blossoms fell and moved with the wind from her palm. It was a beautiful scene. When Jing Yunjiao stopped, the surroundings were silent. Heidi and Space Xiaolan flew in front of her to show their affection. Her eyes were firm, and her whole spirit was refreshed. She had stayed in the space for more than 10 hours, but only 2 hours had passed in the outside world. When she came out, Xianxia had just come back and was making a scene downstairs. At this time, her whole person was not angry, and she looked much calmer. After changing her clothes, she went downstairs and met Xianxia's murderous eyes. The beauty's skin was being torn apart little by little. "Yunjiao, I heard that your bird grabbed Yuer's neck, right? You even choked him until he fainted? Xianxia asked directly, no longer restraining herself. That's right. Jing Yunjiao also calmly replied, looks like it's just as I said, there are some people in the family who speak faster than others. They've already told Auntie Shen every single detail. Are you treating my and second uncle's words like wind passing by your ears? Don't blame others, I forced you to answer. Xianxia clenched her teeth and continued, it's just a bird. If you were killed it, then so be it. Moreover, you didn't even hurt a single feather and yet you're already so heavy-handed towards Yuer. Yunjiao, aren't you being too vicious? Cousin said that I was a bastard, and I felt uncomfortable when I heard that. Aunt Shen, did you feel comfortable when you heard that? Jing Yunjiao snorted and asked. Xianxi's heart felt stifled. That's because he was angry and said something wrong. Yunjiao, how have I wronged you? Since you came back, I served you well. You didn't like to call me aunt, so I endured it. I listened to everything you wanted to do. What else are you dissatisfied with? It's fine if you are against me, but why did you bully Yuer? He is not as spoiled as you, but he is still a legitimate child of the Su family. His parents are still alive. What do you think we are? So indifferent. Xianxia continued to ask. The servants in the house didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Su Wenqing wanted to speak for Jing Yunjiao, but as a man, it was not appropriate for him to argue with his sister-in-law. Moreover, he did not think that Jing Yunjiao would suffer in her hands at this time. Xianxia, a straightforward person, doesn't resort to insinuations. You were the one who sent that idiot who wanted to splash sulfuric acid on me, weren't you? Do you want to know how he died? Jing Yunjiao didn't answer, but continued to ask. Let me guess what you promised him. You promised to pay him back? Tell him that he would be released after a few years in prison, and that there would be a sum of money for him to play around with? It's a pity that even before he died, he didn't realize that he didn't have that fate. Xianxia, you're just an ordinary person. I don't believe that your life is more important than that of the hooligan who tried to harm me. Let's see who will end up killing who in the end. Jing Yunjiao raised his eyebrows and suddenly said, you should know better than me why you were able to marry my first uncle more than 20 years ago, right? But are you sure you can hold on to this position? Do you think that you have everything just because you have a reputation? Naive. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. The person who should be sitting in this position is not you, then you can't hold on to it. After Jing Yunjiao said the last sentence, Xianxi's face turned pale. She suddenly raised her hand and was ready to hit Jing Yunjiao. However, Jing Yunjiao directly grabbed her wrist. You can't bear it anymore? I thought Aunt Shen could bear it for a lifetime. Jing Yunjiao laughed coldly and arrogantly. I won't allow you to mess around, Jing Yunjiao. I've had enough of you. Since you can't have me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Xianxia gritted her teeth and finally opened her mouth to threaten. The anger in her eyes was monstrous and extremely ferocious. Jing Yunjiao flung Xianxi's hand away. Xianxia stumbled and fell to the ground. Auntie Shen, you've done more than one extreme thing. Do you think I'll be afraid? Jing Yunjiao's eyes showed no fear. When she was dealing with Suyu just now, the evidence that could be used to verify her identity was already in her hands. After tonight, the truth would be revealed. Xianxia got up from the ground, brushed her clothes, and walked out. Jing Yunjiao must have found out, that was why she was so unscrupulous and said those things. Fine, since she couldn't take the position of Mrs. Su anymore, she didn't want it anymore. But she couldn't take the position of Shentong either. Ever since they were young, Shentong had more than her in everything. She was more capable than her in everything. Even though they had similar faces, everyone said that her younger sister was beautiful. She was like a green leaf that shone brightly in contrast to her younger sister. But why? How was she, Xianxia, inferior? Even the man she met years ago was the same. She had never been to such a high-end party. But she was only Shentong's assistant. Even though they wore the same style of clothes and dazzling diamond necklaces, she was still inferior. So she tried her best to make herself look like Shentong. She tried her best to act like Shentong. She hoped that people would think that she was better than Shentong when they saw her. However, when they arrived at the party, everyone only looked at Shintong. Some people stared at her face for a while, but when they saw Shintong appear beside her, they immediately realized that she was an imposter. They started to stare at her with disdain. She felt like she was being dismembered over and over again when she saw those stares. She felt terrible. So, she accidentally pushed Shintong and spilled the wine on her dress. As long as she stood up, she would be exposed. That way, Shintong could only sit obediently by the side and not compete with her for the spotlight. Sure enough, it was just as she predicted. Shintong hid in an inconspicuous corner. Everyone's attitude towards her changed. Not long after, she got to know a man. A man who could appear there must be of high status. They chatted happily. They drank and laughed together. Later, they went to the room together. However, she did not expect that after she lost her chastity, that man's face suddenly turned cold and he despised her for being a joke. It turned out that the person had long known that she wasn't Shintong. She just thought that she was pitiful and sad, so she was playing with her. She ran out of the room in anger, but saw the ordinary accessory that Shintong was wearing at the door of the opposite room. She gathered her courage and leaned against the door to listen in, but the door wasn't locked. When he entered the room, he saw Shintong and another man lying on the bed. Both of them were unconscious. Shintong did not smell of alcohol at all. It looked more like he had been drugged. She knew Su Yuantek, the man who had just been promoted. He was very eye-catching and everyone knew who he was. She also knew that Shintong was not someone who would mess around. There must have been an accident. She looked so much like Shintong, and this man was sleeping so soundly. Maybe, she could get away with it. At that moment, she only remembered that she crazily wanted to be acknowledged and crazily needed a man. So she stuffed Shintong into the cupboard. She was worried that Shintong would wake up. After returning to the bed, she tried to wake Su Yuantek up. Later, she found out that because she woke Su Yuantek up in advance, those who wanted to harm him did not succeed. So Su Yuantek owed her a favor. Thinking about the past, Xianxia's expression stiffened. Back then, although she knew that Su Yuantek owed her a favor, she was also afraid that her impersonation would be discovered. So, when Su Yuantek asked if she needed to take responsibility that day, she chose to refuse. However, as time passed, she found out that she was pregnant. Not only that, but Shintong was also pregnant. Su Yuantek didn't notice at all. It was obvious that he didn't know who the person was that night. So, when she appeared again, she agreed to the marriage. She chose to be Su Yuantek's wife and a mother. She wanted to have a status and a superior life, but she would never ask for Su Yuantek's love. She clearly remembered what she said back then. "Madam, you don't look well. Are you okay?" The servant beside her suddenly asked as she walked step by step. Her footsteps were a little weak. Xianxia glanced at her in disgust. After feeling the servant's surprise, she restrained herself. "I'm fine. The porridge should be ready, right? Yun Zhao will go to the pharmacy in a while. After he leaves, bring it to Yuanqing. Why don't you leave a portion for Miss?" The servant didn't understand. "No need. If she knows that I made it, she might throw it away. When you bring it to Yuanqing, don't tell the truth. Just say that it was Yun Zhao's order," Xianxia said again. The servant quickly nodded. After saying this, Xianxia gave a few more instructions. Then, she calmly returned to her room. She stuffed the valuables in the safe into her bag and prepared to leave. The truth about Xianxia's matter would soon be revealed. Su Wenqing specifically told the security guard to prohibit Xianxia from entering. However, when Xianxia walked to the door with tears in her eyes and said that she wanted to find Su Yuantek, the security guard still let her go. She didn't even have to use the spray that she had prepared. She had been preparing for this day ever since Shintong had arrived. It was just leaving the Su family. She might not be the one at a disadvantage. She had lived in the Su family for more than 20 years, so she knew the entire Su family better than anyone else. Although Su Yuantek never allowed the servants to clean his study, it wasn't like they couldn't enter it. Su Wenqing's bedroom wasn't as confidential as Su Yuantek's. As long as the servants put in a little effort, she could get something that would give the two of them a headache. If she couldn't live well, then no one else could either, Xianxia drove away directly from the Su family, as if she had forgotten about her son. At this time, Su Yuantek hadn't returned home yet. Su Wenqing and Shen Hong chatted for a while. Shen Tong sat at the side and listened. The atmosphere was harmonious. After a while, the servant served 2 bowls of porridge and placed them in front of Xianxia and Su Wenqing. She said, "Second young master, Mrs. Shen, this is porridge prepared by Miss Gu. She said that it's good for replenishing energy. She wants you to try it." 2 bowls? Where's Shen Hong's? Su Yuantek frowned. Miss Gu said that she would let young Master Hong have a meal with young master when he comes back. Oh right, young Master Hong, before young master left this morning, he left a chess game for you to study after work, the servant said. When Shen Hong heard this, his interest was piqued. In the morning, he had played a game with his uncle. However, there wasn't much time at that time, so he ended it hastily. It was a pity. When his uncle came back, he would definitely play a good game with him. Shen Hong walked out of the door and headed to the annex building. Shen Tong couldn't help but laugh when she saw how excited he was. She exchanged glances with Su Wenqing and helplessly picked up the porridge to eat. The temperature of the porridge was just right, and it smelled very fragrant. It was very thick, and the 2 of them quickly finished it. The servant had left the house with the other 2 workers, saying that they needed help with something, so only the 2 of them were left in the house, making it seem empty. However, not long after the porridge entered their stomachs, Su Wenqing felt that something was wrong. He was different from his elder brother. When he was a teenager, his father didn't care about the family affairs and didn't teach him how to make medicine. He only knew a little about medicinal herbs, but when he was young, he had secretly taken a lot of pills, so he knew the difference between feeling unwell and being poisoned. Suddenly, he was shocked and stared at the porridge in front of him in surprise. He quickly glanced at Shen Tong, only to see that her face was red, her eyes were seductive, and her expression was a little dazed. Su Wenqing instantly understood that the porridge was not prepared by Jing Yunzhao. Xiao Zhao knew Shen Hong's identity, and that Shen Tong was a woman who had slept with his elder brother. She would never do anything or even joke about it. If it wasn't her, then it had to be Xianxia. She dared to use Jing Yunzhao's name. Su Wenqing clutched his chest and felt that his vision was starting to blur. Some hallucinations appeared in his mind, and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked at Shen Tong again and saw that she was completely disoriented, and her clothes were a little untidy. Bang! Su Wenqing immediately smashed the porcelain bowl in front of him and reached out to grab the broken piece of porcelain. Suddenly, blood flowed from his hand, and a wave of pain hit him. While he was still conscious, he quickly walked to the door. However, he fell and knelt, looking extremely embarrassed. When he finally reached the door, he found that the door was locked. There was indeed a mole in this house. Xianxia was quite capable to make the servant do such a thing. His eyes wandered, and in a trance, he seemed to see a red fluorescent sea in front of him. In that scene, a figure suddenly turned around. However, at this moment, Shen Tong suddenly groaned. When Su Wenqing heard that, he instantly shuddered. He absolutely could not indulge in his fantasies and act recklessly. Otherwise, the 2 of them would be completely finished. Regardless of whether Shen Tong was Big Brother's wife or not, she had given birth to Shen Hong, which made her half a sister-in-law. Once something happened between them, it would change more than just a life. If he, the great Su Wenqing, was tricked by such despicable means, then he would have lived his life in vain. Su Wenqing gritted his teeth, took the porcelain shard, and slashed his wrist hard. The pain became more and more obvious. Then, he walked step by step to the 2nd floor. When he reached the balcony of the 2nd floor, he jumped off the balcony. "Second young master!" Suddenly, the servant on duty outside screamed. Some people quickly surrounded them, while others immediately went to the pharmacy in the backyard to report to Jing Yunzhao. In this house, Su Yuantek and Xianxia were not around. Now that second young master was in trouble, the only one who could make decisions was Jing Yunzhao. As for old Master Shen, he was old, and eldest young master and second young master had already instructed not to disturb him, no matter whether it was big or small. Jing Yunzhao was processing a pile of medicinal herbs for the season. When he heard that second uncle was in trouble, his expression changed greatly. He hurried over and saw that Su Wenqing was still lying on the floor. His hand was dripping with blood, and his arm was in a strange position. It was obviously broken. Not only that, but his entire face was red, which was a little strange. He had fallen from the second floor, and the door on the first floor was tightly shut. Get out of the way. Jing Yunjiao hurried forward. Jing Yunjiao hurriedly checked his uncle's condition. Feeling his pulse, he heaved a sigh of relief. Without thinking too much, he stuffed a pill into his uncle's mouth. Miss Biao, do you want to open the door and see what's going on inside? A servant asked. Shen Hong had also rushed over when he heard the news and was shocked to see this scene. Jing Yunjiao's expression changed when he saw Shen Hong come out of the wing. Give me the key. You don't have to go in with me. Jing Yunjiao lowered his voice and took the initiative to go forward. He even directly rejected Shen Hong's request and only asked him to arrange for someone to send his uncle back to his room. His uncle was drugged with a drug that could cause hallucinations and stimulate desire. To put it bluntly, it was an aphrodisiac. He probably jumped down from the second floor to avoid suspicion. It seemed that Shen Tong was not spared either. At this time, it was not a good time to let anyone near. After Jing Yunjiao opened the door and went in, he found Shen Tong lying on the sofa with her clothes disheveled. She looked a little. Jing Yunjiao did not have time to be shy. He took out silver needles from his space and hurriedly inserted them into her acupuncture points. After stabilizing her mood, he took a pill and swallowed it. This pill had the effect of clearing one's mind. With the acupuncture treatment, Shen Tong would be able to recover completely. As for his uncle, it was not convenient for him to be outside just now. It would be the same if he treated him later. Moreover, he had other injuries on his body. After doing all this, Jing Yunjiao helped her tidy up her clothes. After a few minutes, Shen Tong rubbed her head and slowly woke up. Yunjiao? You. Just now, I felt so uncomfortable. My chest felt stuffy. Shen Tong frowned and felt weak all over. This feeling was like, more than 20 years ago. Suddenly, Shen Tong recalled some memories. The feeling back then was similar to what she was feeling now, but it was not as serious as before. At that time, she had drunk some wine and felt something was wrong. However, she did not immediately feel uncomfortable. She just could not reject others. It's okay. You and your uncle just ate something wrong, Jing Yunjiao comforted her. Huh? The porridge just now? Didn't you cook it? How could it be wrong? Shen Tong was confused. As for the other things, she did not eat them. When Jing Yunjiao heard this, he said, Who said I cooked it? Servant, could it be, not? Shen Tong took a deep breath. Is it Xianxia? She drugged the porridge? Then why am I still alive? Since she could drug them, she should be able to kill them directly, right? This was too terrifying. They were still in the Su family, and she actually dared to make a move so openly. If someone dies, the severity of the matter will be different. Jing Yunjiao said simply. Then, he added, Don't worry. The effects of the drug have been removed. Have a good rest. Shen Tong definitely didn't have much strength right now, so talking to her would only tire her out. Since Jing Yunjiao had already said so, even if Shen Tong wanted to know more, he couldn't ask any more questions. Nodding, he got up and returned to his room. However, as soon as he got up, he almost fell to the ground. When he saw the broken bowl on the ground, as well as the bright red bloodstains, he seemed to have an impression of them. His face paled instantly. As for the stairs, 1 step, 2 steps, the bloody stains led directly to the second floor. The only person in the room with her was Su Wenqing, which meant that the blood was his. As for the drug, it was not that simple. She was not stupid. She suddenly felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Su Wenqing was a gentleman. Fortunately, his mind was strong enough. If he was like her, she was afraid. When Jing Yunjiao saw Shen Tong's trembling figure, he couldn't bear to remind her of the most serious part of this incident. He walked out of the door with a sullen face and stared at the servants outside. Where is Xianxia? She should be in the room. One of them said. No, I saw her go out. Another person muttered. Jing Yunjiao's gaze was cold as she scanned the people in front of her. Each and every one of them looked nervous and guilty, but their eyes were flickering. Each and every one of them spoke ambiguously. You look at me, I look at you, lazy and undisciplined. The Su family had a small population. These people were servants, not servants who had signed contracts in ancient times. Therefore, the Su family was very polite to them. Who was the one who brought the porridge to second young master? Jing Yunjiao asked again. As soon as he said this, several people looked at a girl in her early 20s. She was young and wore the uniform of the Su family. She looked clever and clever. It was me. The girl stood out and admitted with her head lowered. She didn't know why second young master fell from upstairs. All she did was bring the porridge, ask the other servants to go out, and lock the door from the outside. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. They couldn't blame her for second young master's fall, right? Then she was too innocent. If there was really any danger, why didn't they press the alarm? She didn't know what they would see once the alarm went off and everyone rushed into the room. You told my second uncle that I made the porridge? Jing Yunjiao asked even though he knew the answer. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. 2 or 3 hours ago, she told these people not to be self-righteous and act stupid. She didn't expect that in such a short time, someone would step on her bottom line. Fortunately, nothing happened this time. If something happened, the Su family would be in chaos. Yes. Madam said that she was afraid that you wouldn't eat it if you knew. This porridge is good for your health. The girl said carefully. Madam said? What else did she say? Someone who can make you send the people in the house away and even let you close the door. Jing Yunjiao's voice became colder. It's nothing. It's just. He said that there's a misunderstanding between second young master and Mrs. Shen, so he asked me to give them a chance to talk alone and resolve the misunderstanding. Miss Biao, second young master's fall shouldn't be my problem, right? After the girl explained, she still had a serious look on her face. It wasn't her fault? Huh. She really dared to say that. The servants of the Su family had high standards. They were generally over 25 years old, but the woman in front of her was only in her early 20s. Therefore, she had asked the other servants a long time ago and learned that this woman's parents used to work for the Su family. However, they had resigned due to poor health and passed away not long after. When her parents worked for the Su family, she had also lived in the staff building next to the Su family for a period of time. She was quite familiar with the work of the Su family, so they made an exception and let her get a salary. I've warned you before not to be stupid, right? But you still did it knowingly. You used my name to deliver poison porridge to second young master. He fell from the building in order to survive. Do you think this has nothing to do with you? Jing Yunjiao said coldly. When the woman heard this, she immediately panicked. That's impossible. How could Madam deliver poison porridge? Then do you think my uncle's brain was damaged? That's why he fell from the building so stupidly? Jing Yunjiao suddenly raised his voice. The woman immediately shrank back. If I'm not wrong, that porridge was cooked by you. Xianxia didn't touch it at all, right? Jing Yunjiao suddenly sneered and asked again. The woman was still a little confused and didn't understand, but she still nodded. That's enough. Cousin, please send her to the police station when you go to work tomorrow. Jing Yunjiao wasn't trying to scare the girl in front of him. Xianxia had always been meticulous. Even if she was harming someone in broad daylight, she didn't leave any evidence behind. Even if the girl said that it was Xianxia's arrangement, who would believe her? Xianxia had only said those words to her. There was no evidence. She had no way to accuse Xianxia. Not only that, she was the one who sent the porridge and closed the door. If they really wanted to find out who was responsible, who else could it be other than her? When the girl heard this, she panicked. You can't accuse me. I didn't do it. Madam asked me to send the porridge. It's useless to talk to me. You can talk to the police. If you can prove that it was Xianxia's arrangement, then consider yourself lucky. Jing Yunjiao said coldly and turned to look at his second uncle. Although the second floor was not high, it was still very dangerous to fall down like that. Fortunately, second uncle also knew that he had protected his head. Therefore, other than his arm, there were not many problems. The medicine on his body had been removed, and the wound on his hand had been bandaged. However, looking at second uncle like this, the anger in her heart grew layer by layer. I heard that second uncle Sue arranged for people to watch Aunt and not let her go out. Why did Aunt? Shenhong frowned and couldn't help but say. He could tell that this aunt of his was not easy to get along with. In the past, his mother had been very respectful to her, but now, that had changed. What had happened just now was also her doing. From the moment he moved in, he could feel that his aunt was not what she appeared to be on the surface. Now, she had completely revealed her foxtail. When Jing Yunjiao heard Shenhong's words, his face became more and more frightening. The servants and security guards were paid by the Su family, but they didn't do anything for the Su family. There were people who didn't follow the orders of the second young master, Su Wencheng. It was obvious that they were influenced by Xianxia to this extent. Jing Yunjiao stayed by Su Wencheng's side until midnight. Just as she was about to go to sleep, she vaguely heard the sound of cars approaching. There was more than one. Logically speaking, even if eldest uncle was working overtime, he should have informed her in advance. However, the fact that he hadn't returned yet made her worried. At this time, there was such a big commotion outside. She knew that Xianxia must have done something again. Miss Gu, there are many investigators outside. They said that someone reported eldest young master, corruption and child abuse. The servant quickly explained. After Jing Yunjiao heard his explanation, she nodded her head and walked towards the warehouse without another word. When she opened the door, Su Yu, who was inside, saw her and immediately went crazy. He pointed at her neck and started scolding her. Although Su Yu's neck was bleeding, it was just a scratch. The floor was very clean and didn't need to be cleaned. Su Yu had just been sent to the space when people approached the storeroom. Xianxia was leading them. Her eyes were red, and she looked nervous and scared. She looked like a victim. Behind them were a few men in suits and leather shoes, bringing along a group of people. When Xianxia saw that there was no one in the warehouse, she immediately stared at Jing Yunjiao and asked, "Where's my son?" "Aunt Shen, what do you mean? Cousin has hands and feet. How would I know where he went?" Jing Yunjiao walked to the door with a natural expression. "Jing Yunjiao. He was locked up here before. Where is he now?" Xianxia said angrily. Jing Yunjiao couldn't help but smile. She looked at Xianxia provocatively. "The storeroom is only so big. It's clear at a glance. Aunt Shen, even if you don't believe me, you should believe your own eyes, right? Cousin is a living person, do you think I can hide him? Anyway, I said I don't know. Even if you ask until the sky shatters, I still don't know," Jing Yunjiao said coldly. Xianxia dared to plot against the Su family behind their backs. She shouldn't blame her for being impolite. "You want to see your son?" "Never in your life." As soon as Jing Yunjiao said this, Xianxia's face instantly turned pale. She turned towards the investigators and said, "I'll have to trouble you guys to search carefully. There are a few storerooms, a pharmacy, and a basement. Also, she might have already caused my son's death. No matter what, I want to see her if she's alive, and her corpse if she's dead." The investigators were also somewhat confused. Was the Su family really a place of tigers and wolves? No matter how bad Su Yuantek was, he was still Su Yuantek's son. How could this little girl really kill him? "Don't worry. There are already people searching everywhere," the investigator said softly. Jing Yunjiao smiled and said, "I heard that someone reported my eldest uncle for corruption, right? Our Su family has a lot of treasures left by our ancestors. We have never lacked money. If it was said that eldest uncle committed other crimes, I might be suspicious. But to say that he was greedy for money? Humph, that's impossible," Jing Yunjiao said casually, but these words were from the bottom of his heart. Eldest uncle was a very principled person. Moreover, he had been in the government for so many years. He clearly knew what he couldn't do. It was absolutely impossible for him to be greedy for money. Also, I'll have to trouble you guys to not make any small movements while you're searching. If there's even a single item missing from this house, I won't let you guys off," Jing Yunjiao said as she calmly walked out of the crowd. The people behind him didn't take it seriously and hurriedly continued to search. Xianxia was Su Yuantek's wife. If she reported it personally, it would be a very deep stab. At this moment, Jing Yunzhao finally understood why his first uncle had not returned home yet. He had probably been taken away for questioning. The Su family's old mansion was so big that there was indeed a lot of property in it. After checking, the group of investigators was almost scared out of their wits. With such a big commotion, even if the old man didn't want to know, he couldn't. He was very angry, and the investigator was still staring at some of the rare treasures in the pharmacy. Were these things bribed to Mayor Su? One of them stared at the old man and asked. When the old man heard this, he suddenly swung his walking stick that he didn't usually use and hit the man's head with it. A bunch of blind people. You can't see the account book next to you, right? Our Su family's wealth has never been weak. Do we need to be greedy? A bunch of idiots. As long as they found a professional to check the account book, they would know that it had been there for many years. The man covered his head and was shocked. His forehead was instantly bruised, but the old man's aura was so intimidating that he didn't dare to act rashly. Jing Yunzhao, who was sitting next to him, asked faintly, I want to know what you have to accuse my first uncle of accepting bribes. Mayor Su spent a lot of money to buy a bracelet, right? The man reminded him. The mayor of Jingdu was about the same level as the leaders of other provinces. In front of the people, even if an ordinary mayor wore a watch worth 200,000 yuan, it would be discussed and criticized. However, Su Yuantek bought a jade worth more than 10 million yuan, and the receipt for the jade bracelet was now included in the investigation, which proved that it was true. So it's because of the jade bracelet. Jing Yunzhao suddenly smiled. Since you want to investigate, then I might as well tell you what I know. Our Su family is rich, and you should know this yourself. My eldest uncle is the eldest son of the Su family, so it's normal for him to have money. If he really needs money, he can borrow it from my grandfather or my second uncle. Even I have the ability to provide him with a considerable amount of money. Since any one of us can help him, is there a need for him to take such a risk? By now, Jing Yunzhao had already completely relaxed. This matter wasn't serious, and it was just a routine investigation. Xianxia's real purpose was to use the investigation to get Suyu out of here. His eldest uncle's influence over the years wasn't just for show. Someone behind him wanted to take the opportunity to tarnish his reputation, but it was impossible for them to succeed. What could a receipt for a jade bracelet prove, unless they could find concrete evidence that his eldest uncle received money from others? You? How are you going to help Mayor Su? The person in charge of the investigation casually asked, thinking that this little girl was joking. You government officials are really forgetful. Just a while ago, I donated 80 million yuan to charity in the name of Yunling Medical for my eldest uncle's sake, and now you're here to investigate my eldest uncle's background. You really know how to do things, Jing Yunzhao coldly sneered. When the person heard Yunling Medical, his expression changed. In the eyes of the government, Yunling Medical had a green card. Unless there was a problem with their principles, they definitely couldn't be offended. Could it be that the person behind Yunling Medical was actually Mayor Su's niece? This girl didn't look like an ordinary person. Logically speaking, after seeing such a big commotion, she should be flustered. However, the fact was that she was very calm from the beginning to the end. Her aura was even able to suppress so many people. Although there was a difference in age, the Su family had always produced talented people. Su Yuantek had made a name for himself when he was in his teens. When he became an official in his 20s, he already had many achievements. He was the pride of the political world in the eyes of others. As for Su Wenqing, he was like a fish in water in the business world. It wasn't surprising that the Su family had another genius. Speaking of which, in fact, they didn't believe that Su Yuantek would accept bribes. After all, he had such a rich brother, so there was no need for him to do so. This time, it was just a routine investigation. As long as they didn't find any substantial evidence, it was impossible to convict Su Yuantek just because of a jade bracelet. After all, Su Yuantek's family's wealth was different from others. After these people to ask a few more questions, they finally brought Suyu as an example. However, Jing Yunzhao kept to her original statement and only said that she didn't know where Suyu was. Among the servants, there were some who came forward to prove that Jing Yunzhao was the one who locked her up, but the truth was, these people had turned the entire Su family upside down, yet they still couldn't find where she was hiding. Thus, no one could do anything to her. This search was all bark and no bite. Soon, it completely dispersed. Xianxi's face was full of despair. She originally planned to use this opportunity to get Su Yuantech out. Not only that, even if she couldn't convict him of accepting bribes, she could definitely let people know that he was a cruel man. Then, no matter what she said in front of the media or her friends, it would be very reasonable. But now, she couldn't find him. It was obviously a surprise attack. Jing Yunzhao didn't have time to hide him. Jing Yunzhao, this is not over. Yuer is missing. I will send people to search. Just you wait. If anything happens to you I will make you pay with your life. Xianxi's whole body was trembling. She only felt that the future was bleak. She was one step away. She was just one step away. Jing Yunzhao smiled at Xianxi. You're welcome to search at any time, but if you come too often, I'm afraid I won't be too happy. At that time, Jing Yunzhao didn't continue, but Xianxi could understand what she meant. Suyu was in her hands, and it was equivalent to holding Xianxi's most important weakness. Jing Yunzhao. Don't be too arrogant. Xianxi threatened coldly, but she was very guilty in her heart. All these years, the only person who could accompany her was her son. She really didn't teach her son well, but no matter what, she gave birth to him after carrying him for 10 months. How could she bear to let him suffer? She originally thought that as long as she and Su Yuantech lived in fear, they could exhaust the old man to death one day, and even let Su Yuantech leave earlier. At that time, the Su family's property would be hers and her son's. During the search, she also saw that there were so many good things that should have been hers and her son's, but now they were benefiting that *tch Jing Yunzhao. Jing Yunzhao originally wanted to take advantage of Xianxi, but at this time, he felt that it was too easy for her to die silently. Moreover, he still didn't know who was hiding behind her, so he had to wait. After Xianxi and a group of people left, the Su family returned to peace. After a night of chaos, the sky was bright. Jing Yunzhao didn't sleep the whole night, but he didn't look haggard. However, the others were different, and their faces were gloomy. First uncle came back at daybreak. Other than the fact that he didn't change out of his clothes, which were slightly wrinkled, he didn't look any different from before. At this time, Jing Yunzhao had second uncle send the results of the appraisal yesterday. After looking through it once, Jing Yunzhao felt deep sympathy for first uncle. Were you scared last night? Su Yuantech asked Jing Yunzhao as soon as he came back. Jing Yunzhao shook his head. Uncle, get ready. I have something to tell you. When Su Yuantech heard this, he raised his eyebrows. He was a little puzzled, but he nodded very seriously. Then, he went to take a shower and changed into a clean set of clothes before going to the living room. However, when he went to the living room, he saw that the old man and Su Xingyuan were also there. In addition, Su Wanqing's younger brother was actually injured and looked at him strangely. What happened to your hand? Su Yuantech was still confused. When he came back this morning, he found that something was wrong with the house. More than half of the servants were gone, and it seemed particularly quiet. Even the security guard at the door was gone. Isn't it sister-in-law's doing? She asked someone to send some porridge over in Xiaoxiao's name. There was something dirty in the porridge, so Shentong and I drank it. Luckily, I had enough willpower to jump down from the second floor in time. Otherwise, things would have gotten out of hand. Su Wanqing was furious when he thought about it. When Su Yuantech heard this, he was also very shocked. Jump off the building? The door was closed? Yes, the servants and security guards in this house are not reliable. Most of them were bewitched by Xianxi. I originally asked someone to keep an eye on Xianxi, but in the end, she could openly walk away from the Su family. So, I made the decision to dismiss all of them early in the morning. The rest are the old people, Su Wanqing said. It was not that everyone in this family could not be trusted. At least, many of them were loyal to the old man. Some of them had worked in the Su family all their lives and had never betrayed the family. Naturally, they should be kept. Su Wanqing could judge whether they were loyal enough. When Su Yuantech heard this, he nodded. Okay. By the way, Yunjiao, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Yuantek asked again. Su Yuantek only felt that everyone in the family was looking at him strangely, especially his younger brother. His attitude seemed to be sympathetic, but there was also a hint of schadenfreude, as if he had done something shameful. Although he had been called to investigate last night, it was not a big deal. After all, everyone knew about his family background. The accusation of bribery could not be imposed on him in this lifetime. It was just that he had been reported a little abruptly. Of course, he also knew that if it had been someone else who had reported it, it would not have caused such a big commotion. It was only because it was Xianxia that it was like this. Big brother, Yun Jiao has already prepared the medicine to prevent heart problems. I think you can hold on. Su Wenqing suddenly said something out of the blue. Nonsense, what on earth is going on? Su Yuantek was a little confused. At this time, Jing Yunjiao's expression was also very complicated. He thought for a while and turned to look at his second uncle. Are you really not going to tell Aunt Tong and the others? You can tell them, but if they know the truth, they will definitely move out of the Su family immediately. At that time, your eldest uncle will have even less of a chance. Su Wenqing's somewhat pale face showed a trace of a smile. Jing Yunjiao thought that it was indeed reasonable. With Aunt Tong's personality, once she knew that her brother-in-law was that person, she was afraid that she would be greatly affected. At that time, she might directly go abroad and never come back. In her opinion, Aunt Tong and her eldest uncle were a good match. Moreover, her eldest uncle indeed owed Aunt Tong and Shenhong a lot. It was better to cultivate their relationship as much as possible before telling the truth. At this time, Su Yuantek could not understand the meaning of the two's words at all. He only felt that his nephew and uncle were speaking in riddles. Don't the two of you consider my feelings? How dare you pretend to be mysterious in front of me? Su Yuantek shook his head speechlessly. Jing Yunjiao smiled apologetically and took a deep breath. After calming down for a few seconds, he said, Eldest uncle, I asked my second uncle to help me compare your genes with Su Yu's. The results are out. The two of you are not father and son at all. After that, Jing Yunjiao handed over the documents that second uncle's confidant had sent to him in the morning. When Su Yuantek heard this, he was dumbfounded. He thought that Jing Yunjiao was joking with him, but judging from his attitude, it didn't seem like it at all. When he opened it up to take a look, he was even more dumbfounded. Are you sure? But that's impossible. After that incident, I've been sending people to secretly follow Xianxia. During this period, she has never had any relationship with anyone else. I'm absolutely sure of this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have married her. At that time, if he had not confirmed that Xianxia was not suspicious, he would not have married her directly. He would have waited until the child was born to check whether he was related to her, but, could it be that she was swapped after giving birth? But that was impossible. Back then, he had personally stood guard outside. With his status, it was even more impossible for him to make any mistakes. Uncle, the woman who was implicated by you back then was not her. Jing Yunjiao sighed and said sympathetically. If it wasn't her, then who was it? The person I saw when I opened my eyes was Xianxia. There's no mistake. Moreover, it was because she woke me up in advance that I wasn't intercepted. Su Yuantek frowned. He still couldn't figure it out. At that time, he had not planned to marry Xianxia. However, after all, they had slept together. At that time, chastity was very precious to a woman. Although Xianxia didn't ask him to take responsibility at that time, when he thought of this woman helping him, he felt a little guilty. Later, when he found out that she was pregnant, he thought of asking her if she was willing to be Mrs. Su. He had no feelings for Xianxia at all. Even the marriage agreement at the time was like a paper deal. He expressed his willingness to take responsibility and said that it was up to Xianxia to decide whether to keep the child or not. He could even give her a sum of money so that she could live the rest of her life without worries. If she still didn't want to, he could make her Mrs. Su. However, he didn't want to, so he couldn't give her the feeling of being husband and wife. Originally, he thought that Xianxia would choose to live an ordinary life. After all, the two of them didn't know each other before. Suddenly becoming husband and wife wasn't something to look forward to. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. Xianxia agreed to marry him and promised that she would only do it for the child. She would never force him emotionally. After so many years, although he didn't love Xianxia, he firmly believed what happened back then. But now, he was being told that Xianxia wasn't that woman? Zhao, if you have anything to say, just say it all at once. I think since you've already spoken, you probably already know who that woman is, right? Su Yuantak rubbed his forehead. His heart was a little confused. After a while, he calmed down and asked again. Beside him, grandfather Su was also a little shocked, but his reaction wasn't intense. That grandson of his really couldn't cultivate any feelings. He used to think that he was uneducated and didn't have the temperament of a member of the Su family. But now, it was confirmed that he wasn't a member of the Su family at all. He didn't have any prejudice against Su Yu. For example, although Su Xingyuan wasn't his biological son, to him, Su Xingyuan was closer than his own son. If Su Yu's nature was good enough, even if he wasn't a member of the Su family, he definitely wouldn't mind him continuing to be a member of the Su family. But the fact was, he had long disappointed his grandfather. Eldest uncle, back then, Xianxia was just a small assistant in the entertainment industry. The only reason she could go to the party was because she followed Aunt Tong. Before Jing Yunjiao could finish speaking, Su Yuantak suddenly stood up. You mean, it was Shentong? Back then, Shentong and Xianxia wore basically the same clothes. Even their makeup was similar. Eldest uncle, you were drugged at that time, so it's normal that you mistook her for someone else. Aunt Tong also asked me to help find the man back then, so I understood some of the specific details. I think that the person you saw back then was Xianxia because Xianxia stuffed Shentong into the closet and locked her up. At that time, she was also drugged and unconscious, so she could only let Xianxia impersonate her. Not only that, but Xianxia always knew who was with you. So when Shentong was pregnant and wanted to find someone, she was strongly dissuaded and even sent abroad. After she returned to China, she encountered a series of dangerous situations. She mainly wanted to send her abroad. Who knew that not only was Aunt Tong unaffected, but she even came to my birthday party. Xianxia was worried that you would remember some details, or that Aunt Tong would find out the truth one day, so she simply sent someone to kill her and caused her to get into a car accident, Jing Yunjiao said very straightforwardly. Because Xianxia knew about the relationship between you and Shentong, she drugged second uncle and Aunt Tong to have an ambiguous relationship. In that case, you two brothers. In short, once Shentong's identity was exposed, you two would definitely fight. At that time, Shentong would definitely not be able to enter the Su family. And once the news spread, the three of your reputations would be ruined. At this time, Jing Yunjiao was also a little scared. This time, it was all thanks to second uncle's bravery. Although Aunt Tong was in her 40s, she took good care of herself and looked like she was in her early 30s. Her skin was tight, her appearance was good, and she was very elegant. If a drugged man could turn a blind eye to such a woman, he could be called a gentleman. Jing Yunjiao was not stingy with his praise and admiration for his second uncle. Su Wencheng was originally angry because of this matter, but when he saw Jing Yunjiao's eyes, he instantly became arrogant. How could he take advantage of someone when they were in danger? Su Yuantak stared at his younger brother, Su Wencheng. At this time, he still had the nerve to show off. Zhao, according to you, if Shentong is that woman, then Shenhong is my son? Su Yuantak could not believe it. That's right. Then, Jing Yunjiao took out another report. Su Yuantak's hands were trembling. It had to be said that he was extremely satisfied with everything in his life. The only regret was that he did not have an heir. In the past, he had thought that since he had married Xianxia, he would not abandon her. Therefore, he clearly knew that he would not have any other children in this lifetime. However, Su Yu had disappointed him to the point that he could not accept it. If he passed away and left everything to Su Yu, he would feel unwilling. But after all, he only had this one child. It was too difficult to make the choice to cut off his path of survival. But he never thought that Su Yu was an imposter, and that his real son was Shenhong. After spending these 2 days with Shenhong, he was very satisfied with this child. Shenhong was young, but he had almost the same insight as he did when he was young. To be shameless, with his expectations for his future heir when he was young, he should have at least reached Shenhong's level. However, after so many years of Suyu's troubles, his bottom line was getting lower and lower, and he was now at the level of knowing right from wrong. But now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that he felt that Shen Hong was somewhat familiar and pleasing to the eye at first sight. He always felt that he was more congenial with him, and couldn't help but be more concerned about his affairs. At this moment, when he found out about his identity, he felt like he had been hit by a surprise that fell from the sky. Although he was happy, Su Yuantek was still a little conflicted. In any case, he had raised Suyu for 21 years, but now, he had changed people just like that. Although it was developing in a good direction, he still felt a little sad. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Honger is a good person. Since he is my son, then I have no regrets in this life. The heavens have treated me well. Su Yuantek sighed with emotion, and then sighed again. It's just that, if it wasn't for the Su family's protection, with Suyu's personality, he definitely wouldn't have lived long. Over the years, Suyu had offended too many people. The group of scoundrels who followed him around only got close to him because of the Su family. Once his identity was exposed, those people would definitely turn on him. First uncle, everyone has their own fate. And don't forget, Suyu's biological father isn't an ordinary person. Jing Yunjiao reminded. When Su Yuantek heard this, he suddenly remembered and instantly felt that he had been too soft-hearted just now. Xianxia had brought Suyu along to pretend to be part of the Su family. She was already up to no good. The Su family had never mistreated this mother and son pair. Now, they were just trying to set things right. It was only natural, but who was Suyu's biological father? Su Yuantek thought carefully and matched this person with the figure that was helping Xianxia behind the scenes. The puzzle gradually became clearer. It seemed that Xianxia's man was most likely his enemy. But no matter who it was, sooner or later, he would find out who it was. Listening to your conversation, it seems that Shen Tong and Honger still don't know about this matter? Su Yuantek breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of Shen Hong, his face showed a bit of a relaxed expression. The old man next to him also thought of the young man he met by chance these 2 days. His pair of turbid eyes narrowed. He took out a small wine jug and took 2 sips. Yes, it's up to you whether you want to say it or not. Of course, I welcome Aunt Tong to be my aunt. Uncle, you have to work hard. Jing Yunjiao teased. However, the moment he mentioned the word auntie, a cold light flashed across Jing Yunjiao's eyes. She continued, Uncle, Xianxia is the best at stirring up people's emotions. I think it's better if you make a move first. Otherwise, if she starts spouting nonsense to the outside world, we'll lose the initiative, just like last night. Su Yuantek nodded. But I heard that Suyu is missing. What's going on? Did he escape by himself? Su Yuantek remembered and asked. For Xianxia, Suyu was a very good means to control. It was best to have him in her hands. Once he became an enemy, there was no possibility of mercy. He was hidden by me. Uncle, you don't have to worry. The place where I hid him is absolutely secretive enough that no one will find him. Jing Yunjiao said. Su Yuantek was very confident in Jing Yunjiao. After telling these things, Jing Yunjiao was sent to school by her uncle. But after all, she was delayed for a long time, so she was late for school. But the teachers had always been satisfied with her and were more lenient with the students, so no one asked much. Just as Jing Yunjiao was going to school, Su Yuantek was ready to act. Although marriage would affect one's political career, it was not absolute. At the very least, it would not affect Su Yuantek too much. Therefore, on the first day, Su Yuantek directly began to track Xianxia's whereabouts. He found that Xianxia was now living in a house outside, and the owner of that house was Xianxia. On this day, he investigated and found that Xianxia had indeed invited some rich ladies to her house as guests, so there must be something going on. Su Yuantek was not in a hurry. He directly posted the evidence of Suyu's crimes with great fanfare. In an instant, Suyu turned from a dignified young master Su to a wanted criminal. Su Yuantek hurriedly reflected on himself in front of the public, saying that he had spent a lot of effort on Su Yuantek all these years, but he had never seen any results. Many people knew that he had tortured Suyu time and time again, and everyone knew that Suyu was a hedonistic son of a rich family. Then, Su Yuantek once again expressed that he and his wife, Xianxia, had a big disagreement on the issue of their son's education. Now, his wife insisted on protecting her son without asking whether he was right or wrong. She even falsely reported him as her husband. She was heartless and had since filed a divorce. This was only the first step. Su Yuantek's influence was definitely not something that Mrs. Su could compare to. Especially when he put aside the father-son relationship and publicized his son's crimes, many people were shocked and impressed. In terms of ruthlessness, Su Yuantek was a person who would not care about any relationship once he fell out with someone. Therefore, his statement did not leave any room for negotiation. He criticized Su Yu and his son as having no social value. He even said that his wife was just a pretty face and did not know what was right and wrong. If it was an ordinary man who was so decisive, it would definitely cause some people to be dissatisfied and feel sorry for his wife and son. However, Su Yuantek was not just a person who belonged to the family. His real work was for the people. Now that he was upright, it attracted one-sided praise. Xianxia had already found a lady from a wealthy family that she had a good relationship with to have a long talk to express her grievances. When she saw the sympathy and anger on their faces, she heaved a sigh of relief and said that they would definitely ask their husbands for help. She was also prepared to use public opinion to pressure Su Yuantek. However, when those ladies left, she realized that a storm was brewing outside. Su Yuantek, this man, was actually one step ahead of her. She suddenly showed a sense of despair. She thought that she could have at least a few more days. As long as Su Yuantek did not confirm that she was the imposter, he would abide by the fact that he had promised her that year and not be too ruthless. However, now that he had made his move, it proved that he now knew the truth. Moreover, he had specially released the evidence of Su Yu's crimes. It was obvious that he was using Su Yu to threaten her. If she resisted, Su Yu would definitely be arrested. It would be fine if he only went to jail, but the problem was that Su Yuantek already knew Su Yu's identity and might not let him live. In an instant, she was panicking. She even felt that she was a little ridiculous. She even invited those ladies from wealthy families. If Su Yuantek did not say anything, it would indeed be useful. However, now that public opinion was one step ahead of that man, how could those ladies be stupid enough to help her? In a few days, Su Yuantek got divorced with a bang. Xianxia's reputation was already bad, and Su Yuantek's reputation had been restored. However, less than 2 days after the divorce, there was suddenly a rumor among the upper class. Some people said that the reason why Su Yuantek married Xianxia was that he had been framed and caused Xianxia to lose her virginity. Originally, they thought that Xianxia was lucky enough to become Mrs. Shen, but they did not expect that 20 years later, there would be a sudden reversal, and that was that Xianxia had premeditated and substituted one person for another. A person like Su Yuantek was definitely not Su Yuantek's biological son. Otherwise, he wouldn't be such a bastard. The public was too lazy to care about Su Yuantek's private affairs. After all, he was high up in the social circle and couldn't be bothered with it. However, it was different for people in the same social circle. After knowing about this matter, everyone began to despise Xianxia in an instant. Recalling Xianxia's behavior over the years, those who had been in contact with her suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. However, no one knew who the woman who was supposed to be Mrs. Su was. While Su Yuantek was controlling the public opinion, he also had people keep a close eye on Xianxia. He wanted to see if she would contact the mysterious man behind the scenes. Unfortunately, after more than half a month, there was still no discovery. As for the Su family, there had been a lot of changes recently. Shenhong only felt that the Su family was unusually good to him. Even the old man, who didn't show up often, would occasionally ask him to accompany him for a few drinks. Uncle Su, who was always by the old man's side, was also very respectful to him. "Mommy, do you feel that something is wrong recently?" Seeing that this family was getting better and better towards them, he felt a little uneasy and asked. Shentong also nodded. Logically speaking, Xianxia and your uncle are divorced, so she should have some prejudice against us. However, it seems that it's the opposite. Oh right, 2 days ago, the new maid called me Mrs. Su. It seems that we can't continue to stay in the Su family. But Aunt Shenhong had recently found out who caused his mother's car accident, so he was a little worried. I'll be more careful and try not to go out. If it's really impossible, I'll hire a few bodyguards. I think it'll be difficult for Xianxia to do anything even if she wants to, Shintong said seriously. Now that Xianxia was no longer around, she would be criticized if she continued to stay in this house. She didn't want people to think that she had ulterior motives. Shintong agreed with Shintong's idea, but he couldn't bear to leave the Su family. The Su family treated him and his mother very well. Jing Yunjiao treated him like a cousin, and grandfather Su and second uncle Su were very polite to him. They got along very well, as if they were family. Su Yuantek was even more so. The two of them usually played chess and practiced martial arts, and they got along very well. Once they moved out, there was probably no one else in the country who could chat as happily as him. Shintong was a little disappointed, but he still followed his mother's wishes and prepared to talk to Mayor Su about this matter. After dinner, Shintong thought about what to say. After some consideration, he opened his mouth and said, Elder Su, eldest Uncle Su, second Uncle Su, Mother and I have been in the Su family for some time. I think we will move out in 2 days, so I wanted to discuss this with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Grandfather Su's old face twitched, and he glared at Su Yuantek fiercely. At his age, he finally saw a decent grandson, but in the end, his good-for-nothing son didn't even dare to acknowledge his grandson. Su Yuantek's whole body stiffened, and his expression became strange. The atmosphere instantly dropped to the freezing point. Jing Yunjiao took a big bite of the big apple from his pocket dimension and sank into the sofa without making a sound. Su Wenqing looked at Su Yuantek provocatively. His face was asking for a beating. Did the Su family not take good care of you? Su Yuantek thought for a moment and asked. Of course not. The Su family treats me and my mother like family, and I am very touched. However, it has been a long time, and now that aunt and uncle are divorced, I am afraid it is not appropriate for us to continue living here, Shintong continued. Su Yuantek thought for a moment. What he said made sense. However, there's nothing inappropriate about it. You are friends invited by Zhao. What does it have to do with Xianxia? Just continue to live here. Recently, Xianxia is still living well outside. If you go out, won't you be like sheep in a tiger's den? Su Yuantek suddenly felt that it was a good thing not to deal with Xianxia for the time being. Uncle Su, I'm someone who can protect myself after all. With me around, I definitely won't let mommy fall into danger again. You can't be so absolute. You still have to go to work. It's impossible for you to follow your mother 24 hours a day. She's already worked very hard to take care of you and raise you all these years. If you insist on leaving, and she encounters danger outside, how will you feel at ease? Su Yuantek's words were also sincere. Although he loathed Xianxia, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards Shintong. This woman had given birth to a son for him and taught him to be so successful. Back then, it was because of him that Shintong lost her bright future as a star. Over the years, he had risen to the top, but this woman had suffered all kinds of grievances. Su Yuantek's words made Shintong feel strange. Since Shintong wasn't around, Shintong thought for a moment and boldly asked, Uncle Su, do you have any special feelings towards mommy? Su Yuantek's mouth twitched. Grandpa Shin gave him a threatening look. At this time, of course, he had to admit it. Based on their recent friendship, how could Shintong not help out? Wouldn't they not have to move out? Of course, Su Wenqing nodded in agreement. He didn't mind watching the drama unfold. Jing Yunjiao didn't expect his cousin to be so direct. In his heart, he was a little expectant of his uncle's answer. To be honest, I really admire your mother. She's a very outstanding woman worthy of my admiration. Su Yuantek finally opened his mouth and said, and I do have my own selfish reasons for wanting to keep you guys. Before Su Yuantek could finish his sentence, Jing Yunjiao and Su Wenqing's hearts skipped a beat. They thought that first uncle was going to tell the truth. Unexpectedly, he changed the topic and continued, I've been very disappointed in you all these years. After seeing you, I can't help but feel relieved. I want you to stay because I want you to be half my son, so that I can enjoy the joy of a father-son relationship. When Shintong heard this, he nodded as if he understood something. That Su was indeed a disappointment. It was inevitable that Mayor Su would be disappointed. Moreover, there were rumors that Su wasn't his son. It would be strange if he didn't feel upset. At this moment, Su Yuantek had played the family card. Shenhong really didn't know how to refuse, but he didn't want his mother to feel uncomfortable. He said in a conflicted manner, "After I moved out of the Su family, I'll come here often. Also, I haven't been back to the beauty salon that my mother runs for a long time. She's been worried." Recently, this meant that he was determined to leave. Su Yuantek's head was about to explode. He wanted to tell Shenhong that he was a member of the Su family and didn't need to go anywhere else. However, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He didn't even have the right to say it. After all, he mistook the mother and son for someone else and left them outside for so many years. What right did he have to take over their lives and control their lives? If that's the case, then fine. But write down your address for me. I'll go and take a look when I'm free, Su Yuantek said. When he said this, the old man snorted coldly. He got up and went upstairs with Su Xingyuan. He couldn't be bothered with this idiot. His biological son was right in front of him. Shouldn't he just stay? As for that one called Shintong, compared to Xinxi, he was a million times better. Now that he was unmarried and she was already so old, why couldn't he just make do with it? So what if they lived apart? It was not good for the child's education. Ahem, of course, Shenhong was already grown up, but the problem was that the two of them were still compatible. If they got together early, they might be able to have another child in the future. If Su Yuantek knew what the old man was thinking, he would be so shocked that he would spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, as soon as Su Yuantek opened his mouth to agree, Shenhong breathed a sigh of relief and felt very guilty in his heart. He thought that in the future, he would definitely fulfill the agreement and visit more often. Shenhong and his mother came quickly and left quickly. They didn't bring anything when they came, but when they left, they stuffed bags of various sizes into the car, leaving behind a trail of dust. Jing Yunjiao felt as if his uncle's heart had flown away. "Uncle, Aunt Tong is such a good woman. Why don't you take the initiative to chase after her?" Jing Yunjiao couldn't help but ask. "What does a little girl like you know?" Su Yuantek was speechless. The recent events had really made him lose his dignity as an uncle. At this time, he coughed dryly and said, "No matter what I do now, Shintong will probably think that I'm doing it for the sake of the child. How can I, Su Yuantek, be that kind of person?" He wasn't a stone. How could he not feel the slightest bit of emotion when facing a woman who raised his son for him? Besides, Shintong and Xinxi were completely different. Xinxi had a kind of hypocrisy in her bones. Every time he tried to accept her, that kind of hypocritical smile would make him calm down again. Shintong was different. Although they were sisters, Shintong was more genuine. He finally understood why Xinxi was so jealous of Shintong. It was because this younger sister of hers had a trace of uniqueness that she had never seen before. Jing Yunjiao looked at his uncle's conflicted expression and couldn't help but laugh. "If you don't try, how would you know what Aunt Tong is thinking? Also, I think that if you really put in the effort, others will definitely understand your sincerity. It's just that I don't understand how much effort you're putting into it." Su Yuantek's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Too many things had happened recently, so it was better to calm down first. There was no rush. However, although he had ordered people to keep a close eye on Xinxi, he still couldn't be careless. He had to arrange for some reliable people to watch over Shintong and Shenhong. He just didn't know how long Xinxi would be able to endure before she contacted the person behind the scenes. "Oh right, how Su Yu? You didn't starve him to death, right?" First uncle asked casually. Jing Yunjiao blushed with shame. "Do I look like such an unreliable person to you?" Su Yu was still in her space, but she had used needles to seal his acupoints, so there was no way he could wake up. Usually, he was taken care of by the medicinal bugs in her space, so he wouldn't die. However, it was impossible for her to treat him like a guest of honor. "That's good. Who knows, it might be useful," Su Yuantek said again. Jing Yunjiao nodded. He was well aware of this. After Shintong and her son left, the house became a little quieter. However, it was still spring outside, and Jing Yunjiao's mood was the same. Recently, Xiao Haiqing's role in Eunuch's Palace had finally wrapped up filming, and she had been so sweet. Recently that she was sick of it. Ever since she was reunited with her family, she spent less time on campus. However, every time she returned to the Su family, second uncle would send her to school the next day. He was simply like a conscientious driver. Jing Yunjiao had her own car, and it was the limited edition that second uncle had given her. Now that she was an adult, she could drive to school by herself. She had a strong learning ability, so getting a driver's license wasn't a problem for her. Now that she had gotten it, she should be able to drive herself. Unfortunately, Su Wenqing and Li Xiaoyun were at loggerheads recently, so she didn't know what to do. As her boyfriend, Li Xiaoyun naturally had to escort her. However, if he did that, he would be stealing second uncle's job. Second uncle's temper was naturally unwilling. In the end, Jing Yunjiao went to school every day, as if she had to have a designated person. Xiao. And smell. Take a sniff, uncle specially put some incense in this car today. At the entrance of the Su family's house, the moment he saw Li Xiaoyun's black car stop at the entrance, he immediately began to flatter. Li Xiaoyun stood beside the car and heard his words. He didn't care at all and directly pulled Jing Yunjiao over. Ah Zhao, I have a natural body fragrance, so I won't get sick of it. Also, you're an injured person these days. The corner of Jing Yunjiao's mouth twitched. How could he say something like that? She had really underestimated him in the past. Li Xiaoyun, you're hurting my precious Xiao Zhao. Let go. Su Wenqing reached out to help. However, when Li Xiaoyun saw that someone was trying to snatch her away from him, he decided to go all the way. He directly pressed Jing Yunjiao into his embrace and kissed her forehead fiercely. Uncle Su, this is called a loving hug. It doesn't hurt. Brat. Who let you kiss her? Xiao Zhao hasn't married you yet. Do you think I'm dead? Su Wenqing was also furious. How many times had it been? Ever since this brat suddenly thought of sending Xiao Zhao to school, he had basically never won. Xiao Zhao too, forgetting her uncle when she saw a beauty. This uncle of his was also not bad looking. How was he not better than this brat? In terms of eye candy, he was also good, right? Su Yuanqing's entire body was emitting an aura of anger, as if he was about to swallow Li Xiaoyun whole. Jing Yunjiao saw this and quickly called out second uncle softly, instantly making Su Yuanqing want to cry but have no tears. If he had known that he had such a niece, he wouldn't have made so much money. If he had brought her back and raised her personally, how could Li Xiaoyun compare to him? Xiao Zhao, this man has a beast's heart. I reluctantly agreed to kiss his forehead and cheek, but if he dares to mess around, you can't be soft-hearted. Do you understand? Su Wenqing said bitterly. The saddest thing in the world was that the girl you loved ran away with another man. Jing Yunjiao nodded silently. Second uncle, didn't your company run into some problems recently? You can focus on dealing with it. Xiaoyun can send me back. If you're really bored, you can go on blind dates. There are so many girls, there's bound to be one. Before she finished speaking, Su Wenqing had already opened the door and got in first. Li Xiaoyun watched, raised his eyebrows and smiled. He reached out to open the door for Jing Yunjiao. Second Uncle Su, you wrongly accused me of messing around. I think I need to take advantage of you. Otherwise, won't I be at a disadvantage? Li Xiaoyun said softly after he personally bent over and fastened her seat belt. Before Jing Yunjiao could react, his breath fell like a storm. Jing Yunjiao instantly felt a little dizzy. Her white face was bright red, as if she couldn't even breathe. Her heart was pounding non-stop. No matter how many times she did it, she couldn't help but have a throbbing feeling towards Li Xiaoyun. Her heart was slightly sweet, and she tried to respond. It was just a slight movement, but it made Li Xiaoyun's breath heavier. His hand slid to her waist dishonestly. He seemed to be out of control and forgot himself. The sky turned dark. After a while, Li Xiaoyun slowly separated. Jing Yunjiao only felt a burst of numbness between his lips. He had used too much strength just now, so it seemed to be a little red and swollen. Not only that, even the clothes on his body became a little messy, and his heart panicked. Second uncle also told me not to be soft-hearted. How can I punish you like this? Jing Yunjiao licked his lips, feeling a little bad. Not only was Xianxia a gossipy woman, but she also had good eyesight. Hua Tianxian was afraid that Hua Tianxian would notice that there was something wrong with Hua Tianxian's lips the moment she saw Hua Tianxian. She would definitely tease Hua Tianxian. Kiss me back. Li Xiaoyun's voice was like the wind in the valley, with a hint of ambiguity, making people's hearts itch. You wish. Jing Yunzhao coldly snorted and tidied up his clothes. He tilted his head and saw Xiaoyun's tense body. After a smirk, he said seriously, men will get sick if they hold it in for too long. Xiaoyun, I'm a doctor. Don't worry. If there's a problem with your body, I'll treat you for free. The corner of Li Xiaoyun's mouth twitched. The best treatment for my illness is to indulge. Do you want to give it a try? Li Xiaoyun said as he reached out and lifted Jing Yunzhao's chin. But my Zhao hasn't matured yet. It seems that I can only be saved when the illness is incurable. Jing Yunzhao's face was as red as an apple. He deliberately joked, do you think my body isn't hot enough? It's not hot or greasy. It's the most perfect body I've ever seen. Li Xiaoyun looked up and down and commented seriously. Oh, it seems that young Master Li has seen a lot of women? Jing Yunzhao raised his voice. Not many, just one, Li Xiaoyun said with a smile as he drove. Jing Yunzhao narrowed her eyes and smiled. She reached out and poked Li Xiaoyun's waist. At least you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I would have taught you a lesson. Oh? How did you plan to teach me a lesson, Master Zhao? Li Xiaoyun smiled. The ink between his eyebrows seemed to have melted. The morning sun shone through the car window and illuminated his face. His handsome appearance was even more charming. It's simple. I'll dig out your heart and lungs and cook them for Heidi, Jing Yunzhao said with a smile on her cold face. It sounds delicious, but it's a little too simple. I have so many organs in my body. How can a heart and lungs be enough? Li Xiaoyun said with a heavy taste. Jing Yunzhao pursed her lips and smiled. She couldn't bear to part with him. The bus got closer and closer to the school. Every time this happened, Jing Yunzhao would feel a sense of reluctance to part. However, she was never someone who liked to show her feelings on her face, so every time she left, she would simply leave. Especially since the more they chatted along the way, the more empty her heart felt when they parted ways. She couldn't get used to it. She didn't know when it started, but she actually looked forward to seeing him every day. Jing Yunzhao suddenly remembered Hua Tianxian's situation and couldn't help but ask, oh right. I've been wanting to ask you something for the past few days. What has Instructor Qi been up to recently? Hua Tianxian was a woman of her words. During the winter break, she did go on a blind date. It was said that she went on more than one blind date. Among them, 3 of them were more suitable for her target, and these 3, she had seen them often recently. Why are you asking about second brother Qi? Li Xiaoyun raised his eyebrows. Because of that friend of yours? I overestimated second brother. He's not interested in women at all. He thought that second brother would be able to accept the woman with the surname Hua. After all, they looked like a quarrelsome couple. Who knew that second brother's heart was like a rock? If it wasn't for Zhao, he would have probably forgotten who she was. Jing Yunzhao nodded. It seems like he really doesn't want her. Second brother is stubborn. I can't force him to drink water, Li Xiaoyun said apologetically. The 7 of them had been busy with various missions in the past, so they did not have many opportunities to meet girls. Now that he had Zhao, he naturally did not have to think about this aspect anymore. However, as the boss, he still hoped that the few of them would fall in love with someone. Unfortunately, these people were used to seeing life and death, so they were somewhat apprehensive in this regard. Hua Jingyao might have had some feelings for the woman with the surname Hua in the beginning, but he was stopped by other factors. After such a long buffer, he had already let it go. Jing Yunzhao felt that it was a pity. Fortunately, Hua Tianxian was magnanimous and had not mentioned Qi Zhong for a long time. Not long after, the car stopped at the school gate. Jing Yunzhao's expression darkened as he got out of the car. But just as he was about to leave, Li Xiaoyun grabbed his hand. Wife, I'll pick you up tonight. Li Xiaoyun suddenly changed his words. Jing Yunzhao was taken aback. Then, a sweet feeling rose in his heart. Okay. Li Xiaoyun smiled and watched as she left. Although a university was strict about accommodation, if there were special circumstances, students could take a long leave. This way, they could come and go as they pleased at night. Jing Yunjiao had Su Yuantek's help, so it was easy for him to take the leave. He could choose between the Su family or the school. Yunjiao. Jing Yunjiao entered the campus and was greeted by a boy. He called out to him and said, "Your brother is here to send you to school again?" Han Nan stood across from her. He looked very handsome, but Jing Yunjiao didn't understand his words. Brother? Was he talking about Li Xiaoyun? When they met, Li Xiaoyun said he was her fiancé. Why didn't Han Nan believe him? He's my boyfriend. It's normal for him to send me to school. Jing Yunjiao frowned. She walked around Han Nan, but as soon as she walked past him, she heard a thud behind her. Jing Yunjiao turned around to see Han Nan kneeling on one knee with a small red box in his hand. Jing Yunjiao's expression changed. She leaned to the side, a little angry. Why couldn't this person be reasoned with? Why did he reject her so obviously? Why did he still come, early in the morning? When people saw someone kneeling on the ground and asking for love, they immediately gathered around to cheer. But when they saw that the female lead was Jing Yunjiao, they became even more excited. Yunjiao, I've expressed my intentions too hastily, so it's normal that you can't accept it. Last time during the holidays, my parents also saw you in the car. They really like you and support me. They even specially asked me to buy a ring for you. This ring isn't very complicated or expensive, but it represents my sincerity. If you're willing, then be my girlfriend. I guarantee that I'll always treat you well. After graduation, I'll work hard to earn money so that you can live a happy life, Han Nan said seriously as he reached out his hand and looked at Jing Yunjiao fervently. Jing Yunjiao hated the feeling of being looked at like a monkey. Moreover, the so-called courtship was only meaningful if it was done by the person you loved. I told you, I have a boyfriend. Jing Yunjiao wanted to leave, but she was surrounded by people. There was no way she could turn around. That person is so old. There's no way you'll like him. I think he's your brother or uncle, right? Yunjiao, don't lie to me. Han Nan felt wronged. He felt that his hot-bloodedness had been met with too much indifference. He was also outstanding enough that a lot of girls liked him, but Jing Yunjiao just couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance. When Han Nan said that the person Jing Yunjiao liked was older, everyone's expression turned strange. Now, everyone knew that Jing Yunjiao was Mayor Su's niece. Could it be that Mayor Su was forcing his niece to marry? I heard that those big families like to do this kind of thing. Hearing Han Nan's disdain for Li Xiaoyun's age, Jing Yunjiao's eyes darkened. Han Nan, I don't like to hear anyone speak ill of him. I don't like you. In fact, I'm a little disgusted with you right now. Please see the truth and stop bothering me. She didn't even despise her man, so how could others criticize him? Moreover, Li Xiaoyun was only 9 years older than her, so it wasn't too much. Moreover, she had reincarnated, so the two of them were about the same age. I don't believe you. Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Yunjiao, I've already worked hard. With my current abilities, I'm sure I'll have a good job in 3 years. When that time comes, I'll work hard. Han Nan continued to pester her. Jing Yunjiao felt like she was playing the lute to a cow. You like him, that's your business. Your hard work has nothing to do with me. In my eyes, you can't even compare to a finger of the person I like. No matter what you say, it's useless. After Jing Yunjiao finished speaking, she wanted to leave, but the people in front of her didn't let her. She swept her cold gaze over them, startling them. Only then did they react. Jing Yunjiao's rejection was so resolute that it made Huiyao sweat, but at the same time, it was refreshing. Compared to keeping people in suspense, it was more acceptable to simply reject them. In this school, everyone was open-minded and didn't feel that this was a shameful thing. However, Han Nan did not share the same view. I won't give up. All of a sudden, he shouted loudly. Jing Yunjiao. I like you. I will make you realize that I'm serious about you, he added. Jing Yunjiao rubbed his temples speechlessly. What's wrong? Are you upset? Do you know how many girls in this class envy you? Xianxia chuckled as soon as they arrived in class. You're like a dogskin plaster. You can't get through to me. You're so annoying, commented Jing Yunjiao. She felt that there was nothing wrong with pursuing a relationship, but if she caused trouble for the other party, then she would be a little annoyed. Moreover, she had clearly rejected him more than once, but Han Nan kept bothering her time and time again. But she couldn't completely destroy him over such a small matter just to have some peace and quiet. After Jing Yunjiao finished speaking, he noticed that Xianxia was fiddling with 3 small boxes in her hands. He was speechless. Are these gifts from your 3 candidates? Is it appropriate for you to accept them? After Xianxia's blind date, there were still 3 candidates left that she was hesitant about. It did not seem like she was choosing a man, but an item. Ever since school started, the 3 candidates had been showing up every day to give Xianxia trinkets from time to time. The competition was fierce. What's inappropriate about it? Xianxia laughed. You want love, but I want benefits. Naturally, I have to choose someone who can bring the most benefits to the Hua family. Aren't they all the same? They're just doing it for the sake of the family. They're not married yet, so they'll work hard to fight for it. If it's a foregone conclusion, I won't have the chance to appreciate their kindness. I disagree. Jing Yunjiao shook his head. Business doesn't necessarily have to be arranged through marriage. That's right, but it's even better. I don't want the Hua family to be destroyed by my hands. Xianxia looked at the little things in the 3 boxes in front of her. On the surface, she looked satisfied, but she couldn't bring herself to feel happy. Her mother had told her to take her time to choose. There was no need to rush. She had to find the most sincere one. These people were not the heirs of other clans, but they were all outstanding enough. However, they all had the same goal, so they saw through each other too thoroughly, which made her unable to develop a good impression of them. For a person, marriage was like buying something. She really didn't know if it was a good thing. Everyone had their own position, so Jing Yunjiao didn't say much. At this time, Han Nan also walked in and put the things back on her table without a care for anything else. Yunjiao, my parents said that if I succeed, I'll take you home on Saturday. Can you come with me? Han Nan said hesitantly. Jing Yunjiao was even more speechless. Scram, he said coldly. I'm just treating you to a meal. Nothing will happen, Yunjiao. Han Nan still didn't give up. During the month of vacation, he thought a lot and couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he would see Jing Yunjiao's figure and the scene of her in the arms of that man. Every time he thought about it, his chest would ache. It was extremely uncomfortable. He had never liked a girl so much since he was a child. He liked her so much that it drove him crazy. He wanted to take it slow, but Jing Yunjiao suddenly became the mayor's niece. He knew that the longer he delayed, the less chance he had. He absolutely didn't want to see her throw herself into the arms of another man. If that happened, he would die of heartache. Definitely. Han Nan's eyes were filled with eagerness. He wanted nothing more than to dig out his heart and offer it to Jing Yunjiao. But seeing Han Nan's stubbornness, Jing Yunjiao felt nothing but disgust. I've already made my rejection clear. If you dare come any closer, don't blame me for turning on you, Jing Yunjiao threatened. Han Nan was clearly looking for trouble. She'd given him a chance to save face, but he didn't cherish it. If he didn't even care about his own dignity, why should she be considerate of him? Han Nan couldn't take it anymore. Tears welled up in his eyes. He looked extremely pitiful, as if Jing Yunjiao had abandoned him. Yunjiao, no matter what, I'll persevere. I can prove that I love you more than that old man. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Nan's entire body was suddenly flung away. He slammed heavily into the front door with a resounding thud. Jing Yunjiao couldn't take it anymore. Although Han Nan was a bit slow last semester, it wasn't to this extent. It was as if he'd become a completely different person. If it weren't for the fact that he still looked somewhat handsome, he would have looked no different from a perverted stalker. Jing Yunjiao's actions gave everyone a fright. They cast sympathetic glances in Han Nan's direction, but no one stepped forward to help. If Han Nan had pursued Jing Yunjiao in the past, they would have thought the two were a good match. After all, Jing Yunjiao was said to be an orphan. But things were different now. Jing Yunjiao was Mayor Su's niece. Plus, she was pretty and had good grades. What kind of boyfriend couldn't she find in the future? In comparison, Han Nan looked a bit too stubborn. He didn't even have the spark he used to have. Han Nan scrambled to his feet. He looked like he wanted to charge forward again, but Jing Yunjiao's threatening glare forced him to restrain himself and obediently return to his seat. For the entire day, Jing Yunjiao could feel the hidden bitterness in Han Nan's eyes. Even the teachers couldn't help but glance at her, as if she'd really done something wrong. Jing Yunjiao completely ignored Han Nan, and there was nothing he could do about it. A few days later, there was finally some progress on Xianxia's case. The men sent by Su Yuantek in secret finally found something unusual about Xianxia. It was reasonable to say that after such a big thing happened, if there was someone behind her, she should have contacted for help. However, there had been no movement until recently. Xianxia had been hit harder and harder, and there had been no news from Su Yu for a long time. This made Xianxia feel more restless than before. At night, she went to a nightclub alone. Over there, the people who secretly followed her had taken a picture of a man's silhouette. That man wasn't Erda. He was only 28 or 29 years old. However, he was surrounded by a group of people who were protecting him. The relationship between Xianxia and that man wasn't what they thought. In fact, it was the complete opposite. When Xianxia saw that man, she was like a mouse that had seen a cat. She trembled, and her entire appearance changed. "Uncle, do you know this person?" Jing Yunjiao looked at the silhouette in the picture and asked. Because it was far away, it was very blurry. They could only see that it was a young man. They could only make out a rough outline. If they hadn't seen him before, it would be difficult to recognize him next time. "No, I've never seen him before." Su Yuantek also fell into deep thought. This man gave him a sense of danger, and he didn't even know when such an opponent had appeared by his side. Looking at his age, he's definitely not Su Yu's biological father. Jing Yunjiao thought for a moment and asked, "Does first uncle still remember who you were hostile to at the party?" Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia had always been in public these years. If her man was rich and powerful, he should have known. How could he tolerate it? It was even possible that he had been secretly communicating with her. If that was the case, there would be some clues left behind. But first uncle was such a shrewd person, but he didn't find out what Xianxia did in private all these years. The only explanation was that she had almost nothing to do with that man, and they almost never met. At that time, there was one person. Su Yuantek thought for a moment and said, "At that time, since I wanted to be promoted, there would definitely be people blocking my way. At that time, I had a good friend who secretly plotted against me. He even drugged me. Later, when I found out, it was naturally a blow. Then, someone sent him to prison. But not long after, he offended someone in prison and was beaten to death." "Did that person have a child?" Jing Yunjiao suddenly asked. Su Yuantek thought for a moment. After a while, his eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of understanding. "Yes. I remember that after that person went to prison, a woman went to visit him. That woman brought a child. The child was about 8 or 9 years old. At that time, I suspected that he was the illegitimate child of my political enemy. I secretly watched him for a while, but not long after, that woman fell ill and died. The child was also adopted by a relative. I thought that there shouldn't be any problems, so I didn't pay any more attention to him." After saying that, Su Yuantek looked at the photo carefully, and his eyebrows gradually furrowed. This face was indeed somewhat similar to the man in her memory. At that time, his friend also had a bright future. The two of them were very competitive, but they could be said to appreciate each other. His friend was a few years older than him and could talk to him. However, they slowly began to disagree on many things. He gradually discovered that his friend was a complete scum who had done a lot of bad things in private and had repeatedly set him up. Against such a sinister enemy, he would never hold back. Therefore, he went all out to kill this person. To be honest, after he went to prison, he also had a part to play. Otherwise, this person would not have died so early. This was not the only person he had harmed, but this person had left the deepest impression on him. That person was called Jin Kaiyan, and he was once considered an influential figure. Zhao, pay more attention to your surroundings. This person is not simple. Su Yuantek reminded him. But now that he knew who the other party was, it was better than having no news at all. Jing Yunzhao nodded. She was not afraid. There were not many people who could hurt her. Since we have caught such a big fish, uncle, let me deal with Xianxia. Jing Yunzhao's eyes flashed as she spoke. Ever since she'd arrived in the capital, Xianxia had harmed her many times. Now, it was time for her to settle the score. What are you going to do? Su Yuantek asked. Of course, I can't let her live. Jing Yunzhao said directly. Su Yuantek glanced at her and did not refute. Just think about it, Xianxia had been by his side for so many years. She should have given a lot of information to that man. Based on this point, Xianxia deserved to die. At this time, in the quiet villa, Xianxia was holding a bottle of red wine and drinking non-stop. Her whole body swayed as she sank into the sofa. She had lost. She had suffered a crushing defeat, and there was no doubt about it. Now that Shintong was back, she had no choice but to give up her position. She had been relying on Su Yuanzhe for so many years, and her reputation had been given to her by him. Now, she could easily take it back, but she was still unwilling. It was all Jing Yunzhao's fault. She had hidden Su Yu. And Su Wenqing, that man, had not made a move on Shintong. All her schemes had failed. She really didn't know if she was born to not fight with others. At this time, Jing Yunzhao directly jumped up to the second floor and entered the living room through the room on the second floor. When she saw this scene, she was a little surprised, but not sympathetic. When Shintong saw her, her reaction was not very strong. She just pointed at her and said, "You really came, little bastard." Xianxia, Su Yu is a bastard. I'm not. Jing Yunzhao's cold voice came. What are you doing here? Do you want to kill me? You won't. If you really do that, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Xianxia suddenly smiled, her eyes filled with tears. So what if I lost? I can't be Mrs. Su. So what if my reputation is ruined? But I still won one thing. Xianxia's words were strange and incoherent. Jing Yunzhao didn't take it to heart. She just said, Su Yu is the son of my uncle's political enemy, right? And the man you met that day is Su Yu's half-brother, right? Xianxia was stunned. Yes. Can you kill him? So what if you know? You can't do anything to him. Xianxia sneered. It seems that you hate that man. But he has helped you many times, hasn't he? Those so-called killers you found were all helped by him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do it so secretly. Jing Yunzhao asked slowly. What do you know? Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened. That lunatic genie ran. If it weren't for him, my son wouldn't have become like that. If Yuer was obedient, do you think your uncle would kill him again and again? Genie ran? Jing Yunzhao noted the name down. Yuer was very cute when he was very young. Although he was a little naughty, which child doesn't want to play? But one day, Yuer suddenly turned bad. After a long time, I found out that it was Genie Ran who did it. Can you believe it? A teenager dares to lay his hands on his own younger brother. That's impossible. Genie Ran's parents died and he was adopted by his relatives. He doesn't have the ability to do that. Jing Yunzhao refuted. Haha, Genie Ran's mother didn't die of illness. She was raped to death. He saw it with his own eyes. Do you think your uncle is a good person? He is a devil who doesn't even spare women and children. After Genie Ran's mother died, he was adopted, but it was only for 3 years. He suffered a lot. Your uncle kept oppressing the family, causing the relatives to bully Genie Ran day and night. One day, Genie Ran ran away and met his adoptive father. He used his adoptive father's power to find us. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot. She didn't seem to be lying. However, Jing Yunzhao didn't believe it. If it was her uncle who killed Genie Ran's father, she felt that it was possible. But if it was her uncle who found someone to rape Genie Ran's mother, she wouldn't agree. Moreover, if it was true, Genie Ran wouldn't be alive now. If he could be so vicious to women, why would he leave a scourge behind? Jing Yunzhao scrutinized Xianxia and asked, Do you know who Jin Yiran's adoptive father is? I only know that he's from the underworld. However, he was already very old when he adopted Jin Yiran. He passed away a few years ago. It's useless even if you want to find him. Xianxia did not hide the truth. She continued, Jing Yunjiao, I've told you everything you asked me. Where's Suyu? Where are you hiding my son? Even now, the arrest warrant for Suyu was still there, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find him. Many people suspected that she was the one who had hidden her son. The police had searched the entire place several times. Every time she told people that Jing Yunjiao was the one who had hidden her son, no one believed her. It was ridiculous. Suyu? Do you think he's still alive? Jing Yunjiao's eyes were cold. He walked to the kitchen and came out with a fruit knife. The handle of the knife was wrapped in a towel, and the blade shone with a cold light. Xianxia's body stiffened when she saw it. Jing Yunjiao, if you kill me, you'll never know where Su Xianlan is. Xianxia stood up shakily. The wine bottle in her hand fell to the ground, and red liquid splashed out. Xianxia looked at her provocatively. Jing Yunjiao's face changed. What do you mean? You should know why I had such a big reaction when I first saw you. Xianxia smiled. The Su family doesn't even know about your existence, but I do. Don't you feel suspicious? That's right. She did feel that something was wrong at that time. What did you do to my mother? Jing Yunjiao asked coldly. I've already answered all your questions, but you killed my son. Do you think I'm still so stupid? My son is dead. I'll make you feel uneasy for the rest of your life. Xianxia said with hatred. She hated that she was not as lucky as Shen Tong. He was not as lucky as Jing Yunjiao, even though they were both pregnant. Shen Hong's father was Su Yuantek while her son's father was a dead fool. So what if he was dead? Why did he tell Jin Yiran about her and her son's identities? All these years, Jin Yiran had been secretly getting people to lead her son astray and threaten her. She had to live in fear every single moment of her life. There was also Su Xianlan. She should never have known about something she shouldn't have known. Su Xianlan had bitterly begged her, but Su Xianlan still wanted her to explain to Su Yuantek. Su Xianlan had forced her into a dead end. How could she not kill her? However, Jin Yiran had not appeared at that time, and she did not have any trustworthy people in her hands. Otherwise, why would the assassin spare Jing Yunjiao's life? Do you think that I will believe a lie that you casually come up with? Jing Yunjiao restrained the excitement in his heart and said coldly. Based on Xianxia's character, if she had targeted her mother, she would never have spared her life. Believe it or not, as long as I die, Su Xianlan will really disappear from this world. She will even be burned to ashes. Jing Yunjiao, aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, why don't you kill me now? Xianxia laughed arrogantly. When Jing Yunjiao heard this, he walked over with a smile and stabbed her in the shoulder. Xianxia suddenly widened her eyes. Her face was ferocious and she felt the blood flowing out of her body. She could not believe it and said, don't you care where Su Xianlan is? After dealing with you for so long, I can understand your temperament. Jing Yunjiao's face was expressionless as she continued, I believe that the reason why my mother didn't return from Huaning County back then was because of you, but I don't believe that you left her alive. Moreover, if she's really still alive, then all the more reason for you to die. After Jing Yunjiao finished speaking, she pulled out the sharp blade from her shoulder and said coldly, tell me, is she dead or alive? If she let her go today, even if Su Xianlan was still alive, she would kill her. She wasn't stupid. At this time, Xianxia fell backward, covering her wound and sinking into the sofa. She gritted her teeth and refused to say anything. Jing Yunjiao smiled faintly and wasn't in a hurry. Suddenly, she pulled the unconscious Suyu out of her space. Xianxia saw that there was another person in front of her without any warning and was instantly shocked. When she looked again, this person was actually Suyu. She immediately wanted to pounce on him, but Jing Yunjiao's eyes were extremely cold as she continued, if you don't speak, the one who will suffer will be him. Xianxia's eyes widened. Jing Yunjiao clearly said that Suyu was dead. No, why did Suyu suddenly appear in front of her? Jing Yunjiao, how could she make someone suddenly? At this moment, Xianxia's heart was filled with fear. When she thought about how Jing Yunjiao had appeared from the second floor, she became even more afraid. It was as if the person in front of her was a monster. She quickly wanted to escape, but at this moment, her wound was in extreme pain. Fresh blood kept flowing out. Even the slightest movement would affect Aunt Tong's whole body, causing extreme pain. Jing Yunjiao, what are you? Xianxia said in fear. I will give you a few seconds to think about it. Otherwise, not only will your son be in pain, you will also be. You have seen it. I can make Suyu appear silently, so I can also make you disappear quietly from this world. You will be under my control for the rest of your lives and never be able to rise again, Jing Yunjiao said deliberately. However, the ruthlessness in her eyes couldn't be deceived. Xianxia had seen the moment she transformed into Suyu. Naturally, she believed her words without a doubt. Her whole body was trembling. Su Xianlan, she is dead. Seeing Jing Yunjiao approaching, Xianxia only felt her mind go blank and fell into fear. She quickly opened her mouth and said. As soon as she said this, she knew she was finished. Jing Yunjiao had secrets on her. If it was her, she would also choose to kill her to silence her. She and Suyu were both finished. How did she die? Where was she buried? Jing Yunjiao continued to ask. Xianxia was desperate and no longer resisted. Back then, Su Xianlan and I were very close, but she knew a lot of people. One day, she brought a patient home. That patient had worked in a hotel before and knew that the person with Su Yuanza couldn't have been me, so he told Su Xianlan. Your mother was really a fool. Instead of taking the initiative to explain the situation to her brother, she questioned me. I told her that the child was innocent and hoped that she would give me a chance to slowly explain to Su Yuanza. She actually believed me. Xianxi's eyes were full of mockery. She had never seen such a stupid woman in her life. Not long after, she eloped with Li Tianyi. I heaved a sigh of relief. I knew that she was too kind, especially when she trusted the people around her too much. So as long as I begged her, she would give me time. But later, when she was about to give birth, she suddenly went back on her words and forced me to explain everything to your uncle immediately. How could I be willing to do that? I found an opportunity to trick her into giving me her address and told it to your grandfather, Li Wenba. The Li family would never allow their son to be with a daughter of the Su family. So, Li Wenba quickly caught your father and brought him back. I heard that there was a problem on the way back. Li Tianyi's legs were broken by someone sent by his biological father to prevent him from escaping again. And Su Xianlan, she just gave birth, so I sent someone to kill her. But I didn't expect that the killer would throw you away. Xianxia smiled. Sadly. Thinking of Su Xianlan, she didn't know whether it was mockery or nostalgia. Her expression was complicated. Why are you so sure that my mother is dead? That assassin let me go, maybe. Halfway through Jing Yunjiao's words, Xianxia sneered. Don't be silly. I paid so much money. If I wasn't sure that she was dead, how could I give up? Later, after I met Genie Ran, I asked him to send someone to investigate. There was indeed a person buried on that hill. There were still rags left inside. Of course, there were also your mother's belongings. Speaking of this, Xianxi's eyes flashed with a trace of absent-mindedness. She had done many things, but she had never regretted it, nor felt that she had done anything wrong. But Su Xianlan was different. She was the only woman who had made her feel guilty. Although she had harmed Shintong, her biological sister, ever since they were young, Shintong had always been more outstanding than her. She was younger than her, but she had received more praise than her. Her father had always been gentler to Shintong than to her. It was Shintong who had snatched away her love, family, and everything that originally belonged to her. Therefore, even if Shintong had died, she would not feel uneasy. But Su Xianlan was a silly woman. That year, she entered the Su family with trepidation. She was extremely afraid of everything in the Su family. She was afraid that the servants would say that she had become a phoenix from a branch. She was afraid that outsiders would point fingers at her. She was afraid that those rich madams would look down on her. Su Yuantek was a cold-hearted man. He had no feelings for her. How could he help her? The only person who helped her was Su Xianlan. She taught her the etiquette of the upper class and calmed her down. For a long time, she had treated Su Xianlan as a friend and a sister. Unfortunately, even this silly woman had betrayed her in the end. Your mother was too gentle. Even if she didn't die in my hands, she wouldn't have lived long. Xianxia said softly. Then she said, sometimes, I really wonder if you are really Su Xianlan's daughter. You look so much like her, but why are your characters so different? Su Xianlan was a standard traditional woman. She was docile, virtuous, and gentle. God had never been stingy with her. The first half of her life was the happiest in the world. Her parents doted on her brother doted on her, and the man she liked was even willing to give up his family for her. Wasn't that enough? If she had such a past, she wouldn't have ended up like this. I won't be as stupid as my mother. Raising a tiger will only invite calamity, Jing Yunjiao said coldly. Finally, he asked, where is she buried? I only know that there is a small hill in that town. When I buried her, I asked the other party to mark the place where she was buried. The words lawn were carved on the trees nearby. You just have to dig 3 meters down when you find the place. Xianxia stopped struggling and said weakly. After Xianxia finished speaking, Jing Yunjiao raised his hand and directly slit her neck with a knife. After you die, he will be the murderer. New grudges and old grudges must be avenged. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have led a wandering life for so many years. In her previous life, she wouldn't have died without knowing who her parents were. Xianxia's pupils suddenly dilated. She looked at Suyu with a face full of unwillingness. However, blood spurted out, and there was no way to stop him. Blood covered the ground, but Jing Yunjiao's body didn't have a single drop of blood on it. Soon, she stopped breathing. Jing Yunjiao looked at her body and expressionlessly stuffed the fruit knife into Suyu's hand. He took out a silver needle and inserted it into several acupuncture points on the top of Suyu's head. Then, he left. Suyu woke up about 10 minutes after Jing Yunjiao left. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he was a bit sluggish. His legs couldn't move, so he sat in a pool of blood, holding the fruit knife in a daze. It wasn't until another day later that the police came to search for Suyu after the public reported that they saw Xianxia hiding Suyu. In the house, Xianxia's body was already emitting an unpleasant smell. Suyu fainted from hunger. The scene shocked the people who were searching the house. However, they were able to catch Suyu on the spot. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, this person was a fool. They couldn't get anything out of him. In the end, Su Yuantek made the decision to send him to a mental hospital to be isolated. He didn't take his son's life. Suyu had done a lot of bad things over the years. In Jing Yunjiao's opinion, he deserved it. It's just that even though Jing Yunjiao knew the whereabouts of her biological mother, she didn't dare to tell her family about it. After so many years, her mother had disappeared without a trace even after receiving medical treatment. Her maternal grandparents and uncles only fantasized that she was living peacefully in some corner of Yang province. If she were to tell them that her mother had really died, she didn't know if they would be able to accept it. Especially for grandfather Su, it would be a huge blow. Even though they knew in their hearts that their mother was most likely dead, it was still better than seeing her being dug out from the wilderness with their own eyes. However, this body had to be moved out. Jing Yunjiao thought about it for a few days and decided to take a leave. She personally went back to Huaning County. She would stay with the Su family for 3 to 4 days every week. Su Yuantek and the others didn't expect her to go back to Huaning County all of a sudden. Why do you want to go back? Didn't your grandpa Gon come here a while ago? Su Yuantek was very confused. Logically speaking, other than Grandpa Gon's family, there shouldn't be anyone close to her in Huaning County. I want to go back and take a look at the fruits and vegetables I planted. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be back soon. Jing Yunjiao lied casually. I'll go with you. Su Wenqing said in the next second. No need. Just as she rejected him, Jing Yunjiao looked up at second uncle. She thought for a while and said, Second uncle, can go with me. When she thought about how she had to hide the news of her mother's death from everyone in the family, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After thinking about it carefully, if she told her second uncle the truth, it would be feasible. When her mother left, her second uncle wasn't very old. In comparison, their relationship wasn't as deep as grandpa and first uncle's. Su Wenqing was in a good mood when he heard that Jin Yunjiao had changed his mind. I can take a good look at the place where our Xiaoxiao grew up. By the way, you didn't tell that guy from the Li family, did you? Not yet. She did want to tell him. Needless to say, with me around, do you still need him? The corners of Su Wenqing's mouth curled up, and he was very proud. Jin Yunjiao realized that this second uncle of hers was becoming more and more childish. Thinking back to the first time she saw him, she was still a little stunned and felt that he was very imposing and awe-inspiring. But in private, he was really. If outsiders saw them, they would probably think that they were two different people. At this time, Jin Yunjiao was also a little embarrassed. She was going to leave the capital and move the grave. It would probably take a few days. If Li Xiaoyun knew, he would definitely accompany her. And if she didn't tell him, the consequences would be very serious. But now that he saw his second uncle's eager gaze, Jin Yunjiao swallowed the rest of his words. He would go back and tell his second uncle in private. After he knew, he probably wouldn't have the time to be jealous of Li Xiaoyun. Jin Yunjiao reported to her family in advance and prepared to return the next day. In addition to her and Su Wenqing, Xiao Haiqing also went back with them. Her TV series had finished filming, and she had just finished her job 2 days ago. She just had some time left. She didn't go back during the new year, so she didn't know how her blood-related brother and stepmother were doing. Su Wenqing didn't have any opinion about Xiao Haiqing, but when he saw Li Xiaoyun appear as scheduled, he instantly became hostile. Second uncle, don't be angry. This time, I really have something important to do in Huaning County. Taking advantage of the fact that her second uncle's anger hadn't been ignited, Jin Yunjiao quickly said first. Xiao, what's wrong? When Su Wenqing saw Jin Yunjiao's serious look, he had a bad feeling. Jin Yunjiao had already told Li Xiaoyun about the matter in advance, so he was very sensible and sat in the driver's seat, so that Su Wenqing wouldn't be distracted when he heard the truth and be in danger. The car started. Even if Su Wenqing didn't want to, he accepted the fact. Second uncle, I'm going back to Huaning County this time to bring my mother back, Jin Yunjiao said seriously. You. Su Wenqing's expression froze. He was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand her meaning. He said with some shock, Xiao, what, do you mean? My sister, she, is still alive? Jin Yunjiao shook her head. When Su Wenqing heard this, his whole heart fell to the bottom. When Xianxia died, she told the truth. That year, she killed my mother and buried her in a mountain next to Huaning County, Jin Yunjiao said softly. She knew about the mountain in Huaning County. It was called Dayang Mountain. It covered a large area and almost connected all the nearby villages together. It was not easy to find a few trees in it. However, since Genie Ran could send people to do it, there should be something special about it. Once she arrived at the place, she would be able to find it after studying it carefully. Jin Yunjiao's words made Su Wenqing's face pale. He clenched his fists. My sister treated Xianxia well, why did she? Because she knew that Xianxia was an imposter. After thinking about it, this was the most likely reason. Although he was only 12 years old when he didn't have any news of his sister, his memory of her had always been very deep. She was a woman with a bit of gentleness. She was diligent, hardworking, liked making medicine and medical skills, and knew a lot of things. When his father was obsessed with medicine, his sister and brother took care of him and taught him a lot of things. He knew his sister's temper. She could never be cruel to her family. Although her mind was clear and exquisite, she liked to leave a chance for others. She didn't like to fight and only guarded her own side of the world. She regarded everything around her as extremely important and cherished it very much. If she knew that Xianxia was an imposter at that time, she would definitely not use the most direct method to solve it. Instead, she would discuss it with Xianxia privately. After all, she treated Xianxia as a friend and family member. This was the biggest difference between his sister and the two brothers. Because she was the only girl in the family, her parents had raised her more meticulously, which had created her personality. She was destined to suffer losses. Xianxia. Su Wenqing clenched his fists. Everyone could feel the raging anger in his heart. Xiao Haiqing, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but glance at him. She was a little surprised. When he first met his uncle, Jing Yunjiao, he didn't feel that he was unreasonable. The second time, he felt that he was a little inexplicable. But this time, he suddenly felt that he seemed to be a little different from before. Su Yuanqing's whole person became solemn. His slightly red eyes revealed his sadness as he turned his head to look out of the window. Your mother's remains cannot be moved into the Su family cemetery, Su Wenqing said after a while. The Su family cemetery is guarded every day, so it's impossible for you to bury someone there. When the time comes, your grandfather and first uncle will find out. Especially your grandfather, he might not be able to take the blow. Although he'll find out about this sooner or later, it's best to drag it out until the right time. Also, your mother is already married. Although some people think that she eloped, she and Li Tianyi are still a legitimate couple. I believe that if she was still alive, she would only be willing to be buried with Li Tianyi in the Jing family cemetery, he added. Su Wenqing was talking about the Jing family, not the Li family. He wanted Jing Yunjiao to think of a way to clear Li Tianyi's name. He wanted to bury the two of them in the Jing family cemetery openly after Li Tianyi passed away. The Jing and Su families had always been on the same side. The old residents used to be together, so the cemetery should be the same. Jing Yunjiao was silent for a while. He thought for a while and said, then let's move the remains out of there first. Then find a place with good feng shui for mother to stay for a while. In the future, I will take back everything that belongs to the Jing family. Now, Li Tianyi's father was not even a member of the Jing family. What right did her mother have to be buried in the Jing family? It was the same for her. She had yet to acknowledge her ancestors, and Immortal Crane Hall did not know her identity. However, it was time for the Li family to pay back their debts. Including her mother's life, although Xianxia was the mastermind behind her mother's death, if Li Wenba's grandfather hadn't stubbornly taken her father away from Huaning County, her mother wouldn't have been left alone and helpless. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. Xianxia had already taken her share, and the next one would be her so-called biological grandfather. Jing Yunjiao's eyes flashed with a trace of serenity. Su Wenqing was almost silent the entire way. He was immersed in his memories. It was all about Su Xianlan's past. She used to be such a beautiful woman. She should have been the center of attention, but she ended up in a foreign land. Li Xiaoyun had never been a person who took the initiative to stir up trouble, not to mention that Su Wenqing was Jing Yunjiao's uncle. If Su Wenqing hadn't always taken the initiative to bicker with him, with Li Xiaoyun's temper, he would have been too lazy to bother with him. At this moment, he was very tactful and didn't say a word. It was rare that he didn't show off his affection in front of Su Wenqing. He had always been a person with a sense of propriety. He knew very well when he should restrain himself and step back. Second uncle, do you know how my father, Li Tianyi, is doing now? Jing Yunjiao asked on the way. Him? Su Wenqing raised his voice. I don't think so. Putting aside the worldly, Li Tianyi was the most worthy person in the world for Su Xianlan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked his elder brother for help back then. Jing Yunjiao pursed her lips. She hadn't even seen her father yet. She had made such a big fuss when she was reunited with her relatives, but she didn't see the Li family come to her door. It seemed that her grandfather didn't care about her existence at all. However, all the people in the world came for profit, and all the people in the world went for profit. What if he revealed all his trump cards? That biological grandfather would at least look sideways, right? Jing Yunjiao thought so and immediately sent a text message to Qin Shui and Pak Yuan. It was time to announce it. Only then would the person she wanted to find come to her door. It was a few hours' drive from the capital to Huaning County. Su Wenqing wasn't a man who only knew how to be sad. Although he couldn't accept it at first, he restrained his emotions after a while. It was enough for him to keep the pity and reluctance in his heart. There was no need to affect others. Jing Yunjiao hadn't returned for more than half a year, but in this short period of time, she felt as if things had remained the same, but the people had changed. Every day in the past, she had lived her life to the fullest, which was why she felt as if time had passed by exceptionally slowly. Su Yuanqing had also come here once a few years ago for the old man, but he was driven away by the old man. Since then, he had never come here again. This county was actually very big, and it had developed well. If you don't mind, when we find Auntie Lan's remains, we can temporarily store them in our Li family's cemetery, Li Xiaoyun suggested. The Li family's ancestors were long gone. During the war, there were dead people everywhere. How could they bury them so meticulously? At that time, many people casually dug a big hole after they died, threw many bodies in, and then filled it up. It was the same for his great-grandfather and great-grandmother. They died before the old man became a soldier, and their bodies were long gone. Later, they bought a big cemetery and built a cenotaph. It was called the Li family's ancestral grave. However, other than the cenotaph of his great-grandfather and great-grandmother, there were other graves. They were all soldiers who died without being martyrs. There was no place to bury them after they died, or their names were not remembered at all. All these years, his grandfather's brothers on the battlefield, as well as the brothers in his memory. The names were engraved on a tall stone tablet. Row by row, there were already countless names. Every year, he seemed to come back to pay respects to his ancestors, but in fact, his intention was to pay respects to those brave souls. At this moment, Su Wenqing and Jing Yunjiao nodded in agreement. But little Zhao, that Daong mountain isn't small, right? How can we find a few trees with the word lawn engraved on it on such a big mountain? Su Wenqing even began to think about spending more money to ask the nearby villagers to help search. However, Jing Yunjiao had already thought about this question along the way and had an answer. There are quite a few villages and towns near Daong Mountain. The place where the body can be buried must not have many residents. At the same time, it's convenient to go up the mountain. Other than that, it should be at least a few hundred meters away from the mountain. Otherwise, a 3-meter hole would be easily discovered. Jing Yunjiao continued, the person who made a move on my mother back then definitely wasn't a local. It's impossible for them to openly bring her to a place that's too far away. Therefore, I'm guessing that it should be near the old train station. Moreover, those trees are definitely around 20 years old. We should be able to find it. Back then, that person might have kidnapped her and thrown her to another place after that. Su Wenqing also felt that what Jing Yunjiao said made sense. However, it was already late, so he planned to search again the next day. At night, the two men stayed at Li Xiaoyun's Fragrant Sea restaurant. Jing Yunjiao accompanied Xiao Haiqing to stay in the old house that her mother had left for her. The house had been empty for a long time, so it should have had a dusty smell. However, when the two went back to take a look, the house was brightly lit. If not for the bright lights, the two would have thought that there was a burglar in the house. Let's go in. It should be my dad, Xiao Haiqing said without a change in her expression. She had long been used to her father's behavior. Xiao Haiqing opened the door and took a look. Sure enough, she saw Xiao Daoan and Jiang Rong walking out of the bedroom. When Jiang Rong saw Xiao Haiqing, her face instantly turned pale and her lips trembled. It was your father who let me stay here. Jiang Rong knew Xiao Haiqing's temper. Living in this house without her permission would definitely make her unhappy. If Xiao Haiqing was unhappy, then the one suffering would be her. Xiao Haiqing pursed her lips and smiled. She changed her shoes and pulled Jing Yunjiao in, glancing at Xiao Daoan. Daddy, are you missing my mom? I've kept her photo. I'll take it out now and light some incense. As Xiao Haiqing spoke, she walked to a tall square cabinet in the house and slowly took out a photo frame. After wiping it, she placed it on the cabinet. There was a small cauldron of incense ash on the cabinet. Xiao Haiqing took out the incense, knelt and kowtowed a few times before placing the incense on it. Then, she handed 3 incense sticks to Xiao Daoan with a smile, looking like she was doing something natural. Xiao Daoan was a little surprised. He didn't even have time to talk to his daughter, but he was going to light incense for his late wife, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. That woman had worked hard for him her whole life. She didn't give him any trouble even when she was dying, unlike Jiang Rong, who was restless. Xiao Daoan took it and bowed a few times before placing the incense in it. Then, he said, "Aren't you in school? Why are you back at this time?" "Just like Daddy, I missed Mom and wanted to come back to see her." Xiao Haiqing was still very gentle. Jing Yunjiao still remembered how Xiao Haiqing used to be angry and impulsive when facing Xiao Daoan. She would quarrel with him at the slightest disagreement, and her face would turn red. It wasn't until she was completely hurt that she slowly restrained herself. In front of her father, she started to be indifferent and handled things appropriately. Xiao Daoan blushed. He looked at his late wife's photo. The reason he came over was for this house. He wanted to sell this house. Business wasn't easy. He had offended people in Serene City and had been suppressed. Now, a few $100,000 was a huge sum to him. Not only that, he had already sold the villa he bought in Serene City and changed it to a small apartment building. He had also sold his car for cash flow. Recently, he had received a contract, and the other party only gave him a deposit. If he wanted to do well, he had to invest more money. And this house, no matter how small a fly was, it was still meat. This house should be worth about 500,000. It was just that he hadn't been here for a long time and didn't know how the house was doing, so he wanted to take a look and see if there was anything that could be kept or thrown away. But now that his daughter said that, he didn't know what to say. However, Xiao Haiqing knew very well that the reason she came home this time was because she heard from Jiang Rong that her father wanted to sell her mother's house. But she couldn't be blamed. If she wasn't obedient, she wouldn't be able to see her biological son. And most importantly, if she said a few words, she would be beaten up. A woman who had left the Xiao family and had nowhere else to go was destined to be restrained. Xiao Haiqing and Jing Yunjiao sat down. Xiao Daoan was a little embarrassed, but Xiao Haiqing didn't seem to notice, especially when Jing Yunjiao was present. Xiao Daoan hesitated, not knowing if he should say that he was short of money and wanted to sell the house. He was afraid that Xiao Haiqing would be angry. If Jing Yunjiao stood up for her and Elder Tang and the others put pressure on him, he would be finished. But if he wasn't Xiao Haiqing's father, he probably wouldn't have a foothold in the family. The only reason he was still alive was because Xiao Haiqing couldn't solve the knot in her heart. "Oh right, Dad, I've been eyeing a role recently and need some money to get through. Can you help me?" "Don't worry, as long as this role is successful, the money earned will definitely be doubled," Xiao Haiqing suddenly said. Xiao Haiqing's tone was very soft, as if she was pleading. Jing Yunjiao couldn't help but turn to look at her, knowing that she was lying. After Xiao Haiqing played the role of Xian Han, she became very famous. That set photo even went viral on the internet, and she was called the most promising actress at the moment. Even after the filming of the TV series ended, she didn't stay idle during this period. She recorded a song for the crew, and it was already set as the theme song. Other than that, she also appeared in front of many variety shows and the public. Many scripts were looking for her, but she was still waiting for the TV series to explode in popularity before she would consider choosing a script. After all, there would be many good scripts to choose from. She wasn't considered rich, but she definitely wasn't short on money, and it was even more impossible for her to buy a role. Xiao Daoan frowned. "How much do you need?" 500,000, Xiao Haiqing replied. When Xiao Daoan heard that, he was instantly unhappy. 500,000 might not have been a problem in the past, but it wasn't a small sum to him now. Was it worth it to invest such a large sum of money on his daughter? He also knew that his daughter was studying acting, and would occasionally search online. He also knew that she was a little famous now, and seemed to be able to earn money. "I heard that you're already acting, so there should be a fee, right? Can't this small sum of money be settled?" Xiao Daoan said casually. Xiao Haiqing sneered in her heart. Small sum of money? She had just started out. In the past, she only acted as small extras. Sometimes, she only made 100 or 200 yuan a day, and she had to work herself to death to act in some dangerous scenes. Although she could be considered the third female lead in Eunuch's Palace, she was still a newcomer and couldn't be compared to those big shots. She wouldn't ask her father for money or things that didn't belong to her. 500,000, no more, no less, was enough to buy this house. By then, he wouldn't have any reason to threaten her with this house. "Dad, I'm still a newcomer. I don't have much money, and I've already paid the school's fees. I don't have much left, only enough to live on." Xiao Haiqing was in a difficult position. Since she had already spoken, it was up to her father to decide. If he gave her the money, she would use the 500,000 to buy the house. In the end, she would still maintain the status quo and would not let him lose anything. However, if he still wanted to sell the house after rejecting her, he could not blame her for not being polite. She would still buy it herself, but by then, his loss would be more than 500,000 yuan. When she left the capital, she already had a thorough understanding of the situation in her father's company. She was ready to deal him a critical blow at any time. Xiao Daoan considered it carefully for a while. Although he felt that his daughter did have a future, he also felt that it was better to believe in himself than to believe in others. What if his daughter didn't have a fire? Then wouldn't the money be wasted? If that was the case, it would be better to invest the money in his business. It would be a sure win. Hai Qing, I don't think it's a good idea to spend money on a character. It's definitely not reliable. You have to be down to earth. Daddy can't give you the money since our family isn't the same as before. Besides, the company is in a tough spot now. I think, let's sell this house first. When Daddy gets his money back, I'll see if I can buy it back. Besides, Daddy has experience. It will definitely get better and better in the future. When that time comes, Daddy will think of a way for you to get any character you want, Xiao Daoan still said. Xiao Haiqing pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes flickering. Now, he was teaching her to be down to earth? Who was the one who sold his daughter for glory? Xiao Haiqing's face was still smiling. Jiang Rong had seen Xiao Haiqing like this many times. She shuddered and tactfully kept her head down without saying a word. She didn't know when it started, but she was convinced that Xiao Haiqing had grown up and was no longer the little girl she used to control. Not only that, but she even had the ability to make her afraid. She was like a poisonous snake, and she was always worried that she would be bitten. Since Dad said so, then I can only give up. But, do I have to sell the house? My grandparents left it to my mother, and my mother left it to me. In theory, it's my property, Dad, Xiao Haiqing reminded. You don't need it now, right? After we earn this money back, Dad will buy you a bigger one in the capital, Xiao Daoan said shamelessly. Jing Yunjiao had already experienced Xiao Daoan's hypocritical fatherly act. At this moment, he didn't even have the slightest bit of shock or anger. It would be a waste of her feelings for this kind of unhappiness. Buy a bigger one? Xiao Haiqing smiled. If Dad is so insistent, then all right. But this is the place where Mom lived. I want to choose the buyer myself. Is that okay? Xiao Daoan was delighted. He didn't expect Xiao Haiqing to be so easy to talk to. If his daughter was unwilling, it wouldn't look good if he forced the sale. If Xiao Haiqing quarreled with him again, he would feel embarrassed. But now, he didn't have to sell the house secretly. Choosing a buyer wasn't a big deal. The location of this house was not bad. If the news of selling the house was spread, there should be many people interested. He could definitely find a satisfactory buyer. Okay, it's up to you. Xiao Daoan slapped his thigh and was very straightforward. Xiao Haiqing laughed. She seemed to be cooperating, but she was actually very cold. At night, Jing Yunjiao and Xiao Haiqing slept in the same room. He couldn't help but ask, do you want to buy the house in my name first? It's useless for you to buy it. If he finds out, he'll still have ideas about the house. But can you ask second Uncle Su for help later? He's a new face, and he seems more suitable, Xiao Haiqing said. If it was Li Xiaoyun, it would feel weird. Su Wanqing at least had the aura of a businessman. Although it didn't suit this house, it was better than Li Xiaoyun's. Li Xiaoyun was more like a house demolisher. No problem. I'll help you pay for this money for now, although I didn't earn much, Jiang had a lot. But I didn't earn much, but I did. Xiao Haiqing, Xiao. But I didn't, I sold. Sold my clothes and my. That. And. That, and as T. Jiangrong's collection of branded bags and shoes was not little. Other than that, she also had some jewelry. 500,000 yuan was more than enough. She was taking precautions. Of course, she still had to pretend to be poor in front of her father. Originally, she didn't plan to use the money from selling things. She just wanted to keep a backup plan. Now, it seemed that she had become a prophet. "Oh, I have something to tell you. It's about the businesses under my hands." Jing Yinzhao lay on the bed. The room was quiet. "You're talking about Yuling Wine and Yunling Pharmaceutical, right?" Xiao Haiqing chuckled and pointed it out. In the dark night, the two of them stared at the ceiling with their eyes wide open. In the darkness, one could vaguely see the faint light in their eyes. "When did you find out?" Jing Yunzhao was a little surprised. She had wanted to tell Xiao Haiqing for a long time, but every time, she would be distracted by other things and then forget about it. Either that, or the timing wasn't right, so she kept delaying it until now. Last time, when Xianxia found out and saw her happy and shocked expression, she was looking forward to seeing Haiqing's reaction. "Is it that hard to find out?" "It's not just me," even Chu Chu and Gan Jinchen knew in their hearts. "We've known each other for so long, so it's not like we have to tell each other everything. In the past, I thought you were just selling the wine recipe to Brother Bai, but then I realized that Brother Bai didn't treat you like a business partner or a sister. In short, he was too respectful. Also, at the birthday party last time, President Qin Shui and Brother Bai chatted very happily. The two of them kept staring at you with a proud attitude. When I thought about the names of the two companies, I more or less understood. To think that I was feeling uneasy because I didn't tell you this." Jing Yunzhao couldn't help but laugh. "Of course, I'm even happier that you're telling me now." Xiao Haiqing sighed and said, "But it's such a pity. I live in the same bed as the CEO, but the CEO is a woman. If you were a man, I'd be a rich man's wife now, right?" Jing Yunzhao smiled. "If I were a man, I'd definitely test the goods first to know if they were to my taste." The moment she finished speaking, even Jing Yunzhao felt like she had fallen. "Okay, you're no longer the innocent Zhao Zhao I know," Xiao Haiqing screamed. She couldn't believe that Jing Yunzhao could say such perverted things. Although Li Xiao looked like a playboy, he was usually quite gentlemanly. She didn't expect him to lead Jing Yunzhao astray in such a short time. The two of them played around in bed for a while. Xiao Haiqing began to whisper excitedly, "Should I show off to young Master Li tomorrow? If he knew that you were rolling around on the bed with me tonight, wouldn't he strangle me to death?" Jing Yunzhao's mouth twitched. "He definitely would. It was a good night's sleep." When she woke up early in the morning, Jiang Rong had already prepared breakfast. It was quite sumptuous. The way she fawned on Xiao Haiqing was completely different from her stepmother, who always pretended to be weak in the past. The two of them had a simple meal and returned to the hotel. At this time, Li Xiaoyun and Su Wenqing had already found dozens of people and arranged for them to go to the mountains near the abandoned train station to look for people. The price that the two of them gave was not low, and everyone worked very hard. Moreover, it was just finding a few trees with words written on them and digging a hole a few meters deep. It was not heavy work at all. The mountain was not high, but it stretched for dozens of kilometers. The mountain near the abandoned train station was full of weeds. Some of the weeds were as tall as a person, and they disappeared in an instant. Fortunately, there had never been poisonous snakes in Huaning, so there was no need to worry about safety. However, there were indeed many trees in the mountain, so it would be difficult to find any news in a short time. Come to think of it, Jin Yiran was only able to find this place because Xianxia had provided him with information about the assassin back then. However, given Xianxia's temperament, she would definitely use this opportunity to get rid of the assassin after meeting Jin Yiran. Therefore, at this moment, they could only search for the assassin bit by bit. Jing Yunzhao looked at the dense trees and felt a chill in his heart. Not to mention searching this area, even if they had to search the entire mountain several times, they had to find the person. However, on the first day, they returned empty-handed. Although they were anxious to find the person, they weren't so foolish as to act at night. When the sky darkened in the afternoon, they returned the way they came. Jing Yunzhao's face was slightly disappointed, but Su Wenqing seemed to have gotten over it and looked normal on the surface. For several days, dozens of people searched the mountain non-stop. They offered a high price, and if someone found the person first, they would pay 200,000 yuan as a reward. 200,000 yuan wasn't a small sum to these people, so they were all very serious and didn't worry about them slacking off. Xiao Haiqing got along very well with Xiao Daoan these days, and there weren't any disputes. Xiao Daoan had even passed the house information to the agent, and there were already people looking at the house. Xiao Daoan's mood was naturally very good, but Xiao Haiqing wasn't in a hurry. She told Su Wanqing about the matter, and only then did he come forward to help. Su Wanqing didn't expect Xiao Haiqing to have such a bastard father. Although he didn't like to meddle in other people's business, this girl was Jing Yunjiao's good friend after all. Not only that, but she had also been working hard to find the person recently. As repayment, he naturally had to help as much as possible. On this day, Su Yuanqing changed into extremely ordinary clothes and didn't shave his beard as he entered the house. After looking around a few times, he said decisively, "The house is not bad. We'll do it according to the 500,000 yuan you set. However, all the procedures must be completed. Other than that, you can't take anything from this house. Are you willing?" Because of Xiao Haiqing, Xiao Daoan had been inexplicably offering incense to his deceased wife over and over again these 2 days. The more he did it, the more he felt guilty and wanted to sell the house immediately. Unfortunately, the people who came to look at the house before him mostly thought that the house and the things in the house were too old and tried to lower the price. His asking price wasn't considered high at all, so of course they weren't willing. Now that such a straightforward person suddenly appeared, Xiao Daoan was instantly much happier. Okay. Everything in this house can be left behind. When do you think it's best to go through the procedures? Xiao Daoan immediately asked. There were no treasures in this house. It was already good enough that they could sell them. They were all old antiques. He even despised them in his heart. Xiao Haiqing looked at her father's decisive attitude and couldn't help but sneer. All the things in this house had been used by her mother before, and each of them represented a different meaning. Although the style was a little old, they were well maintained. He was so straightforward, not because he thought it was old, but because he felt disgusted. However, she didn't care about these things as long as the house was hers. Su Wanqing glanced at Xiao Haiqing and said, "Go through the formalities as soon as possible because I'm in a hurry to move in. In addition, if you sell this house to me, you can't go back on your word. I'll change the lock when the time comes. I don't want the previous owner to always come and disturb me. I hope you can understand. That's what I should do. I've already sold the house. Why would I come here?" "Don't worry," Xiao Daoan immediately said. However, he didn't know why, but when he said that, he felt a little empty in his heart, as if he was missing the most important thing. He subconsciously raised his head to look in the direction of his deceased wife's portrait and felt a chill on his back. Xiao Daoan felt a chill run down his spine. He secretly promised his late wife in his heart that he would buy a bigger house for his daughter in the future. Only then did he feel a little more at ease. Jing Yunjiao and Xiao Haiqing both understood that Xiao Daoan looked like a man with a heavy sense of responsibility on the surface. He valued his identity as a father very much. If business and work were not discussed, he might still be considered a man who cared and loved his daughter a little. However, when it came to money, benefits, and work, anyone would become an expendable object in his eyes. Not only that, but he was also the kind of person who wanted to build a monument to his chastity. He had clearly done something wrong to his daughter, but he still had to remind himself again and again that he was forced to do it. He found excuses for himself, and after comforting himself, once the daughter he had wronged disobeyed him again, he would become aggressive again. Looking at this man, Su Wanqing felt extreme disdain in his heart. How could a man who couldn't even protect his family deserve the so-called future and achievements? Xiao Daoan lacked money and was in a hurry to use it. The next day, he hurriedly went with Su Wanqing to go through the procedures. These procedures were not very difficult, and they were completely done in 2 days. Seeing the extra 500,000 in his bank card, he was overjoyed and left with Jiang Rong almost immediately. However, when he was moving out, Su Wanqing looked at the computer and other items in his hands and sneered. "I seem to have said that if I buy this house, I can't take anything in this house other than the person, right?" Xiao Daoan was stunned. "This computer is mine. The things that were placed at home are now mine." Su Wanqing instantly turned hostile. These 2 days, Su Wanqing's attitude was not bad and polite, but now that he suddenly changed, Xiao Daoan was caught off guard and was shocked. No, this computer and these are all things that I needed when I moved in. They are not originally things in this house. Xiao Daoan continued to explain. I don't care about that. I only know that when I came to look at the house, these things were all here, and I've already taken photos to keep as evidence. If you take them away now, that's stealing my things. I'm not happy about it. Su Wenqing sneered. Xiao Daoan's face darkened. He did not expect that the other party would be so calculative. He had spent more than 10,000 renminbi on this computer, and it hadn't been used for long. Other than that, there were a few other electronic products that added up to tens of thousands of RMB. If the other party calculated it this way, then he had sold this house at a loss. Xiao Daoan gritted his teeth. Looking at Su Wenqing, his eyes were instantly filled with disgust. This person was too evil. He actually dared to scheme against him. However, he also knew that he had suffered a great loss in this matter. It was useless to continue arguing. He only said, okay, I have some files on my computer. I want to copy them. I'm sorry, the things on my computer are private files. You can't touch them. Then, he opened the door and said, have a safe journey. Xiao Daoan's face paled. The thing in the computer was very important. If he couldn't take it out, he would have to go back in trouble for a period of time. Why are you so treacherous? What I'm selling is a house. What right do you have to detain my things? Xiao Daoan was enraged and looked like he was about to charge forward. Xiao Haiqing pursed her lips and smiled, but her smile quickly disappeared. Dad, why didn't you think carefully before selling it? My mom's portrait is also here. Doesn't it belong to someone else now? Xiao Daoan's heart clenched, feeling a little embarrassed. When he was signing the document, Xiao Daoan looked at it more than 10 times, afraid that he would be cheated. But no matter how he looked at it, he didn't expect Su Wenqing to be so unreasonable. Everything in the house, he took photos as proof. He also agreed that there was nothing wrong. But at that time, he couldn't possibly hold all of his computer and other things in his arms and let the Su Wenqing sell the license. Moreover, who would have thought that the other party even included his personal belongings in it? Not only that, but now he even sold his deceased wife's photo? How could this be? No, I'm not selling this house. I'd rather sell it to those people at a discount of tens of thousands than sell it to you. Xiao Daoan suddenly said. Su Wenqing sat back on his own sofa and lightly patted the cushion. Although it was hard, it had a warm feeling. How could this person in front of him, Xiao Daoan, deserve to live in such a humane place? Mr. Xiao, this house is already mine. Now that you're standing in my house, if you don't leave, I won't be courteous anymore, Su Wenqing said with a smile. When Xiao Daoan heard that, he knew that he was really screwed this time. But he couldn't understand. It was just selling a house. How could the other party cheat him like this? He wasn't even allowed to copy the documents on the computer. You're good. Xiao Daoan was so angry that he wanted to strangle the person in front of him to death. However, he didn't dare to look at his daughter's face, nor did he dare to look at the photo on the table. After all, he was in the wrong. Xiao Daoan was also a smart person. He knew that since this house was sold, this matter was settled. Hence, he left angrily. Xiao Haiqing pretended to beg Su Wenqing to let her take a few things away. She didn't follow Xiao Daoan, but the couple couldn't be bothered to care at this time. Second Uncle Su, thank you, Xiao Haiqing said sincerely. It's a small matter. You paid for it yourself. Later, we'll do the handover procedures again. I'll return the house to you, Su Wenqing said politely. Not for the time being. I want to put the house under second uncle's name first. We'll talk about it later, Xiao Haiqing said quickly. Her father was a shrewd man, and now was not the right time to hand it over. Su Wenqing didn't care about this kind of thing at all. He nodded and got up to walk around the house. He saw many old photos. These are all yours? Su Wenqing frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. The girl in the photo was quite cute when she was young. She had a sweet smile and her parents were standing beside her. They looked very happy. However, it was different when the photo was slightly older. The girl had short hair and looked very neat. She looked a little arrogant and gloomy, giving people a rebellious feeling. Moreover, most of the photos were of her alone, and she looked a little lonely. Xiao Haiqing stood at the side. She felt a little unfamiliar with her previous appearance. Su Wenqing turned his head to look at Xiao Haiqing. He suddenly remembered the image that kept appearing in his mind. He was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Since you're going to be a public figure in the future, you can't have too much filth around you. Otherwise, this path will be very difficult. He's your biological father. You can't kill or touch him, but he'll always be a burden to you. Have you thought about this? Looking at this photo, he should be able to guess that the girl in front of him had some father-daughter relationship with Xiao Daoan in the past. It was very difficult to settle things between blood relatives. Even if it was someone like Big Brother, didn't he also show mercy to that Suyu previously? Otherwise, with Suyu's character, he would have died long ago. Xiao Haiqing didn't think that Su Wenqing would suddenly ask about her private matters, and for a moment, she felt a little flattered. I know he's my biggest obstacle, but he's also my biggest help, Xiao Haiqing said calmly. If her father hadn't been so ruthless back then, she wouldn't have been completely disappointed, and wouldn't have had the urge to succeed and become famous. She might even still be a chess piece for her father, and because of his and her stepmother's attitude, she would be sad and upset, quarreling with each other endlessly. Su Wenqing's gaze deepened, and after a while, he said, since this house is now under my name, then to prevent people from coming to cause trouble after we leave, I'll have people specially come over to guard it. However, this house had a different meaning to Xiao Haiqing, and it wasn't suitable for outsiders to live in it, but it wasn't troublesome. The room next to it seemed pretty good, and he could temporarily buy it. In the future, if he wanted to come to this small county to relax, he wouldn't need to stay in Li Xiaoyan's hotel. Su Wenqing happily decided in his heart. With the house in hand, Xiao Haiqing didn't have any worries at this time. However, once Xiao Haiqing returned to Ning City, she handed over the information she had gathered to her father's business rival. Even if the loss was calculated at a minimum, it would be more than 500,000 yuan. The Xiao family's company was indeed pitifully small, but after all, it had been glorious for a period of time, so it still had some foundation. She wouldn't let that hypocritical father of hers get the money for nothing. These preparations had been done long before Xiao Haiqing left Huaning County, so it didn't take her much effort at all. After she was done with the house, she searched the mountain with Jing Yunzhao as usual. 7 or 8 days passed, and just when Jing Yunzhao was starting to suspect that he had miscalculated the approximate location, a commotion suddenly came from among the hired workers. Found it, found it. One of them quickly ran in front of the 4 and pointed in a direction. When Jing Yunzhao and Su Yuanqing heard this, their faces instantly changed. They immediately followed the person's footsteps. As they approached step by step, their hearts became heavier and heavier. When they reached the trees, they saw that there were close to 10 trees with the word lawn engraved on them. These trees had a history of at least 18 years. They were very thick and solid, but the engravings on them were very deep. Even now, they could still see it at a glance. Dig. Jing Yunzhao stared at the ground surrounded by the trees and said. Even his breathing quickened a little. When everyone heard this, they didn't say a word and started working. The turf was lifted up bit by bit, revealing the dark brown soil inside. There was strength in numbers. Seeing that the hole was getting deeper and deeper, Jing Yunzhao ordered his men to slow down to avoid damaging the remains. Time passed by minute, second by second. Jing Yunzhao didn't dare to slack off. She looked around at the sparsely populated environment and thought about the woman who was related to her by blood. Her heart only felt a wave of sorrow. Found it. Suddenly, a voice came into his ears. Jing Yunzhao could only see a piece of mud-stained bone sticking out of the large pit in front of her. Beside her, Su Yuanqing's body was trembling slightly. The two of them walked forward and carefully moved the surrounding soil, taking out the whole set of bones. The remains were a bit messy. It seemed that, as Xianxia had said, it had been dug up and buried again. Jing Yunzhao took a ring from the finger bone. The style was ordinary, but he could see the word "E" engraved inside the ring. It was stained with soil and was very clear. Su Wenqing's eyes were solemn and tears welled up in his eyes. He didn't say a word. Although the remains had something that belonged to Su Xianlan, it had to be medically confirmed. At this time, the big guys didn't expect to dig out a human bone from the mountain. Their expressions were a little solemn. These people were very honest workers. Some of them had never seen a skeleton in their lives, so they couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Immediately, the remains were temporarily stored, and Su Wenqing was responsible for asking a professional to verify it. However, within a few days, everything was settled. The bones were indeed Su Xianlan's, and the faint hope of the past instantly disappeared. Following that, the two of them moved Su Xianlan's corpse to the Li family's cemetery for the time being. However, the moment they entered the Li family's cemetery, Xianxia saw the name engraved on the tombstone that was as tall as a few people and was extremely shocked. When she first met Li Xiaoyun, she was worshipping her ancestors in Huaning County. Now that she saw it, the so-called worshipping ancestors was just a saying. The cemetery was very large. She buried her mother alone in a quiet place. During the few days that Xianxia stayed in Huaning County, Pak Yuan sped up the reorganization of the company. The mystery of the behind-the-scenes boss that had kept everyone in suspense for several months was personally solved by him. Bai Yuan was definitely a public businessman. The number of times he appeared in front of the media was relatively high, and he often made some inconceivable decisions. However, this Jade Spirit Wine Company was developing better and better. Ever since he personally said that the owner of Jade Spirit Wine Company was someone else, many people had been secretly investigating and observing. They even specially selected a few of the most suspicious people. Pak Yuan had been gritting his teeth and not saying anything about this before. Now that Xianxia had given the order, of course, he wouldn't continue to hide it. When Yuling Wines was established, Pak Yuan directly stated to the public that there had always been only one boss of Yuling Wines, and that was Xianxia. At the same time, Qin Shui of Yunling Medicine reposted this comment and commented, "All the staff of Yunling Medicine greets President Jing. Old Qin, thank you for your nurturing. I will definitely do my best." As soon as this comment came out, the public was in an uproar. Xianxia? Who was that? Moreover, wasn't the Jade Spirit Wines announcing the boss behind the scenes? Why did Yunling Medical Company get involved in this? Therefore, everyone subconsciously linked the names of these two companies together. Thinking about it carefully, they were shocked. Cloud Spirit, Jade Spirit, the names seemed to be the same. Could it be that they were really created by the same person? As soon as this idea came out, almost everyone who knew about the two companies went crazy and began to ask the employees of the two companies. Unfortunately, other than a few high-ranking officials, no one else had ever heard of the name Xianxia. However, even though the name Xianxia was well known by everyone, up until now, almost everyone thought that this Xianxia was a woman in her 30s or 40s or even older. Pak Yuan was only responsible for notifying them. He was not responsible for revealing the true face of their big boss. Outsiders wouldn't think that Xianxia was just an 18-year-old girl, but that might not be the case in the Li family. Back then, the birthday party was so grand that everyone in the Li family must have known about her name. Now that they heard this news, it was impossible for them not to investigate her. Xianxia could only observe the changes and wait quietly. After returning from Huaning County, apart from her daily classes, she spent the rest of her time in Immortal Crane Hall. She believed that if her so-called biological grandfather found out about her relationship with Immortal Crane Hall, he would definitely not sit still. In the Celestial Crane Hall, Xianxia had a room reserved for her. If she stayed here too late, it would be convenient for her to stay the night as well. In the middle of the night, the medicine boy outside the door kept ringing the bell. Xianxia knew that there was an emergency. She quickly got up and went to the medicine hall. As soon as she entered the medicine hall, she saw a group of men and women supporting each other. One of the women of the same age who reeked of alcohol staggered forward. She pointed at Xianxia and said, "You're a doctor? Treat him. Hurry." Following the direction that the woman was pointing at, Xianxia saw a man in a strange condition. This man was convulsing all over and unconscious. The smell of alcohol on his body was even stronger than that of the woman. Xianxia immediately went forward to check his pulse. She realized that this person's breathing was shallow and slow. His pulse was weak but fast. His skin was cold and wet. If he was not treated, he would die from respiratory failure. Simply put, he drank too much and was poisoned by alcohol. Jing Yunjiao laid him on his side and cleaned his mouth. Then, she instructed the medicine boy to prepare medicine while she used silver needles to alleviate the situation. Although this illness was urgent, it was not difficult for her to deal with it. After the medicine was ready, she immediately let the man drink it. After a while, he regained some consciousness and began to vomit non-stop. The effect was much better than having his stomach pumped. The woman standing at the side dodged to the side with a look of disdain. Then, she glanced at Jing Yunjiao. He did not expect her to be so capable. "What's your name?" "Your medical skills are quite good," the woman said. Jing Yunjiao looked at the person in front of her with a smile that was not a smile. Her eyes narrowed. "Thank you for the compliment. Please go to the side and pay for the treatment and medicine." "You." A trace of displeasure appeared on the woman's face, but she quickly hid it and smiled. "I heard that a young female doctor came to the Celestial Crane Hall. Her medical skills are amazing. It seems that they are not lying. However, although you can treat this kind of small illness, don't be too proud. There are many doctors in this world. Someone like you who came from an unorthodox background cannot compare." Jing Yunjiao found it strange. Usually, even if it was an emergency, the medicine boy would rarely ask her to come out. After all, this kind of illness could be treated by other doctors or even apprentices. This woman must have asked the medicine boy to ask her to come out. Although she brought a patient over, her gaze and attitude did not seem like she was really here to see a doctor. It was more like she was here to see her. Not only that, this woman had an arrogant and noble temperament. She was probably not from an ordinary background. Jing Yunjiao glanced at her a few times and acted as if she didn't hear anything. She turned around and left, leaving the rest to the medicine boy. However, at this moment, the woman suddenly rushed up and said, "You're Jing Yunjiao, right? I am your cousin." "Cousin?" Jing Yunjiao lifted her eyes to look at her and instantly understood. Her grandfather, Li Wenba, remarried after her grandmother, Jing Wenyue, died. They had 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. If they had to be counted by blood, they could be considered half her aunt and uncle. However, that uncle, Li Juanrui, died 18 years ago. It was said that he was killed by her eldest uncle. His father, Li Tianyi, had 2 half-sisters. The oldest was only 3 years younger than him and had long been married off. The other was slightly younger. She was probably only 27 or 28 years old and had yet to marry. In other words, the woman in front of her should be the only daughter of her eldest aunt. Jing Yunjiao could not help but want to laugh. She did not know if her grandfather really could not hold back and sent his granddaughter to inquire about the situation. Jing Yunjiao was well aware of this, but she didn't admit it. Instead, her eyes scanned the girl from head to toe before she laughed lightly. With a hint of disdain, she said, "Classmate, are you trying to climb up the social ladder? I'm sorry, but your appearance and temperament don't match our family. Don't even think about it." She despised that grandfather of hers and even felt a little disgusted with him. She didn't think it was shameful to take in a son-in-law. If the husband and wife got along well, they could still live happily. Moreover, she had asked many people. Her grandmother, Jing Wenyue, was an extremely reasonable person. She definitely wouldn't bully others. Moreover, the Li family had been one of the Li family's side branches for hundreds of years. In the past, they were considered the Jing family's trusted aides. However, Li Wenba changed the name of the Jing family less than 3 years after his wife's death. He went against the original intention of marrying into the family, causing the Jing family to have no successor. He was really a heartless and unrighteous person. Now, Li Wenba was using the Jing family's property to raise another woman, a child that had nothing to do with the Jing family. How shameless! It was impossible for Li Wenba to have only recently found out about the news of her recognizing her relatives. Yet, he had only let the members of the Li family appear in front of her now. Wasn't it because she had asked Bai Yuan and Li Wenba to announce her identity? He wasn't satisfied with taking over the Jing family's property. Now, he even had ideas about her. She really admired his character, When Jing Yunjiao said those words of disdain, Xianxia frowned. You actually said that I'm not worthy of your family? Jing Yunjiao, if I remember correctly, you should be a wild girl who wandered outside for 18 years, right? Now that we've found you, consider yourself lucky. In 2 days, you'll be coming with me to see my grandfather. May I ask what your grandfather's surname is? And who is he to me? Jing Yunjiao asked. My grandfather, of course you're my grandfather. His surname is Li. Xianxia said with some disgust. In the past, she was the only junior in the family. Her parents doted on her and her aunt took care of her. Now, a cousin suddenly appeared. Moreover, she was the daughter of that crippled uncle. Oh? His surname is Li? I thought your surname was Jing. Jing Yunjiao chuckled and said casually, if your grandfather wants to see me or wants to be my grandfather, that's fine, but you have to ask him to change his surname first. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. After saying that, she glanced at her contemptuously and walked past her. When Xianxia saw how arrogant Jing Yunjiao was, she was really angry. She didn't want to come today, but a friend who was drinking with her happened to have some problems. She also remembered that her mother and aunt had been talking about Jing Yunjiao these days, so she thought of dropping by to meet him. If she was obedient and sensible, she would treat her as her cousin for the time being. After all, she was just a wild sparrow. No matter how much she taught her, she couldn't become a real phoenix. But she didn't expect her to be so insensible. Xianxia looked at Jing Yunjiao's back and a trace of darkness flashed through her eyes. She then looked at her companion who was still vomiting and felt a little disgusted. She threw over 1,000 yuan on the counter and turned to leave. The capital's Li family was a rich and powerful family. In the eyes of outsiders, they were extremely rich. In many people's hearts, the Li family had been practicing medicine for generations. This was because when the Li family rebuilt the hospital, they used the word inheritance to promote it. However, not many people knew that the Li family had inherited the Jing family's wealth. The Li family didn't know much about medicine. They only knew how to run a business. After all, Li Wenba's previous generations were only shopkeepers who managed the Jing family shops. After Xianxia angrily left the red-crowned crane hall, she immediately returned to the Li family. The Li family used to be near the Su family, but now they had moved to another manor. The manor's environment was beautiful, and the buildings were filled with a modern atmosphere, luxurious and grand. There weren't many people in the Li family, so the head of the family was naturally Li Wenba. He was already close to 70 years old, and his second wife after Jing Wenyue was called Lin Feng. She was also around 66 or 67 years old. However, their bodies were still relatively healthy, and they were full of energy when teaching the children. Li Wenba had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son was Li Tianyi, born of Jing Wenyue. He should have inherited the Jing family's medical skills and taken the surname Jing. The youngest son, Li Juanrui, only lived to 17 years old. When Su Xianlan disappeared, Su Yuantek angrily did something, causing Li Wenba to be unable to have any descendants. Although Li Tianyi's legs were broken when he was brought back from Huaning County, they could have been cured. However, Li Tianyi stubbornly resisted, and with the pressure from the Su family, Li Tianyi's legs were completely crippled. From then on, it was equivalent to having no lower body. Li Wenba could no longer think of ways to make him remarry, have children, and inherit the family business. Of his 2 sons, one was dead and the other was injured. It could be said that this was the biggest blow Li Wenba had suffered in his life, so he could only turn his attention to his daughters. The eldest daughter was called Li Shuyuan. Her husband was in politics, but his development was not as good as Su Yuantek's and was suppressed by him. The Li family was very strong, so she was a bit weak. The 2 of them only had one daughter, Xianxiao. His youngest daughter was called Li Shuqi. She had been very intelligent since she was young and had studied Western medicine. She was only 27 years old and had never married. Li Wenba had long wanted her to find a son-in-law who would marry into the family. However, the word son-in-law was taboo in the Li family. Although Li Wenba had done something wrong to the Jing family, he didn't want someone with a different surname to steal his property in the future. Thus, he had always been hesitant. After Xianxia returned home, she saw the elders in the family happily chatting. She immediately sat down angrily with a bitter face. It was hard not to notice. What's wrong? Who provoked our Jiao Jiao? Old Madame Lin Feng asked with an amiable face. Although the old lady was not young, she looked very dignified. The round pearls on her neck were beautiful, and her gestures were very dignified. She looked very much like the ancient matriarchs depicted on TV. Grandma, who else could it be? Isn't it the person you've been talking about every day recently? Shuri Jiao pouted unhappily. When they heard this, they were confused. Who are we talking about? It's that Jing Yunjiao, that cousin of mine? Shuri Jiao asked directly. As soon as he said that, everyone's expressions changed. The old lady's smile faded a little. When Li Shuyuan saw that her daughter's words had made her mother unhappy, she immediately chimed in, "This child, why did you suddenly mention a wild girl? He's just an ugly guy who can't be seen on the streets. He's not important at all." Li Shuqi sat by the side and didn't say anything, but there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Everything in this family was destined to be inherited by her. Anyone who could stop her should not exist, especially those with the surname Jing. Mom. That's where you're wrong. Shuri Jiao sat up straight and looked at everyone. Her eyes sparkled as she continued, "Today, I went to the Immortal Crane Hall and saw Jing Yunjiao. Today, my friend drank too much, so I wanted to take him to the Red-Crowned Crane Hall to take a look. Who knew that after I got there, I would discover that this Jing Yunjiao is extremely arrogant. But she's quite pretty. Oh right, her temperament is similar to that trash of an uncle. They're both ice cold. Also, she does have medical skills. My friend was in a critical condition, but in the end, she cured him in just a few moments. How miraculous." After Shuri Jiao praised her, her tone suddenly changed. "But she's especially annoying. I went up and said that I was her cousin, but she actually asked for my grandfather's surname. She even said that if I want to claim kinship, then my grandfather's surname should be Jing. Grandma, what do you think she means? Is she crazy?" Shuri Jiao was only 18 years old this year, so she wasn't very clear about her past. She only knew that when she was born, she was the only little miss in the family. Her grandparents doted on her, and her parents let her have her way. Her mother also said that if she was outstanding enough, then she might be able to obtain a large portion of the family's assets. As for that Jing Yunjiao, she really didn't understand. She was clearly her grandfather's granddaughter, so why was her surname Jing and not Li? If Jing Yunjiao's father was really Li Tianyi's trash of an uncle, then Jing Yunjiao's identity would be much more legitimate than hers. She would also have the qualifications to compete with her for the inheritance. Yet, Jing Yunjiao actually made her grandfather change his surname. Her grandfather's previous wife's surname was indeed Jing, but how could a husband follow his wife's surname? She was simply crazy. Shuri Jiao's words caused the old lady and the others' expressions to change. The things that Shuri Jiao didn't understand, they, the elders, knew. Mom, this Jing Yunjiao probably didn't come with good intentions. Do we still want to acknowledge her? Li Shuyuan hurriedly said. Just because she didn't come with good intentions, that's all the more reason to acknowledge her. The old lady's wrinkled face revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Do you know the background of that Yunling medicine? It even involved the military. Your father sent people to investigate. One of the factories specializes in producing medicine for the military. It's very confidential. If it wasn't an extremely effective prescription, then they definitely wouldn't have put in so much effort. Right now, the prescription should be in Jing Yunjiao's hands. The Su family has already snatched it, but we can't let them completely take over what should belong to us. The successors of the Jing clan were all extremely skilled in medicine, but it was a pity that Jing Wenyue had died too early. The prescriptions and medical books she left behind were nothing special. Almost all of the Jing clan's apprentices could learn them, but the true essence was hidden somewhere by that woman. If they had obtained the Jing family's ancestral secret technique back then, no one would have been able to shake their Li family. Now, Jing Yunjiao had suddenly appeared. If she was just an ordinary girl, it would have been fine. However, her medical skills seemed to be extraordinarily high. She was even able to establish a pharmaceutical and wine company at such a young age. From this, it seemed that Jing Wenyue had used some special method to pass down the knowledge. He had to find a way to get it back. The old lady's words were righteous, as if this thing's surname was Li. If Jing Yunjiao was present, he would have snorted in disdain. There were not many people in the world who could be so thick-skinned. It was truly rare to see someone take someone else's things for granted. But she's definitely prejudiced against us now. How can we make her let down her guard? Li Shuyuan said. The old lady thought for a moment. There's no need to rush. She's just an 18-year-old child. Her life was ordinary in the past. Other than her medical skills, she probably doesn't have any other skills. Otherwise, why would the company be handed over to someone else? Halfway through her words, the old lady thought for a while before continuing. Ah Qi, go back and talk to your father. Tell him what Jiao Jiao heard. Otherwise, when Jing Yunjiao comes back, he'll really treat her like a treasure. The Li family didn't even have an heir, so they could only choose from their daughters. However, Li Wenba was a suspicious person. After all, he had wronged his wife and robbed other people's family wealth, so he had some scruples when it came to choosing a son-in-law. Now, she wanted to let her husband know that this granddaughter who came back from the outside was disloyal and was worse than a son-in-law. I know, Mom. Li Shuqi sat on the side and answered very cooperatively. Li Shuyuan glanced at her younger sister and felt a trace of jealousy, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she was old and already married. Moreover, her daughter didn't take her surname. If her surname was Li, at least she would have a better chance of winning. Right, about Big Brother, should we tell him? Li Shuqi asked again. The big brother she was talking about was Li Tianyi. However, when the old lady heard him, her face immediately turned cold. What big brother? He's a lunatic. How can we not tell him about such a big thing? All these years, he kept his mouth shut because he was afraid that we would go to that small place and bring his daughter back. If it weren't for him, the Su family wouldn't have gotten ahead of us. The Su family had a grudge against her for killing her son. That year, when Su Xianlan kidnapped Li Tianyi, what did it have to do with her son? Su Xianlan's disappearance wasn't caused by her son, but Su Yuantek actually killed her son. If he wanted revenge, he should have killed Li Tianyi. Why did he target her son? If it weren't for him, the Li family wouldn't have fallen to the point where there was no one to inherit it. Thinking of her son, the old lady trembled with anger. Her two daughters saw this and hurriedly went to comfort her. However, Jing Yunjiao didn't know anything about this at the moment. In the middle of the night, she stepped into the ancestral hall in the backyard. On top of it was the ranking of the ancestors of the Jing family. Thinking back to the first time she came here, the rankings were all covered up and she didn't see them. But now, she personally wiped the rankings one by one. As expected, the name placed at the top was the name of the Jing clan's ancestor, Jing He. She had seen that sage-like old man. Even if it was just a shadow in the space, it was still unforgettable. It was all thanks to him that she was where she was today. Looking down, the names were unfamiliar, but the surnames gave him a sense of familiarity. She felt that everything in this world seemed to be predestined. Although she had wandered outside, she had relied on an old piece of jade to carry the surname of Jing. If she had been discovered by the Li family back then, her life would have been even more miserable than in her previous life. She might not even have been able to inherit the medical skills of her ancestor. The significance of a surname was significant and could not be underestimated. You are indeed the granddaughter of the young mistress. After Jing Yunjiao finished wiping, she knelt down and cowed out a few more times. Behind her, Dr. Yu Fu's voice sounded. Dr. Yu. Jing Yunjiao called out. Yu Fu's face showed some excitement. It was completely different from his previous cold and strange temperament. He reached out and hurriedly helped Jing Yunjiao up from the ground. It's been so many years. I thought the Jing family no longer had any descendants. She had even thought of adopting a child outside to inherit, but the bloodline couldn't lie. After thinking about it, she couldn't accept it. How could she let the ancestors of the Jing family accept it? Thinking back to when Jing Yunjiao first appeared, she had a feeling that Jing Yunjiao's temperament towards medicine was the same as the Jing family's, with an innate arrogance. It was a pity that she didn't know Jing Yunjiao's identity back then. A few days ago, Jing Yunjiao returned to the Su family. She also knew about this. She had long wanted to ask if her biological father was Li Tianyi, and whether she had the Jing family's bloodline in her, but she didn't dare to ask. Until just now, when the Li family's people came knocking on her door, she knew that there was no mistake. "Thank you, Dr. Yu, for guarding Immortal Crane Hall all these years," Jing Yunjiao said sincerely. "If Immortal Crane Hall didn't have Yu Fu, it would have been destroyed long ago. If it fell into the hands of an unreliable person, it was possible that this house would be sold to the Li family. At that time, there would be nothing left." Although the Jing family's disciples were many, they were scattered everywhere. Now, it was like a plate of loose sand, and it was impossible for them to make a comeback. When Miss was about to give birth, she was afraid that there would be an accident, so she specially instructed me to let your father study medicine well no matter what, so that he could inherit everything from the Jing family in the future. But she didn't expect. "Since you are Miss Wenyua's granddaughter, I will help you no matter what, but I hope you can promise me one thing," Yu Fu said with a serious face. Although there was no such thing as master and servant in this era, it was different decades ago. It was all thanks to the Jing family that she could live until now. Jing Wenyue was her master. Now that Jing Wenyue was no longer around, even if times had changed, she still had to protect the Jing family's child. "Please say," Jing Yunjiao replied. "Since the Li family's people came to find you, I'm afraid they will continue to disturb you in the future. That Li Wenba is a despicable person, he will definitely not allow his children to have the surname Jing. When the time comes, he will definitely want you to change your name, but I hope you can promise not to compromise no matter what. No matter what methods they use, even if they use your biological father as a threat, they will not allow you to change your surname. Can you promise me?" Yu Fu said very seriously. Jing Yunjiao wasn't surprised and nodded straightforwardly. "You can rest assured on this point." Back then, she had also promised the elder ancestor that she would study medicine well and carry it forward. Naturally, she could not go back on her promise. Hearing this, Yu Fu's expression eased a lot, but he sighed again. What a pity. It said that the Jing family has a medical book that records some secret techniques or treatment methods for incurable diseases. It's very important, but your grandmother didn't have the time to pass this thing down to the next generation. That thing has always been tightly guarded. Other than the heir of the Jing family, no one else can find it. In the past, I was glad that Miss didn't leave behind any clues for Li Wenba to succeed. But now, I'm a little sad. After all, you can't learn it now," Yu Fu said. When Jing Yunjiao heard what she said, she didn't take it to heart. The spirit jade left behind by the old ancestor was the real treasure. Now that she had absorbed almost all of it, she was afraid that even the medical book passed down by the Jing clan would not be as complete as the spirit jade. Just like the acupuncture techniques she was using now, many of them were secrets that were not passed down. "Dr. Yu, don't worry. The master who taught me medicine back then had extremely high medical skills. I remember he said that his medical skills came from the same source as the Jing family. He also said that my surname was Jing and that it was fate, so he taught me everything. I think I have already learned the things that the Jing family lost by chance. It can be considered a blessing in disguise." Jing Yunjiao lied and comforted him. Hearing Jing Yunjiao's words, Yu Fu's face was filled with astonishment and surprise. If that's the case, then that's really great. Yu Fu was extremely excited. No wonder Jing Yunjiao's medical skills were so superb. Ever since she came to Immortal Crane Hall, there was almost no illness that she couldn't cure. She was simply a miracle. He originally thought that she had great talent, but he didn't expect that it was not only so, it was predestined. The two talked through the night and this old Dr. Yu Fu's emotions could not be calmed down for a long time. But after the stone in his heart was lifted, Dr. Yu looked much more amiable than before. Early in the morning, he called everyone to the back hall. There were more and more patients in Immortal Crane Hall, so there were many more doctors in the hall. But they were all people who knew each other well. Now that everyone was gathered together, they looked at each other, not knowing what Yu Fu wanted to announce. After all the doctors, apprentices and even medicine apprentices had gathered, Yu Fu dragged Jing Yunjiao to the front and said, "Today I have something to tell everyone, and it's a good thing." Back then, Miss Wenyu passed away suddenly, and her child was taken care of by Li Wenbo, causing Immortal Crane Hall to be without a successor. Even though I've temporarily managed Immortal Crane Hall these past few years, I've always been brooding over it. However, from now on, Immortal Crane Hall has a true owner, and she is Jing Zhao. We have all received the grace of the Jing clan and learned the Jing clan's medical skills. The first rule of Immortal Crane Hall is to never deceive or destroy the ancestors. Jing Zhao is Miss Wenyu's only granddaughter. Her medical skills are exceptional, this you have all witnessed. No matter if it is bloodline, character, or medical skills, she is fully deserving. So from today onwards, the master of Immortal Crane Hall is Jing Zhao. Since everyone is a disciple of the Jing clan, you should respect your master. Immortal Crane Hall was not considered a sect, but it had its own rules. These ancient masters had always been a teacher for a day, a father for life. These people's medical skills were all learned from the Jing clan. Now that Jing Yunjiao had returned, it was natural for them to be respectful and courteous to her. They even bluntly said that if anyone in this group of doctors wanted to harm her, as long as the news spread out, that person would never have a foothold. Because Jing Yunjiao was now representing the Jing clan, she was no longer just a simple individual, but the leader of the group. When the group of old doctors heard this, they were instantly shocked. However, he did not suspect anything. They had seen Jing Yunjiao's performance these days and admired him in their hearts. Now that the Jing clan had a successor, and it was a genius like her, it was definitely a joyous occasion. No one would feel uncomfortable or even unable to accept it. However, each and every one of these old doctors also became respectful. They no longer chased after Jing Yunjiao's but and asked her questions like before. Their gazes were purely treating her as an elder of their generation. Being stared at by a group of old men, Jing Yunjiao actually felt a little creeped out. After Jing Yunjiao took over the Immortal Crane Hall, Yufu gave her the detailed information about the Immortal Crane Hall over the years, as well as the list of all the doctors under the Jing clan. She was shocked when she saw it. The Jing family had quite a number of disciples. Although some of them had already passed away, as long as their children and grandchildren learned medical books, they would be related to the Jing family. Therefore, the number was still very large and spread all over the world, even overseas. Among them, there were some who opened hospitals and built their own clinics. There were also some who were extremely famous and hard to find a doctor. You will have a chance to meet these people in the future. At that time, there is no need to be courteous. It is the Jing clan's fortune that they have today. Although you are young, but since you are the head of the Jing clan, no matter what, you are still a generation older than them. Yufu looked at her shocked expression and said in detail. Jing Yunjiao nodded as if she had understood something. Many of these people had already established their own families. It had already been so many years, wanting them to risk their lives for the Jing family might not be possible anymore. However, if she wanted them to help, it was definitely possible. They were all connections. Li Wenba had taken the Jing family's wealth, but he would never be able to take away the Jing family's power. Jing Yunjiao instantly received everyone's respect in the Crane Hall, and the Li family appeared in front of her again in less than 2 days. However, this time, it was her biological grandfather who had arrived. He had directly come to the school and even sat in the dean's reception room, openly waiting for her. Every time after school, Jing Yunjiao would follow Professor Mo for another 1 to 2 hours of Chinese martial arts class. Thus, she had completely ignored her biological grandfather and didn't go meet him. The strokes used by the Wang family's works are more free and unrestrained. If you want to learn the essence of his semi-cursive style, you have to study the person's character and life. As the saying goes, the words reflect the person. Mo Jingyan was seriously pointing at the calligraphy she had just copied when the door to the classroom was pushed open. An old man walked in, and beside him was Shuri Jiao. "Hey, Jing Yunjiao, my grandfather is here to see you." Shuri Jiao shouted at Jing Yunjiao. Mo Jingyan's voice was interrupted, and his face turned cold. He was a little unhappy, and turned to glare. However, when he saw who it was, his expression turned from displeasure to anger. "Li Wenba, you still have the face to appear in front of me?" Li Wenba was also a little surprised, and a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. Meanwhile, it was Jing Yunjiao's first time seeing the grandfather she had heard of countless times. He was already old, but his body was still strong. He was on the thin side, and although he was around 70 years old, he was still very energetic. He wore a suit and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Although there was not much hair on his forehead, he looked very dignified. While Jing Yunjiao was sizing up her grandfather, Li Wenba was also looking at her. He was serious, mechanical, and emotionless, as if he was looking at an object. This kind of feeling was not pleasant at all. "Mo Jingyan, are you her teacher?" Li Wenba asked without holding back. The old man's voice was a little low, and his face was dark. Mo Jingyan had always had a bad temper. Now that the person he hated the most was standing in front of him and speaking to him with such an attitude, he felt disgusted. With a stiff face, he said, "It's been so many years, but you still stink." The thing he regretted the most in his life was giving up his beloved woman to this despicable person for the so-called dignity of a man. If he did not see Li Wenba die in front of him, he would not be at ease. "I don't have time to argue with you. I'm here to look for my granddaughter," Li Wenba said directly. When Mo Jingyan heard this, he turned to look at Jing Yunjiao and frowned. "He's talking about you." He was in disbelief. How could Li's granddaughter have the surname? "May I ask who you are?" Jing Yunjiao pretended to be confused and asked. Li Wenba lifted his leg and walked over. At this time, Jing Yunjiao noticed that there were actually other people following outside the door. Looking again, she saw a woman pushing a wheelchair in, and on the wheelchair was a man. This person. Jing Yunjiao immediately recognized him, even though she had never seen him before. Li Tianyi, her biological father, the person who denied her existence out of helplessness. Jing Yunjiao was a little agitated as she stared at Li Tianyi without letting go. This man seemed a little different from what others had described him to her. He didn't look like a gentle scholar. On the contrary, what she saw was indeed a gloomy person. His features were very eye-catching, and his eyes were long and slender. She could imagine how handsome he must have looked when he smiled. However, he was bony and skinny. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were distant and cold. His hands were placed on his legs, and he didn't react at all. Even when he saw her, it was as if he didn't know her. Not only that, he looked a little old. He was clearly in his 40s, but he looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. Li Wenba walked in front of him and found a seat for himself. "You're Yunjiao, right?" Li Wenba didn't mention her surname, and only asked lightly. Jing Yunjiao was pulled out of her daze from staring at Li Tianyi. "Jing Yunjiao." Li Wenba's old face was a little serious, but he said, "I'm your grandfather. The person in the wheelchair next to me is your father. We're here to take you home." It was just a notice. There was no discussion, no apology. Jing Yunjiao pursed her lips and smiled. "You say you're my grandfather, and you're? I don't even know your name or what you do, and you want me to go home with you? Old master, you're really not polite. But I think your family is short of children, and your family's bloodline is going to be cut short, right? Otherwise, why would you casually meet someone and try to claim kinship?" Jing Yunjiao said venomously. As she spoke, there was no trace of sympathy or politeness in her expression. Despicable people didn't care about age or seniority. So what if he was her grandfather? She never minded being stingy with her eloquence when dealing with this kind of person. "Nonsense." Li Wenba snorted and said, "Why would I lie to you? Back then, your mother didn't behave properly and encouraged your father to elope with her. As a result, your father was completely crippled, and your mother reaped the consequences of her own actions. Even now, she can't be found. The Su family is arrogant, and the Su family is sinister. They even killed your uncle. If you continue to interact with the Su family, you'll be very unfilial." Li Wenba's words degraded Su Xianlan to the point that she had no moral character. Jing Yunjiao glanced at Li Tianyi and found that there was some hostility in his eyes. "My mother didn't behave properly? Old master, don't you think so?" "Old master. He's a man's wife. And she learned from old master and eldest uncle that Li Wenba's current wife, Lin Feng, was definitely his childhood sweetheart. If he hadn't taken the initiative to become the son-in-law of the Jing family, his first wife would have been Lin Feng. Li Wenba was a typical person who ate from the bowl and looked at the pot. Jing Yunjiao's words exposed Li Wenba's past. His entire face turned ugly. Shuri Jiao, who was standing beside him, didn't quite understand. Was this Jing Yunjiao crazy? What did she mean by saying that his wife had died 3 years ago and he was secretly having another wife? Was she implying that her grandmother was a mistress? That wasn't the case. It was said that Jing Yunjiao used his wealth and power to force her grandfather to marry her. Who knew that she had a bad life and died after giving birth to a son? Who could she blame? Xianxia was furious. She pointed at Jing Yunjiao and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? I think the Su family has brainwashed you, right? You're my grandfather's granddaughter, but you're siding with an outsider. You're really a wild child with no manners." Slap. Jing Yunjiao gave him a tight slap. Xianxia was shocked by the pain on her face. She looked up at Jing Yunjiao and said angrily, "You dare to hit me?" After she finished speaking, she rushed forward like a madwoman, wanting to scratch Jing Yunjiao. How could Jing Yunjiao let her do as she pleased? She immediately grabbed her hair and threw the B*tch out of the door. Her actions were ruthless, not leaving any leeway. Xianxia was a little dazed from the beating. She was already 18 years old a few years ago. Since young, she had never suffered the slightest bit. Everyone in the family doted on her like a treasure. Who would dare to lay a finger on her? Jing Yunjiao, this cousin of hers who popped out of nowhere, didn't even say a few words and actually beat her up. How could she swallow this anger? Jing Yunjiao wouldn't show any mercy to Lin Feng's daughter and granddaughter. Li Wenba and Li Shuyuan were furious when she hit them. Enough! Li Wenba yelled, "Why are you hitting and scolding a girl? What happened back then can't be explained in a short time. If you're not convinced, Grandpa will explain it to you. Why are you yelling at your cousin? Our family owes you all these years for letting you wander outside for so long. Grandpa will make it up to you if you want anything in the future. But you can't mess around like this. You should learn from the daughters of other families in the future." Li Wenba glanced at Mo Jingyan and said, "Our Li family's granddaughter has a famous teacher to guide her. Professor Mo, you don't have to interfere in the future." "Yunjiao, what's going on? You're Wenyue's granddaughter?" Mo Jingyan ignored Li Wenba's words and asked Jing Yunjiao. Jing Yunjiao nodded. "That's right." As soon as she admitted it, Mo Jingyan's expression changed. All these years, he had always felt that he had let Jing Wenyue down. Every time he thought of her son becoming a cripple and having no descendants, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. But now, Jing Yunjiao, the student he was most proud of, was actually Wenyue's descendant. How could he not be excited? However, Li Wenba hated Mo Jingyan's look the most. It was as if he was reminding him that the reason Jing Wenyue had married him back then was because Mo Jingyan had never compromised. Mo Jingyan did not want to be the son-in-law, but he did. It was as if he, Li Wenba, was born to be inferior to others. "Li Wenba, didn't you hear what Yunjiao said? She was Wenyue's granddaughter. What does it have to do with your Li family? Who the hell are you, Li Wenba? If you had fulfilled the agreement back then and allowed your son's surname to be Jing, I, Mo Jingyan, would have been ashamed of my inferiority and would not have said anything in front of you. However, you are an ungrateful villain who changes his mind. How could someone like you deserve to be a grandfather? Bah." At this moment, Mo Jingyan felt both physically and mentally comfortable. Li Wenba had been thinking about the descendants of the Jing family all day, but in the end, he still could not prevent it. "Yunjiao, don't you want to go home with Grandpa? As long as you go back, you can often see your father in the future. His health is not very good now. Are you sure you want to be an unfilial daughter?" Li Wenba's face was ashen, but he still said patiently. Li Tianyi's gaze was cold, but Jing Yunjiao seemed to understand the deep meaning in his eyes. End of chapter 1134. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.